This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 1 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The charging Arcanine, as if struck by a heavy blow, suddenly showed pained expressions, stopped in their tracks, and collapsed to the ground, curled up in balls. Their bodies trembled violently, clearly in great agony. What? This sudden turn of events caught Looker completely off guard. He looked around in a daze, not understanding what had happened. And no matter how their trainers urged them, the Arcanine still couldn't get up. Not only were they in great pain, but they were also completely weak. Looking at Team Rocket's Pokemon, they were all unharmed and continued to charge towards the international police. What on earth is going on? Were they attacked? For Looker, this major variable in his well-prepared plan had already shattered his composure. If the operation were to fail, resulting in heavy casualties for the international police, he would be held responsible. Ha ha! Seeing the chaos among the international police, Natsui laughed wildly. This is part of Plan R. Weren't you so sure of your victory just now? Now let me see what else you can do. Just then, Natsui also felt the shadow beneath him shaking constantly. He looked down and saw that even Gengar had emerged from a shadow. At that moment, it was clutching its head, its face contorted in pain. My head hurts so much. Gengar's expression was terrible, its voice trembling. My strength is being drained, and it feels like something is stirring inside my head. Hearing this, Natsui frowned. He knew that with Gengar's strength, it was almost impossible for any Pokemon to harm it without him noticing. Unless it's some kind of supernatural power? No. Gengar shook its head, struggling to speak. It feels like a radio wave is affecting me. It appeared suddenly, and I can't resist it at all. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I have to go hide. With that, it actually opened the Pokeball on Natsui's belt on its own and went inside. This was the first time Gengar had stayed in its Pokeball since it was caught. It was clear how much damage this radio wave was inflicting on the Pokemon. But radio waves? Why hadn't he felt anything? Could it be an attack that only affected Pokemon? If that were the case, even releasing the 3 legendary birds would probably be useless. Damn it! Hearing Gengar's explanation, Looker also figured out the key. I get it. Most of Team Rocket's Pokemon are Golbat and Weezing. If it's a radio wave attack, they must have adjusted the frequency so that their Pokemon can remain unharmed and unaffected by the waves. While they were talking, Team Rocket's Pokemon had already reached the international police and had begun to attack the defenseless Arcanine. In an instant, a large number of Arcanine fell. An officer urgently asked Looker, "Should we retreat for now?" Seeing this scene, Looker was also at a loss. His reason told him that they had to retreat now, but to leave just like this, he found it hard to accept. He looked at Natsui, hoping that his trusted friend might have a solution. Natsui's gaze swept over the entire base, and finally, he looked up at the signal tower next to the research institute. To affect so many Pokemon at once, it can't be done with a simple small device. Look there. I guess the radio waves must be coming from that signal tower. If we can destroy it, the Pokemon should return to normal. The signal tower. Looker also turned his head to look at the signal tower, then at the Team Rocket members before them. But now, how do we destroy it? The entire base was covered by the signal. The area was full of Team Rocket members, and without the help of their Pokemon, they couldn't get close to the signal tower at all. Natsui sighed softly and glanced at Sabrina. Since it doesn't affect humans, he'll have to ask Sabrina to step in. To be honest, in such a chaotic situation, he really didn't want his woman to take such a big risk. And even she, without any cover, couldn't possibly withstand the attacks of so many Pokemon. Beside him, facing Natsui's gaze, Sabrina showed no expression, just nodded lightly. Between the two of them, with their tacit understanding and having been together for so long, they no longer needed words to understand each other's meaning. And she also knew that with everyone else helpless, she was the only one who could solve this problem. Chapter 324. Dr. Zager. Looker clearly also understood that all hope now rested on Sabrina. He said earnestly, "Ms. Sabrina, we're counting on you." Sabrina looked straight ahead, ignoring him, but still took a step forward. If it were just for the international police, or simply to eliminate Team Rocket, she certainly wouldn't have shown herself and put herself in the spotlight. But since this was also Natsui's wish, she had no reason to stand by and do nothing. After all, Natsui's business was her business. Seeing that Sabrina was willing to help, to coordinate with her, simultaneously ordered his officers to throw smoke grenades all around and lure Team Rocket's Pokemon to other places to provide her with cover. Pop, 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 dozens of smoke grenades were thrown onto the open ground. The next second, thick white smoke spewed out, instantly enveloping the battlefield and finally giving the other officers some breathing room. Taking the opportunity, they all recalled their Pokemon, saving them from the enemy's attacks and the interference of the radio waves. The remaining officers then fired their guns continuously, tried to attract Team Rocket's attention. Unfortunately, the power of the guns used by the international police was nothing compared to that of Pokemon. Often, after they had fired just a few shots, the counterattack from the Golbat and Weezing would follow, pinning them down completely. But although they couldn't deal much damage, it did distract Team Rocket's attention and serve its purpose. Taking all this in, Natsui couldn't help but marvel again at how unbalanced the development of military equipment in this world was. He didn't know if they had put their skill points in the wrong tree, or if they were too reliant on the power of Pokemon, but the development of firearms was very slow. Not only were there few types, but their power was also greatly reduced. If this operation had been supported by helicopters and a large amount of high-tech weaponry, they wouldn't have been in such a predicament. But then again, Looker and his men were, after all, just police officers, and with Pokemon by their side, who would have thought it would turn into such a situation? Smoke was everywhere. Because of the extremely low visibility, the enemy's offensive had been temporarily slowed. Although Tatsumi ordered the Golbat to blow away the smoke with their wings, this delay still bought precious time, giving Sabrina a chance to get close to the signal tower. Even if a few oblivious Pokemon blocked her path, they were all knocked down by Sabrina with a wave of her hand and her psychic powers. And this, naturally, also attracted Tatsumi's attention. He stared at Sabrina and commanded the grunts beside him, "Don't just stand there gawking. Stop that woman." At his command, a few grunts jumped in front of Sabrina, tried to stop her. But before they could do anything, they were all sent flying by her psychic power. "Get out of my way." Sabrina's hair flew without any wind, and she floated a dozen or so centimeters off the ground, her body protected by a psychic barrier. Her eyes also glowed red, and before her, neither human nor Pokemon was a match for her. TCH. Seeing his subordinates fall one after another, Tatsumi cursed under his breath and had no choice but to step in himself. He released his own Pokemon and charged toward Sabrina, but it was already too late. As Sabrina approached the signal tower, she raised her hands, and a Team Rocket truck was lifted high into the air by her psychic power. Glancing at the unlucky driver in the truck and ignoring his panicked, pale face, the next second, with a wave of her small hand, Sabrina threw the truck directly at the signal tower. No, Tatsumi arrived too late and could only watch as the signal tower tilted under the impact of the truck, and the signal transmitter on top exploded violently. Boom! The effect was immediate. In an instant, without the interference of the radio waves, the international police's Pokemon all recovered their strength. Tatsumi stood there, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Sabrina. He really couldn't understand why. Even without Pokemon, these people could still achieve so much. Especially this woman, who was ridiculously strong. Is this really something a human can do? And without the interference of the radio waves, it was finally time for the international police to turn the tables and begin their counterattack. They released their Arcanine again and launched a full-scale assault on the Team Rocket members. Natsui thought for a moment and also released a few of his own Pokemon, joining the battle. Compared to before, the international police's Pokemon had also suffered considerable losses. In terms of numbers, they no longer had the advantage they had at the beginning. If nothing changed, it might not be so easy to break into the research institute. As the blue light faded, four Pokemon appeared on the field. This time, Natsui only sent out Charizard, Gyarados, Jolteon, and Scyther. As for the others, he let them stay in their Pokeballs, both as a precaution and to conserve their stamina. Flamethrower, Discharge, X-Scissor Pokemon could often easily take down a Team Rocket Pokemon with just 2 or 3 moves. Especially his Gyarados, which was a one-Pokemon wrecking crew, like a tiger among sheep, charging through the field with its massive mouth open, drawing everyone's attention. Even the Arcanine had to temporarily avoid it, afraid of being accidentally hit by this friendly fire. With their help, Team Rocket was defeated even faster and more thoroughly. Damn it! Natsui gritted his teeth and retreated. Faced with the enemy's offensive, Team Rocket was naturally in a steady retreat. As more and more Pokemon were defeated and grunts were arrested, he could only helplessly order everyone to retreat into the Research Institute. All the facilities outside the Research Institute were quickly taken over. Only at the main entrance of the Institute did a part of Team Rocket put up a desperate struggle, try to hold this last line of defense. But they were already on the verge of collapse and could be breached at any moment. At the same time, inside the Research Institute, alarms were blaring, and researchers and ordinary grunts were running around in all directions. And in a research room, a man in a Team Rocket lab coat with small glasses, a bowl cut, and a goatee, who looked a bit effeminate, was standing in front of a monitor, calmly watching the screen. Compared to the chaos around him, his face was calm, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Natsui, along with a few grunts, staggered through the heavy security door and ran to his side. Dr. Zager, the entire area outside the base has been taken. The Mahogany Town base has also fallen. We need to evacuate through the secret passage. The man called Dr. Zager glanced at him and snorted. Useless. Can't even defend a single base. And to think I even helped you with Plan R. Tatsumi's face turned red. But he was powerless to refute. Have all the data been destroyed? Sweat poured down Tatsumi's face. Because it happened so suddenly, we haven't had time to destroy all of it, then destroy it physically, Dr. Zager said coldly. In any case, we absolutely cannot leave the data for the international police. With that, he ignored Tatsumi and turned his attention back to the screen with great interest. There, Gyarados had just defeated the last Golbat outside the Research Institute and was letting out a long roar to the sky. A glint of light reflected off his glasses, and he said, as if to himself, in an excited tone, "What a magnificent figure! What perfect power! Compared to those defective products in the Lake of Rage. This is the Gyarados I truly want to obtain." Chapter 325. Gyarados loses control. Boom. After a loud bang, as Gyarados crashed through the main gate, the immense impact sent the Team Rocket grunts and their Pokemon behind the door flying. This also meant that the final line of defense outside the Research Institute had completely fallen. The international police officers swarmed in, capturing the grunts who couldn't escape in time one by one. Leaving some people to clean up, Looker, Natsui, and the remaining officers continued to advance into the Institute without stopping. Perhaps because they had lost their will to fight, they passed through several areas, including the lobby, corridors, a lounge, and a dining hall, without encountering any significant resistance. And with Gyarados clearing the path ahead, after just a few minutes, they arrived at the most core research lab in the building. And as they entered this lab filled with electronic equipment, Natsui immediately saw a man standing at a control console on a high platform, looking down on them. From his calm and composed look, it seemed he had been waiting for a long time. But apart from him, the entire room was empty. Not only were there no researchers, but even Tatsumi was nowhere to be seen, having hidden somewhere. However, the surroundings were littered with smashed computers, and there were many uncleaned paper documents on the desks. Chairs were also scattered about, showing just how hastily the people had left. At the same time, Natsui also noticed a small device resembling a signal transmitter beside the man. At that moment, An electric current was flowing through the device, crackling and looking extremely dangerous. Before he could take a closer look, and before Looker could speak, the man had already given an elegant, light bow and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Dr. Zager. Welcome to my research institute. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Dr. Zager, as one of the few important scientists in Team Rocket, was different from Dr. Namba. He was not as hot-tempered, and unlike the rigorous Dr. Seeger, he always spoke calmly. At the same time, his mind was agile, and he rarely acted on his own, usually leaving matters to his subordinates to handle. "By the looks of it, you are the one in charge here, then?" Looker said, sizing him up and threatening. "What on earth are you guys up to? And what is Plan R? Spit out now." To be honest, ever since he had heard of this plan, it had been like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and Looker was eager to get to the bottom of it. "Dr. Zager chuckled, seemingly with no intention of hiding anything. "It would be too complicated for you to understand, so I won't waste my breath. But I can tell you that, in the end, Planner is just about stimulating the DNA of Pokemon in their initial stage to promote their unconditional evolution, making them stronger and more destructive." As I thought, Looker had an I knew it expression on his face. "So, the recent Gyarados rampage incident at the Lake of Rage was your doing, right? And the rumor that a red Gyarados has been spotted there was also caused by you?" Speaking of the red Gyarados, setting aside the stories from Natsui's memory, he had actually heard the locals talking about it when he passed through Blackthorn City. It seemed to have been discovered recently, and the related news had spread quickly. According to the discoverer, that red Gyarados was far more powerful than a normal one, and because it was red, it was very conspicuous in the lake. However, Natsui remembered that this red Gyarados was eventually caught by Lance and became an important part of his team. "That's not wrong." Dr. Zager first admitted this, but then shook his head. "But that was not our intention. The reason that Gyarados turned red was simply because it was stimulated by the radio waves during its Magikarp stage and evolved suddenly, with a large amount of Magikarp DNA still remaining in its body. That's why its scales turned red. At best, it can only be considered a failed product. We were going to dispose of it, but we never expected it to break out of its cage and escape. And because of that, it led you here." Seeing Dr. Zager being so cooperative, Looker thought he had already given up and subconsciously let down his guard. "After saying so much, are you planning to give up resisting? Confess to get a lighter sentence, and thereby reduce your crime? Give up? No, no. No, Dr. Zager should gladly getly." The reason we built the Research Institute here was because, after a series of screenings, we valued the potential of Magikarp. We believe that under the stimulation of Plan R, after they evolve into Gyarados, they will become even more powerful and can be used by our Team Rocket. But after so many experiments, we still haven't achieved the ideal result. Originally, I was already preparing to switch to other Pokemon as research subjects at this point. His tone changed, and he said with great excitement, "But now after seeing that Gyarados, I finally realized that my research direction has been wrong all along. If I use an already powerful Gyarados for the experiment, it can definitely become even more powerful." With that, he looked at Natsui's Gyarados with a fiery gaze. His words made Looker's heart sink. Although he didn't quite understand, he knew clearly that no matter what this person in front of him wanted to do, he had to stop him as soon as possible. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, quickly approaching Dr. Zager. "Dr. Zager glanced at him and snorted coldly, then looked away and quickly operated the control panel in front of him a few times. Instantly, the small signal transmitter beside him turned and aimed at Natsui. No, to be more precise, it aimed at the Gyarados behind Natsui. "What do you think you're doing?" Looker was shocked and quickly rushed towards Dr. Zager. However, after taking just a few steps, he saw him press a red button. Instantly, a visible radio wave shot out from the signal transmitter, accurately hitting Natsui's Gyarados. The radio wave came too fast. Not only was Gyarados unable to dodge, but even Natsui and Sabrina didn't have time to react. The next second, after being hit by the radio wave, Gyarados let out a pained roar. It twisted its body constantly, its face becoming extremely ferocious. Natsui's brow furrowed. He was about to go and check on his condition when he saw that the originally wounded scales on Gyarados' body were beginning to fall off and be replaced by new ones. Then its entire body grew larger by more than a full size, visible to the naked eye. Ha ha! Before he could be surprised, he heard Dr. Zager laugh out loud. It worked. It worked. I should have thought of it sooner. Experimenting on those dim-witted Magikarp is completely useless. Only by using a powerful Gyarados as a vessel can the perfect ultimate weapon be created. Now, let me show you the true power of Plan R. Looker said in horror, "You madman, what have you done?" However, before everyone could come to their senses, they suddenly heard a deafening draconic roar. Roar. Gyarados stood tall, its eyes crimson, and let out a long roar to the sky. This sound was even more terrifying than its previous roars, and coupled with its current size, it was simply overwhelmingly domineering. After a long time, when Gyarados lowered its head again, everyone looked into its eyes and found that the light of reason had long since dissipated. At that moment, all that remained in Gyarados' eyes was an endless rage and a predatory madness. Chapter 3:26. Only brutality remained. It had completely lost control. Gyarados whipped its tail, sending several nearby international police officers flying. Seeing this, Natsui quickly shouted, "Gyarados, snap out of it. Don't attack your own side." However, no matter how he called, Gyarados remained unresponsive. Instead, it whipped its massive tail again, nearly knocking Natsui over. Fortunately, Sabrina used her psychic powers to pull Natsui to her side, just in time, saving him from injury. It's no use with a flash of blue light. Gengar popped out of its Pokeball. Its spirit had recovered, and it was no longer in as much pain as before. I saw from inside the Pokeball, just now. Gyarados is being controlled by that radio wave. It won't hear anything you say. Gengar was right. Natsui also knew that the radio wave was the culprit. Turning his head to look at the signal transmitter, he said to Sabrina, "Destroy it." Without hesitation, Sabrina waved her hand, and as her psychic power extended forward, the signal transmitter, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade, broke in two and was completely destroyed. But although the signal transmitter was destroyed, Gyarados remained in a berserk state, showing no signs of regaining its senses. Ha ha ha! Dr. Zager laughed loudly. "Don't waste your energy. It's too late. Your Gyarados brain is now occupied by endless rage. It will mercilessly destroy everything in its path, and you will tremble in the face of its power, left with no choice." Natsui took out a Pokeball and tried to recall Gyarados. However, when the red light from the Pokeball hit its body, there was no reaction at all. It didn't work? Natsui looked down. His Pokeball was still connected to Gyarados, so the master-servant relationship had not been broken. But Gyarados' power was now just too strong. If it resisted, the power of the Pokeball alone was not enough to recall it. Even the Pokeball doesn't work. Just then, Gyarados opened its mouth, and powerful energy gathered in its mouth. It looked as if it was about to use Hyper Beam. Not good. Natsui cursed inwardly. If it used that move indoors, it would definitely destroy the entire research institute. But before he could do anything, the energy in Gyarados' mouth had already reached its peak. Roar! As the Hyper Beam shot out from Gyarados' mouth, the thick beam of light directly pierced through the wall of the research institute. And as it continuously turned its head, wherever the powerful energy passed, whether it was tables, chairs, equipment, or bricks, they were all melted into molecules by the high temperature. Crash! The surrounding windows shattered, and the walls collapsed in an instant. Everyone had to flee in a panic to avoid being hit by the Hyper Beam. And when the Hyper Beam dissipated, they looked up and saw that the entire lab was in ruins, all of them horrified. That power is just too strong. Looker was dumbfounded. Even Natsui was extremely surprised. Although it was the same Hyper Beam, its power had increased by more than just one level compared to before. And what was most exaggerated was that after using this move, Gyarados' body seemed to ignore its side effects and could still move freely. Could this be the true power of Plan R? And with the large-scale destruction of the Research Institute, its structure was damaged, and broken wall fragments were constantly falling from the ceiling. "This is bad." Looker was horrified and shouted to everyone. "This place is about to collapse. We have to get out of here quickly." With that, he himself continued forward, wanting to arrest Zager. But before he could even climb the stairs, a crossbeam suddenly fell, crashing in front of him and blocking his path, giving Looker a meaningful smile. Zager glanced at Garridos again, nodded with satisfaction, then turned and opened a hidden door, disappearing inside. "Don't run." Looker wanted to give chase, but another crossbeam fell, and at the same time, a fire began to burn in front of him. Helpless, he could only turn back and retreat to Natsui's side. Natsui looked at Garridos with a complex expression. Seeing it still rampaging, he sighed and, together with Sabrina and Looker, ran towards the outside of the Research Institute. In a long corridor, the collapse of the Research Institute had already spread here. They had only run a dozen or so meters when wall fragments and ceiling tiles began to fall from above. Fortunately, Sabrina used her psychic powers to block them, allowing them to pass safely. Phew! After coming out of the Research Institute, before they could even catch their breath, they heard a loud rumble from behind. They turned to look and saw that the once impressive Research Institute had been reduced to ruins. And in the ruins, Garridos stood tall, still tirelessly spewing energy everywhere, venting its brutality. To avoid being hit by it, Looker quickly had the surrounding international police officers scatter. "Everyone, spread out. Go find the fleeing Team Rocket members. There must be a secret passage nearby. We have to block them before they get far." And just then, footsteps sounded from the side. It was Will and Karen, who had also come with a team of international police to provide support. Even from a distance, they could already see an unusually large Garridos rampaging. Incredible when they got closer, Karen looked up at Garridos and said in surprise, "This Garridos has such strong power. Is it Team Rocket's final resort?" No. Looker glanced at Natsui and said with a wry smile, "This is actually Mr. Player's Pokemon, but it's been controlled by Team Rocket, so it's in a berserk state right now. Your Garridos?" Hearing this, Will looked at Natsui, then shook his head with a nonchalant air. "No matter the reason, we can't just let it rampage like this. In any case, we just have to stop it, right?" With that, he directly released his Executor. "Then I'm sorry, but your Pokemon is going to get hurt." With that, Will directly gave a command to his Executor. "Executor, use confusion." In his view, attacking a raging Garridos was a very simple matter. Pokemon in this state often had a very singular attack pattern, and they didn't think, so there was no difficulty at all. But when his Executor used its psychic power on Garridos, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect at all. Instead, after being noticed by Garridos, it was taken out in one hit by a long-range hydro pump. Nanny? Looking at the fainted Executor, Will's eyes widened. That power, he was clearly extremely shocked by the result. "Are you kidding me? Executor is a grass psychic type. It has a resistance to water-type moves. How could it be taken down so easily in one hit?" Hearing him say this, Looker gave a wry smile. "So you should understand why we were all just standing here, looking helpless, right? Chapter 327. The Siege. To be honest, as Natsui's main Pokemon, Gyarados' performance in battles, big and small, had always been extremely reliable. As long as the battle was left to it, it never let Natsui down. Just like its name suggested, its brutality and ferocity left a deep impression on all its opponents. But once it became the enemy, one could truly feel its terror, becoming a nightmare for everyone. "Hey!" Seeing the others still in a daze, Will shouted at them, "Don't just stand there. Let's all attack together and calm it down quickly." As he spoke, he recalled his fainted Executor and sent out a Jinx and a Slowbro. Both of these were part of his main team. It was clear that to save face, he was getting serious. "TSK, what a pain. Can't we just wait for it to tire itself out and calm down on its own? Karen complained in a low voice, but she also released her own Pokemon, a Houndoom and a Murkrow. And as Natsui's friend and the person in charge of this operation, Looker naturally wouldn't stand by. He also sent out his Arcanine and Krogunk to help. Seeing that all three of them had released their Pokemon, Sabrina turned to Natsui and asked softly, "Do you need me to step in?" "Not for now," Natsui sighed. "Just stay on the sidelines for now. You can also watch out for any other Team Rocket members trying to cause trouble." With that, he took out 3 Pokeballs and released Gardevoir, Jolteon, and Dragonair. 9 Pokemon spread out, surrounding the Gyarados. Gyarados stood in the ruins, still rampaging tirelessly. At this moment, there wasn't a single intact object around it. Everything had been crushed to dust by its earlier rampage. Seeing that the other Pokemon were ready, what was the first to give command? "Jinx, Slowbro, use Psychic." As the 2 Pokemon attacked simultaneously, 2 Psychic Blasts shot towards Gyarados. Natsui also knew that the top priority was to calm Gyarados down, so he didn't hold back just because it was his own Pokemon and also launched an attack. And after those 2, Karen and Looker also gave their commands at the same time. For a moment, various powerful moves flew through the air, accurately hitting Gyarados' body. Roar! Taking so much damage, Gyarados let out a roar to the sky, turned to look at the other Pokemon, the fire in its eyes burning even hotter, and then gathered a Hydro Pump to retaliate. Be careful. This guy's moves are very powerful. If you get hit by it, you might, having learned his lesson, didn't forget to remind everyone. But before he could finish his sentence, Looker's Arcanine, unable to dodge in time, was taken out in one hit by the Hydro Pump. Looker was also stunned, looking at his Arcanine, which had been knocked out after taking just one hit. He scratched his head, wanted to say something, but only opened his mouth, then silently took out a Pokeball and recalled it. Shaking his head, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and continued, "If you get hit by it, you'll most likely be unable to battle. So we absolutely must not let our guard down." Just as he was saying this, Gyarados charged forward again, directly ramming into the Krogunk that had jumped in front of it, wanting to engage in close combat. Boom! The blow was incredibly powerful. Krogunk was sent flying like it had been hit by a speeding tank, thrown over 10 meters away and crashing into a pile of rubble. And when its body slid down, it had already fainted. Feeling Will's extremely speechless gaze, Looker awkwardly looked away. He felt quite bad for these people. After all, before Will could even finish a sentence, both of his Pokemon had been defeated so simply. It was truly embarrassing. But from this, one could also see that although he was an international police officer and his 2 Pokemon were seasoned fighters, the gap between them and Gyarados was still very large. It could only be said, as expected of a champion's Pokemon. Although it had been enhanced by the radio waves, this Gyarados' own strength was already very terrifying. "Sorry, I only have these 2, Arcanine and Krogunk. I can't be of much help in the rest of the battle." "Forget it," Will waved his hand. "Leave the rest to us." The remaining few Pokemon on the field continued to battle Gyarados. But rather than calling it a battle, it was more like they were constantly maneuvering around it, dodging its attacks while coordinating with each other to launch sneak attacks. After all, with its one-hit kill power, no one could withstand such damage. The battle continued. Gardevoir's Psychic hit, Jolteon's Discharge also hit, and seeing Gyarados still standing strong after taking so many attacks, Karen was greatly shocked. Is this really a Pokemon? It's already taken a dozen hits. How is it still so fierce? What kind of monster did you raise? Natsui rubbed his nose, but didn't answer. After all, causing these people so much trouble, he also felt quite embarrassed. But seeing that the long assault was fruitless, he said softly to Jengar, "You go too." Jengar nodded solemnly. "I understand." As Jengar disappeared before his eyes, the next second, it suddenly reappeared behind Gyarados. It formed a shadow ball and, while Gyarados wasn't paying attention, hit it. Just as Gyarados turned to bite it, Jengar disappeared again, thus dodging the attack. And Gyarados, having lost its target, vented its anger on the other Pokemon. In the distance, Jinx was about to attack again, but was hit by Gyarados' tail and sent flying. Murkrow tried to attack from above, but was hit by a hyper beam and fell to the ground, spinning. With these two Pokemon losing their ability to battle in just a few short minutes, for Pokemon had already been taken down, Will had a bitter expression on his face. He had a feeling that he and the others probably couldn't stop this powerful Pokemon. Only Karen's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Just as she had said in her self-introduction, the stronger and more evil a Pokemon was, the more it attracted her. Fortunately, in the end, Gengar appeared and engaged Gyarados in a direct confrontation, attracting its attention. Then, under Natsui's command, Jolteon used Thunder. The sky instantly filled with dark clouds, and a dozen or so seconds later, with a loud boom, a massive and powerful bolt of lightning that had been brewing for a long time struck down. And facing such a threat, perhaps because its mind was clouded by rage, Gyarados didn't even know to dodge and was hit directly, finally ending the farce. Chapter 328, A Blessing in Disguise, Thud. As Gyarados' massive body crashed to the ground, its immense weight shook the ground beneath everyone's feet. Sigh, after so much effort and the collapse of a Team Rocket research institute. It's finally over, but for so many Pokemon to gang up on one raging Gyarados and still have several of them knocked out, if word of this got out, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, these weren't just any wild Pokemon, but the main, well-trained Pokemon of their trainers. But it was also fortunate that Will and Karen, two future Elite Four members, were here to help. If it had been all international police officers like Looker, who knows how many casualties there would have been today. At least dozens or even hundreds of Pokemon would have fallen. But judging by the skill level of these two, they were still a bit short of reaching the level of the Elite Four. It seemed Will and Karen still needed more time to hone their battle strength. Natsui walked up to Gyarados' head. After being exposed to that radio wave, its body had grown massively, and its huge head was almost level with Natsui's height. At that moment, although Gyarados was covered in scorched marks, it was not unconscious, but just lying weakly on the ground, its eyes half open. Fortunately, the madness in its eyes was gone. It seemed to have returned to normal, and from its gaze, Natsui also felt its original gentleness. Seeing this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Have you calmed down? Although it wasn't your intention, you still caused a lot of trouble for everyone to battle, just now reminded Natsui of when Gyarados had just evolved from its Magikarp form. It had also gone crazy like this, and similarly, it was only after being taught a lesson that it had finally calmed down. It was all like a cycle happening all over again, but in any case, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Although that radio wave had made Gyarados lose its senses and go on a rampage, it had also changed its size and increased its power. Compared to before, every aspect of Gyarados had now reached its peak. Natsui could say with certainty that there was no other Gyarados in the world that was stronger than his. If he were to use a Mega Stone to evolve it into Mega Gyarados in the future, it would definitely become an unforgettable nightmare for even more people. Recalling Gyarados into its Pokeball, Natsui thanked Will, Karen, and Looker. Thank you so much for this time. Fortunately, no irreparable damage was caused, otherwise I would have felt really bad. In fact, if these people hadn't been present, Natsui would have released the legendary birds long ago, and dealing with the situation would have certainly been simpler. But in any case, these people had helped selflessly, and Natsui was truly grateful for their sentiment. Don't call me for this kind of thing again next time. Karen snorted, then teased, seriously, this Gyarados of yours is much harder to deal with than that group of Team Rocket when it's on a rampage. Natsui laughed and said a few more comforting words to them. Just then, the international police officers who had been chasing Team Rocket returned one after another. But they had searched all around and had not found any trace of Zager or Tatsumi. Looker shook his head in disappointment. So they really did escape. The escape of the two heads of the research institute cast a shadow over this operation. With this thought, he looked at Karen, changing the subject while also helping Natsui out of the awkward situation. By the way, How is the situation on your end? Karen shrugged. That base has been completely cleared out, but the executive named Dance got away. He got away too? Looker was disappointed again. But overall, they had destroyed one base and one research institute, disrupted their Plan R, and captured a large number of Team Rocket grunts. This operation had once again weakened Team Rocket's strength and had achieved its expected goals. Oh well, after all, when this world can be perfect. Thanking the group for their help again, Looker had originally wanted to take them back to the camp for a celebration banquet or something, but after being politely refused by Natsui, Will, and Karen, he could only leave some officers behind to clean up and see if they could salvage anything useful. He then escorted the prisoners and left first. After he left, Natsui, Will, and Karen exchanged contact information and also said their goodbyes. With that, the Team Rocket matter had come to a temporary end, and he could now continue to challenge the gyms in peace. Leaving the shore of the Lake of Rage, Natsui and Sabrina entered the dense forest, heading towards Mahogany Town. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west, and the forest had become slightly dim. If they didn't want to camp out in the wild tonight, they had to reach Mahogany Town before dark. Fortunately, there was still some time before sunset, so they didn't have to rush. But just as they were about to leave the forest, a Pokemon resting on a branch caught Sabrina's attention. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at the Pokemon, her eyes full of curiosity. What's wrong? Seeing Sabrina stop, Natsui couldn't help but ask. When she didn't speak, he also followed her gaze. It turned out she was looking at a Nadu. Nadu was mainly composed of a green head, which was both its body and its head. Its crest, tail feathers, and feet were red, and the color of its wings was quite vibrant, with black stripes. Although it looked a bit dazed, its human-like eyes gave it a rather strange feeling. And Natsui remembered that when this Pokemon was being designed, the concept seemed to be from the bird worship of some Native American tribes. To be more specific, it should be pointing to the servant crow in Mayan mythology. As for its color, it was a reference to some other spiritual birds. What? Are you interested in it? Hearing Natsui's question, Sabrina nodded lightly, which made Natsui smile. They had been traveling for so long, and besides the talking Slowking she had caught in the Orange Islands, this was the second Pokemon that Sabrina had shown interest in. How rare, I remember Natu, is a Psychic-type Pokemon, right? As he spoke, Natsui took out his Pokédex and pointed it at the Natu. Pokédex, beep. Natu, the tiny bird Pokemon. A psychic flying type. At this stage, because Native's wings are not yet fully developed, it cannot fly and can only move by hopping. Although it usually looks for food on the ground, it will very occasionally hop onto branches to peck at newly grown buds. It is said that it is always staring at something. Although it will keep staring at you after you make eye contact, if you make even the slightest move, it will immediately hop away. Chapter 329. Price. Just like Natsui, Sabrina generally only caught Pokemon that she liked. And this peculiar-looking Nadu, for some unknown reason, had clearly hit her soft spot, making her want to catch it. But this time, she finally didn't act herself. Instead, she sent out her Kadabra, choosing to battle it with a Pokemon. Under Sabrina's direction, Kadabra attacked as soon as it appeared. At first, the Nadu wanted to hop to the ground and flee, but unfortunately, it couldn't fly. It was caught up by Kadabra's teleport and, left with no choice, could only hastily fight back. But how could a first-stage wild Pokemon be a match for a gym leader's main Pokemon? After just a few hits, it was knocked to the ground. In the end, Sabrina threw a Pokeball and easily caught the Nadu. Watching the whole process, Natsui clapped lightly and smiled. That wasn't easy. This is only the second Pokemon you've caught since we started traveling. The number is really too small, and if you hadn't sent out Kadabra just now, I would have thought you were going to do it yourself again, just like last time. Sabrina gave a faint smile. Catching a new Pokemon had also put her in a very pleasant mood. Don't you think it's cute? Cute. Natsui raised his eyebrows. He thought back to the Nadu, but couldn't find any connection between it and the word cute. But oh well. Sabrina's way of thinking couldn't be measured by common sense anyway. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. But the Nadu probably couldn't figure out why it had suddenly been caught when it was just resting on a branch. Truly, just because I looked at you one more time. After this little interlude, the two continued on their way, passed through the forest, and finally arrived in Mahogany Town before dark. Just as they were entering the town, Natsui saw a severely damaged wooden sign lying in a pile of rocks. Wiping off the dirt, he saw that the sign read, "This is Mahogany Town. Welcome to the village of ninjas." He didn't know how long this sign had been here, but it was already in tatters. To have been neglected for so many years, it must have suffered the same fate as the ninjas who once lived in Mahogany Town, abandoned by the times. Tossing the sign aside, Natsui shook his head and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The village of ninjas, in the end, it exists in name only. Walking into the town, the streets were lined with low, Japanese-style wooden houses. As far as the eye could see, old people were chatting at their doorsteps, and young children were running around freely. It was clear that the pace of life here was extremely slow. Not only were there few cars, but even Pokemon were a rare sight. At this time, the lights in every house had already been turned on, and the aroma of food wafted through the air, making Natsui's stomach rumble. He was a bit tired after a long day. And come to think of it, since meeting Looker from the raid on the Team Rocket Research Institute until now, they hadn't had a proper meal. The top priority is to find a place to stay and solve the dinner problem. As for the gym battle, it's already late anyway. Let's wait until tomorrow. With this in mind, the two walked towards the town center, and as they passed by a very ordinary-looking shop, they could still see some international police officers, with a cordon set up, going in and out. This must be the entrance to the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town. Just like the Celadon Game Corner in the Kanto region, Team Rocket had chosen to place the entrance in a shop, probably thinking that with people coming and going frequently, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. But even with such a thorough disguise, unfortunately, they still couldn't escape their fate of being destroyed. After watching for a while and seeing that there was nothing else to see, the two continued on their way. Mahogany Town was not very big, and since there was no Pokemon Center, Natsui followed the map's directions and found an inn near the gym to stay in. In fact, compared to hotels, he preferred the relaxed and leisurely atmosphere of inns. So if conditions allowed, he would generally choose an inn as his top choice. After a hearty dinner, Natsui and Sabrina took a bath together. Since they planned to challenge the gym early the next morning, they went to bed early. Of course, faced with such a long night, Natsui, lying in bed, naturally didn't feel sleepy. He couldn't help but busy himself with Sabrina until midnight, before finally drifting off to sleep in a daze. The Mahogany Gym, as the official gym of Mahogany Town, was led by an elderly man named Price, who was very skilled in using Ice-type Pokemon. After defeating him, one could obtain the Glacier Badge. However, Price's strength was formidable. He had also been a competitive trainer in his youth, and with age, his immense experience had made him extremely difficult to deal with. And because he trained his Pokemon strictly, keeping a distance from them and not forming a bond of trust, he had also earned the title Price of Winter. Therefore, to some extent, he was the strongest among the gym leaders of the Johto region. Early in the morning, Natsui, yawning and looking sleepy, arrived outside the Mahogany Gym with Sabrina. The Mahogany Gym was built in a courtyard. Its exterior resembled an ordinary swimming pool and had no special features. In fact, given Mahogany Town's geographical location and population, a gym shouldn't have been established here. But there was a rumor that the Pokemon League had specially set up a gym here to keep Price, as a form of retirement for him. Since the courtyard gate was open, Natsui didn't ring the bell, but walked directly in. But as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he felt a blast of cold air hit him, instantly giving him goosebumps and chasing away all his sleepiness. Sensing something, Natsui looked to the side and saw that a corner of the courtyard by a pond was covered in ice and snow, like a small, isolated world of ice. And dozens of various Ice-type Pokemon were playing there happily. Compared to the warmth of the streets, although it was just a wall away, it was as if one was in winter and the other in spring, creating two different seasons. Just as Natsui was looking with interest, he suddenly heard footsteps from behind. He turned his head and saw a serious-looking old man slowly walking out of the gym. Seeing Natsui standing in the courtyard, the old man couldn't help but frown and said in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" This must be Price nodding slightly at him. Natsui smiled. "Hello, I'm here to challenge the Mahogany Gym." "Excuse me, are you the gym leader here?" At that moment, the smile on his face was as warm, in stark contrast to Price's coldness. Chapter 330. Challenging the Mahogany Gym, that's right. I am Price, the gym leader of this gym. Due to his age, Price's eyebrows and hair had turned gray, but his body was still very sturdy, and he didn't walk with the unsteadiness of other old men. His eyes, in particular, still looked quite sharp and bright. But what was strange was that in such a chilly place, he was only wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and even a pair of open-toed slippers on his feet, as if he were on vacation on a tropical island. It had to be said, as expected of an ice-type gym leader, he was old but vigorous and really resistant to the cold. But noticing that Price's tone was a bit harsh, Natsui glanced back at the courtyard gate and said apologetically, "Sorry. I saw that the gate was open, so I came in without announcing myself." Price's gaze swept over the two of them, lingering on Natsui for a while. Fortunately, he didn't seem to mind much. "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked back toward the gym. Seeing his cold attitude, Natsui couldn't help but exchange a look with Sabrina and shrug. It was clear that Price wasn't very talkative and had a slightly eccentric personality. But Natsui was just here to challenge the gym. As long as he could battle him, it didn't matter how cold he was. However, Natsui remembered that the reason Price had become like this was because, in his youth, he had been burned in a battle and was bedridden. At that time, his Mamoswine had suddenly left him and never returned. Price believed that his Mamoswine had abandoned him, lost his trust in Pokemon, and thus became so strict. Of course, there were some misunderstandings involved, but Natsui couldn't be bothered with them. After all, it was better to leave such matters to the meddlesome Ash to handle in the future. Following behind Price, as they entered the gym, the first thing Natsui felt was that the temperature here was noticeably colder than outside. Good grief, it must be over 10 degrees below zero, right? He tightened his clothes and looked inside the gym. He immediately saw a huge ice field in the center. The field was dotted with icicles of various sizes. At that moment, it was like a giant block of ice, continuously emitting a cold aura, causing the indoor temperature to drop sharply, as if he were in a refrigerator. And under the ice field was a deep pool, but it had long been frozen solid, as long as one didn't deliberately break the ice. Even large Pokemon like Gyarados or Steelix could battle on it without worrying about the ice suddenly cracking. Natsui's breath turned into a white mist in the air and quickly dissipated. Looking around, he saw that besides the battlefield, the interior of the gym was very simple. Only a few rows of seats in the spectator area could be considered decent furnishings. Other than that, it was empty and looked extremely spacious. At Price's gesture, Natsui walked to the trainer's box on the other side. "Because you came too early, Shima, the gym's referee, can't get here so early. So this match won't have a referee. He'll be serving as one. Do you have any objections?" "None." Natsui shook his head. For him, whether there was a referee or not was not important. They could judge the outcome themselves, and a referee was just a tool to make the match look more formal and fair. As per custom, Price again explained the match rules to Natsui. The Mahogany Gym battle consists of 3 rounds. As long as you defeat all 3 of my Pokemon, your challenge is successful. It didn't sound any different from other gyms, but Natsui still pondered for a moment. He knew that most Ice-type Pokemon were related to water, and in terms of typing, Ice Water had a certain advantage over several of Natsui's Pokemon. Whether it was Scyther, Crystal Steelix, Dragonair, Charizard, or even Larvitar, they would all be at a disadvantage against Ice Water. Gyarados wouldn't be affected much, but that guy was too strong, and Natsui had no intention of using it. The same went for Gengar. In an ordinary battle, Natsui would never send it out. If it were another gym, Natsui would have originally wanted to train Dragonair and the newly caught Larvitar. But now, it seemed he only had Gardevoir and Jolteon left to use, seeing Price about to take out a Pokemon. Natsui quickly stopped him and told him about his desire to battle his ace Pokemon. "Young man, I wasn't wrong about you. You're indeed very confident to dare to directly challenge my ace Pokemon." Natsui was taken aback. Hearing Price say this, it was clear he had some knowledge of him. You know me?" Price first nodded, then shook his head. "I've only seen a few of your battles on TV, but I'm an old acquaintance of that fellow Blaine, and I've heard him talk about you, so I have some impression of you." And from his tone, I could feel that he seems to approve of you very much. "I see. No wonder he gave me a few extra glances outside." But Price and Blaine, one with a cold personality and specializing in ice-type Pokemon, and the other passionate, excitable, fond of jokes, and specializing in fire-type Pokemon, for these two old men with such different personalities to be friends was truly surprising. Seeing Natsui's enlightened expression, Price added, "Your strength is different from that of an ordinary challenger. Since you've made the request, they'll make an exception and battle you with my strongest lineup." Price put the Pokeball he had just taken out back on his belt, fumbled inside, and took out another one. Originally, Natsui had been thinking of fairness, just as he had when challenging the Violet and Blackthorn gyms, to have both sides send out their Pokemon at the same time. But before he could speak, Price had already thrown out his Pokeball. It seems this old man also has his pride. To be challenged directly to a battle against his ace Pokemon was already breaking the rules, which was his bottom line. He absolutely would not make another exception to change his own rules. "All right then, let's fight like this." Gathering his thoughts, Natsui looked at the field and finally saw clearly that Price had sent out a Dugong. Dugong was a relatively common Pokemon. Natsui had dealt with it many times and was not unfamiliar with it. But since Price had brought it out, it must be very powerful. He thought for a moment and threw out a Pokeball. "Since Price is serious, I can't afford to lose even more. I have to get off to a good start. Go! Jolteon, this match is up to you." Chapter 331. Jolteon versus Dugong. As the Pokeball opened and the blue light faded, an eager Jolteon appeared before the Dugong. In terms of typing, Dugong is a water-ice dual-type Pokemon. Jolteon's electric-type moves had a double super effective advantage against it. Before the battle even began, it seemed Natsui already had a huge advantage. Price was well aware of this, but his expression remained unchanged. After all, having been a Pokemon trainer for over 50 years, he had fought countless battles. What kind of situation hadn't he seen? Over the years, even before Natsui, his Dugong had already battled dozens of Jolteon. He naturally had his own way of fighting with a type disadvantage. "Come on, young champion. Let me see what makes you different from the others." As the match began, both sides issued their commands simultaneously. Anticipating that Natsui would immediately use an electric-type move, Price's first command was for Dugong to erect an ice wall in front of itself. Sure enough, as Dugong clapped its flippers, an ice wall suddenly rose from the ground. The next second, Jolteon's Thundershock, with lightning speed, struck the wall. Boom! Perhaps because Dugong's power was very strong, the ice wall it created was thick and hard. Or perhaps because electric and ice have no type advantage over each other, the attack did not shatter it, only sending shards of ice flying. "Jolteon, go around it." At Natsui's voice, Jolteon moved its four limbs and began to circle around to the side. Unfortunately, although its claws were sharp, they were not suited for running on ice, which greatly reduced its speed and gave Dugong more time to react. By the time Jolteon had circled to the other side of Dugong and had just gathered its electricity, Dugong had already fired an ice shard attack at it. Boom! The two moves, one ice and one thunder, collided in the air, creating a violent explosion. The ice shard was shattered by the electricity, turning into crystalline dust that sprinkled down from the air, creating a white mist between the two Pokemon. Natsui raised his eyebrows. Two failed attacks in a row made him realize that this old man was no simple character that could be dealt with easily. And it was clear that this dugong was indeed very strong. And Price was very experienced. Thinking about the hot-blooded, impulsive, calm, or careless people he had faced, it was clear that this time he had encountered a more intelligent type of opponent. It could be said that under Price's command, this dugong was the strongest of its kind Natsui had encountered on his journey. Even from Price's calm and composed demeanor, it was not hard to see that he had already anticipated that Jolteon would not be accustomed to the field. It seems this battle is even tougher than I thought compared to the other gym leaders in the Johto region, and even the equally outstanding Claire. He was clearly a cut above. But it didn't matter. Natsui glanced at Jolteon. The stronger the opponent, the more worthy they are of a challenge. Since Price's defense is impenetrable, then I just have to smash it with all my might. Jolteon, no need to hold back anymore. Unleash your full power. At Natsui's command, Jolteon's fur stood on end with excitement. No longer caring if it would slip, its body suddenly accelerated, and it began to dash across the ice at extreme speed, launching an even fiercer assault on Dugong. Tap, 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 tap. Jolteon's claws tapped lightly on the ice, moving faster and faster. Although it almost fell a few times, it was an agile Pokemon, and in just a few breaths, it had already mastered the rhythm. To prevent itself from slipping, with every step it took, it would dig its claws hard into the ice, which provided some stability. Seeing this, Price couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Impressive. It's growing during the battle itself. Just then, while running, Jolteon first came to an open area and fired a pin missile, forcing Dugong to defend. And while Dugong's vision was blocked, it quickly leaped between the ice pillars, closing the distance between them. Its mouth sparkling with electricity, it went to bite Dugong. By the time Dugong's eyes caught sight of Jolteon again, the two Pokemon were already face to face. Price frowned. He recognized the move at a glance. Thunderfawn. But now the two Pokemon were too close. There was no time to form an ice wall. Not good, he thought and shouted, Dugong, use Icy Wind. Dugong opened its mouth, and a biting cold wind mixed with snow blew towards Jolteon. But to Price's surprise, Jolteon didn't retreat at all. Instead, it braced itself against the damage from the icy wind and bit down on Dugong's body. Roar! Due to the double damage, Dugong let out a pained cry, and this also surprised Price. He knew that ordinary trainers disliked this kind of damage trading tactic. They preferred to protect themselves while achieving the greatest gain with the least cost. This was real life, not a game. The pain was real. Few Pokemon could overcome their fear and attack while being hit by another Pokemon's move. However, what Price didn't know was that Jolteon's attack style was not something Natsui had trained. In fact, perhaps influenced by Gyarados as a role model, all of Natsui's Pokemon were very daring and aggressive. Even if they were seriously injured, they would find a way to attack the opponent. It could only be said that they had been unconsciously influenced and had collectively formed this style. Just then, after biting down on Dugong, Jolteon continued to tear at it for a while. At first, Dugong struggled desperately, even trying to counterattack with Aqua Tail. But after Jolteon released its bite, kicked it with Double Kick, and then followed up with Discharge, it was directly knocked out. Crackle! As the dazzling electric current spread out, the solid ice on the ground began to crack and melt under the high temperature, and water began to seep out from the cracks. Dugong's eyes rolled back, and it slowly collapsed to the ground. Watching it faint, Price shook his head lightly, then took out a Pokeball and recalled it. You won the first match. His tone was calm, showing no emotion. After all, at his age and with his experience, even if he had some thoughts, he wouldn't show them through his emotions. Thank you for the match. Nodding at Price, Natsui then beckoned to Jolteon. You work hard. Come back now. He was about to recall Jolteon, but he saw it still standing there, just turning its head to cry out at him a few times. What's going on? Seeing its excited look, Natsui finally realized that the battle just now had gotten it into the zone, and it was now hyped up. Do you still want to fight? Asked Natsui. Seeing Jolteon nod excitedly, he thought for a moment, and a what can I do with you look appeared on his face. He couldn't help but say with a chiding smile, "All right, since you insist, he'll let you have another round." On the other side, Price watched this scene silently, a feeling of melancholy rising in his heart at the closeness between Natsui and Jolteon. Once upon a time, hadn't he also trusted Pokemon like this and been so close with his own? But unfortunately, after experiencing that incident, he had understood that a Pokemon is just a Pokemon, just an animal. It is destined to never become a human's trusted partner in life and death. Chapter 332. Interrupting the cast just then, Price had already sent out his second Pokemon. As the blue light faded, Natsui looked forward and saw that it was a Lapras. It was said that Lapras is a very intelligent Pokemon, but because of its gentle nature and dislike for battling, it was often caught by humans in large numbers, to the point that the species became increasingly rare. They could only occasionally be found in the shallow waters of remote islands. Natsui looked at it for a few moments, stroking his chin. In fact, he hadn't had much contact with Lapras, only seeing Ash use one as a mode of transport in the Orange Islands. And he only knew that Lapras was also a water-ice-type Pokemon, no different from the Dugong just now, and was still at a disadvantage against Jolteon. MHM, not bad. At least I can still maintain a certain advantage. Seeing that both sides were ready, Price, acting as the referee, waved his hand lightly. As the match began, this time, before Jolteon could make a move, Lapras had already attacked first. It opened its mouth and directly used Ice Beam. The move was very powerful, and Natsui had no intention of wasting stamina to meet it head-on, simply having Jolteon dodge it for the time being. Hearing his command, Jolteon leaped to the side, dodging the powerful attack. But just as it landed, another confused ray flew towards it. Jolteon ducked, and the light of the confused ray just barely grazed its tail. However, when it looked up again, it saw that Lapras had already formed another water gun. The water gun shot out from Lapras' mouth, crossed half the field, and arrived in an instant. This time, Jolteon hadn't had time to catch its breath, and with nowhere to dodge, it could only be hit, taking the full force of the attack. Oh ho! Lapras' little combo is quite skilled, and after this 3-hit combo, Natsui had already figured it out. If the Dugong from before had defended while looking for a chance to counterattack, then this Lapras had completely abandoned defense, seizing the initiative and choosing to go on an all-out offensive against Jolteon. Although Price had used Pokemon of the same type in both battles, their styles were completely different. It seemed that the loss in the first round had made him change his strategy, but this is as far as it goes. Jolteon, it's our turn to counterattack. Jolteon shook its fur, flicking off the water, then stared at Lapras with sharp eyes and charged towards it. Faced with the menacing Jolteon, Lapras wanted to use the same combo as before, but this time Jolteon was prepared. It used agility to dodge the moves, while also closing the distance between them. Now, have a taste of our power. Quick attack. Jolteon suddenly accelerated again, ramming its head into Lapras. This time, it hit Lapras right on the head, nearly knocking it over. And seeing Jolteon get close, Price knew that what was coming next would be a thunder-like electric shock, and he shouted, "Use sheer cold." Natsui's brow furrowed. Trying for a one-hit knockout? Don't even think about it. Jolteon, use Thunder Wave. On the other side, Lapras was calling upon the energy in its body, trying to use sheer cold, the ultimate one-hit kill move among ice-type attacks. Its body was glowing, and energy was gathering in its mouth at a visible rate. Just as sheer cold was about to be ready, at the critical moment, Jolteon suddenly released a faint electric current that struck its body. It was Thunder Wave. Not good. Looking at the faint and seemingly harmless electric current, Price's heart sank. He knew that although the move Thunder Wave didn't cause any damage, it would inflict paralysis on the target, thereby interrupting the release of sheer cold. Lapras' body suddenly trembled, and the next second, a numbing sensation spread throughout its body. The sheer cold that was just about to be ready also dissipated. It failed at the last moment. Seeing this, Price knew that the situation was now irreversible. Sure enough, as he had expected, Jolteon's attack was not over. And just like it had dealt with Dugong, it first used Thunderfang, then followed up with double kick, and finally a discharge. The same set of consecutive moves took down Lapras. Price sighed softly. It had to be said, this young man was indeed very skilled. No wonder he had won the Indigo Conference and had earned Blaine's praise. I've lost the second match as well. And seeing Lapras defeated, Natsui also let out a secret sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. If Lapras had managed to use Sheer Cold just now, it would have definitely turned the tables. But thankfully, he had managed to win the match without any major scares in the end. Seeing Price recall Lapras and about to take out his third Pokemon, Natsui also called back Jolteon. Although he had not suffered serious injuries in the two battles, his stamina had been greatly depleted. If he continued fighting, he would likely be defeated. It was better to let him rest on the sidelines. Besides, Pokemon battles were not just about strength, but also about tact. Although Price looked calm at the moment, he was, after all, very old. If he were to be swept 3-0, it would surely be a blow to his pride. What if he couldn't take it and had a fit of anger? He would also have to bear a great responsibility. And in any case, he was an acquaintance of Blaine's. He had to show him some respect. On the other side, seeing Natsui smiling foolishly at him, Price felt a bit puzzled. But it was fortunate he didn't know what Natsui was thinking. Otherwise, he really would have been angered to the point of illness. Although he was old, his experience was vast. It was just a gym battle. How could he be affected by such a small matter? Fortunately, he didn't overthink it, but sent out his last Pokemon. Come on out, Abomasnow. As the blue light faded, with a boom, a massive Pokemon appeared on the field. Abomasnow? Looking at this bipedal Pokemon, covered in white fur, with green hands and feet, like a giant yeti, Natsui couldn't help but take a few extra looks. This was the first time he had seen this Pokemon in person, and he felt it was quite novel. Without caring that Price was watching him, he directly took out his Pokédex and pointed it at it. Pokédex, beep. Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokemon. A grass-ice type. Abomasnow, also known as the Abominable Snow Monster, does not like contact with the outside world and lives quietly on snow-capped mountains. It usually only plays with the snow and is a powerhouse that can easily shatter even boulders. By shaking its huge body, it can cause a blizzard, turning the surroundings completely white. It is said that it will appear from somewhere when the snowflakes are in full bloom, and will hide its figure again when the snowflakes wither. Chapter 333. Battle in the White Mist as a Pokemon that lives deep in the snowy mountains. Although Abomasnow's habitat is widely distributed, there are almost no traces of them in the Johto region. It is definitely a very rare existence here. It seems that Price must have also traveled to other regions to train in his youth. Roar! The moment Abomasnow appeared and landed, it beat its chest with both hands and roared at Natsui. In fact, from its name and physique, one could tell that this was also a quite ferocious Pokemon. Its deep voice was extremely bravado. Even standing at a distance, Natsui could seem to feel a blizzard-like aura blowing on him. Oh, it dares to provoke me? As expected of the last Ace Pokemon to appear, its presence was vastly different from the previous Dugong and Lapras. But no matter how fierce you are, can you be fiercer than my Gyarados? With Gyarados by his side, having constantly felt its pressure, Natsui was naturally not intimidated by Abomasnow. In fact, even though Abomasnow was staring at him with red eyes at this moment, Natsui's expression remained unchanged. He even felt that it was a bit endearingly simple-minded. Shaking his head with a smile, he refocused his thoughts on the battle itself. So, which Pokemon should I use to battle it? After deliberating among his few Pokemon for a while, Natsui ultimately sent out Gardevoir. Originally, Natsui could have directly sent out Charizard. With a 4 times super effective advantage, it would have absolutely roasted Abomasnow and won very easily. But as he had just thought, to leave Price with some dignity, he chose Gardevoir, which had no type advantage against Abomasnow. As both Pokemon got ready, the battle officially began. Abomasnow started by using Powder Snow, blowing it towards Gardevoir. And while Gardevoir dodged, it began to run towards it. When the distance was close enough, it leaped and landed directly in front of Gardevoir. Use teleport. Natsui, unhurried, had Gardevoir blink to another location. But when Abomasnow saw its opponent disappear and then reappear in the distance, it immediately roared and rushed over again. Although it looked large and clumsy, in reality, it was extremely agile, especially on the ice, where it could even slide forward on its feet like it was skating. And this gave it extremely fast speed on the ice. Gardevoir extended its hands, trying to stop it with confusion. But before the move could be launched, Abomasnow, from somewhere, took out a snowball and threw it at Gardevoir. Whoosh! Gardevoir tilted its head, dodging the huge snowball and avoiding a headshot. But its move was also interrupted, and when it looked at Abomasnow again, it saw that it was already right in front of it. Such speed! What a correct, on-the-spot reaction. Natsui couldn't help but glance at Price in the distance. For Abomasnow to have such reaction ability, it seems he has trained it quite well. But if I can't shake it off, then I can only fight it head-on. Just then, Abomasnow's two massive fists began to emit a visible cold air. The next second, it swung its fists at Gardevoir, each blow heavy and powerful, looking extremely imposing. It was Ice Punch. Gardevoir quickly sidestepped, retreated, and sidestepped again. It seemed to be dodging with an elegant posture, but in reality, each dodge was a hair's breadth away. Use Double Team. Hearing Natsui's command, Gardevoir created for clones. Including its real body, 5 Gardevoirs simultaneously appeared before Abomasnow. As a not very intelligent Pokemon, Abomasnow couldn't help but stop. So many Gardevoir clearly confused it for a moment, not knowing which one to hit. And just then, Price, with his arms crossed, suddenly said in a deep voice, "Attack the one on the far left." It had to be said, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. With his rich experience, Price had already distinguished which one was the real one through subtle observation. And after receiving Price's instruction, Abomasnow no longer hesitated and directly pounced. With its exact location exposed, Gardevoir used Teleport again to distance itself from Abomasnow. Fortunately, Natsui's goal just now was only to confuse it and buy some time for Gardevoir, so it didn't have much of an impact. Use Psybeam. This time, before Abomasnow could get close again, Gardevoir took the initiative. The Psybeam was fired, hitting Abomasnow squarely. Confused by the Psybeam, Abomasnow's eyes turned even redder, and it instantly fell into confusion, rampaging and smashing everything around it, as if its mind had been completely clouded by rage. "Excellent," Natsui said calmly. "Continue with Psychic." Gardevoir gathered its psychic power and hit Abomasnow. The powerful force made its massive body sway, and then it collapsed with a boom. However, although it had been attacked, Abomasnow was thick-skinned and didn't seem to be seriously injured. After the confusion wore off, it climbed back up again. It really is unusually tough. Perhaps afraid that Natsui would continue to use Psybeam, Price at this moment shouted, "Use Mist!" With a roar from Abomasnow, a large white mist instantly formed and, at an extremely fast speed, covered most of the field. In an instant, the entire field was a vast expanse of white, seriously affecting Gardevoir's vision. But Abomasnow seemed unaffected and charged towards Gardevoir. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps came from far near. Gardevoir looked left and right. Although it knew Abomasnow was approaching, it couldn't see its position and could only rely on sound to determine its direction. But although visibility was extremely low, Natsui, standing in the trainer's box, could still act as its eyes. Outside the battlefield, from a spectator's perspective, Natsui could vaguely see a huge white and green shadow rampaging in the white mist. And Gardevoir, through telepathy, even if its eyes couldn't see anything, could still know where the danger was approaching from. Thump, thump, thump. When Abomasnow charged up to Gardevoir and rammed it with its huge body, it was surprised to find that the Gardevoir that should have been standing there had, without any vision, teleported away again. It sniffed with its nose, then suddenly turned its head and saw Gardevoir standing behind it, its two hands pushing forward, a blast of energy shooting towards it. Roar! On the other side, although Price could also see the hazy figure of Abomasnow, he couldn't grasp the specific situation in the white mist like Natsui could. He only heard, amidst the explosions, continuous grunts of pain, but they were almost all from Abomasnow. He secretly thought that this was not good. His original intention was to have Abomasnow use its natural instincts to deal with Gardevoir in the mist, but now it seemed he had shot himself in the foot. He was anxious to see the situation in the mist clearly before giving his next command, but at this moment, the white mist was at its thickest and wouldn't dissipate in a short time. No matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 334. The Glacier Badge Boom. It sounded as if something huge had fallen, crashing onto the ice, shaking the entire ice field, and with a series of cracking sounds from the ice. Price's heart also tightened. After waiting for the white mist to slowly dissipate, Price subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to see the situation inside clearly. But at a glance, he saw Abomasnow lying motionless on the ground, and beside it, Gardevoir was looking down on it, panting slightly. What happened? It lost. Price frowned. Logically, in the white mist, Abomasnow should have had the advantage and been able to track Gardevoir by scent. How did it end up being the one knocked out? And unlike Price's confusion, Natsui, through telepathy, had been in real-time control of the battle situation inside the white mist. Just now, in the white mist, Gardevoir had relied on Natsui's commands. Trainer and Pokémon cooperated, attacking several times in a row with continuous confusion attacks, and finally managed to take down Abomasnow. Abomasnow, on the other hand, without Price's help, could only fight on instinct and was naturally no match for Gardevoir. It could only be said that in this round, telepathy had played a huge role, creating a 2-on-1 situation in an environment of extremely low visibility. After a long wait, seeing that Abomasnow was still motionless, Natsui finally said, "It seems I've won." Price gave Natsui a deep look, then smiled faintly. "Young man, your future is truly limitless. Not only did you win the championship, but your Pokémon strength is also so outstanding. Not to mention at your age, even now, I am far from being your match. You're too kind." When others praised him, Natsui naturally had to return the compliment. That's what's called courtesy. You're the one who is old but vigorous. I think if I were your age, I probably wouldn't have the ability to command Pokémon in battle anymore. Hearing him say this, Price's smile widened, but he also knew it was just a polite remark and didn't take it to heart. But in any case, his impression of Natsui was very good. As the two spoke, Price had already recalled Abomasnow. He walked slowly to Natsui and took a badge from a small box, handing it to him. "This is the Mahogany Gym's Glacier Badge. It is proof that you have defeated me. Take it." Natsui said his thanks and took the badge. He didn't know if it was because of the cold air here or the material itself, but the badge felt slightly cool to the touch, like solid ice. Looking at it in his palm, its shape was like a hexagonal snowflake. The light blue badge reflected a crystalline light under the lights. Seeing Natsui put the badge in his badge case, Price said in the tone of an experienced elder, "I'm very pleased to see a trainer like you emerge, and I'm very optimistic about your future path. But I still have to give you a word of advice. Remember, don't get too close to Pokémon. They are, after all, just animals, and one day they will eventually leave you." Knowing that he was stuck in his own narrow-mindedness, Natsui just smiled and didn't comment. He only saw the betrayal of one Pokémon, but completely ignored the fact that every day, many more Pokémon are fighting and struggling for humans, either selflessly or bravely. He didn't know what Price would think when he one day discovered the truth, resolved his inner conflict, and looked back on the words he had said to him today. Will you feel ashamed of this biased warning? Well, that's a matter for the future anyway, and it won't affect me. And now that I have the badge, it's time to leave. Leaving Mahogany Town because it was the most direct route, Natsui and Sabrina planned to return to Violet City first, rest well, and then set out from there to challenge other gyms. However, since they had to pass through the same forest they had come through, and it would be very boring to retrace their steps, Natsui summoned Charizard, and he and Sabrina rode it, traveling by air. Whoosh, the cool breeze blew against Natsui's face. The endless forest rushed by beneath their feet. On the way, with nothing to do and feeling a bit bored, Natsui began to summarize his recent gains in his mind. Although only a few short days had passed, first he had destroyed a Team Rocket base and a research institute with the International Police, greatly weakening their strength. Second, he had newly caught a Larvitar, Dratini had evolved into Dragonair, and Gyarados' strength had been greatly enhanced by that radio wave. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Of course, the most important thing was that he had obtained the Glacier Badge and the Rising Badge, bringing him one step closer to challenging the Silver Conference. Charizard soared through the sky. This flight lasted from morning until afternoon. A journey that would have taken over a day on foot was completed in just a few hours. Feeling that they should be close to Violet City, Natsui looked down, but he couldn't even see a shadow of the city. Not there yet. He was puzzled and strangely took out his phone to check. And when he opened the map, he finally realized that he hadn't been correcting Charizard's flight path, only giving it a general direction. And as a result, they had deviated from their route. Fortunately, the deviation was not very far. They just had to turn northeast and fly for another half hour to reach Violet City. And just as Natsui was about to have Charizard turn around, Sabrina, who was in his arms, suddenly pointed down. Look there. Following her finger, Natsui saw that in the distance, the originally dense forest suddenly became very open. And in a large cluster of rocks, a valley appeared before his eyes. Although it was far away, Natsui could see at a glance that there were many ancient buildings in the valley, and at the same time, there were small groups of people wearing hard hats, busy working there. Should we go take a look? Sabrina naturally had no objections. Natsui gently patted Charizard's neck, and the Charizard beneath him understood, flying towards the valley. By the time they were overhead, they discovered that these people were an archaeological team composed of scholars, researchers, and excavators. And at the end of the valley, there was also a large round facility. People were coming and going, looking extremely busy. Is there some kind of ruin here? Curious. Natsui had Charizard land on the side. The flapping of Charizard's wings kicked up layers of dust, instantly shrouding the surroundings in a dusty haze. But these people seemed to be used to intruders. They merely glanced at them a few times before looking away, and no one came to talk to them or drive them away. Jumping off Charizard, Natsui had a feeling and looked up at a sign nearby. On it were written a few large words, Ruins of Ulf. Chapter 335. The Ruins of Ulf. The Ruins of Ulf? Natsui searched his memory. He did have some impression of this place. He knew that besides the fossils of ancient Pokemon embedded in the strata, the ruins were also filled with many unsolved mysteries. Not only did a mysterious Pokemon unknown to humans, the Unknown, lurk here, but it also concealed the entrance to the Sinjo ruins. Perhaps the people of this world were unfamiliar with the Sinjo ruins, but Natsui, who had played the games, knew that within them was an altar called the Mystery Stage, which was built specifically for worshipping Arceus. And Arceus was known as the strongest Pokemon, the creator god. As long as one reached there and made an offering to Arceus, one could receive the blessing of that creator god. He never thought that getting lost would lead him here by a stroke of luck. Although he currently had no way of entering the Sinjo ruins, it was still nice to look around. By rummaging through the rocks and soil, he might be lucky enough to find a few fossils or make some other unexpected discovery. Despite having this plan in mind, Natsui didn't immediately start digging blindly everywhere. Instead, he and Sabrina first passed through the canyon, followed the well-trodden dirt path, and arrived at the building at the end. As they got closer, they discovered that this huge domed building was a multifunctional research center that combined research, ecology, and exhibitions. Since the exhibition hall was open to the public for free, the two of them pushed open the main door and walked in. The air conditioning was on inside, making the temperature much more pleasant than outside. The first floor of the research center was the exhibition hall. At a glance, it was divided into many different exhibition areas, and most of the exhibits were related to fossils. On the side, there was a large door leading to another area. Natsui glanced at the sign and saw that it led to the ancient Pokemon Park, but perhaps because it was not yet completed, it was temporarily not open to the public. Besides them, there were a few other tourists wandering around at this time, which kept the place from feeling too deserted. Soft lights shone on the exhibits, as if draping them in a mysterious veil. Natsui smiled at Sabrina and offered her his hand. Sabrina smiled back and gently took his arm. The couple in love wandered through the exhibition hall, occasionally stopping in front of a display case to carefully examine the exhibits inside and talk in low voices. The exhibits themselves were not particularly rare, mostly just Pokemon fossils, including Kabutops, Omanite, Anorith, and Lileep. As they were walking, Natsui suddenly stopped in front of a display stand. He looked inside and saw a sculpture. Although there were many differences in the details, it bore a striking resemblance to the mythical Pokemon Hoopa. Just as he was leaning in for a closer look, a middle-aged researcher in a lab coat walked up beside him. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" the researcher said, also looking at the display case as if talking to himself. It's hard to imagine that in ancient times, when technology was not so advanced, people could already create such works of art. Natsui turned his head and saw that this man was very tall, quite burly for a researcher. He had spiky hair and, unlike other researchers who seemed serious, he gave off a very cheerful impression. Seeing Natsui look at him, the researcher introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Satek. I'm the researcher at the ruins of Ulf Park." "Excuse me, Mr. Natsui, are you here specifically for a tour?" Natsui looked at him in surprise. "You know me? Of course, you're very famous, after all." Satek nodded. "I saw your matches, so I recognized you the moment you walked in. And I've also read the paper you published with Professor Oak and Professor Ivy." That paper again, he never thought that just by getting a little credit from the two professors, he would become known to so many people. Of course, for Natsui, this wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, he could strike up a conversation with these people, which, just like now, could bring some convenience to his travels. Seeing Natsui's enlightened expression, Satek added, "Oh, I forgot to mention. I studied at Celadon University and was a student of Professor Oak." Another student from Celadon University, it had to be said, Professor Oak students were truly everywhere. Not only was his own reputation extremely high, but his students were also spread across every corner of the world, playing important roles. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Natsui said, shaking his hand in a friendly manner. "May I ask what your field of research is, Mr. Satek?" "I specialize in ancient Pokemon history," Satek said with a hearty laugh. "Some people believe that Pokemon appeared about 2 million years ago, a theory that comes from the Kabuto fossils in the strata. However, I advocate for the theory of marine origin for Pokemon. I believe their appearance should be even earlier than 2 million years ago." The theory of marine origin? He never thought that a different world would have the same theories. Turning back, Natsui looked at the sculpture before him again. "Mr. Satek, why do I feel that this work of art looks a lot like..." Satek finished his sentence. "It looks a lot like Hoopa, right?" "Yes." Satek chuckled. "Actually, there's always been evidence that at some point in the past, some of the early people of the Sinnoh region migrated here and integrated into Johto. And along the way, these people also incorporated many features from other regions, including Kalos. That's why the sculpture we see now looks similar to Hoopa, but not quite the same." "I see." As a transmigrator, Natsui hadn't attended school in the Pokemon world and didn't know much about its history. Now that he had finally met an authority in this field, he humbly asked for guidance. "Excuse me, Mr. Satek, what exactly are the ruins of Ulf?" Perhaps because he had a good impression of Natsui, Satek told him everything he knew. About 1,500 years ago, the earliest civilization records of the Johto region appeared, and its birthplace is this place we call the ruins of Ulf. Although no one knows who built this place, Research shows that the civilization here is very ancient, and even the earliest writing system appeared here. Under Satake's introduction, Natsui finally gained a deeper understanding of this world. And the more he understood, the more he felt a sense of belonging to this world, and the more he grew to love it. Just then, Satake added, by the way, we provide free tools here. If you're interested, you can go outside and try your luck to see if you can find any rare fossils. Chapter 336. The dig and Satake's request. Hearing Satake's suggestion, and since Natsui had the same idea in mind, he nodded and followed him to a warehouse. After receiving a set of digging tools, including a shovel and a brush, he walked out of the research center again. This was the advantage of knowing people. In the ruins of Ulf Park, they offered a digging experience for visiting tourists. But normally, although the equipment looked simple, a certain deposit was required to rent it. But now, with a wave of Satake's hand, it was all waived. Although the deposit was a small amount of money and not worth mentioning, being able to enjoy such special treatment was still very pleasant. After leaving, Satake had other matters to attend to, so he excused himself and left. Watching him walk away, Natsui and Sabrina returned to the canyon. This time, looking carefully, they could see that on both sides of the dirt path, there were mounds of fresh soil and rubble that hadn't been transported out yet, as well as rows of temporary scaffolding. Among them, a large group of archaeological staff was busy, engrossed in digging something. Natsui glanced over and saw a complete Aerodactyl fossil embedded in the rock, being slowly cleaned by people with brushes. The lines of its skeleton were so clear and complete, showing that it had been very well preserved. And this made Natsui look forward to his own digging with great anticipation. Maybe he'll dig up something good too. Passing through these people, Natsui and Sabrina came to a quiet corner. Let's do it here. Seeing Natsui about to swing his shovel and start digging, Sabrina asked in surprise, are you really going to do some archaeology? Of course, Natsui laughed. Traveling isn't just about battling all the time. Of course, you also have to relax appropriately. Just think of it as an experience. What? Do you want to join in too? Sabrina naturally had no such interest and didn't want to get dirty. She sat down on a nearby rock, propped her chin on her hand, and watched him quietly. Natsui chose what he thought was an excellent spot. Then, with both hands, he brought the shovel down hard. Ehavo! Ehavo! Dust flew, and the fresh soil he dug out piled up higher and higher beside him. At first, he was full of enthusiasm, but after digging for a few minutes, he gradually lost his patience. Looking at the not-so-small hole he had dug, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. All he could say was, the idea was beautiful, but reality was very cruel. Archaeology was clearly a job that required both physical strength and patience, as well as a steadfast, calm heart. But clearly, Natsui, who had just been struck by a whim, couldn't just keep repeating this tedious digging, one shovelful after another. Moreover, having dug for so long and found nothing, he was slowly losing interest. His eyes darted around, and Natsui cleared his throat, calling out Jengar. What is it? Jengar floated out of his shadow, looking at him sideways. Pointing to the ground with his chin, Natsui said, go underground and see if there are any fossils nearby, so I don't have to waste unnecessary energy like I just did. Why me? Jengar yawned, looking reluctant. For such a troublesome task, why don't you ask Crystal Steelix? Natsui shook his head. It's too conspicuous, and its body is too large. It could easily damage the strata if it digs. You are the most suitable one. All right, stop dawdling and get down there. Left with no choice, Jengar could only sink into the ground. It wasn't until 7 or 8 minutes later that it re-emerged. What a shame. The spot you chose is very remote. There are no fossils underneath at all, Jengar said, its tone seeming to carry a hint of schadenfreude. Even for a decent-sized rock, the closest one would require digging down another 10 meters or so. Another 10 meters? Natsui raised his eyebrows. This time, he had completely lost his patience and simply threw the shovel aside. Forget it. Let's go check out the ruins over there. This archaeology work really isn't for me. Watching this scene, Sabrina had a smile at the corner of her eyes, but didn't say anything. She just stood up and walked with Natsui toward the ruins on the other side of the canyon. They were called ruins, but in fact, there were just over a dozen stone chambers clustered together like houses. These chambers were all built with heavy stone slabs, very primitive, and from the traces of wind and rain on them, it was impossible to tell how long they had been there. They were already quite severely weathered. They really smell of the ravages of time because they were considered cultural relics. Tourists were not allowed to enter here. Natsui walked up to the security line and stood there for a while. He was about to turn and leave, but then he saw Satake again. After greeting him, he was allowed to enter. Satake smiled. How was the experience? Did you find anything? No, besides dirt, just ordinary rocks. I didn't even see a shadow of a fossil. Natsui sighed, a bit discouraged. He returned the tools to him, then looked up and at the buildings. So these are the ruins of Ulf. That's right, Satake nodded. These are the real ruins of Ulf, and also the only well-preserved ancient architectural complex in the Johto region. While Satake was introducing it, Natsui also looked around. Besides Satake, there were many other researchers exploring, as if they were looking for something. But these stone chambers didn't even have doors or windows, and they were empty inside, so there didn't seem to be anything worth noting. What are you looking for? Actually, we don't know what we're looking for either. We just have a feeling that these ruins are not as simple as they appear on the surface. So we thought we'd search them carefully again. At this point, a thought suddenly struck Satake. By the way, Mr. Natsui, could you do me a favor? A favor? Natsui raised his eyebrows. Have you run into some tricky problem? Not really, Satake said helplessly. It's just that recently, we've occasionally seen some mysterious Pokemon appearing in the ruins. But when we want to find them, we can't find any trace of them at all. I think perhaps because we researchers don't understand the habits of Pokemon very well, we can't find them. So I was hoping that you, as a trainer, could try and see if you can find any clues. Mysterious Pokemon? Hearing him say this, Natsui thought for a moment. The only thing that could be called mysterious here must be the unknown hidden here. A favor is no problem, of course. Natsui agreed without any hesitation. But I'm just an ordinary person. Please don't get your hopes up. Chapter 337. Mysterious Broadcast and the Secret Chamber. Since he had agreed to Satake's request, Natsui and Sabrina walked into the ruins together. The two first entered the stone chamber closest to them. Although it was still daytime outside, it was quite dim inside. Because there was no power or lighting, Natsui had to turn on his flashlight to see the specific situation inside the chamber. The bright beam from the flashlight swept across the stone walls. With the light, he looked around, but the place was empty. Even the patterns on the walls that resembled writing were already blurred and so weathered that they were almost illegible. Walking up to the stone wall, Natsui slowly ran his fingers over the patterns, as if he could still feel the traces of the passage of time within them. He turned his head to Sabrina and asked, "Is there anything strange around here?" Sabrina closed her eyes, and her internal psychic power spread out to sense the surroundings. But after a long while, she still shook her head. "No, this place just feels calm to me, like a desert or a rock. It's just an ordinary existence, nothing out of place." Hearing her say this, Natsui wasn't too surprised. It made sense. After all, this place had been explored by Satake and his team countless times. If there were really something here, it would have been discovered by them long ago. How could it be his turn? And Satake clearly didn't expect him to explore in such a conventional way. Leaving this stone chamber, the two went to the second and third ones, but just like the last one, there was still nothing there. No searching blindly like this is definitely a waste of effort. Natsui stood in place, his mind recalling the related plot from the game. He went through his memories carefully and finally decided to try a different method. He quickly walked out of the stone chamber and went to Satake's side. "Do you have a radio?" "A radio?" Satake was taken aback. "What do you need that for?" Natsui naturally couldn't explain and just said vaguely, "I have an idea in my head, and I need a radio to verify it." "A discovery?" Satake's eyes lit up. In truth, he hadn't expected Natsui to really find anything. He had just thought that with his champion status, he might have some different perspective than an ordinary person, so he had let him try his luck. Now, hearing him say this, it was clear that he had some clue, so he naturally had to support him fully. But a radio Satake pondered for a moment. In this day and age, apart from the elderly, very few people still used radios. Besides, this place was far from the city. Even if they had a radio, there were no nearby radio stations, so they wouldn't be able to receive any channels. Wait a moment, they'll have someone look for one right away. With that, Satake quickly took out his phone, dialed a number, and gave some urgent instructions. After waiting for over half an hour, a researcher, panting heavily, ran over from a distance, holding a relatively new radio. I found one. Natsui took the radio with some trepidation. To be honest, he didn't know if this method would work, but it was better to try than to give up. He took the radio and returned to the ruins. And a few researchers, including Satake, perhaps curious about what would happen next, also followed him. Ignoring them, Natsui turned on the radio. Because there were no stations nearby, it naturally received no signal, only the harsh crackle. Crackle of static came from the radio. He endured the noisy sound, gently turned the dial, and slowly moved the channel from left to right. Everyone, except Natsui, held their breath and watched him. Even Jengar floated curiously in the air, wanting to see what Natsui was up to. Amidst the long sound of static, when Natsui finally tuned the channel to 13.5, a different sound finally came from the radio. Crackle beep, beep crackle, although the sound was very faint, full of static, and intermittent, it still lifted everyone's spirits. Satake said in shock, "This is Sho," making a shushing gesture at him. Natsui stopped adjusting the channel. Instead, he turned the volume to the maximum and walked towards the nearest stone chamber. As he reached the entrance of the chamber, the sound from the radio became slightly clearer. Seeing this, Natsui quickly changed direction, and the sound became clearer and clearer. When he finally reached a particular one among the many stone chambers, the sound had become complete without any static. Amazing! Satake couldn't help but widen his eyes, and as he listened carefully, he could feel that the sound seemed to be the melody of some kind of flute, with the cry of a bird Pokemon mixed in. Hearing this sound, the group of researchers was extremely excited. They took out paper and pens and began to record it. But when they turned to look inside the stone chamber, they saw that it was, like the others, completely empty, with nothing special about it. What now? Natsui walked up to a stone wall, looked it over for a few moments, and then commanded Jengar, "Pass through and see what's behind the wall." Got it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jengar passed through the wall, and almost the next second, it returned. "There's a room behind the wall." "What?" Satake and the others were greatly shocked. This was an amazing discovery. Although they had tried to find similar secret rooms before, there were just too many stone chambers, and they had given up after searching a dozen or so. And now, who would have thought that behind such an ordinary stone chamber, there was a hidden room? Natsui fumbled on the wall for a while, but didn't find any switch. He then turned his gaze to Satake. "Do you trust me?" "Of course we trust you," Satake said excitedly. "Without you, who knows how long it would have taken us to discover this secret. This is a big discovery. I wonder what new findings are behind the wall. Then let's break down the wall." "Huh?" This Satake hesitated for a moment. This was, after all, part of the ruins. Even a single stone was very precious. If they broke down the wall, it would undoubtedly damage the integrity of the ruins. But if they didn't, they couldn't enter the room behind it. Fortunately, he only thought for a moment before making up his mind. But to prevent unnecessary damage, he didn't have a Pokemon do it. Instead, he had his staff use hammers and chisels to carefully excavate, bit by bit. Because they didn't dare to use machinery, this was destined to be a time-consuming and meticulous job. Taking advantage of their busy work, Natsui and Sabrina returned to the research center and had lunch in the cafeteria there. By the time he returned, these people had already opened up a passage. Chapter 338. The puzzle and the mysterious script. The discovery of the secret chamber caused a huge sensation here and quickly spread throughout the entire ruins of Ulf Park. People stopped their work and flocked to the outside of the stone chamber, craning their necks to look inside, all wanting to see what secrets were hidden within. Seeing the crowd gathering, to prevent a stampede and to protect the ruins, Sate quickly had the security line moved forward, keeping the unrelated personnel outside. After doing this, he and Natsui entered the secret chamber through the newly opened passage. Compared to the outer chamber, it was noticeably darker here, but it was still empty and looked no different from the other rooms. However, on the innermost stone wall, they found a stone slab mural. The pattern on the mural was clearly visible, but what was strange was that the slab was cut into 9 pieces and arranged without any pattern, making it impossible to see what it depicted. Sate walked closer and, after a moment of thought, finally realized what it was. This looks like some kind of puzzle. Natsui nodded. Sate was right. Just like in the games, what they had before them was indeed a scrambled puzzle. From a modern perspective, puzzles are just educational toys. But in that era, it was definitely a very clever mechanism. And seeing such a mechanism, Natsui couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he had been afraid that after all this trouble, he would end up with nothing. Now it seemed he had finally made some progress and hadn't wasted his effort. Sate put on his gloves and tried to move the puzzle pieces. However, since they couldn't be removed, he could only slide them around like in a slide puzzle, trying to move them to their correct positions. Fortunately, as researchers, these people all had high IQs. After just a few simple moves, they had solved the puzzle. And when the complete shape was presented before them, they finally realized that it was a pattern of a kabuto. A kabuto pattern? Sate was first surprised, but then felt it was within reason. After all, in that era, kabuto must have been a very common Pokemon. It was perfectly normal to use them as decoration. But was that it? Was it really just a simple puzzle? After waiting for a while and seeing that nothing was happening, just as Sate was about to speak, a faint light suddenly emanated from the puzzle, and a few short lines of text appeared on it. However, this text was not in their modern language, but a script that resembled English letters. But unlike ordinary letters, each letter had a circular, eye-like shape in the middle, which looked very strange. "This is the hieroglyphic language," Sate exclaimed. Although Natsui knew what it was, he still put on a surprised look and asked, "Hieroglyphic language?" "That's right," Sate nodded. Knowing that Natsui might be completely unfamiliar with it, he took the initiative to explain. The hieroglyphic language is often found in various ruins. It is an ancient script, the predecessor of the writing we use today, and it is said that it actually evolved from the form of a certain Pokemon. Do you know what it says? Wait a moment, let me try to translate it. Sate quickly took out a manual from his pocket and began to flip through it for comparison. After working for over 10 minutes, he finally took out a notebook and slowly wrote on the paper, "We, words of our clan, inscribe here." Just such a short sentence, a few short words, made everyone look at each other in confusion. Sate scratched his head. What does that mean? I think Natsui didn't want to explain it fully, and just said vaguely, "It's probably just some kind of ceremonial language." Seeing that nothing else happened after the text appeared, Sate was greatly disappointed. He tapped here and there, seemingly unwilling for it to end just like that. But no matter what he did, there was no reaction. "Don't worry," Natsui said, taking out the radio again and waving it in front of him. "There should be other rooms. Let's go try again." Other rooms? Sate could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mr. Natsui, are you saying there are other rooms? How did you know? And how did you think of using a radio to find the signal just now?" Natsui naturally couldn't explain and could only say vaguely, it was just a flash of inspiration. "All right, let's get out of here." Left with no choice, since Natsui didn't want to say, Sate could only swallow his many questions. The group left the room. When Natsui turned on the radio again, perhaps because one of the mechanisms had been solved, the sound from nearby had disappeared, but a faint signal could still be heard from other places. And this made Sate realize that, just as Natsui had said, there was definitely more than one secret chamber. The group set off again. Having learned from their previous experience, this time, Natsui was in charge of using the radio to find the secret chambers. After finding one, Satake would command the staff to excavate, while Natsui would go and find the next location. And so, with their joint efforts, they quickly found 3 more secret chambers in succession. At the same time, they also found puzzles of Aerodactyl and Omanite in the secret chambers. And in the last chamber, what appeared before them was a puzzle of Ho-Oh. The first few patterns were nothing special, but when the pattern of Ho-Oh appeared, the breathing of Satake and the other researchers all became much heavier. "It's Ho-Oh," he said in disbelief. So that means the mysterious bird cry we heard on the radio must be the voice of Ho-Oh. Hearing him say this, Natsui also felt that the bird cry was probably from Ho-Oh, but since he had never truly heard its voice, he didn't dare to make a definite conclusion. After solving the 3 mechanisms, they obtained 3 more pieces of text. But after that, the sound from the radio suddenly disappeared completely. No matter where they went or what channel they tuned to, the radio only produced the endless static of sh. It seemed that the mysterious signals had all disappeared. What now? Satake was anxious. Everything that had happened today was the most magical and incredible thing he had encountered since arriving at the ruins of Ulf, and it made him eager to know the final mystery. Natsui also frowned. To be honest, in the game, this event was just a cutscene or a simple process. But this was the real world, and he didn't know what to do next. As he was thinking, his gaze swept over the locations of the 4 secret chambers one by one, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In his mind, he connected the 4 locations into a line and then found their intersection. He quickly walked over and soon arrived at a seemingly ordinary stone slab. He stomped his foot hard, and an echo of thump came from beneath, which meant that under his feet was definitely a new secret room. Satake could swear that they had walked past this place countless times before and had never seen this stone slab. It seemed that some mechanism must have been triggered to make the slab appear. He waved his hand excitedly, having the staff open the slab, and when the slab was lifted, a dark room appeared before their eyes. Chapter 339. Arceus Mural. This secret chamber was so well hidden and required a mechanism to open, which showed that it must be a very special place. Suppressing their excitement, Satake and a few other researchers followed Natsui down a stone staircase and into the secret chamber. Although they were slightly disappointed to see that the room was still empty, after their previous experiences, they didn't mind too much and went straight to the innermost wall. After seeing the Ho-Oh pattern just now, they were now eager to know what kind of Pokemon would appear next. Quickly approaching, they indeed saw a stone slab. But this time, what appeared before them was not a puzzle, but simply a mural. Looking at the painting, although they were mentally prepared, they were still greatly shocked when they saw the Pokemon in the mural clearly. It was a strange Pokemon with a white body. It had 4 legs with pointed, golden hooves and a mane that rose up from its head with a golden pattern. Its face was gray, with green eyes and red pupils, and its ears pointed upwards. On its abdomen, it wore a circular, cross-shaped object with 4 jewels embedded in it. How to put it? This Pokemon didn't look like any creature from Earth. It gave off a dangerous and strange feeling, and also exuded a mysterious glow. "It's Arceus," Satake exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized the Pokemon at a glance. Although he tried to calm himself down, his trembling voice from excitement couldn't hide his shock. The other researchers also gasped in amazement. "Oh my gosh, it's really Arceus? How could it appear here? Could it be that the ancient people had already seen it and began to worship it?" Although no one had ever truly seen Arceus, its shadow could be frequently seen in various historical documents, which could prove its existence. Seeing his companions in such a state, the recovered Satake couldn't help but shout at them, "Calm down. It's just a mural. It doesn't necessarily mean anything." Hearing him, the people finally quieted down. Natsui also walked up to the mural. He touched it with his hand and suddenly said, "Do you guys feel like this looks a lot like a door?" At his mention, Satake and the others took a closer look and finally realized that this mural embedded in the wall did indeed look very much like a stone door. What does it lead? Could it be to the world? Amidst the surprised voices of the researchers, Satake used all his strength to push and pull, but the stone door didn't budge. He looked to the side, but didn't find any switch. Natsui also had Jengar pass through the stone door to see the other side, but there was nothing but rock and soil behind it. It seems this must be the gate to the Sinjo ruins. Unfortunately, they have no way to open it. However, Natsui had a premonition that he might return here in the future, but clearly, not now. Beside him, although they had found nothing, Satake and the others were still extremely excited. They took out their notebooks and cameras and began to eagerly record and study it. But for Natsui, the matter was already over. Since he had confirmed that he couldn't open it for the time being, he planned to leave this place and perhaps stumble upon a method on some future day. Thinking back on everything that had happened in the past few hours, this unplanned trip to the ruins of Ulf, although it seemed like a waste of time and he was leaving empty-handed, still had some gains. Not only had he established a friendship with a researcher, but it had also laid the groundwork for the future. But at this moment, he no longer had the mood to stay. With this thought, he said to Satake, "Mr. Satake, the rest is up to you. I've stayed for too long, and it's time for me to leave." "Huh? You're leaving already?" Hearing that Natsui was leaving, Satake looked regretful, but composed himself, walked up to him, and extended his hand. "Mr. Natsui, I sincerely thank you for helping us find this place. Without you, we might never have discovered this secret in our lifetime. The disappearing sound, a mysterious hieroglyphic script, Ho-Oh Arceus. There are still so many puzzles waiting for me to solve. It's a pity that you can't stay here and continue the research with us." Natsui shook his hand firmly. "You're welcome. It was nothing, and I also enjoy solving puzzles. For me, it was a very interesting experience. Although I also really want to solve these secrets, I am a trainer, after all, and challenging the League is what I should be doing. All right then, I wish you the best of luck in the Silver Conference." Satake nodded gratefully and smiled. "He'll stay here to continue the research. If I find anything, he'll contact you immediately. I wish you all the best. Take care." Leaving the ruins of Ulf, seeing that the sun was beginning to set, Natsui and Sabrina were about to mount Charizard to spend the night in Violet City when Sabrina suddenly received a phone call. The call was from the Pokemon League in the Kanto region. Although Natsui didn't deliberately listen to what was being said on the phone, he still caught a few keywords from the intermittent sound. It turned out that the Pokemon League had noticed that Sabrina had been away for too long and was urging her to return to the Saffron Gym as soon as possible to fulfill her duties. As gym leader, even though Sabrina's father was acting as a substitute gym leader, these people still believed that the beautiful psychic was more suitable to be the Saffron Gym leader. Sabrina had originally wanted to ignore it, give up this identity, and continue traveling with Natsui, but fortunately, Natsui persuaded her in time. After all, the position of a Pokemon League gym leader not only had a high social status and was respected by people, but it was also a job. Natsui couldn't let Sabrina risk having her gym leader qualification revoked just to travel around with him. He said softly, "Sabrina, it's okay. Go back." Sabrina was about to speak, but Natsui comforted her again. "This is official business. You can't be too willful. And a temporary separation doesn't mean anything. It's just to welcome a better reunion. This is a part of your life, and I want selfishly keep you by my side." Sabrina fell silent, her expression a bit unhappy. It was clear that she didn't want to leave Natsui either. "All right, just do as I say," he said, stroking her beautiful hair. "Come on, don't take it to heart. And you've been out for a long enough time. You can go back and rest for a while. After this matter is over, you could travel with me again." Chapter 340. Before parting, Sabrina was silent for a moment, clearly making a choice. In the end, she followed Natsui's advice and nodded. "All right, then I'll go back to the Saffron Gym first." Although she was reluctant to leave, she also knew that it couldn't be helped. After all, they were both adults and couldn't travel around carefree like children. Everyone is bound by life. Seeing that she was still a bit sad, To prevent Sabrina from thinking that he was also urging her to leave, Natsui looked at her and said softly, "It will only be a delay of a few days anyway. They'll take you all the way back to Saffron City." Hmm? Sabrina looked at him in surprise. "What? Are you not continuing your journey?" "It's fine. I can go back by myself." Kissing her on the forehead, Natsui said without a care, "Compared to you, what's a few wasted days? And since I'm the one who brought you out of Kanto, I should naturally be the one to personally send you back." Sabrina was touched and couldn't help but lean gently against Natsui's chest. Her forehead was just touching his chin, and even without looking down, Natsui could smell the fragrance on her. The two shared a tender moment. Seeing that it was getting late, they then mounted Charizard and set off for Violet City. Although their destination had changed, they were not in a hurry to rush back to Kanto at night. It was better to first rest for a night in Violet City, build up their energy, and then set off the next day after a good meal. Charizard flapped its wings, carrying the two of them high into the sky. But what they didn't know was that the Pokemon League had actually always been very supportive of gym leaders traveling to train and had never been overly restrictive. In fact, if a gym leader were to leave and there was no one to preside over the gym, they would even send someone to temporarily manage it. After all, only by continuously improving the skill level of these gym leaders and keeping their battle styles up to date could they provide more professional guidance to challengers and not bed by the times. And this time, the reason they were urging Sabrina to return to the gym so urgently was actually just an open conspiracy by Team Rocket. Because the duo of Natsui and Sabrina had caused them a great deal of trouble, and they had no ability to eliminate them. Team Rocket had resorted to using their connections within the Pokemon League to transfer Sabrina away from Natsui's side, thereby weakening his strength. At the very least, after Sabrina left, Natsui would also become easier to deal with. Darkness fell, and the sky was already dotted with stars. After nightfall, Natsui and Sabrina finally arrived in Violet City. However, they didn't enter the city center, but just found a hotel on the outskirts to stay in. After dinner and a bath, the two lay in bed. How to put it? Perhaps because their parting was imminent, Sabrina was exceptionally gentle, proactive, and close that night, sharing a deep bond. After resting peacefully together, they held each other warmly. After a night's rest, the next morning, the two set off again for Violet City. Riding on Charizard, they flew east. And because they were high in the sky and not afraid of being discovered, Natsui even released the 3 legendary birds. These 3 Pokemon hadn't been out of their Pokeballs for a long time. This time, he would let them fly to their heart's content. The several Pokemon soared in the sky. Compared to the steadily flying Charizard carrying Natsui and Sabrina, the 3 legendary birds, breathing fresh air for the first time in a while, seemed to have endless energy. They would dive into the clouds one moment, and then suddenly swoop past from under Charizard the next, letting out crisp bird calls, clearly enjoying their rare freedom. But after flying for a long time, the restless nature of the 3 legendary birds began to show. Perhaps because they still didn't like the other 2 very much, they actually began to attack each other playfully. For a moment, the sky was filled with lightning, frost, and fire, turning the perfectly fine clouds into a mess. So restless indeed, shaking his head, Natsui ignored them. Just let them go crazy. When they get tired of playing, they'll finally quiet down. The white clouds rushed past, so close that it seemed he could reach out and touch them. He didn't know how far they had flown until noon. Feeling that Charizard was getting a bit tired, Natsui patted its neck and had it land on a beach. A cool sea breeze blew, toning down the slightly scorching sun. As far as the eye could see, the blue sea met the sky, a refreshing sight. The environment here is very nice, and no one is bothering us. Let's have lunch here. Sabrina naturally had no objections, and knowing that their parting was imminent, her gaze towards Natsui was always filled with love. Natsui spread out a picnic blanket, took out the bento boxes he had bought in advance, and then released all his Pokemon to get some fresh air. Gyarados and Crystal Steelix lay on the side, lazily sunbathing. And apart from the ladylike Gardevoir sitting beside Natsui, all the other Pokemon ran to the seaside to play with each other. After circling a few times, the three legendary birds also landed on either side of Natsui. Perhaps they were tired from playing. They preened their feathers while enjoying the pleasant time. This lunch was sandwiches and rice balls that Natsui had bought from a convenience store. Although they were also delicious compared to a hot meal, he always felt that he couldn't get full. He had just taken a few bites when Jolteon seemed to have discovered something. It suddenly ran back and pointed its paw at the beach not far away. Following its direction, he saw that in the distance on the sea, there was a building very similar to an aquatic stadium. He said, puzzled, why would there be a stadium in such a remote place? Sabrina was clearly also curious. She glanced at Natsui. Should we go take a look? Sure. Let's consider it some post-meal exercise. After the two finished their lunch and packed everything up, Natsui recalled his Pokemon, and then, hand in hand with Sabrina, walked towards the building. Although it looked close, it was still a considerable walk. The two left their footprints on the beach, but they were quickly washed away by the waves. When they reached the front of the stadium, before they even got close, they saw a billboard. On the billboard was a poster for a synchronized swimming performance. And on the poster was a quillfish flying high, and around it, 6 beautiful legs were sticking out of the sea surface. And at the very bottom, in huge letters, was written, Pokemon Synchronized Swimming Ballet. Synchronized Swimming Ballet? Speaking of synchronized swimming, the first thing that came to Natsui's mind was the 3 Cerulean City sisters, Misty's 3 older sisters. He never thought that in such a remote place, there would also be a synchronized swimming performance. But Natsui looked around. Besides them, there was not a single person in sight. Building a ballet stage on such a remote beach, will anyone really come to watch? It's not some kind of scam, is it? Chapter 341. Ruji's Ballet Show. Walking past the billboard, the two arrived at the entrance of the stadium. It was called a stadium, but it was actually just a square grandstand built on the sea that could accommodate 400 to 500 people. In the center of the grandstand was a very deep swimming pool. The entire grandstand, apart from the stone steps and a few large spotlights, was empty. However, from the height of the stadium and the location of the main entrance, there should also be an underwater structure. A boy of about 17 or 18, wearing a red and white t-shirt and a straw hat, was sitting behind a table, looking bored. Seeing Natsui and Sabrina approach, he quickly changed his expression, shaking off his drowsiness and giving them a slight smile. From your clothes, you must be trainers, right? Are you here to watch the synchronized swimming performance? Or to challenge the gym? Natsui raised his eyebrows and looked him and the so-called gym behind him over carefully. We were just passing by and saw a building here, so we came to take a look out of curiosity. But is this place also a Pokemon gym? Of course. The boy nodded. This is both a ballet stage and a battle gym. And I am the gym leader of this Cerulean Gym Ruji. Ruji? Cerulean Gym? Natsui and Sabrina exchanged a look, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. It was clear that neither of them had ever heard of such a gym in the Johto region. And seeing their expressions, Ruji had already guessed what the two were thinking and quickly explained. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This is just my private gym. Natsui let out a soft "oh." The so-called private gym was just a nice-sounding name. In fact, just like the private gym set up by the beast tamer Akira that Natsui had encountered in the Kanto region, it was not known or recognized by the League at all. Before Natsui could say anything else, Ruji had already stood up and made a welcoming gesture. You've come at the right time. The ballet performance is about to start. Please take your seats. With that, without waiting for Natsui to speak, he hurried into the building, leaving Natsui and Sabrina standing there, looking baffled. He hadn't charged for tickets, so it seemed to be a free show. But to leave in such a hurry, not even giving people a chance to refuse. It's as if he was afraid Natsui would turn and leave. Could this really be some kind of scam? Natsui scratched his head. Maybe after the performance. This boy named Ruji will immediately change his tune, and 7 or 8 strong men will jump out from the side, demanding tens of thousands for tickets. Well, forget it, he was idle anyway, so he might as well treat it as an after-dinner show. And with their strength, they weren't afraid of any danger. Nor did they have to worry about this being some kind of trap. If it really was, then his Pokemon would show them the beautiful side of this world. Walking into the stadium, Natsui and Sabrina went up to the spectator stands and sat down on a stone step. The cool breeze blew through Sabrina's beautiful hair, and a few strands brushed against Natsui's face, making it a bit itchy. Before long, upbeat music suddenly blared from the stadium speakers. At the same time, the calm swimming pool began to churn, and the next second, 3 Johto region Pokemon, a Quillfish, a Mantine, and a Lantern first leaped out of the sea. Then, a pair of rather thick legs also emerged from the pool. This was a very standard opening move. But compared to the slender, fair, long legs of female dancers, these thick legs were clearly a bit out of place. Sure enough, after a few leg movements were completed, the ballet dancer turned in the water, and as a head wearing swimming goggles emerged from the surface, it was Ruji. Natsui. So, it's a man's water ballet show, how to put it? Natsui had limited experience and hadn't seen many synchronized swimming performances. Although he knew there were male synchronized swimmers, he still preferred to watch girls perform this kind of event. After all, a beautiful face, a graceful figure, an elegant dance moves all were pleasing to the eye. But now, with a boy performing, he felt it was a bit strange. At this moment, the performance was still going on. Ruji's graceful dance, from time to time weaving in and out of the water, frequently interacted with his 3 Pokemon. It had to be said that his performance was very lively, and he was very dedicated. His coordination with his Pokemon was also excellent. It was clear that it had been carefully choreographed and had taken a lot of effort. Both Ruji and his Pokemon were working very hard, and this attitude was worthy of recognition. Even so, Natsui still preferred the synchronized swimming of the 3 Cerulean sisters. If he were to encounter any more male ballet performances in the future, Natsui would definitely stay far away and would never watch again. It wasn't out of disrespect for male synchronized swimmers, but purely because he couldn't appreciate a man twisting and turning in the water. A dozen or so minutes later, when the performance ended, Ruji and his 3 Pokemon floated on the water surface and bowed to Natsui and Sabrina. Natsui also clapped lightly in response. Ruji and his Pokemon spoke in the water, then submerged again. A moment later, he also appeared in the spectator stands, drying his wet hair with a towel as he walked up to Natsui. He asked with some expectation, "How was the performance just now?" "It was wonderful. I can tell you put a lot of effort into it." Hearing the audience's approval, a genuine smile appeared on Ruji's face. From this, one could also see that he really loved synchronized swimming. Natsui looked around again and asked in surprise, "Is it just you in such a big venue? Don't you have other people to help you with these things?" "I don't need them," Ruji laughed. "Me and my Pokemon are enough. I feel like you could totally move to the city to perform. There are more audiences there, and you would definitely be very popular." "I don't have any plans for that at the moment." Ruji shook his head. "It's better to accumulate some stage experience here first before performing in a big city. By the way, since the performance is over, do you want to challenge my gym next?" Natsui naturally had no reason to refuse. "Sure. Since it's a gym, I can't just miss it." Following Ruji, Natsui and Sabrina entered the stadium's main entrance, went down the stairs, and arrived at the underwater part of the stadium. Compared to the simple upper level, the ground here was covered with a soft red carpet, the ceiling was brightly lit, and there were many green plants in the corners. The place was magnificently decorated, and through the huge glass, you could also see the world under the sea, just like an aquarium. And from this, it could be seen that Ruji's family must be very rich. After all, a facility like this, which didn't even charge for tickets, was not something a young boy could afford on his own. Chapter 342, The Underwater Battlefield. After a few steps, Natsui saw several photos posted in a conspicuous position on the sidewall. He glanced at them and found that they were group photos of Ruji and Misty's 3 sisters, Daisy, Violet, and Lily. In the photo, Ruji was wearing a synchronized swimming costume and, along with the similarly dressed three sisters, was standing by a swimming pool, soaking wet, clearly having just finished a performance. Perhaps because they got along very well, each of them had a faint smile on their faces. And from their age in the photo, their appearance was almost the same as now. So it must have happened recently. You know Daisy and the others too? Of course, Ruji said, also turning his head to look at the photo with a nostalgic expression. I admire Ms. Daisy, Ms. Violet, and Ms. Lily very much. In fact, it was because of their influence that I decided to become a synchronized swimmer. And this photo was taken when I went to Cerulean City to practice with them after I became a swimmer. At this point, Ruji suddenly realized something. Huh. Speaking of which, you just said too. Do you also know the three sisters of the Cerulean Gym? Glancing at Sabrina, Natsui said vaguely, MH, you could say we're acquainted. The first gym I challenged when I became a trainer was their Cerulean Gym. For both of them to know the sisters was truly a wonderful coincidence. But in fact, Natsui's relationship with the three sisters was more than that. It wasn't just a simple nodding acquaintance. Of course, to avoid making Sabrina unhappy, he didn't dare to mention that he had once participated in the Cerulean Gym's synchronized swimming performance, helped them complete their show, and had even kissed Violet at the curtain call. In fact, he also had a few group photos with them on his phone. Those were taken at their initiative to thank him for his help. And compared to Ruji's photos, the content of his photos was undoubtedly more explosive and enviable. The first gym you challenged was the Cerulean Gym? So that means you're from Kanto? Not really, Natsui shook his head. It just happened to be that the first region I traveled to was Kanto. I see. No wonder you don't have a Kanto accent when you speak. As they spoke, the group continued to walk forward, passing through a long corridor and a large hall, and arrived in front of a wall made of huge glass. And the scenery of the seabed was clearly displayed before their eyes through the transparent glass. One could see the sunlight passing through the seawater, casting a faint light on the seabed. And many wild water-type Pokemon were freely swimming among the corals and seaweed. Sigh. No matter how many times he saw it. The underwater world was as mysterious and serene as ever, truly fascinating. Ruji walked up to the glass, pointed to the seabed, and said to Natsui, all right, we're here. This is the battlefield of the Cerulean Gym. This is the battlefield? Natsui followed the direction of his finger and saw that a patch of the seabed outside the gym had been cleaned up and a rectangular field frame had been drawn with white lines. He said in surprise, so the battle format of the Cerulean Gym, as its name suggests, is to battle in the water? That's right. Ruji first smiled, clearly pleased with Natsui's reaction, then explained, actually, not just the Pokemon. During the battle, the trainers also have to enter the sea. Oh, a battle in the sea is really quite rare. This was the first time Natsui had seen an underwater battlefield. Needless to say, besides those Pokemon that could breathe and move freely in the sea, other types of Pokemon would definitely not be able to participate in this battle. Just then, Ruji took out two underwater breathers from the side and handed one to Natsui. This small breather, as long as you hold it in your mouth, you can breathe underwater for over 20 minutes, which is enough for a battle. By the way, do you know how to dive? I once encountered a shipwreck and have some experience with diving. Although I'm not an expert, at least I won't lose my head in the sea. Taking the breather, Natsui asked again, what are the rules for this match? The rules are simple. It's a conventional 3-on-3 battle. As long as you defeat all the Pokemon, you win. Natsui pondered for a moment. The rules were fine, but he was a bit troubled by the choice of Pokemon to participate. Blastoise was far away at Sakuraji Park, and there was no transfer machine here to get it. Therefore, the only water-type Pokemon he currently had was Gyarados. But if he were to battle with Gyarados, not only would the strength be extremely mismatched, but Natsui was also afraid that it would incidentally demolish this gym. Fortunately, he still had another Pokemon that could fight underwater. Since he hadn't brought swimming trunks, Ruji also gave Natsui a new set for free. After changing the locker room, Natsui and Ruji went up the stairs, put the breathers in their mouths, and jumped into the sea from an entrance. Splash! The moment Natsui entered the sea, the stimulation of the seawater gave him goosebumps. But because the sun was strong, the water wasn't cold. After a dozen or so seconds, he had already slowly adapted to the temperature and pressure of the water. After moving his arms and legs a bit, Natsui swam to the trainer's box on one side. When he looked back, he saw that Ruji was already ready, and the 3 Pokemon he had just performed with Quillfish, Mantine, and Lantern had also appeared by his side at some point. It seemed that these 3 Pokemon were both his ballet partners and his battle Pokemon. Seeing that Natsui was ready, Ruji waved his hand, and the Quillfish was the first to swim towards the battlefield. Quillfish is a water poison type Pokemon. Its belly and back were of different colors, and its appearance was like that of a constantly puffed up pufferfish with a dozen or so sharp spines all over its body. It was said that because of its round body, Quillfish was not very good at swimming. To fire the poisonous needles all over its body, it would inflate itself by swallowing water. And the larger the opponent, the more water it would drink, causing its body to continuously expand. Natsui took out a Pokeball, and with a flash of blue light, Dragonair appeared before Quillfish. In terms of typing, a Dragon-type Dragonair against a Water-type Pokemon, although it didn't have a double super effective advantage, Water-type moves would have their damage halved when hitting a Dragon-type Pokemon, and this directly nullified most of Quillfish's fighting ability. Chapter 343, Dragonair Sweeps 3 in the gym room. Sabrina had already walked to the spectator stands and casually found a seat. From her perspective, the view was wide and open, almost like watching an underwater performance, giving her a perfect view of the entire battlefield. At that moment, she was crossing her legs, her demeanor very relaxed. It was clear that in her heart, she believed Natsui would easily win this match. After all, this was just a private gym, and its strength couldn't be compared to that of official gyms. Unless Natsui got careless and made a huge blunder, it was impossible for him to lose. Meanwhile, underwater, Ruji stood in the trainer's box. Seeing Natsui look over, he pointed to an indicator light on the side. Since they couldn't speak underwater, they could only communicate with simple hand signals and indicator lights. Natsui turned his head and, through his diving goggles, saw the light turn from red to green. He knew the match had officially begun. He waved his hand at Dragonair, which understood and immediately charged towards Quillfish. Although it was not a water-type Pokemon, Dragonair could still move as nimbly as a sea snake underwater. But because they couldn't command with words, it was undoubtedly a great test of the tacit understanding between Natsui and Dragonair. And compared to Natsui, Ruji and his Pokemon, who often rehearsed their dances underwater and were extremely familiar with the water, seemed to have no such trouble. With just a glance from Ruji, Quillfish attacked with perfect understanding. As it sucked in seawater, its body continuously expanded. When it reached a certain size, with a sudden burst of force, it fired over a dozen poison barbs at Dragonair, covering a large area. Faced with the sharp, incoming barbs, Dragonair immediately used Dragon Rage. Comparing the two moves, with its superior power, Dragon Rage not only deflected the barbs, but also continued forward with undiminished force, ultimately hitting Quillfish. The poison barbs scattered, slowly disappearing into the sea current. After a successful hit, Natsui's attack didn't stop. He made a swiping motion with his right hand. Seeing this, Dragonair seized the opportunity while Quillfish was still unsteady, ramming into it and sending it tumbling backward over a dozen times. Landing 2 moves in a row greatly surprised Ruji, and his heart leaped into his throat. Although water-type Pokemon had the advantage underwater, it was clear that Dragonair was not at a disadvantage in the sea either. This match seems to have been a bad omen from the very beginning, shaking his head to dispel the unlucky thought. He waited for Quillfish to regain its balance. Under his command, it immediately counterattacked. The poison barbs on its body began to glow with a dark green light as it also charged towards Dragonair. It was the poison type Move Poison Jab. If it hit, it would not only cause considerable damage, but also had a chance to poison the target. At the critical moment, Dragonair glanced behind it and saw Natsui's right hand making a continuous circular motion in the water. It understood, and the next second, as its mouth opened, it directly used Twister. What happens when you use Twister underwater? On land, of course, it would form a powerful tornado, sweeping everything away. On the sea surface, it would form a waterspout, sucking up the seawater. And underwater, it would, as it was now, form an underwater vortex, continuously swallowing the surrounding seawater. As the vortex grew larger, the suction became stronger, and it eventually occupied half the field. And Quillfish, unable to dodge in time, was also sucked into the vortex. Quillfish's balloon-like body was not conducive to swimming, and Natsui was taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't fast enough to escape the vortex's range. Sure enough, pulled by the immense suction, Quillfish was directly drawn into the vortex. Although it struggled desperately, no matter how it twisted its body, it couldn't escape. Gurgle under the churning of the vortex, the seawater produced a large amount of bubbles. After struggling for a long time, Quillfish finally exhausted its stamina, was pulled into the center of the vortex, and began to spin wildly out of control. And when the vortex finally dissipated, its eyes had already rolled back and had been completely spun into a daze. This time, Dragonair didn't even need to deliver a finishing blow. Quillfish had already lost its ability to battle. Seeing the unconscious Quillfish floating to the surface, out of control, Ryuji quickly took out a Pokeball and silently recalled it. He secretly glanced at the calm and composed Natsui and couldn't help but sigh. This person's Pokemon is really amazing. Unfortunately, he had neither seen Natsui's matches nor read any related reports, so he naturally wouldn't know that the man before him was the current Indigo Conference champion and an honored trainer of the Orange League. But even without knowing Natsui's identity, he could clearly feel that there was a huge gap in skill between them. Shaking his head, Ryuji composed himself and sent out his second Pokemon. This time, it was a Mantine that swam over. Since he rarely battled this type of Pokemon, Natsui couldn't help but look it over a few times. Mantine is a water flying type Pokemon. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the manta rays of Earth. It was said to have a very gentle nature, usually swimming leisurely in the water, but would occasionally leap out of the sea and fly over the surface. Natsui also remembered that Mantine's special defense was outstanding, so this battle would have to be decided with physical means as much as possible. With this thought, he checked on Dragonair's condition. Since it hadn't been attacked just now and hadn't consumed much stamina, even though the opponent had switched to a second Pokemon, seeing that Dragonair was in good shape, Natsui didn't switch it out, but continued to battle Ryuji with it. The indicator light turned from red to green again. As the battle began, Dragonair directly used Dragon Rush, closing the distance and crashing into Mantine's body. And while dodging Mantine's counterattack, it seized the opportunity to use Bind, wrapping its tail around Mantine's body. Although Mantine quickly broke free due to its size, it was still hit by Dragonair's smooth combo and lost a lot of stamina. The next second, the roles were reversed. At Ryuji's urging, it was Mantine's turn to attack. The two Pokemon chased each other in the sea, and various moves shot through the water, creating circles of ripples. It was clear that this battle was a bit more difficult than the last one. At the very least, Mantine's swimming speed was much faster than Quillfish's, which made it easier for it to dodge some attacks. But even so, Mantine was still no match for Dragonair. In the end, Dragonair still found an opportunity and knocked it out with a single Dragon Tail. After defeating two opponents, Dragonair came to Natsui's side and affectionately rubbed its forehead against his arm. Through the two battles just now, the tacit understanding between Natsui and it had grown even stronger. And at this point, Natsui also had to make an assessment of Ryuji's strength in his mind. He found that the strength of Ryuji's two Pokemon was indeed a bit stronger than that of an ordinary trainer. They still had some skill. No wonder he dared to open a gym here. However, Ruji's battle style was a bit too conventional, and his command showed no brilliant flashes, which slightly discounted his Pokemon's strength. On the other side, having lost both battles, Ruji now sent out his last Pokemon, Lantern. Lantern is a water-electric type Pokemon. Its prototype should be the anglerfish, the kind that lurks in the deep sea and hunts with a glowing lure. Of course, Lantern's appearance is much cuter than an anglerfish's. This Pokemon was also Ruji's last trump card. Whether he could win back around all depended on Lantern's performance. But unfortunately, after the previous two battles, Dragonair had already built up its momentum and confidence. When the third round began, although Lantern's electric type moves caused a lot of trouble for Dragonair, even when injured, Dragonair still fought hard. In the end, it directly swept all three, defeating Ruji's three Pokemon single-handedly. And until Lantern fainted, Ruji still couldn't believe his eyes. I was defeated by just one Pokemon? After all, being swept 3-0 is a very embarrassing thing, meaning that the gap in strength between him and his opponent was just too huge. And for his dream of having a gym, this was undoubtedly a bucket of cold water. Could it be that my skills are really not suitable for being a gym leader? Chapter 344. Sabrina's departure recalling Dragonair into its Pokeball. Natsui followed the latter back from the seabed and into the gym. He went to the changing room, took off his swimming trunks, tossed the diving goggles and underwater breather aside, and after a quick rinse and drying off, changed back into his regular clothes. By the time he had done all this and met up with Sabrina in the main hall, Ruji had also just walked over from the other side. Seeing Natsui, Ruji gave a wry smile and spread his hands. That Dragonair of yours is really amazing. My Pokemon were completely no match for it. May I ask, is it your ace? How did you train to be so strong? Ace. Natsui pondered for a moment. How should I answer him? If I tell him that Dragonair is just in my third tier of Pokemon right now, far from being an ace, wouldn't that be too discouraging for him? After organizing his words a bit, Natsui smiled. Dragonair hasn't even reached its final form yet. It's still in its growth stage. But I believe that after it evolves, it will definitely become one of my ace Pokemon. As for training, actually, I think if you shorten your ballet practice time and focus more on training their battle abilities, your Pokemon will eventually grow to this level of strength too. See, expressing the same meaning tactfully. This is the art of language. And hearing him say this, how could Ruji not understand that the powerful enemy that had just easily defeated him was just one of his opponent's ordinary Pokemon? The gap is too obvious. It's really a bit disheartening. Was my path of wanting to be both a gym leader and an excellent synchronized swimmer really wrong? The two chatted briefly for a while longer. Seeing that a lot of time had passed, Natsui prepared to take his leave. The Cerulean Gym didn't have any badges or anything to prove that one had defeated Ruji. Although it lacked some collectible significance, the trip wasn't in vain. At the very least, Dragonair had gained a lot of experience, which was clearly another step towards its evolution. Waving to Ruji under his respectful send-off, Natsui and Sabrina walked out of the Cerulean Gym and once again summoned Charizard. This time, they didn't linger but planned to head straight for the location of the Saffron Gym, Saffron City. Kanto, Saffron City. When Natsui and Sabrina arrived here, it was already the early morning of the third day. Charizard had flown and rested intermittently. From the mid-eastern part of Johto to the central part of Kanto, a journey of nearly 2,000 kilometers, excluding the rest stops in between, and at night, it had flown for nearly a day and a half. Such a long journey had left it quite exhausted. Although Natsui could have switched to other Pokemon like Zapdos on the way to let Charizard rest, he chose not to, instead using the opportunity to train Charizard's endurance to see where its limits were. Now, it seemed that Charizard's stamina was indeed very abundant. After flying for so long, carrying him and Sabrina, it was only a bit listless. In the open space in front of the Saffron Gym, Charizard flapped its wings, descended from the sky, and landed. The gentle breeze it created rustled the grass and the flower beds and also blew against the long skirts of a few ladies, causing a few pedestrians on the street to turn and look Fortunately, people in the city were already used to Pokemon, so it didn't attract too much attention. Natsui glanced at the Saffron Gym. Just as he had seen before, after so long, the Saffron Gym had not changed at all. But people's hearts were no longer the same. With Natsui's help, Sabrina also jumped off Charizard. She looked at the place where she had grown up since she was a child, and for the first time, felt a sense of resistance. She didn't want to go back at all. Unfortunately, now that she was here, she also knew that the two of them were bound apart. She turned around and, for the first time, took the initiative to hug Natsui. Natsui smelled her beautiful hair, gently patted her on the shoulder, and said softly, "All right, you're back here now, and you're a cool and aloof gym leader. This little girl look of yours, you absolutely can't let those psychic apprentices training in the gym or the challengers who fear you see it. It will affect your prestige." Sabrina naturally didn't care about these things, but she still obediently let go. She kissed him on the cheek, whispered her farewell, and then walked towards the main entrance of the gym. And just before entering, she looked back at Natsui one last time. "My heart will always belong to you." Hearing Sabrina's soft yet solemn voice, Natsui couldn't help but be taken aback. Was that her confession? He was about to say something, but Sabrina had already entered the gym and disappeared from sight. Natsui stood there, waved at the empty air, and then stared at the door for a long time. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he sighed and climbed back onto Charizard's back. At that moment, his mind was filled with memories of his time with Sabrina. But with her no longer by his side, his heart felt empty. Fortunately, they weren't breaking up, just separating temporarily. Besides contacting each other by phone, he could also come back here to visit her in the future. Sai is shaking his head. He hid his disappointment. So what next? Should I go straight back to Johto, or stay in Kanto for a while? After moments thought, Natsui finally decided to go to the Sakuragi Institute first. After all, having come all this way back, he didn't want to leave immediately. He had to at least say hello to the people who had always taken care of him. Charizard carried Natsui into the air and flew south. After flying for another hour or so, he arrived in Vermilion City. But he didn't go directly to bother Professor Sakuragi. Instead, he first went to a gift shop to buy some presents and some fruit before heading to the Sakuragi Institute. The Sakuragi Institute also hadn't changed at all. Ding dong. Natsui rang the doorbell. When Koharu opened the main door and saw him standing in front of her, her eyes widened, and she stood there stunned for a long time. Even Professor Sakuragi and the others were extremely surprised by Natsui's sudden visit. "Natsui, what are you doing back?" Natsui smiled and didn't explain the specific reason, just handed the gifts to everyone. "I came back to Kanto to take care of some things, and we'll be leaving tomorrow. I thought I had some time, so I came to visit you," he said. At this point, Natsui turned to look at Koharu. "What are you doing here? Don't you have school today? Have you lost track of time?" "Natsui, it's Saturday today. There's no school." Koharu had already recovered from her shock. Seeing Natsui, she was incredibly happy. Although she maintained a calm expression, her racing heart betrayed her. And hearing her say this, Natsui also had a moment of realization. Wandering in the wild every day, either battling or traveling, a normal life had long since left her behind. How could he still remember the specific date? Chapter 345, Goes Second Scare at Noon. Natsui had lunch with Professor Sakuragi, his daughter, and his two assistants, Krysa and Rin. Afterward, he went with Koharu to Sakuragi Park to visit his Blastoise and Venusaur. Since there were no other Pokemon crowding the area, Blastoise had naturally taken over the largest pool in the park, while Venusaur had claimed a patch of the densest bushes near the pool as its territory. The two Pokemon were living very comfortably here and were in high spirits. It was clear that Koharu had been taking very good care of them. Seeing their master, they both ran over affectionately, rubbing their heads against Natsui's arm. "Are you two getting used to living here? You haven't caused any trouble, have you?" Both Pokemon shook their heads. In fact, as the representatives of peace among Natsui's team, he naturally knew their personalities. He only asked out of subconscious concern. Patting their heads, Natsui turned to Koharu and thanked her solemnly. My Pokemon must have caused you a lot of trouble. Thank you for your hard work during this time. You don't have to be so polite with me, Koharu said, looking down at her toes with a shy expression. Blastoise and Venusaur are very gentle. I like them a lot too. Natsui shook his head. No matter what, I should thank you. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, they'll be catching more Pokemon in the future. And I'm afraid it'll have to trouble you even more then. It's no problem. Koharu gave Natsui a slightly bashful smile. As long as they're your Pokemon, Natsui, it doesn't matter how many come. What a kind and understanding girl, although she said that. Natsui knew that Koharu actually had a somewhat distant and detached attitude towards Pokemon. For her to go to such lengths for him was already a huge favor. It was only because he was on good terms with Koharu. If it had been anyone else, she certainly wouldn't have bothered with such matters. Feeling emotional, Natsui took out their Pokeballs and released all his other Pokemon, except for the 3 legendary birds, letting them play here. After chatting with Koharu for a few moments, he let out a big yawn and went back to the dorm room he had stayed in before, alone. The dorm room was still the same as when he had left it. However, it was clear that someone had been taking care of it regularly. It was clean and free of dust. On the bookshelf were the 2 trophies from the Indigo Conference and the Orange League, and in the glass cabinet were the gym badges from the 2 regions. These shiny souvenirs of various shapes sparkled with a faint light under the reflection of sun. Other than that, everything was so familiar, as if yesterday had returned. Lying on the bed, Natsui felt a wave of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the time when he had just arrived in Kanto. And from this, he could also feel that Professor Sakuragi really didn't treat him as an outsider, not having taken back the room just because he had left. This also warmed his heart. The sunlight shone on his face. Because of the rush of the past few days, Natsui hadn't had a proper rest. Now, lying on the bed, a wave of fatigue swept over his body, and without realizing it, he slowly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Sakuragi Park, Koharu brought out a few plates of berries and was treating Natsui's Pokemon. Please help yourselves. These are all berries grown in the park. They're delicious. She squatted on the ground, a faint smile on her face, looking at the Pokemon before her. Through her affection for their owner, she found all of them to be very pleasing to the eye. Just then, a small, dark-skinned boy with his hands behind his head, whistling, walked in from outside. To be able to enter this undeveloped park so casually, this person was, of course, her childhood friend Go. Go, what are you doing here? Go slowly walked up to Koharu and grumbled, I was wondering why I couldn't find you at your house. I asked your mom and found out you had come here. Huh? Whose Pokemon are these? They belong to Natsui. Of course. Natsui, an image of a tall, handsome man, couldn't help but appear in Go's mind. So they're his, Go said, glancing around. Seeing only a few scattered Pokemon, he said dismissively, I remember his Pokemon were few in number the last time I came here. He's been traveling for so long, and he still only has these few. That's really not many at all. This sentence immediately made Koharu frown. She said defiantly, Natsui only catches Pokemon he likes. Do you think everyone thinks like you? Haven't you seen him battle before? Even if he has very few Pokemon, he can still become a champion. So what? Go lifted his head. I admit he's very good at battling, but the number of Pokemon is what determines whether a trainer is qualified. If it were me, I would have already caught enough Pokemon to fill this entire park. What a strange theory. Koharu rolled her eyes at him. Her good mood was instantly ruined. Seeing that Koharu was ignoring him, Go didn't mind and leisurely walked to the water's edge. But just as he got close, he suddenly felt something strange at his feet. He looked down and saw the water surface explode as a massive body suddenly emerged from the water. Wah! He was startled. When he saw clearly what it was, he saw an extremely terrifying, huge head staring at him with blood-red eyes. It was a Gyarados. Gyarados opened its mouth, looking as if it was about to swallow him whole. Instantly, Go felt a chill run through his body, his legs went weak, and he fell into the pond. Splash! Koharu heard the sound from behind, and, seeing that Go had fallen into the water, couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. "Go, are you okay?" Go swallowed a few mouthfuls of pond water. Fortunately, he could swim a little, and after an initial struggle, he scrambled out of the water in a panic. As he climbed ashore, soaking wet, he was about to say something when he turned his head and saw Gyarados' massive head getting closer and closer. He could almost feel the breath from its mouth. He quickly shut his mouth and hurried away. Is this Gyarados trying to scare me to death? And it didn't make a sound. Is it going to eat me? In a daze, he vaguely remembered that the last time he had come to Sakuragi Park, it had been this very Gyarados that had scared him into the water. He never thought that after so long, it would happen again. Darn it. Although he wanted to curse it for being so ill-mannered, seeing Gyarados still staring at him with its red eyes, Go wisely kept his mouth shut. But then again, why was this Gyarados so scary? Are they all supposed to be this big? Clearly, after this incident, Gyarados had left a lasting shadow in Go's heart. Chapter 346. The 5 roadblockers on Nugget Bridge. Natsui slept until after 4 in the afternoon. When he woke up, Koharu didn't tell him about what had happened with Go. After all, Koharu was kind-hearted and never made fun of others. Besides, it was just a small incident, and for Go it was undoubtedly a disaster. There was no need to build someone else's happiness on his suffering. Most importantly, Go was her childhood friend, and she didn't want the relationship between him and Natsui to become strained. But in the end, Natsui still found out about the incident from Jengar. After recounting the events, Jengar chuckled. I also really wanted to teach that arrogant kid a lesson at the time, but unfortunately, Gyarados beat me to it. Natsui didn't care much about this. If he got scared, he got scared. After all, that person was Go. No matter what he said or did, no matter how outrageous, it wouldn't be surprising, nor would it make people have higher expectations of his behavior. Consider it a little lesson for his big mouth. After a leisurely afternoon, and after dinner, Koharu brought some snacks to Natsui's dorm room. The two drank tea, ate snacks, and chatted. Natsui told her a few interesting stories from his recent travels and showed her some photos. It wasn't until 8 o'clock at night, when her mother called for the 3rd time to urge her to come home, that she reluctantly left. And the next morning, before Natsui had even had breakfast, she appeared at the Sakuragi Institute again. This made Professor Sakuragi give a wry smile. This girl, she usually doesn't even come to the Institute once a week, but she's been running here so diligently these past 2 days. After a night's rest, Natsui was fully recovered. He also knew that he had delayed for too long and that it was time to leave. He said his farewells to Professor Sakuragi's group and the reluctant Koharu and set off on his journey once again. But before leaving, he left Gyarados here. As he had said before, Gyarados' strength could no longer be improved at this point. It was better to have it preside over Sakuragi Park and give the opportunity to other Pokemon. Outside Cerulean City, to the north on Nugget Bridge. As a well-known pedestrian bridge, Nugget Bridge was famous for its unique structure, its spherical decorations, its wide view, and the golden light that reflected off it when the sun shone down. After leaving Vermilion City, Natsui came directly here. After much thought, before leaving Kanto, he had decided to first come and find Mutuo to reconnect. But he didn't remember exactly where Mutuo was hiding. He could only rely on his memory to search around here and see if he could get lucky. Walking onto the bridge, Natsui looked into the distance and saw the river flowing quietly beneath his feet, its surface shimmering. Together with the lush green forests on both sides, it formed a beautiful landscape. It's so refreshing. He was in a good mood and took a few photos. However, just as he was halfway across, a few people suddenly ran out from the side and blocked his path. Looking closely, he saw that they were 5 young boys and girls. The oldest of them was no more than 15 or 16, and the youngest was only about 7 or 8. From their clothes, they could be broadly categorized as a schoolgirl, a boy with a bug net, and a little boy with a cap. At this moment, each of them had a Pokemon by their side and was giving Natsui a meaningful smile. Natsui stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over their faces one by one. Can I help you with something? The leader of the 5 was a boy in green clothes and a green hat with a red scarf. He sized Natsui up and took a step forward. My name is Kichi. These are my friends, Ami, Shin, Saya, and Kento. From your clothes, you must be a trainer, right? Then have a battle with us." His tone left no room for refusal, and his move to block the path was so practiced, his words so smooth, that he must have stopped many people like this before. Natsui sighed and said calmly, "If I say I'm not in the mood for a battle right now, will you let me pass?" "That's impossible." Hearing Natsui's words, the youngest, the boy with the bug net, shouted, as a trainer, "How can you back down from battle? If you don't agree, you can forget about crossing this bridge." Natsui shook his head helplessly. Although he had never met them before, since they had met on this bridge and his memory was jogged, he had some impression of these five. In fact, in the games, these five could be considered typical experience fodder. He never thought he would actually meet them in the real world. The thought flashed through his mind, and he glanced at their Pokemon again. Sandslash, Persian, Arcanine, Golduck, and Venomoth, all the final forms of their respective species. It seems a battle is unavoidable. Just then, the schoolgirl seemed to have noticed something. She pointed at Natsui's face and exclaimed, "Wait, I know him. Isn't he the champion of the Indigo Conference?" Hearing her say this, the others finally realized how familiar Natsui looked. In the Kanto region, Natsui's current reputation was extremely high, almost on par with the Elite Four. Even if they didn't recognize him at first glance, after looking for a while, they could recall that this person was the champion of the Indigo Conference. Especially during the final match, the advertisements and promotions about Natsui had been everywhere, spreading throughout the entire Kanto region. "It really is him." They exclaimed in surprise and wanted to say something more, but Natsui didn't want to waste any more time with them. He directly released 3 Pokemon, Dragonair, Larvitar, and Scyther. "If you want to fight, then come to me all at once. I'm in a hurry." With that, with a wave of his hand, his 3 Pokemon had already charged forward. And seeing Natsui attack, the 5 of them quickly commanded their Pokemon to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 Pokemon clashed on the bridge. Fortunately, the bridge was built very sturdily, and after a few minutes of fighting, it wasn't damaged at all. And when the smoke from the moves slowly cleared, looking at the battlefield again, they found that all 5 of their Pokemon had already fainted. As for Natsui's 3 Pokemon, apart from Larvitar, which had taken some light damage, the other 2 were just panting slightly. Natsui whistled and walked past them without a second glance, and his Pokemon quickly followed him. Watching Natsui's receding figure, and then looking at their fainted Pokemon, the boy in the green hat said in disbelief, So strong. Is this the strength of a champion? With just 3 Pokemon, he defeated all of us." The schoolgirl also murmured, "I can't believe we got to battle a champion. Although we were completely crushed, at least we can say we fought against a champion. If word gets out, ITLL be great for our reputation." Chapter 347. Cerulean Cave, leaving Nugget Bridge, Natsui continued west along the riverbank. After a careful search by him and a few of his Pokemon, they soon discovered an unknown, hidden cave in a river bend. He didn't hesitate and directly entered the cave with his 3 Pokemon. Inside the cave, it was initially a dark downward path. After walking for a few dozen meters, a faint light appeared ahead. As Natsui's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw that the light was coming from hundreds of thousands of crystals scattered everywhere. Even without a flashlight, he could see the scene before him clearly with the help of the blue-green glow. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. He just didn't know if Mutwo was here now. Drip, drip, water droplets fell from the ceiling rhythmically, making the ground extremely slippery. Unlike the few ice caves he had been to before, this place was noticeably warmer and more humid. It was said that this cave originally had no name, but because people who happened to come here saw that it was close to Cerulean City, they all called it Cerulean Cave, also known as the Unknown Dungeon. And from its internal structure, Cerulean Cave was mostly composed of soluble rock and limestone. Under the effect of erosion, stalactites and stalagmites had formed, making it a typical karst cave with a large amount of quartz mixed in. After walking for a long time, perhaps sensing the intrusion, a large swarm of Galbot flew out of the cave, speeding past Natsui's head. Screech! The Galbot let out a piercing shriek, and combined with the violent flapping of their wings, it created a loud noise, making Natsui's 3 Pokémon very nervous. Scyther and Dragonair quickly moved to protect Natsui from behind. But fortunately, these Galbot did not attack the uninvited guests. After the Galbot had flown away, Natsui continued deeper into the cave. After advancing a few hundred meters, he came to another underground lake. The lake was very wide with a turbulent current, and it split the cave in two, completely blocking Natsui's path. Just as Natsui was thinking of a way to get across, a huge graveler suddenly jumped out from the darkness. Thud! The graveler, its body seemingly wrapped in rock, landed heavily, its massive physique giving it a very imposing presence. It was clearly unhappy about the intrusion into its territory and opened its mouth wide, letting out a roar at Natsui. The sound echoed through the cave, making one's ears ache. Natsui looked closely. This graveler was over 2 meters tall, a massive size, definitely a boss-level Pokemon. Previously, from the limited information he could find online, Natsui knew that Cerulean Cave, due to its damp and dark environment, was home to a wide variety of Pokemon. And to survive in this inhospitable environment, the abilities of these Pokemon were far above average. And clearly, this Graveler was the cream of the crop here. But since it was hostile and couldn't be reasoned with, Natsui naturally had no reason to hold back and directly gave a command to his 3 Pokemon. Finish it quickly. Take it down. Dragonair, Larvitar, and Scyther rushed forward and clashed with the Graveler. Although with its thick body and outstanding defense, the Graveler was able to show off its strength for a while. Its speed was just too low, making it look quite clumsy. Besieged by the 3 Pokemon, it quickly fell into a disadvantage, and their battle, with its unrestrained attacks and frequent use of powerful moves, also made the entire mine shake. Small pebbles and sand constantly fell from the ceiling. Fortunately, the cave structure was very solid, and there was basically no danger of collapse. While dodging, Natsui also glanced at the battle. For a wild Pokemon, this Graveler was indeed very strong, just like the Scyther he had once faced. But it was, after all, just a wild Pokemon. Under Natsui's simple commands, it was quickly surrounded and defeated. Crash! The Graveler fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. However, looking at its motionless body, Natsui had no intention of catching it, and simply signaled his Pokemon to pass by it. Let's go. On the rest of the journey, perhaps because they had defeated the Graveler, although many pairs of eyes were still peeking at them from the darkness, no other wild Pokemon dared to disturb him again. After walking for a few more minutes, Natsui finally came to a cliff. Looking down, it was pitch black, and he couldn't tell how deep it was. He picked up a stone and threw it down. After a long time, a faint splash could be heard. It seemed there was another underground lake below. Just then, Jengar floated out of his shadow. It glanced down the cliff. Are we still going down? It's easy to go down, but hard to come up. It won't be easy to get back then. Natsui smiled. Aren't you here? We don't have to climb at all. You could just fly me back up. Thanks for thinking so highly of me. Jengar rolled its eyes, not bothering to argue with him. By the way, are you sure that guy Mutwo really lives here? Natsui shook his head. I'm not sure, but I think everything will be clear once I reach the deepest part. Recalling Dragonair, Scyther, and Larvitar, Natsui jumped onto Jengar's back, and it carried him down the cliff. They descended for 2 or 3 minutes before the view suddenly opened up. Below him was indeed an even wider underground lake, and in the center of the lake was a small island. Arriving on the island, he saw Mutwo at a glance. At that moment, Mutwo was sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed, protected by a sphere of light and floating in midair. Although he was mentally prepared, he never thought he would actually find it. At this point in time, Mutwo is indeed here. This was the advantage of having memories. If it were anyone else, even if they had accidentally seen Mutwo, and even if they wanted to find it, they would have no idea where it would be hiding. Sensing someone approaching, Mutwo slowly opened its eyes. Seeing that it was Natsui, it was clearly very surprised. "It's you, the human from that time?" "We meet again," Natsui said, waving at it. "Why are you hiding here? This cave is so deep, it was really hard to find." "I came here to get away from you humans," Mutwo said, staring at Natsui. "And you, coming all this way to this cave. Are you trying to catch me?" Natsui shook his head. No, I just came here to say hello. I was just passing by to take a look." But although his words were pleasant, his hands were not idle. He had already taken a Pokeball from his pouch and released a Pokemon. And as the blue light faded, Gardevoir had already appeared before Mutwo. Chapter 348. A probing battle against Mutwo. Staring intently at Mutwo, Gardevoir's whole body tensed, its battle intent instantly reaching its peak. Even without seeing the psychic power at work, one could feel that Gardevoir was surrounded by a powerful energy from the pebbles slowly rising around it. This energy was continuously brewing, seemingly ready to be unleashed at any moment. Seeing its on-guard appearance, Mutwo couldn't help but snort and turn to look at Natsui. "Is this your true intention? It seems quite different from what you said. I originally thought that since neither of us belongs to this world, we would have a certain resonance after we parted ways last time. I never thought that when we met again, you would challenge me." Natsui shook his head. He knew that ever since their private conversation last time, when he had confessed to Mutwo that he was a transmigrator, Mutwo had already considered him a different kind of being, thinking that he, like itself, would be very repulsed by this world. But he and Mutwo were still fundamentally different. Looking at the powerful silver-purple Pokemon that resembled both a cat and an alien, Natsui said solemnly, "You're the only one with no sense of belonging. After traveling for so long, I have now completely integrated into this world. I have my friends, my partners, and my lover here. And you just hide here and watch everything with a cold eye. If you continue like this, no matter how much time passes, you will still be all alone." Mutwo's brow furrowed slightly, because it disdained interacting with humans and didn't see any creature as its equal. No one had ever spoken to it like this before. Hearing Natsui's words now, it was naturally a bit moved. But that was all. Seeing Mutwo's silence, Natsui continued, "And you've misunderstood. If I really wanted to start a capture battle, I wouldn't have sent out just one Gardevoir. I came to find you this time because my Gardevoir is also a psychic-type Pokemon, and it has always considered you its greatest rival. So now that I'm back in Kanto, I specially brought it here to have a spar with you." "A spar?" Mutwo came back to its senses. What a nice way of putting it. In the end, it still comes down to a battle. After saying so much, he just wants to test my strength again. It knew in its heart that if it refused or showed any carelessness in the upcoming battle and revealed an opening, this man would instantly turn this so-called spar into a capture battle. With this thought, Mutwo stood up, stretched its body, and landed on the ground. It crossed its arms, and its powerful presence, like a gas, blew Natsui's bangs across his face. Compared to Gardevoir, Mutwo was visibly more powerful. The two energies met in the air, rubbing and colliding, producing a series of crackle sounds. Even if it is a weakling, I do not mind its challenge. Since that is what you want, I will naturally see it through to the end." Seeing it agree, Natsui nodded with an appreciative look. "See, this tone, this is the confidence of the strongest man-made Pokemon. This is what makes it worth my effort to conquer it." In fact, just as Natsui had said just now, with his current strength, even without the Master Ball, if he were to send out all his Pokemon at once, including the 3 legendary birds, Gyarados and Gengar, as long as Mutwo didn't think of escaping, there was a high chance of capturing it. But Natsui chose not to do so. There was still a long time. Slowly cultivating a relationship like this was also a good method. After all, Mutwo was one of a kind. If possible, he wanted to capture it in a more peaceful way. Most importantly, Mutwo still had a strong hostile sentiment towards humans. Forcibly capturing it could very well lead to its rebellion. But as for this battle in his heart, Natsui already knew that if he only sent out Gardevoir, it would be a definite loss. But even so, this battle had to be fought. The purpose was to put pressure on Mutuo, and also to see just how big the gap between Gardevoir and Mutuo really was. Go! Gardevoir! Use Psychic! Natsui gave the command in his mind, and after hearing his order, Gardevoir directly launched its attack. It used Teleport to appear behind Mutuo, and the long-brewing psychic power turned into a psychic blast that surged towards it. The massive, visible energy arrived in an instant. But Mutuo just turned and gently raised its right arm, and a barrier formed in front of it. The psychic blast hit the barrier, but failed to break through its defense. The difference in power was immediately apparent. Although the power gap was obvious, Gardevoir was not discouraged. Its desire to attack was high, and it also knew that Natsui had let it go all out. Seeing that its first attack had failed, it immediately launched a second one. Magical Leaf, Psychic, Psybeam, Moonblast one after another. And faced with its continuous attacks, Mutuo at first defended with ease. But soon, after the barrier was shattered, it also had to show some of its skill to fight back. Boom! 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 Psychic moves whistled through the air, colliding and exploding. The two Pokémon went back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over a dozen rounds. Energy was poured out towards each other, but after so long, Mutuo was still unharmed. Only the surrounding rocks were shattered by the battle's aftershock, the lake water was blasted open, and the ground was covered with large craters. The originally beautiful scenery was now completely unrecognizable. To avoid being hit, Natsui took a few steps back, and Gengar also secretly acted, blocking the flying stone fragments that were heading towards him. Be careful. These two are making too much of a ruckus. It would be a real loss if you got caught in it. Natsui nodded. Looking at the battlefield again, the battle was still going on. Mutuo had taken to the air, and Gardevoir, also wrapping itself in psychic power, had chased it into the sky. The two of them continuously shuttled between the hanging stalactites. But soon, as the battle intensified, Natsui could no longer follow their movements with his naked eye. He could only rely on the explosions and the telepathic feedback from Gardevoir to get a general idea of their position in the battle situation. Gengar's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. It leaned close to Natsui's ear and whispered, "Now is a good chance to catch it. Want me to help?" Natsui refused without hesitation. "No need. Leave it to Gardevoir. This battle is its trial. And as I said before, we are not here to catch Mutuo today." Just as his attention was diverted for a moment, when he looked up again, he saw a white figure flying towards him. Looking closely, it was Gardevoir, which, after being hit by Mutuo by mistake, had rolled to his front. Gardevoir rolled a few times before stopping at his feet. Natsui quickly knelt down and helped it up. Observing it up close, he found that Gardevoir was in a very bad state. Its body was covered in wounds, and it looked quite battered. Its consciousness was also a bit blurry. "You've worked hard." Natsui sighed softly. As expected, a crushing defeat. Ever since he had gotten Gardevoir, it had always been at ease in battle. This was the first time it had gotten itself into such a mess. Swoosh! Just then, Mutuo also used Teleport to appear before Natsui. It looked down on him, its eyes glowing with a blue light, clearly gathering power for its next attack. At that moment, its body was still spotless, and from this, one could see that the battle with Gardevoir had caused it almost no damage. But fortunately, its chest was also rising and falling slightly, so it had clearly expended some effort to deal with Gardevoir, which made it seem not so invincible. It could only be said, as expected of Mutuo. Now it seemed that the gap between the two was still obvious. The current Gardevoir was undoubtedly no match for it, and needed to become stronger. Taking out a Pokeball, Natsui recalled Gardevoir into it. "Forget it. Let's stop here for today. Gardevoir is not your match. There's no need to fight anymore." Seeing Natsui stop just like that, Mutuo couldn't help but tilt its head in confusion. Even though Gardevoir had been defeated, it still hadn't let down its guard. After all, from the moment Natsui had stepped in here, it had always been able to feel that the Gengar beside him possessed extremely powerful strength. And in the poke balls on Natsui's belt, it could also feel 3 sharp auras locked onto it. And these auras were eager to go, as if they would rush up to fight it at any moment, just waiting for their master's command. Chapter 349, a talk with Erika after leaving Cerulean Cave, since it wasn't far. Natsui didn't ride Charizard again, but walked to the Cerulean City Pokemon Center. He handed Gardevoir's Pokeball to Nurse Joy, asking her to help treat its injuries. Natsui himself went to the Pokemon Center's restaurant and ordered lunch. The entire restaurant was empty. Besides him, there were no other trainers. And looking at the empty seat in front of him, Natsui sighed once again. Saw the first day without Sabrina. I miss her. The two, who were once inseparable, were now just him. It was very hard to get used to. Although he had called and sent messages last night, Sabrina wasn't the type to keep her phone by her side. Every time he contacted her, it would be a long time before he received a reply. It couldn't be helped. That was her personality. It couldn't be forced. And since he was the one who had persuaded her to leave in the first place, no matter how lonely he felt, he had to endure it. It must be the same for Sabrina. With this thought, Natsui turned his longing into appetite and began to devour his food. However, he had barely taken a few bites when his phone suddenly rang. Originally, Natsui had thought that he and Sabrina were on the same wavelength and that she was calling him at this very moment. But when he took out his phone, he saw that it was Erika calling. Erika? Why would you be looking for me? Natsui raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although they occasionally texted, to be honest, Erika had never taken the initiative to call him before. Could something have happened? He answered the phone, and before he could speak, Erika's long unheard voice came from the other end. Hey, Natsui, how has your journey been lately? Having a friend call at a time like this made Natsui very happy, and he couldn't help but joke cheerfully, of course it's been great. In the Indigo Conference champion, after all, beating those gyms is still pretty easy. But after saying this, Natsui realized that Erika was also a gym leader. Didn't that mean he had just included her in that statement? Fortunately, Erika didn't take the joke to heart. After a few casual pleasantries, Natsui changed the subject. I don't think you would have suddenly called me for no reason, right? Tell me what's up. There is something, Erika said with a gentle smile. Are you still in Johto right now? Natsui's curiosity was immediately piqued. I just got back to Kanto yesterday, but we'll be going back soon. What is it? Something that required you to call me? It's like this, Erika said softly. Actually, I was also thinking of going to Johto these next few days to catch a few Pokemon. I thought that since you've been traveling there for many days, and I've never been to Johto, I wanted to ask you about the distribution of Grass-type Pokemon. You want to catch new Grass-type Pokemon? Hearing this, Natsui pondered for a moment. I know a little from my travels, but it's hard to explain over the phone. How about this? I'm in Cerulean City right now, and we'll be passing through Celadon this afternoon. When I get there, let's meet and talk in person. All right then, he'll see you later at the Celadon gym. After hanging up, Natsui didn't think much of it. For him, since he was heading back to Johto anyway, making a special trip to Celadon City wouldn't be much of a delay. After lunch, just then, Nurse Joy made an announcement over the broadcast, asking Natsui to come to the front desk. Arriving at the front desk, Natsui took the Pokeball from her, said his thanks, and released Gardevoir again. After Nurse Joy's healing, Gardevoir's body was now without a single scratch. Feeling better? Gardevoir nodded, but seeing its somewhat downcast expression, Natsui knew it was still feeling disappointed about its recent defeat. It's okay, he said, comforting it with a smile. Mutwo's strength is unfathomable. Even a typical mythical Pokemon might not be its match. Why should you care? And our journey has just begun. You'll definitely become stronger. When that time comes, you could just challenge it again. Chapter 350. Meeting Erika again at 4 in the afternoon. When Natsui arrived again in Celadon City and walked up to the entrance of the Celadon gym, he was surprised to find that the gym was under renovation. He could see that the front half of the gym was completely surrounded by scaffolding. At that moment, many workers with tools were busy on it. The sounds of electric drills and hammers rang out, and on the ground, A dozen or so Makoke were continuously moving various building materials. The scene was orderly. Through the gaps in the scaffolding, he could still faintly see clear scorch marks. Although the marks had faded a lot from the wind and rain, it was still evident that the gym had once suffered a major fire. What happened here? Just as Natsui was wondering, a woman's voice suddenly came from the side. "Natsui, over here." Natsui turned his head and saw that it was Erica. It had been a long time, but Erica was as beautiful as ever. She wore a kimono, her demeanor dignified, looking reserved and gentle. Standing there quietly, she had the air of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Walking up to her, Natsui first greeted her, then turned his gaze back to the gym and asked, puzzled, "Was there a big fire here? When did it happen? How come you never mentioned it?" "It was a long time ago," Erica said after thinking for a moment. "It was probably a few days after you were still in Kanto, just after you had challenged my gym, and we cooperated with the international police to raid the Team Rocket base." That time at a reminder, Natsui thought for a moment and then remembered that there had indeed been a related episode in the anime. It really had happened a long time ago. He asked, feigning ignorance. "It wasn't something that happened when Ash challenged here, was it?" "Huh. You know Ash too?" Erica nodded. When Ash came to challenge the gym, it happened to coincide with an attack by Team Rocket. It was a strange combination of two humans and a talking Meowth. They were the ones who set the fire and left the gym in ruins. Fortunately, Ash and his friends were there and helped a lot to prevent the fire from spreading. "Is that really how it happened?" Natsui's lips twitched, secretly amused. Two humans and a Meowth. It was undoubtedly the Team Rocket trio. Only they would be so tireless in their pursuit of Ash. But in terms of cause and effect, if it hadn't been for Ash, the Team Rocket trio might never have followed him to the Celadon gym. And if they hadn't gone to the Celadon gym, they wouldn't have attacked and that big fire wouldn't have happened. He was completely dragged into this by Ash. Wisely not saying this out loud, Natsui just asked, puzzled, since the fire was so long ago, why has it taken until now to deal with it? "It couldn't be helped," Erica said, shaking her head with a wry smile. "The day after the fire, I reported the situation to the League. But because the League was short on funds at the time, and it needed to go through layers of approval, it was delayed for so long. But fortunately, the money finally came through a few days ago, so I've just started the work and plan to expand the gym scale." No wonder she had time to think about going to Johto to catch Pokemon. So the gym was temporarily closed at that moment. Natsui suddenly remembered the greenhouse in the gym that had left a deep impression on him and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, are the greenhouse and the Pokemon inside okay?" Erica nodded. Thanks to the Pokemon working together at the time and putting out the fire in time, they were spared. It didn't reach the greenhouse. It was a blessing in disguise. At this point, Erica suddenly thanked Natsui. "Speaking of which, I also have to thank you for the oranges you mailed. Those oranges are different from the ones in Kanto and are really delicious. After we ate them, we also planted their seeds in the flower garden, and now they've grown into saplings. In fact, if it hadn't been for those oranges," which made Erica realize that there were indeed huge differences between regions and that each place had its own unique customs, she wouldn't have suddenly thought of going to Johto to catch Pokemon there while the gym was being renovated. Natsui had originally forgotten about this matter, and hearing her bring it up, he was also relieved. It's good that they can grow. I was worried they wouldn't be able to sprout or adapt to the climate here. Just then, Erica suddenly looked behind her, searching for something. "Strange. Why don't I see Miss Sabrina? Weren't you traveling with her?" "Don't even mention it," Natsui waved his hand. The League kept urging her to come back and guard the gym. Sabrina couldn't refuse, so I came back this time to take her back to the Saffron gym. "Huh? So that's what happened." Erica was a bit surprised. After all, she had never heard of the League interfering with a gym leader's actions. The thought flashed through her mind, and seeing Natsui still standing there, she suddenly came back to her senses. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been standing here talking to you, and forgot to invite you in to sit down. You must be tired after such a long journey. Please come in and have a cup of hot tea." Natsui was indeed a bit thirsty, so he didn't refuse. He followed her into a large, temporarily built wooden house behind her. Inside the wooden house, besides Erica, there were also some female staff members whom Natsui had seen before at the gym. Seeing him, they all covered their mouths and giggled, sizing him up with bold, fiery gazes. Natsui felt a bit uncomfortable under their stares. He quickly nodded at them in greeting and then followed Erica to a small reception room in the innermost part of the house. Entering the room, the first thing Natsui smelled was a faint perfume mixed with the scent of flowers. Although the smell was pleasant, it still made his nose a bit itchy. Looking at the environment, although it was a temporary transitional building, this reception room had been decorated exquisitely and elegantly. Most importantly, perhaps due to her personality and hobbies, or because Erica loved nature, the place was filled with green plants and trimmed flowers. Being there gave Natsui a very warm feeling. But the overly feminine atmosphere made Natsui feel a bit unnatural, and for some reason, he even felt his mouth go dry. Erica didn't notice Natsui's strange behavior. She knelt on the other side of the tatami mat and brewed a pot of hot tea for the two of them. "Please excuse the mess," Erica said, placing the teacup in front of Natsui. Seeing him looking around, she smiled. This wooden house is the temporary site for the gym, specifically for handling some of the daily affairs. But because we can't hold battles here, it was built a bit simply. "This is already very nice," Natsui said, taking a sip of tea. While composing himself, he also complimented her. "A house like this is already a home that someone like me, who wanders everywhere, dreams of having." And being praised like this by Natsui, Erica covered her mouth and giggled, her mood also improving a lot. She had battled with Natsui, seen his strength, fought alongside him against Team Rocket, and had even been protected by him several times in their base. Although she hadn't said anything in her heart, she had long considered Natsui a friend, and being praised by a friend was undoubtedly a very happy thing. Erika's smile was very infectious and also greatly enhanced her charm, exuding a gentle aura completely different from Sabrina's. Such a radiant woman was undoubtedly very attractive. Natsui only looked at her for 2 glances and didn't dare to look any longer. He quickly averted his gaze. He cleared his throat and, to avoid overthinking, directly led the conversation to the main topic. "You said before that you wanted to go to Johto to catch grass-type Pokemon. I was wondering if you have any specific targets? That way I can give you some corresponding recommendations based on your needs." Chapter 351. Traveling with Erica, a target? Seeing Natsui proactively bring it up, Erika's expression also turned serious. "Not really. After all, traveling to Johto was a recent, spontaneous decision. I don't have any specific ideas yet." I see Natsui stroked his chin. "All right, then let me first tell you about the distribution of some of the Pokemon I've seen on my journey. Although my time in Johto has been short and I haven't traveled the entire region, I can at least give you a general reference." As he spoke, he took out his Pokédex and also opened the map on his phone. Using both devices, he detailed the grass-type Pokemon he had registered and the places he had been to for Erica. He spoke for a good 5 or 6 minutes, until Natsui felt a bit thirsty. He paused for a moment, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of tea to wet his throat. And during this break, Erica also brought over a plate of refreshments and refilled his teacup. It had to be said, as a traditional woman from a prestigious family, Erica was well-read, sensible, and knew her etiquette. Not only was she skilled with her hands, but she was also proficient in cooking and flower arranging and was very meticulous in her work. When interacting with her, one didn't need to speak up or worry about what to do next. In every aspect, she always took care of everything. She's also beautiful and has a certain level of strength. She's practically the perfect woman. After saying thanks, Natsui took another pastry. The pastries were exquisitely shaped, soft and fluffy, and melted in his mouth. They were truly both beautiful and delicious. And this couldn't help but remind Natsui of his experience when he met Erica in the wild while heading to the Indigo Conference with Koharu. At that time, Erica had also brought pastries she had made herself, which had left a deep impression on him. Tasting them again now, the same flavor was still endlessly memorable. After eating several pieces in a row, Natsui continued to speak. Erica also listened very carefully, chiming in from time to time. With his introduction, she quickly got a general understanding of Johto. Finally, after Natsui put away his Pokédex and phone, Erica sighed softly. It sounds like if I want to collect a few more grass-type Pokémon, I'll have to go to a lot of places. It's not as complicated as you think, Natsui smiled. Transportation is very convenient now. You can get to Johto quickly by plane, and the distances between cities are also very close. You basically don't need to camp out in the wild. It can be as easy as a hike. By the way, when you plan to set off? Erica thought for a moment. It should be in the next 2 days. But before I leave, I still need to pack my luggage and arrange some things. Natsui nodded in understanding. After all, she wasn't like him, completely unbound by worldly ties, able to set off on a whim. Besides being a gym leader, Erica was also the owner of a perfume shop and a flower arrangement master. With a large family and business, she had many things to handle personally every day. It's clear that your life is filled with various things. If that's the case, then you should take a good rest and relax, Natsui suggested. This is a rare opportunity anyway. Since the gym is still under construction, you can take the chance to stay outside for a few more days. While catching Pokémon, you can also enjoy some of the famous sights of the Johto region. Think of it as giving yourself a long vacation. At this point, out of politeness, Natsui added casually, I'm heading back to Johto tomorrow. You must contact me when you get there. Or better yet, you could just go to Johto with me tomorrow. While Erica pondered for a moment. Go to Johto with him? Having a companion is naturally the best thing, but she couldn't help but hesitate. After all, when Sabrina was around, although she and Sabrina were just acquaintances and not very close, they were both women, so she didn't feel anything about joining them. But now that Sabrina had left, traveling alone with a man, wouldn't it cause a misunderstanding? She glanced at Natsui. Seeing his clear eyes and remembering how he had helped her several times, Erika's heart softened. She felt she shouldn't look at him with such vulgar eyes, nor should she lump him in with ordinary men. He has a girlfriend, after all. And what's wrong with just being travel companions? I shouldn't overthink it. With this thought, she had already made up her mind. On the other side, Natsui also regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. After all, he and Erica were, at best, just ordinary friends. Suggesting they travel together was a bit too presumptuous and could easily make people think he had ulterior motives. But it had just been a slip of the tongue, and now it was too late to take it back. To prevent Erica from overthinking it, he could only explain, it's mainly that you're a girl, and it's inevitable that you'll run into some inconvenient situations when traveling alone. If we're together, we can look out for each other. Of course, if you're not willing, you can also go by yourself. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The explanation was unavoidably a bit weak. But just as Natsui thought Erica would refuse, he was surprised to see her nod in agreement. All right, then he'll get ready tonight, and we'll set off together tomorrow. Huh, this time, it was Natsui's turn to be stunned. She really agreed? He could swear to the heavens that he had just said it casually, without any ulterior motives. He braced himself and said, Okay, of course, no problem, then let's go together tomorrow. Erica didn't notice Natsui's forced composure. She stood up and nodded at him. All right then, we'll go make the arrangements now. By the way, are you staying here tonight? There's still a few spare guest rooms. We can set off right after breakfast tomorrow. No, thank you. Natsui quickly shook his head. He'll just stay at the Pokemon Center for the night. Let's meet at the gym entrance tomorrow morning. Leaving the Celadon gym, Natsui went to the Celadon City Pokemon Center and stayed there. At night, lying in bed, he couldn't help but feel that something was not quite right. Tossing and turning, he felt that he should first talk to Sabrina to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. But after thinking it over, he still didn't dare to tell her about it. With her personality, if he were to make her unhappy, he would be in trouble. She might suddenly appear before him and turn him into a doll. It's better to keep it a secret for now. Fortunately, Erica was only traveling with him for a part of the journey. After she was done catching Pokemon, she would naturally return to Kanto. At that time, as long as he didn't bring it up, no one would ever know. Chapter 352. Returning to Johto the next morning, Natsui had breakfast at the Pokemon Center and went to the Celadon gym again. Because it was still early, the construction workers had not yet started work, and the door to the temporary wooden house was still locked. Seeing this, Natsui was not in a hurry, but found a sunny spot and stood there waiting quietly. The morning breeze was a bit cool on his skin. Before long, Erica, accompanied by a few pretty girls, walked over from the distance. Her attire today was still a kimono, but compared to her usual more elaborate style, today's outfit was clearly more suitable for travel. Not only was it more form-fitting, but the sleeves and trousers were also tied with thin cords. It had to be said, every time he saw Erica, she was wearing a different style of kimono. He didn't know if it was a family rule or if she just really liked this kind of dress. Walking up to Natsui, she bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Sorry, I'm late." "Have you been waiting long?" No, Natsui smiled. "I just got here myself." Are you all ready?" "If there's no problem, let's set off now." Nodding, Erica took a backpack from one of the girls and then waved to them. "You can go back now. This is far enough. From now on, you'll leave the gym and the shop in your care." The girls' eyes were teary, and they surrounded Erica, clearly very reluctant to see her go. "Take care, Erica. Erica, you must come back soon." Erica, for a moment. Natsui's ears were filled with the chattering of the girls. Although each voice was pleasant to listen to on its own, when they were all together, it was just noisy and gave him a headache. You all seeing them like this, Erica smiled and shook her head, comforting them in a low voice. "There's no need to be so sad. It's not a life or death parting. Don't worry, we'll be back soon." In fact, from this, one could see that although Erica had an employer-employee relationship with them, their relationship was very harmonious. Natsui even remembered that when he first came to the perfume shop and the Celadon gym, the atmosphere there was very relaxed and harmonious, which also showed how approachable Erica was. After saying goodbye to the reluctant girls, Erica turned and left with Natsui out of the gym area and onto the street until they were out of sight. "I can tell they're really sad to see you go." Hearing this, a nostalgic look appeared on Erica's face. "After all, I've known them for a long time. Some of them I've even known since they were little. After all this time, we've long since become very good friends. TSK, such a deep friendship. It really makes one envious the two of them walked down the street for a while." When they reached a crossroads, Natsui suddenly stopped and faced Erica. "Next, we should also choose a route to Jado. Do you want to take a plane? Or a ship? Or should we go to Saffron City first and then take the magnet train to Goldenrod City?" Just as Natsui had said yesterday, transportation was now extremely developed. Besides walking or riding a Pokemon, they could completely consider other, faster modes of human transportation. Besides having an airport on the outskirts, although Celadon City was in the central part Kanto, because of the inland sea, the city also had a large port, with many ships traveling to and from other regions every day. Of course, taking a plane was the best choice, the shortest and most efficient. The magnet train was second, but it required a detour back to Saffron City. As for taking a ship, because the waterway was slow, it would undoubtedly waste more time and was the route Natsui recommended the least. Originally, Natsui had thought it would be most appropriate to ride Charizard back to Jado. But this time, traveling with Erica, out of respect, he couldn't make the decision on his own and had to ask for her opinion first. Erica pondered for a moment, but didn't make a choice. Instead, she asked, "Normally, how do you travel?" Natsui said without thinking, "For short distances, I walk. For longer distances, I rely on Charizard. Although Charizard's flying speed is not fast, it's convenient. You can stop when you want and go when you want. It's very free." "Then let's ride Charizard together," Erica smiled. "You're still challenging the gyms, so you must need to constantly train your Pokemon on the road, right? Then we can just do it your way. You don't have to accommodate me." "Well, don't worry," Erica said, making a fist. "I'm a trainer too. You know, I'm not that delicate." She really is considerate. Natsui was still a bit hesitant, but since Erica had said so, he didn't try to persuade her further. "All right, then let's take Charizard back to Jado. But it will be a long flight, and the journey will inevitably be a bit tough. If you feel uncomfortable, don't hesitate to tell me." We can stop and rest for a bit before setting off again. Seeing Erika nod, Natsui took out a pokeball and released Charizard. He first helped Erika hang her luggage on one side of Charizard, then gallantly helped her onto it. After she was seated firmly, he then mounted Charizard himself. When traveling with Sabrina, she usually sat in front, leaning against Natsui's chest. But now, with Erika, out of respect for the distinction between men and women, she sat behind Natsui, keeping a certain distance from him to avoid physical contact. With everything ready, Natsui patted Charizard's neck, telling it to fly as steadily as possible. Then, with a kick of his heels, Charizard leaped into the air, spread its wings, and soared high, diving into the clouds and carrying them towards Johto. Johto, above some unknown region. After setting off from Celadon City, after a day of flight, they finally arrived in Johto before nightfall. On the way, the two had only stopped once for lunch. The rest of the time, they had been rushing on their journey until now. Just as Erika had said, she was indeed not as delicate as she looked, whether as a perfume shop owner or a flower arrangement master. Setting aside those two identities, she was first and foremost a gym leader, and even more so, a trainer. Therefore, whether it was the cold air or the tedious journey, she had endured it all without any complaint, at least on the surface. Glancing at the time and seeing that it was already late, Natsui turned to Erika and said, "All right, now that we're in Johto, let's not rush any further. I think we should rest here for the night." Chapter 353. Greenfield. Hearing that they could finally rest, Erika couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although she looked relaxed at the moment, she had actually been putting on a brave face. Even as a strong trainer with a strong will, her body was still that of an ordinary human woman, and a long journey had left her physically and mentally exhausted. After Charizard landed, Natsui jumped off first, then helped Erika down. Their hands touched briefly. Natsui could feel that her fingers were very delicate, her skin extremely smooth and fair. In a daze, his mind went blank, and he subconsciously gave her hand a squeeze. Erika, however, didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Her expression was normal as she thanked him gracefully. A cool breeze blew across her cheeks. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion caused by fatigue, but Erika felt as if even the air here carried the fragrant scent of fresh grass. After sitting on Charizard for so long, when she set foot on the ground again, she felt her legs were a bit weak. She sat down on a rock and gently massaged them a few times. Once the fatigue had subsided a little, she was finally in the mood to look around. With the last rays of the setting sun, she saw that behind them was a huge forest, and in front of them were a few interconnected, not too high hills covered in thick green grass. So it wasn't an illusion. There really is the scent of fresh grass. Seeing such a view, her mood, which had been dampened by the journey, also lifted considerably. After all, around Celadon City, due to excessive human development, with tall buildings everywhere and a constant emission of exhaust fumes and wastewater, such lush grasslands were no longer a common sight. And for her, who loved plants, this was undoubtedly a refreshing and delightful scene. Beside her, Natsui took a sip of water, then took out his phone, opened the map, and checked their current location. Let me see him. Not bad. According to the map, if we just cross those few small hills in front of us, we'll reach a place called Greenfield. There's a small town there with a Pokemon Center where we can stay. Looks like we're really lucky. At least we don't have to camp out in the wild tonight. Greenfield? Erika frowned slightly, feeling that the name sounded familiar. She quickly took out a travel guide from her backpack. After flipping through a few pages, she suddenly pointed to a picture and said with a hint of pleasant surprise, "So it's this place. It says here that Greenfield is a peaceful land full of greenery, and that even the wind that blows there can soothe the hearts of both humans and Pokemon. And besides being home to many grass-type Pokemon, it's also the #1 place girls want to visit most in the Johto region. I can't believe I arrived here on my first stop in Johto. The place girls want to visit most? #1? This was the first time Natsui had heard of such a ranking. Since it's the place girls want to visit most, the scenery there must be very beautiful, Or perhaps there are some romantic legends. And it can soothe the heart? Does that mean it has some kind of magical power? But glancing at the guidebook in Erika's hand, to have even prepared something like this, it seemed she had done her homework for this trip. After a short rest, the two set off again. This time, knowing that Erika had had enough of riding Charizard and that their destination was not far, Natsui suggested they walk the rest of the way. Erika didn't object. She really did need to stretch her legs, so she gladly accepted the suggestion. The two crossed one small hill after another, with a brisk pace. As time passed, the sky grew darker and darker, and when they came to their senses and looked up at the sky, it was already filled with stars. It's gotten so late, but the starry sky, far from the city, is really beautiful. Finally, when they reached the top of the last small hill, just as they were about to step into green field and thought they would see some magnificent scenery, they were met with a shocking sight. Below the hill was a peaceful and serene field, and in the field was a quiet little town. But at that moment, in a manner not far from the town, a dazzling pillar of purplish-blue light suddenly erupted. The pillar of light appeared so suddenly that in the blink of an eye, it had pierced the clouds and reached the heavens, shining exceptionally brightly in the night sky. In an instant, the entire manor was completely enveloped in the purplish-blue light. It was slowly being devoured, and finally it completely turned into a crystalline form like a giant tower. Before the two of them could realize what was happening, the next second, the purplish-blue light wave overflowed from the manor, slowly spreading outwards and covering the entire small hill. They could see that wherever the light wave passed, whether it was buildings, flowers, grass, or rocks, they all instantly turned into a crystalline form, like a strangely shaped crystal maze. This the two exchanged a look, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What happened? I don't know. Should we go take a look? They quickly walked towards the town, and a dozen or so minutes later, they had reached its edge. By now, many of the town's residents had noticed the strange light. They had run out of their houses and were gathered outside the manor, watching the still-spreading light wave and discussing it among themselves. But the light wave was so strange that no one dared to approach. They could only stand on the periphery, helplessly retreating as the light wave advanced. Natsui and Erika also blended into the crowd. From the surprise conversations of these people, it was not hard to hear that they were also extremely shocked and puzzled by the sudden appearance of the pillar of light and the crystallization, having no idea what had happened. Passing through the crowd, the two came to the very edge. At their feet was the still-spreading light wave. But at this moment, its speed had slowed down like a snail crawling. After looking down for a long time, Erika said in surprise, "What on earth is this?" "It's hard to say, but it should be some kind of energy," Natsui said. As he spoke, he looked towards a manor again. "Even without going in, I can tell that there must be a powerful energy constantly erupting inside, trying to transform the environment here." With that, he picked up a branch and slowly poked it at the light wave. But the moment it touched, the tip of the branch instantly turned into crystal, and the crystallization quickly spread towards the end Natsui was holding. He didn't dare to delay, and quickly threw the branch aside. And the moment it landed on the ground, the branch had completely turned into crystal. What a strange power, just as Natsui was marveling at it. He heard the sound of police sirens from behind. He turned his head and saw that even the town's police had been mobilized. A few police cars came speeding over, then screeched to a halt outside the crowd. Now it seems things have really blown up. Chapter 354. The strange crystal with the manor as the center, the purplish-blue light wave instantly turned everything within a 300-meter radius into crystal. And the crystal tower that had just formed was also constantly changing, eventually gradually transforming into a peculiar shape resembling a giant flower petal. Two sharp protrusions, like the pistils of a flower, curved towards the sky, looking very strange. Faced with such a mysterious and unknown event, the town police sent people to investigate while also setting up a security line to keep the town residents outside. Unfortunately, because of the poor visibility at night, the lack of professional equipment, and their reluctance to venture deep. After a long look, they couldn't figure anything out at all. In fact, as the light wave continued to spread outwards, it slowly turned the security line they had set up into a crystalline form as well. Left with no choice, after several more failed attempts to set up a security line, the police officers could only use their megaphones to urge the onlooking town residents to keep moving back to avoid being affected by this strange energy. Fortunately, perhaps because its power was waning, its spreading speed became slower and slower. In the dozen or so minutes since Natsui and Erica had arrived, it had only spread less than a meter, and Natsui turned his head and glanced at the town behind him. Because it was far from the manor, if it continued at this speed, it wouldn't even reach the edge of the town by tomorrow. This was undoubtedly good news for the town residents, and it also let them breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, they had plenty of time to transfer their property before their homes were affected. The two of them also retreated with the crowd, with these police officers handling it. There was no need for them to step forward. Glancing at the time again, he said to Erica, "It's too dark. We can't be of much help anyway. I think we should go to the Pokemon Center on the other side of town first, rest a bit, and get something to eat." Erica nodded. With something like this happening, they couldn't just pretend nothing was wrong and leave quietly. After all, as a gym leader, even if it wasn't in Kanto, maintaining peace was still her responsibility. She had to get to the bottom of this. And she also understood that perhaps after tonight, things would calm down. But if the situation was serious, in her current tired state, she wouldn't be able to solve anything. The top priority now was to get a good rest, recover her stamina as much as possible, and adapt to whatever came next. "I understand. Let's go." The two turned and went to the Pokemon Center on the other side of town. At the entrance, they met Nurse Joy, who was also looking towards the manor. After explaining their purpose, Nurse Joy led them into the Pokemon Center, arranged 2 dorm rooms for them, and brought them a delicious dinner. Originally, Natsui had wanted to ask Nurse Joy what had happened, but she shook her head. She also had no idea about what had just occurred. "It seems we can only wait until tomorrow after dinner." The two of them began to yawn. It was now past 9 in the evening. The fatigue of the day left them with no energy for idle chat. After saying good night to each other, they went straight back to their respective rooms. Natsui took off his clothes, washed away his fatigue, and lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. In a daze, he didn't know when he had fallen asleep. And when he woke up the next day, he moved his body a bit. Although he was still a bit sleepy, at least the physical fatigue had completely recovered. Excellent, full health. After getting up and washing, thinking about last night's events, he first went outside to take a look. At this moment, the crystal tower had not yet disappeared, and the light wave was still spreading. And overnight, it had extended another 200 meters or so, showing no signs of stopping at all. Fortunately, it was still some distance from the town, so it was safe for the time being. And this time, because of the good visibility during the day, Natsui could also see more clearly. Even from a distance, he could vaguely see the plants and stones, fixed in the crystal like amber. Looking at the center again, the manor was completely gone. It had become like a giant, alien forest, not only emitting a strange light, but also having a bizarre shape, compared to the harmonious and beautiful surrounding fields. Its style was extremely different and looked very out of place. It was as if it were an ecosystem from another planet. After looking for a while, Natsui turned his head again and looked at the Pokemon Center behind him. Because he had arrived in the dark yesterday, he hadn't gotten a clear look at it. Only now did he realize that, unlike the Pokemon Centers in ordinary cities, the one here was a bit like a resort with a European pastoral style. Returning to the Pokemon Center, he met up with Erica in the dining hall. At this time, it was breakfast time, but the entire dining hall, apart from them, had no other trainers. After asking Nurse Joy, he found out that although this was a tourist spot and had even been ranked #1 as the place girls want to visit most of the people who came here for tourism were just ordinary people. Even if they stayed here, they would all go to the inns in the town for the night. And under their questioning, Nurse Joy also revealed some information about the manor. "Our town is called Greenfield," she said, "and that manor is the residence of Professor Spencer Hale. But I heard that he seems to have encountered some kind of accident recently while he was out doing research, and only his assistant came back." Professor Spencer Hale? Seeing that the two of them seemed to have never heard of his name, Nurse Joy introduced. "Professor Hale is highly regarded in the research community for his wisdom and kindness. But because of his busy work, he often leaves Molly, that is, his daughter, alone at home." As a woman, Erica keenly caught the key point and couldn't help but ask, "Alone? What about her mother?" Shaking her head, Nurse Joy said regretfully, her mother was also a researcher, but she has been missing for a long time. Now, in the manor, only the butler is there to take care of her every day. An unfortunate family, Natsui sighed. For such families, whether from the news or from TV and movies, he had seen too many. Each one was full of misfortune. Just then, a chaotic noise suddenly came from outside. It sounded very noisy, as if a lot of people had gathered outside the door. Curious, the group went out to see and saw several police cars parked in front of the Pokemon Center. Officer Jenny was talking with the town police and a few unfamiliar men. Even Officer Jenny is here. It seems that what happened last night was very serious and is no longer a problem that ordinary police officers can handle. Otherwise, Officer Jenny wouldn't have made a special trip here. Chapter 355. Brock's urgency, just like Nurse Joy. Although Officer Jenny seemed to appear frequently, maintaining order in various cities within the police force, she was both the face and a core strength. For even her to be dispatched showed that this incident had indeed caused a major impact. While Nurse Joy went over to greet Officer Jenny, another news van from a TV station, along with several engineering vehicles, drove over. In an instant, dozens of people crowded the front of the Pokemon Center. They began to adjust their equipment and unload their tools. Natsui and Erica had to step aside to give them enough space. And just then, at the end of the road, a few more people came running towards them. Natsui looked closely and saw that it was none other than Ash and his group. Ash was running at the very front, followed closely by Misty. And the one running at the very back was the long-unseen Brock, who had replaced Tracy. Looking beside Ash, besides the three of them, there was also a woman he had never met before, accompanying them. As they ran up to the Pokemon Center, Ash and his group also suddenly saw Natsui. Their eyes lit up, and they all ran towards him. Before Ash could speak, Misty was the first to speak up, chirping Natsui. "What a coincidence! I can't believe you're here too." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw Erica, and her eyes widened. "Huh, MS. Erica, what are you doing here? And why are you with Natsui?" "Hello," Erica said with a smile, nodding at them. "Ash, Misty, and Brock, we meet again. As you can see, I'm currently traveling with Natsui, planning to come to Johto to catch some new Pokemon." "Traveling with him?" they all exclaimed in surprise. And compared to Ash's and Brock's astonishment, Misty was hit even harder, instantly turning to stone on the spot. For a moment, Ash could almost hear the sound of her heart turning to glass and shattering. Natsui also greeted them. "I didn't expect to meet you guys here either. It's really a coincidence." "Brock, so you're traveling with Ash again. To see the three of you together again really makes me feel both nostalgic and happy." "Nostalgic?" Brock scratched his cheek, puzzled, naturally not understanding the meaning behind Natsui's words. And Natsui, of course, wouldn't explain. He turned his head and started chatting with Ash about the most important matter of this journey. "You've been in Johto for so long now. You must have gotten several badges already, right?" Hearing this topic, Ash grinned, lifted his jacket, and revealed 2 shining badges inside. "That's right. I've already gotten the Zephyr badge and the Hive badge. What about you, Natsui?" "2 already, that's really fast. I'm about the same as you. I just got my 3rd badge a few days ago." Hearing Natsui say this, Ash also let out a secret sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't too far behind, there was a chance to catch up. Natsui ruffled Misty's hair, bringing her back to her senses, then turned his gaze to the woman beside them. This woman was about his age, with long hair, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, a red bandana, and a traveler's backpack. A long-tailed ape-palm was perched on her shoulder, a very common trainer's attire. And this is? Before Ash and the others could introduce her, the woman spoke up. Hello, my name is Lisa. I just met Ash and the others in the forest. Since we were all heading here, we came together. Lisa. Natsui thought hard, but his mind drew a blank. Just then, Ash suddenly felt that something was missing. He looked around and, not seeing Sabrina, couldn't help but ask in surprise, Huh? Natsui, where's Ms. Sabrina? Natsui sighed. She's already gone back to the Saffron Gym. She went back to the Saffron Gym? Misty instantly perked up, but then glanced at Erica and sighed again. One Sabrina leaves, and another Erica comes along. Sigh. When will it ever be my turn? Although it seemed that Erica and Natsui were just ordinary friends for the time being, with her woman's sixth sense, Misty felt that it was only a matter of time before Erica fell into Natsui's hands. On the other side, as soon as the words left his mouth, Natsui clearly noticed a strange expression on Brock's face. He seemed to be hesitating, wanting to say something to him. Before he could think about it, Lisa had already asked, We just saw a large area of crystallization on the mountaintop. Do you know what happened here? I'm not too sure either. Natsui shook his head, told them what he had seen and heard last night, and finally added, But Officer Jenny is also here. I think things should be clear up soon. And at this point, Natsui suddenly realized something. Originally, he had just thought it was some sudden incident. But when he saw Ash, he instantly remembered that this should be the plot of one of the movies. No wonder it felt so familiar, but what was the name of that movie again? Was it Spell of the Unknown? Or NTI at the Spell of the Unknown? Natsui scratched his head. Because the memory was so distant, he really couldn't remember the name or the content clearly. But in any case, as long as Ash was here, the matter should soon come to light and be resolved. Seeing that Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were still talking on the other side, the group wisely did not disturb them and instead returned to the Pokemon Center's restaurant together. The group rested here for a while and had a few cups of coffee. And while Erica, Misty, and Lisa were in the restroom, Natsui suddenly felt a shadow flash before him, and Brock was already kneeling in front of him, tightly gripping his hands. Before Natsui could react, Brock had already asked with great expectation, Natsui no, Big Brother Natsui, please teach me how you did it. Natsui looked at him in surprise, not understanding. Taught you how to do what? Brock spoke very quickly. I heard from Ash and Misty before that you traveled with Miss Sabrina for a long time, and now you've switched to Miss Erica. To be able to capture the hearts of two beautiful women at the same time and have them travel with you. What's the secret? Natsui couldn't help but find it amusing. No wonder Brock was hesitating outside before. So this is what he wanted to ask. He forcefully pulled his hands out of Brock's grasp and shook his head. Don't talk no sens. I haven't captured Erika's heart. We're really just friends. Chapter 356. Only handsome with his sharp powers of observation, Brock keenly caught the loophole in Natsui's words. You haven't captured Erika's heart? But you didn't deny your relationship with Ms. Sabrina. So that means you and Ms. Sabrina really are a couple. This guy Natsui raised his eyebrows. Although whenever he met a beautiful girl, Brock would instantly become a lovesick puppy, unable to walk straight. Without any girls present at the moment, his IQ instantly took over. He was practically turning into Detective Brock. And seeing Natsui's silence, Brock said urgently, Big Brother Natsui, please, I'm begging you, teach me how to do it. I want to be as popular with girls as you are. Glancing at the restroom and seeing that Erica and the others hadn't returned yet, Natsui couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Erica had heard that, it would surely cause a misunderstanding, which would be terrible. She might really think that he had invited her to travel with him with some ulterior motives. I have to get rid of Brock quickly. With this thought, looking at Brock's prematurely aged face, Natsui cleared his throat with a fake cough. Actually, to win a girl's favor, you only need 2 words. Brock's eyes widened. 2 words? That's right. Natsui nodded, confirming it again. Only 2 words. Hearing this, Brock's spirits lifted, and his eyes shone with a fiery light. What are the 2 words? Is it gentleness? Perseverance? charm, or humor? Natsui shook his head, as if hesitating whether to tell him. And seeing Natsui's expression, Brock couldn't help but ask again with a sincere tone, "Come on, big brother Natsui, please tell me, what are the 2 words?" After looking at him with a meaningful gaze for a long time, Natsui said slowly, "All right, since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. To make a girl like you, besides all the things you just mentioned, remember the 2 most important words," which are Natsui drew out the words, and Brock's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Which are?" Natsui chuckled and uttered 2 words. "Being handsome." Hearing these 2 words, Brock collapsed to the ground, feeling a mouthful of old blood well up in his chest, almost spitting it out. He had thought there was some secret, but in the end, it was this. If he had Natsui's looks, why would he even need to worry about not having a girlfriend? His children would probably be old enough to buy soy sauce by now. So it seems I really wasted my breath. Just now I'm so stupid, and to think I had such high hopes for his words beside them. Seeing Brock's petrified state, Pikachu clutched its stomach and burst out laughing on the tabletop. And Ash also scratched his head, although he didn't quite understand the topic. He found the interaction between Natsui and Brock very interesting. Indeed, it's best when everyone is together. A few minutes later, when Erica and the others returned from the restroom, they saw Brock squatting in a corner, drawing circles with his finger, looking very dejected. "Strange," Misty said with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with him?" "Don't mind him," Natsui said, waving his hand. "His world has suffered a huge blow. He won't be able to recover for a while." Although the ladies were very curious, they didn't ask any more questions. Just then, Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and a man of about 27 or 28 walked in from outside. Through the introductions, Natsui and the others learned that this man was named John, the assistant of the missing Professor Spencer Hale. Natsui sized him up for a few moments. John wore a loose coat, and his hair was a bit messy. He really did look like a researcher who was too busy with work to care about his appearance. After the group greeted each other, Erica was the first to speak, asking the question on everyone's mind. "Mr. John, please tell us what happened." John glanced to the side, and seeing Officer Jenny nod, he then said, "It was the unknown." "The unknown?" Except for Natsui and Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, who had already learned the cause from John, everyone else, whether it was Erica or Ash's group, was clearly hearing this name for the first time. Ash asked curiously, "What's that? Is it a Pokemon?" "It is indeed a type of Pokemon, but a very rare one that only exists in various ancient ruins," John said with a sigh, and then recounted the cause of the incident. "You may have all heard that Professor Hale is a leading expert on the unknown, and he is one of the few scholars who could decipher the hieroglyphic script. During this time, the professor and I have been in various ruins, searching for and exploring this mysterious Pokemon. And just a few days ago, we found a clue to them in a ruin in the desert. But just as we were investigating a secret chamber in the ruin, an accident suddenly happened." At this point, John paused, as if still finding the matter incredible. And after he had composed himself, he continued, "At that time, we were each studying the hieroglyphic script on a wall. But while I was transcribing the text, I suddenly heard a strange noise from behind. But when I turned around, I found that the professor, who had been right behind me, he had just vanished without a trace." "Vanished?" John nodded. At the spot where the professor had been standing, all that was left was a box filled with unknown tiles. Hearing this, Natsui stroked his chin. Speaking of the unknown, he couldn't help but think of Satake, whom he had met earlier at the ruins of Ulf. Like Professor Hale, he could also decipher the hieroglyphic script and was also conducting research in this area. They're in the same circle. The two of them must know each other. And then, John said with a wry smile, "When I brought that box back to Professor Hale's manor last night and gave it to his daughter, Molly, as a memento, that night, the crystallization happened in the manor. I broke into Molly's room midway through and saw a large group of unknown surrounding her. And then, as you all saw, what happened next happened I see," Erica said after hearing this, summarizing, "So all of this was caused by the unknown." "That's right," John nodded. "To control the spread of the event, we can only stop those unknown and rescue Molly." Just then, Officer Jenny interjected, Some experts will be here shortly to investigate this matter. But to prevent the situation from spreading further, if possible, could I ask you to stay here for the time being? This matter is already beyond the scope of our police force, and as trainers, we really need your help. Before Natsui could say anything, the hot-blooded and kind-hearted Ash had already stood up, patted his chest, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Officer Jenny. Well, help no matter what happens." Chapter 357. 3v3 free-for-all time passed without notice, and it was already 10 in the morning. Natsui's group remained in the restaurant, waiting for the expert officer Jenny had mentioned. Sitting by the window, through the glass, Natsui saw a female TV reporter doing a live broadcast in front of a camera outside the Pokemon Center. He heard her say, continuing with our earlier report, "We are now deep within Greenfield. In this place, which has always been known for its lush greenery and peace, an unprecedented and strange event has occurred. The source of this event has been confirmed to be the residence of the renowned Johto region Professor Spencer Hale. At present, the details are still unclear. We are waiting here for the arrival of experts, hoping they can. The news broadcast had a delay of only a few seconds. Before the female reporter had even finished speaking, Natsui had already seen the report on the restaurant's TV. Now, the entire Johto region probably knows about this, and any new development here will be transmitted by the reporters to the countless viewers in front of their TVs. After waiting in the restaurant for another 10 minutes or so and drinking a few cups of coffee, perhaps out of sheer boredom, Lisa suddenly walked up to Natsui. "Hey, I heard from that little girl over there that your Pokemon are very strong. Since they're just waiting around anyway, do you want to have a battle with me?" Hearing there was a battle, Ash immediately perked up. He left his seat and also ran up to Natsui, his eyes shining as he looked at him. "Big brother Natsui, to be honest, I've always wanted to have another battle with you. After coming to Johto, I've also caught a lot of reliable partners. I was just hoping to show them to you." Looking at the two confident individuals, Natsui stood up and stretched widely. "No problem. Waiting like this is indeed a bit boring. Let's have a battle then. But since you both want to battle me, I don't know who to accept first. How about this? Since there are so many of us here today, why don't we have a 3-on-3 battle?" 3-on-3? Natsui nodded. "Aren't there exactly 6 of us right now? Let's just split into 2 teams and have a fun free-for-all." Yeah. Misty was the first to agree, chirping, "I want to be on the same team as Natsui." Hearing about a free-for-all, Ash and the others all became interested. To be honest, they had done 1v1 and 2v2 battles, but never a 3v3. Just then, Brock, who had somehow regained his spirits, seemed to want to get back at Natsui for his earlier teasing. He ran up to the group and said with a supportive look, "In that case, he'll be on the same team as Ash." Perhaps seeing that everyone was very interested, Erika felt it would be rude to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she joined Natsui's team, and the remaining Lisa naturally joined Ash's team. After forming the teams, the group left the Pokemon Center and went to the open-air battlefield behind it, each standing in their respective trainers' boxes. To Natsui's left was Misty, and to his right was Erika. Opposite them, Ash stood in the middle, with Brock and Lisa on either side of him. Except for Natsui and Erika, everyone else was rubbing their hands together, extremely excited for the upcoming battle. And as for Erika, she was originally the dignified type and normally wouldn't participate in such a battle. But at this moment, being with these people, her mindset had unknowingly become more lively. Noticing this change in herself, Erika couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, forget it. They'll just consider it as relaxing. On the other side, Ash was rubbing his hands together and said excitedly, "Big brother Natsui, what are the rules for this match?" Natsui thought for a moment. "Each of us will send out 2 Pokemon for a total of 6 Pokemon per team on the field at the same time. Whichever side still has Pokemon standing at the end wins." "I get it." Just then, Misty reminded him in a low voice from the side, "Be careful, Natsui. Ms. Lisa is really strong. When she battled Ash before, they even went to a tiebreaker with her 6 Pokemon. In the end, Ash only won by a fluke." "Oh, an even match with Ash?" Natsui nodded, and then gave Misty a smile. It's fine. Even if the opponents are strong, we're not weak either. Seeing that there were no more questions, Natsui signaled for the match to begin, and both sides released their Pokemon at the same time. Natsui sent out Larvitar and Dragonair. Erika sent out her Leafeon and Tangela. As for Misty, she had originally wanted to send out her Starmie and Poliwag, but she had just released Starmie, and before she could take out the second Pokeball with a flash of blue light, Psyduck had come out on its own, uncommanded. Looking at the dazed Psyduck, who still hadn't figured out the situation, Misty held her forehead, speechless. You idiot! Why did you sneak out on your own again? She had wanted to recall Psyduck, but by a stroke of bad luck, it had hidden behind a few other Pokemon. After 2 more failed attempts to capture it, Misty, fuming, simply gave up and, in a fit of frustration, sent it into battle. Looking at the other side, Brock sent out his Onix and his Golbat, and Lisa sent out her Apom and a Quagsire. As for Ash, he sent out Pikachu and a Noctowl of a very unusual color. This Noctowl was clearly a shiny Pokemon. An ordinary Noctowl was brownish-brown, but this shiny Noctowl of Ash's was golden. At that moment, under the sunlight, the shiny Noctowl's feathers shone with a golden luster, looking very dazzling. It had to be said, Natsui was truly a bit envious. To think that even Ash had caught a shiny Pokemon. But he himself had been traveling for so long and had yet to encounter a single one. Sigh, it can't be helped. After all, shiny Pokemon are something you can only hope to encounter by chance. However, the size of Ash's Noctowl was slightly smaller than an ordinary one. But having seen the anime, Natsui knew that. In contrast, its mind was very sharp. Just then, Erika, beside him, pointed to her Leafeon and thanked Natsui. Look, it's thanks to the Leaf Stone you gave me back then that my EV was able to evolve into Leafeon. The Leaf Stone Erika was talking about was the prize Natsui had won from the EV brothers when he passed through Stone Town. Originally, the Leaf Stone had been thrown to the bottom of his backpack. It was only later, when he met Erika in the wild, that he gave it to her. He had already forgotten about this matter, and it was only now that she mentioned it that he remembered. Don't worry about it. Natsui smiled. It's called putting things to good use. It was useless in my hands anyway. I'm glad it could help you. Chapter 358. No honor in war. As both sides got ready, the free-for-all began immediately. But unexpectedly, from the very start, Ash and Brock both unanimously focused their first attacks on Natsui's Pokemon. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Noctowl used Air Slash. Onix used Tackle. Golbat used Supersonic. Although it was a 6-on-6 battle, under the command of these two, their 4 Pokemon completely ignored Erika and Misty on the side. As if they had planned it in advance, with perfect coordination, they launched a combined attack on Dragonair and Larvitar. The 4 menacing Pokemon surrounded Natsui's Dragonair and Larvitar. Instantly, various moves were unleashed simultaneously, covering the 2 Pokemon from all sides. There was no escape. Although Dragonair and Larvitar also used moves to resist, they were outnumbered. After some of the moves were neutralized, the remaining 2 attacks, still powerful, continued towards them. Left with no choice, they could only brace themselves and take the full force of the saturation attack. Boom! As the dust from the explosion cleared, one could see that both Pokemon had sustained varying degrees of injury. Clearly, Ash and Brock also knew Natsui's strength and knew that he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Therefore, for them to win this free-for-all, Natsui was the key they had to eliminate first. And seeing them target him like this, Natsui shook his head, finding it quite amusing. These two, what grudge do they have against me? To have no sense of honor and target me like this? But it didn't matter. Since it was a fun match, winning or losing wasn't that important. Even facing Ash's and Brock's special attention, he still didn't plan to command, but let his Pokemon fight freely. On the field, although Dragonair and Larvitar were facing a siege, their spirits were not broken. They launched a counterattack, wanted to fight back hard, but Ash's and Brock's Pokemon were clearly not small fry that could be dealt with so easily. Especially Pikachu. Its small size not only made it extremely agile, darting back and forth on the battlefield and very difficult to hit, but the power of its moves was also very strong, forcing one to be on guard. And the main thing was that this standard battlefield was just too small for so many Pokemon to battle at once, leaving Dragonair and Larvitar with no room to maneuver. After just a few exchanges, the still weak Larvitar was directly knocked to the ground. And although Dragonair was still holding on from the looks of it, it was also on its last legs and couldn't struggle for much longer. Just as they were about to defeat both of Natsui's Pokemon, before Ash and Brock could celebrate, bad news came from the other side. A series of explosions could be heard. They turned their heads and were surprised to find that Lisa's two Pokemon had, at some point, already been defeated. It turned out that while they were focused on dealing with Natsui, because Dragonair and Larvitar had drawn most of their attention without their support, Erica and Misty could attack Lisa without any reservations. And Lisa's Pokemon, under the siege of two gym leaders, were clearly defeated even faster than Natsui's. Seeing their surprised looks, Lisa shrugged helplessly. I couldn't help it. They're really strong. There was no way I could hold out until you guys dealt with that man. In her words, she seemed to be blaming the two for their all-or-nothing battle style, which was so focused on the front that it neglected the back, not helping her share the pressure, which was why she was defeated so quickly without any battle experience. Unfortunately, the two dense boys, Brock and Ash, didn't catch her hidden meaning at all. And at this moment, after Lisa's Pokemon were defeated, the situation on the field had completely reversed. Glancing at the battle situation, Brock secretly thought that this was not good. Erica and Misty, now freed up, had already commanded their Pokemon to turn and deal with them. Together with Natsui's Dragonair, they had formed a pincer attack on their Pokemon. But the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. Although they were outnumbered 5-4 and at a type disadvantage, Misty's Psyduck seemed to be in a world of its own, just standing there completely out of it and of no help at all. If you count like that, excluding Psyduck, it's 4 against 4. It's not impossible to win. With this thought, a sharp glint appeared in Brock's eyes. Ash, let's go all out. Ash also realized the situation was not good. At their commands, their Pokemon burst out with 120 of their power, almost all of them pushing their abilities to the limit. The two sides continuously exchanged moves, and as more and more energy gathered, finally, a very powerful explosion formed in the center of the field. A small mushroom cloud formed, and the red firelight illuminated the nearby grass. The range of this explosion was very large, and its power was also very terrifying. And after the explosion, apart from Noctowl and Golbat, which were blown away by the blast wave, all the Pokemon on the ground, including Dragonair, Onix, and Pikachu, had lost their ability to battle. And although Noctowl and Golbat were not knocked out, they were covered in wounds and looked to be in a very bad state. Seeing this situation, Ash jumped for joy. All right, we're going to win. Calm down. Brock remained calm. We'll really win once we defeat Psyduck. Only then did Ash notice that although the explosion had knocked out most of the Pokemon, Psyduck, which had been wandering on the edge of the battlefield, was still completely unharmed. But he didn't care about Psyduck at all and laughed loudly. It's fine. Misty's Psyduck is a ditz. It's easy to deal with. Under their command, Noctowl and Golbat attacked Psyduck. Sure enough, amidst their attacks, Psyduck just held its head and dodged back and forth, not knowing how to fight back at all. Misty watched anxiously and shouted at it, "Psyduck, fight back!" But unfortunately, Psyduck's intelligence was not enough to understand its trainer's command, and it continued to run around with its head in its hands. Seeing this, Ash also completely relaxed, as if he could see the dawn of victory. However, just at this moment, perhaps because it had taken too many attacks and the pain was unbearable, Psyduck's eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light. And as it let out a series of quack quack cries, the two flying Pokemon were directly stopped in midair. This is bad. Psyduck is using confusion. Brock's face changed drastically. In contrast to him, Misty's face lit up and she laughed without any restraint. Nice one, Psyduck. Take them down. Psyduck extended its two short hands, and, as it swung them down, Noctowl and Golbat crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! This time, it was a complete reversal. The two Pokémon fainted directly on the ground, losing their ability to battle. And no one had expected that in the end of this free-for-all, it would be Psyduck that turned the tables. But then again, although Psyduck had won the day in the end, if it hadn't come out on its own before, and Misty had used another Pokémon, maybe Natsui's team would have won long ago. But in any case, the result was not bad. We lost. Ash was a bit dejected, but although he had lost, he and Brock were still very happy because they had defeated Natsui's Pokémon. After all, this was a formidable enemy that they couldn't defeat in an official match. They never thought they would achieve it in this fun match. Chapter 359. NTI appears after the match. The group recalled their respective Pokémon and left the battlefield together. And on the way back to the Pokémon Center, they couldn't help but exchange a few compliments. Erica and Lisa, in particular, who were seeing Misty Psyduck for the first time, gave it extremely high praise. Compared to an ordinary Psyduck, Misty's was undoubtedly more special and more memorable. And when Misty told them with a smile that although her Psyduck was a water-type Pokémon, it couldn't swim at all, it made the two of them marvel even more. Psyduck can't swim. Lisa was extremely surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Is it just this one? Or does the entire species not know how to swim?" "Oh, that's not right. I've clearly seen many evolve Golduck, and they're all very good at swimming." While Misty scratched her cheek in embarrassment. "It should just be that my Psyduck is a bit strange listening to them chat." Natsui, who hadn't been commanding during the battle, had a panoramic view of the whole situation. And after watching the entire battle, he had also made an assessment of everyone's performance in his mind. It could be said that it wasn't just him and Ash who were constantly improving. Even Misty and Brock, after traveling for so long, had also grown a lot. Everyone had shed their inexperience and was striding forward in the direction of their dreams. "It seems I have to work even harder. I can't slack off for a moment, or else these guys will surpass me without me even realizing it." Entering the Pokémon Center, they went to the restaurant to rest and order a few drinks. But before they could even warm their seats, they heard several cars approaching from outside. Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, and the assistant, John, all went outside. When they reached the front of the Pokémon Center, they saw a small bus, escorted by a police car, coming up the mountain. And when the bus came to a stop, a very familiar man was the first to get off. A familiar white lab coat, familiar silver-gray short hair. A familiar face, wasn't it Professor Oak? Professor Oak? Ash and his friends exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that the so-called expert would be Professor Oak. Originally, they had thought it would be Professor Elm from New Barktown or someone else who would come to investigate this matter. They never thought it would be him. But on second thought, it wasn't hard to guess. After all, in the entire world, there were few people more authoritative than Professor Oak. And since Pallet Town wasn't very far from Johto, it wasn't strange that he had been invited. Towards this titan of the academic world, John's tone was extremely respectful. "Professor Oak, we've been waiting for you for a long time." First nodding at John, Professor Oak then turned his gaze to Natsui and the others. He had already been a bit surprised that Ash had also happened to be in Greenfield, and then, seeing the strange combination of Natsui and Erica, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "So you guys are here too. Honestly, if I had known, I would have just left this matter to you. Then I wouldn't have had to travel all this way here." "Huh? Why leave it to us?" Before Ash could realize the meaning of Professor Oak's words, Pikachu at this moment seemed to have discovered something. It suddenly cried out and then ran directly towards the minibus. "Pikachu, what's wrong?" Before Ash could wonder, he saw his mother, Delia, also get off the bus behind Professor Oak. "Huh? Mom? Why did you come with Professor Oak?" Compared to the still surprised Ash, Natsui was already used to seeing Oak and Delia together. It could even be said that if the two of them didn't appear together one day, that would be what would truly surprise him. Delia first knelt down to pet Pikachu, then walked up to Ash. The mother and son shared a tender moment of concern for each other. And this heartwarming scene was also broadcast by the reporters on the side through their cameras. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Officer Jenny, eager to solve the case, directly took Professor Oak to the crystallized area for a close-up investigation. As for the others, they took Delia to a parasol nearby. It was only then that they learned why she had come here with Professor Oak. Delia took a sip of juice and said slowly, "Professor Hale used to often go to Professor Oak's place to study. That's when we met." As she spoke, she took a photo out of her bag and placed it on the table. Natsui leaned in to look and saw that in the photo, Delia and Ash were standing on Professor Oak's right. Ash was making a peace sign with his hand and smiling very happily. And on the other side of Professor Oak was a family of 3. The couple looked to be middle-aged, but their daughter was a few years younger than Ash. Delia pointed to the photo and said, "This photo was taken a few years ago in Pallet Town with Professor Oak and Professor Hale's family. They are all very nice people." Although she said that, after seeing the photo, no matter how hard Ash tried to remember, because he was still young at the time, he had no memory of it at all. Delia continued, "I saw the report on this incident on the news last night, and especially after learning that Professor Hale was also missing, I was really worried about his daughter. So I came here with Professor Oak to see." "I see." Just then, Pikachu suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance warily. Even Jengar popped out of Natsui's shadow and stood protectively in front of him. This on-guard feeling, as if a powerful enemy was approaching. What's wrong with you two?" Attracted by the 2 Pokemon's actions, everyone, including Natsui, quickly turned to look, and after a few breaths, they saw a figure suddenly descend from the sky, and a beast-like Pokemon appeared before their eyes. With just one look, Natsui immediately recognized its identity. It was NTI. At the same time, a gasp of surprise came from Erika beside him. She covered her mouth in surprise, clearly having also recognized this Pokemon. Just like the Suicune they had seen before, NEI was also one of the legendary beasts. At this moment, it stood there majestically, its presence overwhelming. And when stared at by its eyes, everyone felt a powerful sense of pressure. In terms of appearance, NTI had orange-red fur, with iron shackles on its strong limbs. It had a red, 6-pointed star-shaped structure on its cheeks, and a 3-leaf clover-like golden shell embedded on its forehead. Although many people said it looked like a lion, to Natsui, it looked more like a large Tibetan Mastiff. Chapter 360. NTI snatches a person. Although Ash had never seen an NEI before, seeing such a strange Pokemon at this moment, and being intimidated by its majestic presence, he couldn't help but be surprised. He took out his Pokédex from his pocket and pointed it at NEI. Pokédex, beep. NEI, the volcano Pokemon of fire type. One of the legendary Pokemon. NTI is huge and has the passion of lava hidden within its body. At first, some believe it was born from a volcanic eruption. Unable to completely suppress the overflowing power in its body, it runs back and forth across the land. And according to folktales, some also believe that it is a unique Pokemon formed after being resurrected by Ho-Oh. It is said that it can breathe fire hotter than volcanic lava, burning everything to ashes. NTI, upon hearing that the Pokemon before them was the legendary Pokemon of the Johto region, NTI, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Lisa all stood up, so shocked that they didn't even notice the chairs under them toppling over. Except for Natsui, no one present had ever expected that they would encounter NEI here. Why would NEI come here? In their shock, everyone's mind was filled with this question. But facing such a legendary Pokemon, none of them dared to make a rash move, very worried that even a slight movement would instantly anger it. And unlike them, having already captured the 3 legendary birds, Natsui's mood was undoubtedly much calmer. He even looked at NTI with great interest and keenly noticed that the places NTI had stepped on had all turned into crystal. This meant that, just like in a movie, the one before them was not the real NTI, but was related to the crystallization of the manor, all of it created by that swarm of unknown. In the midst of the standoff, perhaps it was fate, Delia, for some unknown reason, or perhaps thinking that as the oldest and an elder, she should step up to face this situation at this moment, took the initiative to step forward and question Nei. Who are you? What are you doing here? This sudden, impulsive, and almost suicidal action caught everyone completely off guard, and they couldn't stop her in time. It could be said that Intia's purpose this time was to find her, and she had unexpectedly stepped forward on her own. Sure enough, looking at her, Nei spoke in a human voice. Mama, you are Mama, before everyone could understand what it meant. A strange light suddenly flashed in Enia's eyes. After being hit by the light, Delia, as if hypnotized, fell into a trance and stood there, motionless. The next second, Nei leaped in front of Delia, directly supported her body, and just like that, took her away. Mom! Ash was shocked and quickly stepped forward to give chase. But Nti, with just a few leaps, had already created a large distance between them. Even if they chased with all their might, they could only watch as it ran further and further away, heading towards the giant flower petal-shaped crystal until it disappeared into the eerie crystal forest. Ash was the first to reach the edge of the crystal, and just as he was about to rush in, he was grabbed by Brock. Brock, let me go. Although he struggled desperately to break free from Brock's grasp, because his arm was held tightly, he couldn't take a single step forward. Clearly, in this tug-of-war of strength, the super rookie from Palatown with a strength of 1,000 pounds had undoubtedly lost to the rock-solid man from Pewter City. Wait, Ash, Brock said, holding onto Ash while shouting through gritted teeth. The situation is unclear right now. Don't act rashly, and we still don't know if these crystals are harmful to humans. If we also get crystallized, that would be terrible. But Mom Natsui, knowing the general direction of the plot, although he was clear that Delia would not be in any danger, still didn't reveal everything, only comforting him, don't worry. The three legendary beasts of the Johto region are relatively gentle in temperament, not as irascible as the three legendary birds of Kanto. This time, for your mother to be taken away by Nti, there must be some special purpose, but at least she's in no mortal danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the few Ultra Balls in his pouch shaking violently. Clearly, his words had provoked them, and they were constantly complaining. Is that really so? Hearing him say this, Ash hesitated, but was still a bit doubtful. In fact, the reason Natsui had said this was entirely based on his foreknowledge of the plot. If his own relative had been taken away, he couldn't possibly be so calm. But he also understood that the matter needed to be resolved as soon as possible. After all, the reason he and Erica had stayed here was to help the people here solve this matter. Natsui is right, Erica said, also running up to them, panting, her chest rising and falling slightly. She also persuaded, we really can't be impulsive at this time. The opponent is the legendary Pokemon Nti, extremely powerful, and we don't know what's on the other side of the crystal. So we absolutely can't be rash. The most important thing now is to first meet up with Professor Oak and see what he has found out from his investigation. See, this was the benefit of traveling with Erica. If it were still Sabrina beside him, she wouldn't have offered any suggestions or tried to persuade anyone. She would have just watched with a cold eye and silently followed Natsui's actions. But Erica was clearly more assertive and would think things through seriously. Most importantly, with her around, when they encountered problems, she would give Natsui more new ideas. Ash naturally wanted to rescue his mother immediately, but he was, after all, just a child, and his mind was not yet mature. Since everyone around him had said so, he could only suppress the anxiety in his heart, and, looking back every 3 steps, reluctantly returned to the Pokemon Center with them. On the way, Natsui notified Professor Oak of the matter by phone. Therefore, when they arrived at the Pokemon Center, they happened to see Professor Oak also returning by car. Meeting in a lounge, regarding Delia being taken away, Professor Oak's expression was serious, but his view was the same as Natsui's. I can't believe Nei would appear here. He first sighed with emotion, then looked at Ash and comforted him. Don't worry. Pokemon rarely take humans away on their own. let alone a legendary Pokemon like Entei. I'm sure your mother will be fine. With Professor Oak's guidance, Ash's mood undoubtedly eased a lot. But he's still pressed. Professor, how did your investigation go? Professor Oak took out his computer and with a few taps of his fingers, presented the results of the investigation to everyone. According to my investigation, the crystallization has no effect on humans or Pokemon. And from the speed of its spread, it seems that its power is waning, but it is still very dangerous and not suitable for direct travel. However, Officer Jenny has already had a bulldozer brought over. It is estimated that tonight, a path to the manor will be cleared. At that time, we can go there and find out what's going on. Chapter 361. Heading towards the crystal at that moment, Professor Oak suddenly received an email. The email had no sender address and no signature, appearing in his computer as if out of thin air. This greatly surprised him. As a Pokemon professor, his computer had high-level security encryption, making it impossible for an ordinary person to hack into it. Even a hacker couldn't do it so stealthily. After a moment's hesitation, he moved the mouse and opened the email, only to find that it was a video clip. When he played the video, a little girl of about 6 or 7 appeared on the screen. In the video, although the girl had a childish face, she spoke to the camera with a very serious and calm voice. Dad and Mom are back. Molly is very happy. Everything is fine as it is now. Please, no one come in and disturb us. As her voice fell, the video ended. But the short dozen or so second clip was astonishing. Misty asked in surprise, the mom she's talking about must be Aunt Delia, who was taken away, right? But why is she calling Aunt Delia Mom? And what's strange is, she said her dad is back too. But isn't Professor Hale already missing? As she spoke, she cast a suspicious look at Ash. Could it be that this girl named Molly is Delia and Professor Hale's secret love child? Is that why Entei snatched Delia and why she calls her mom? It wasn't that Misty had a dirty mind, but the word mom was just too suggestive. However, this also indicated from another angle that Delia was in no danger after being taken away. Unfortunately, besides Natsui, no one could answer Misty's question. Even Ash, amidst his shock, looked completely baffled. After leaving the room, Ash looked worried, just sitting in a corner of the restaurant without saying a word, a clear contrast to his usual optimistic and upbeat self. Seeing him like this, Natsui knew what he was thinking. He was undoubtedly trying to figure out how to rush off to the rescue immediately without being stopped by anyone. He remained distracted until noon. After having lunch with Natsui and the others, while no one was paying attention, Ash finally made up his mind. He took Pikachu and snuck out of the Pokemon Center, running towards the crystal petals. Originally, he thought he had left silently. However, before he had run a few hundred meters, he suddenly heard Natsui's voice from under a nearby tree. What? You don't want to wait until tonight? You're going to rescue Aunt Delia now? Hearing his voice, Ash turned his head in surprise to look at Natsui and saw him sitting quietly on a rock, looking at him with a smile, as if he had already anticipated his actions and had been waiting here for a long time. Although Ash was very surprised to see Natsui here, he still nodded. Natsui, what are you doing here? Are you here to tell me not to go? He had great respect for Natsui, seeing him as both his greatest rival and his role model. He couldn't help but think that if Natsui had really come to tell him to go back and wait until night to act, although he would be reluctant, he would definitely go back with him obediently. I understand how you feel, Natsui said, standing up and walking to his side. But I wanted to just rush over there so recklessly. As I thought, Natsui really is here to persuade me to go back. Ash sighed inwardly and was about to turn and go back to the Pokemon Center with him. But at that moment, Natsui's tone suddenly changed. But in fact, I'm not here to stop you. I plan to go with you. What? Hearing this, Ash's eyes widened. You seem surprised? Natsui smiled. I can't let you go on such a dangerous adventure alone, so I have to go with you. Natsu was right. Just then, Misty's voice suddenly came from further away. The two turned to look and saw Misty and Brock also running over, panting. When they reached them, Misty was breathing heavily, her chest heaving. I'm going too. Brock was naturally not one to be left behind. Me too. Looking at the two of them, Natsui smiled and shook his head. I knew I couldn't leave you two out of something like this. Now that everyone's here, we can set off together. Of course. Misty smiled smugly. How could we possibly let Ash go alone? Ash was deeply moved. Everyone just then, Misty looked around and asked in surprise, Huh? Where's Ms. Erica? Didn't she come with you? Natsui shook his head. She and Lisa are staying there to deal with Professor Oak and Officer Jenny. If they found out that Ash had snuck away, they would definitely stop him. So I had Erica hold their attention there. As expected of you, Natsui. Hearing Natsui's arrangement, Misty's eyes lit up. So you had it all planned out? So thoughtful. Stop with the flattery, Natsui said, lightly tapping her on the head. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's get going. After the group had gathered, they continued towards the Crystal Forest. It had to be said, as expected of the number one place girls wanted to visit, the path was covered with sunflowers, a beautiful sea of golden yellow. If it weren't for the large, out-of-place Crystal Forest on the other side, the view would have been even more breathtaking. They hurried across the field, and when they reached the edge of the forest, since it had been confirmed that the crystallization wouldn't affect them, Natsui and the others didn't stop but stepped directly into the Crystal Forest. After entering the Crystal Forest, the surroundings fell silent, as if all life forms had disappeared, leaving only the sound of their running and heavy breathing. The ground under their feet was all hard crystal, and the surroundings were also covered in it, forming various strange plant crystals, like amber. Natsui stomped hard, but couldn't break the crystal. Brock also kicked it, and the hardness of the crystal, combined with his excessive force, nearly fractured his toe. It's so hard. It would be terrible if we also got covered in crystal by accident. As they ran, Misty suddenly asked, By the way, how are we going to deal with that NTI? It's a legendary Pokemon. Before Natsui could speak, Ash, as if he already had a plan, looked at Pikachu and said with a voice full of conviction, As long as we give it our all, we can definitely defeat it. Ash is right, Natsui agreed. We're trainers. It doesn't matter if it's NEI or not. As long as it's a Pokemon, there will be a way to deal with it. Chapter 362. Swimming upstream as they went deeper into the Crystal Forest, the path became more difficult to travel. The crystals became denser, and the various bizarre trees, with their lush branches and leaves, were extremely sturdy after being crystallized, unable to be broken or bent. This made it almost impossible for them to move forward. Sometimes they had to climb to a very high place to continue. And to avoid being discovered by NTI and exposing their position, they didn't dare to ride a Pokemon and fly over so conspicuously. Fortunately, they soon discovered a small river that was still flowing. Perhaps because it was constantly moving, the river water had not been crystallized. This was good news. The river was wide, and even if there were crystal trees on the side, they couldn't extend into the river. If they could follow the river upstream, they could reach the manor unimpeded. With this in mind, Natsui went directly into the water to test it. The river was not deep, nor was the current too strong. It only came up to his ankles, and the deepest part only reached his calves. And most importantly, it led straight to their destination, saving them a lot of time and energy. Although this would inevitably get their shoes and pants wet, these were all trainers used to roughing it. No one cared about such a small thing. It was just that the river water was a bit cold, and after walking for a long time, their feet inevitably began to ache. But in any case, it was much better than traveling on land. Seeing him wave, the others all went into the water and began to move upstream. After walking for a few minutes without encountering any danger, they relaxed a bit. But Natsui still reminded them to stay vigilant and be as quiet as possible to avoid being discovered by NEI. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a jet of flame suddenly shot across the sky, speeding over their heads. The group looked up and saw NTI standing on a high rock in the distance. It was the one that had just launched the attack, but its target was not them, but a hot air balloon high in the sky. The flames shot across the sky and accurately hit the balloon. After a violent explosion, the balloon was directly destroyed. And amidst the countless fragments of the balloon, A few screams were suddenly heard, and then 3 figures of different sizes fell like meteors towards the crystal petals. Needless to say, the only ones who could still be following them at this time were the unlucky Team Rocket trio. The Team Rocket trio's balloon was too conspicuous, and Ennius' attention had been drawn to them, which was why it had attacked them. Although these guys were very unlucky, in a way, the Team Rocket trio had also helped to divert attention for Natsui and the others. Seeing Eni turn its neck, Natsui's mind moved, and he quickly signaled the others to get ashore and hide. And just as they had hidden themselves, they saw Enti scan the surroundings with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, it then returned to the pedal tower. So cautious Natsui sighed inwardly, then looked in the direction where Team Rocket had fallen. He said with a light laugh, "Thank you so much to Team Rocket this time. You could say they helped us draw the fire. I hope they landed safely. To be honest, I admit I was too harsh on those guys before. If I meet them next time, I'll definitely go easy on them." Hearing Natsui's joke, Misty couldn't help but smile. "I agree. I just don't know if they'll be happy to hear that news." After this interlude, they went back into the water. After walking a few hundred more meters, they finally arrived at the foot of the manor. At this moment, the entire manor was completely surrounded by crystal. From the outside, there was no trace of any building at all. It was truly no different from a flower petal made of crystal. Fortunately, there was still a drainage outlet that had not been blocked, allowing them to enter the interior of the petal tower from there. However, the outlet was over 10 meters above the ground, and the walls were extremely smooth. On their own, it was impossible for them to climb up. A continuous stream of water flowed down from the high place, converging into the river and splashing up countless water droplets. Natsui and Ash exchanged a look, knowing that at this time, they had to rely on the power of their Pokemon. The two took out their Pokeballs respectively and summoned their flying-type Pokemon. Natsui sent out Charizard, while Ash sent out the shiny Noctowl. As the blue light faded, Charizard consciously came to Natsui's front. He extended a hand to Misty, and as she came over, Natsui directly picked her up and then jumped on a Charizard, which then carried the two of them up to the drainage outlet. As for Ash's Noctowl with its size, it was impossible for it to carry both him and Brock up to the outlet. But out of pride, and not wanting to bother Natsui, Ash could only use a slightly more troublesome method. He took out 2 more Pokeballs and released his Bulbasaur and Chikorita. He then had Noctowl first send the 2 Pokemon up to the outlet, and then had them use their vine whips together to tie around his and Brock's bodies and slowly climb up. Although this was a bit slower, they weren't girls like Misty and should be self-reliant. After Ash had climbed up, Natsui couldn't help but ask, "Where's your Charizard? Why didn't you just send it out?" Ash shrugged. "I left it at the Cherisific Valley to train." The Cherisific Valley. So Ash has already been there. If he had the time, Natsui also wanted to go there to take a look and also to let his own Charizard train there for a bit. Of course, he was different from Ash. He wouldn't leave his Charizard there permanently. After a short rest, they entered the interior of the Petal Tower through the drainage outlet and came to a greenhouse. The noise of the flowing water covered their conversation and footsteps. Nevertheless, they were still very careful, cautiously looking around. Natsui found that the place had been eroded by the crystal beyond recognition. The originally beautiful plants had all turned into crystal forms. Only a patch of land surrounded by a pool with a flower room on it had been spared and remained in its original state. But it had to be said, as expected of a professor, his family was very wealthy. This greenhouse was almost the size of a Pokemon Center. He was really rich, and just as the group was wading through the water to enter the flower room, he suddenly received a call from Erika. When the call connected, before Natsui could speak, Erika's rather helpless voice came from the other end. "I have some unfortunate news for you. Your actions have been discovered by Professor Oak." "Huh? How so fast?" Natsui had thought their actions would be noticed, but he never expected to be discovered by Professor Oak just as they had arrived. After Erika explained for a few moments, Natsui finally understood. It turned out that as they were crossing the river just now, they had been spotted by that TV reporter and had been recorded the entire time. And Professor Oak and the others had only learned that they had snuck away through the live television broadcast. Chapter 363. Molly, since Professor Oak could see them on TV, then if he wasn't mistaken, Molly could definitely also be aware that they had invaded the Petal Tower through the live news broadcast. Seriously, to think that after traveling so cautiously for so long, we were exposed by a TV station in the end. All for nothing. At that moment, on the other end, Professor Oak seemed to have snatched the phone, and he could be heard complaining, "How could you guys just sneak over there without a word? Why couldn't you wait until night to act?" Hearing the hint of blame in his tone, Ash looked embarrassed and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor. It was all my idea. It has nothing to do with Natsui and the others. They were all trying to stop me. It was because I insisted that they came on this adventure with me. Fortunately, Professor Oak didn't take it to heart. In fact, even if Ash had turned the world upside down, Professor Oak wouldn't have blamed him for anything. He was just angry that they hadn't notified him before taking action. They're basically treating him like an outsider. And leaving this matter for Natsui and the others to handle was his original plan anyway. Why did these people have to be in such a hurry? But complaining about Ash now was useless. He just sighed and said helplessly, "All right, since you're already there, I'm not going to call you back. The rest is up to you. You must save Delia." As soon as his voice fell, John suddenly interjected from the side. "After you got there, did you find any unknown?" "Unknown? No." I see. Hearing their answer, Professor Oak pondered for a moment. According to Professor Hale's papers and notes before he disappeared, the unknown seem to have the ability to perceive the consciousness of other living beings. That is to say, they can sense people's thoughts and then manifest those thoughts. So we deduce that all this crystallization happening in Greenfield must have been created by the unknown after sensing Molly's thoughts. Is there any way to solve it? The only thing I can think of now is to find those unknown and, through reverse thinking, reverse this crystallization. Hearing this, Misty couldn't help but interject, "Professor, do the unknown really have that much power? If it were just a single unknown, it naturally wouldn't be able to do it," Professor Oak explained. "So we deduce that there may be more than one unknown there. You all must be very careful." Finally, Professor Oak added another sentence, "Of course, if things get tricky, your own safety comes first. The rescue team will be there tonight. Don't be reckless." After hanging up the phone, Ash was relieved that Professor Oak hadn't criticized him, but he also felt a bit slighted that he seemed to be underestimating them. "Professor Oak, honestly, he underestimates us too much. We don't need any rescue team." Shaking his head, Natsui smiled. "He means well. After all, he's the Pokemon professor who was invited to solve this problem. He has to consider all aspects and can't just disregard our safety." After this incident, the group continued forward. They passed through the pool, entered the flower room, and then, through a long connecting corridor, finally arrived inside the manor. So far, they still hadn't encountered any danger, which also eased their tense mood a little. Seeing that the place was a maze of intersecting paths, having been eroded by the crystal, the group didn't hesitate and climbed directly towards the top of the tower. Even though they had never been here before, they knew that Molly and Delia must be there. Through the jagged crystal stones, when they reached the upper level, they found that the scenery had changed. The crystal had all disappeared, and in its place before them was a vast, lush green grassland. Blue sky, white clouds, everything seemed so peaceful and quiet. How is this possible? Ash and his friends were dumbfounded, looking at all this, unable to believe their eyes. This was the inside of the Crystal Tower. The entire tower was tightly wrapped and airtight. How could there be such bright weather and grassland? It completely defied common sense. Natsui looked around and, seeing that Ash and the others were still in shock, couldn't help but say, "Don't be fooled by the illusion before you. Just as Professor Oak said just now, all of this should be Molly's fantasy, her inner world. If you don't believe me, feel it carefully. Can't you feel a single breeze? Or any warmth from the sun?" Hearing him say this, The group paid close attention and finally felt something unusual. Indeed, just as Natsui had said, although everything here looked beautiful and pleasing to the eye, it did indeed exude an air of illusion. It was just like a painting. Just then, Misty suddenly pointed to the high sky in the distance and exclaimed, "Look, there's a staircase over there. That should be the path to the upper floor. Let's hurry." The group quickened their pace and ran toward the staircase. However, they were only halfway there when they saw Inai suddenly leap down from the stairs, and on its back was a girl in her 20s. The girl was very beautiful, with long, golden, curly hair, a super short skirt, long stockings, and a pair of large earrings, dressed very stylishly. Natsui and the others quickly stopped in their tracks. At first glance, the girl looked somewhat familiar. After a closer look, they found that she bore some resemblance to the Molly in the photo Delia had shown them earlier. This is too strange. According to John, besides Molly, there was no one else in the entire Crystal Tower. But Molly was still young, definitely not this old. Who is she? Before they could speak, the girl, riding on NTI, looked down on them. Are you Pokemon trainers? For some reason, Misty felt an innate hostility towards this girl. She said loudly, "So what if we are? Who are you?" Unexpectedly, the girl ignored her completely and looked directly at Natsui and Ash, her arms crossed, and smiled. "You two battle me." "Battle?" Ash shook his head, refusing directly. "Although I don't know who you are, we don't have extra time to waste here." As he spoke, Ash turned his gaze to NTI. "NTI, where did you take my mom?" But hearing these words, the girl seemed to have a nerve touched and shouted loudly, "That's not right. Your mom isn't here. Only my mom and dad are here." And as she said this, she also directly exposed her identity. She really was Molly. Chapter 364. The avatar battle the name Molly was very common. At least since coming to this world, Natsui had already met several people named Molly. And hearing her called Delia Mom, Ash immediately became anxious. "Give me back my mom." Although Molly had gone to Pallet Town with her parents a few years ago, and had even taken a group photo together, it was clear that neither of them had any impression of the other. They had only met once, and they were young at the time. Seeing each other now, they had no memory at all and were no different from strangers. And seeing this person admit that she was Molly, Misty still found it hard to believe. She leaned close to Natsui and whispered, puzzled, "She's Molly? But didn't Aunt Delia say she was very young?" Natsui pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Since this is the world she has created, it's not surprising that she would appear before us as an adult." On the other side, Molly stared intently at Ash. Even facing this legitimate son who was related to Delia by blood, she showed no weakness and had no thought of being in the wrong. "She's my mom now. If you want to take her back, then battle me." It had to be said, this had turned into a game of snatching a mother. Although she had taken on the appearance of an adult, Molly's mind was still immature, and her speech was inevitably still that of a child. But then again, it made sense. After all, only a naive little girl like her would do something so childish. And hearing such an outrageous request, even if Ash didn't want to fight, he now had to agree. But just as he was about to battle, Brock suddenly took a step forward. "Ash, you'll hold her off. You guys go and rescue her." "Huh?" Ash was taken aback. "But there are no buts." Brock said decisively, "Aunt Delia must be up there right now, waiting for you to rescue her. You can't delay here." At this point, he added in a half-joking tone, "And although Molly is essentially a little girl, since she's appearing before us as a beautiful big sister, her opponent should be me." Brock's actions at this moment undoubtedly moved Ash. This was the reliability of a trustworthy teammate. At a critical moment, he could always step up to share the pressure for his companions. But Natsui had reason to suspect that, given Brock's personality, his choice to stay behind was very likely just because he was smitten. Seeing Brock insist on battling Molly, Ash couldn't help but hesitate. And seeing his indecision, it was finally Natsui who made the decision. "All right then, we'll leave this to you. Be careful, and don't be careless," Natsui said to Brock. He then looked at Ash and Misty. "All right, time is tight. Let's get going." Since Natsui had made the decision, Ash's heart was set, and he no longer hesitated, following behind him with Misty, rushing towards the staircase. The three of them ran past Molly and Nei, but the expected interception did not happen. Molly looked straight ahead, with no intention of stopping them, not even giving them a proper look, as if she wasn't worried at all that they would snatch Delia away. After climbing the stairs and reaching a higher level, Natsui looked back one last time. At that moment, Brock had already taken a stance against Molly and had taken the initiative to send out his Golbat to battle. And Molly had also materialized a Pokeball, sending out a Flaffy to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the two Pokemon were already battling. Misty asked, not without worry, "Will he be okay on his own?" "Believe in him," Natsui said without stopping. "After all, he's also an official gym leader. He won't be defeated so easily." As they climbed higher and higher, the grassland below soon disappeared. And when they left this level, the surroundings became silent again, as if they were in a void. The environment here became even more bizarre. The crystals were like the branches of trees, and also like cell nuclei, spreading out in all directions. The feeling was as if they were inside some kind of alien creature. After running upwards for a long time, a few minutes later, light reappeared before them. And when they reached this level, the scenery changed again. This time, what appeared before them was a vast, boundless sea under the dusk sky. The sunlight was not so dazzling. Under the sea breeze, the leaves of the palm trees swayed gently. Their shoes left a string of footprints on the sand, which were then washed clean by the waves. Although everything before them was so real, they knew that, just like before, it was all an illusion created by the unknown. At the very least, when the sea breeze blew on his face, Natsui didn't smell the sea. He figured that these illusions were all based on Molly's memories, but she was unable to remember such details, which was why this place was not so perfect. Just as they were looking for any sign of Delia, a flash of light appeared beside them, and Molly had once again appeared before them. Misty's eyes widened in surprise. "What's going on? How did she appear? Isn't she supposed to be battling Brock right now?" Because he didn't remember the plot, Natsui also didn't know if the Molly before them had quickly defeated Brock and then teleported here, or if it was a new avatar. But whatever it was, he didn't forget to remind the two behind him, "This place is too strange. Let's be careful and adapt to whatever comes." Before they could ask, Molly crossed her arms again and smiled at Ash. "I told you, it's impossible for you to take back your mom. This time, who among you will battle me? I hope to fight someone stronger." And hearing her words, Natsui knew that Brock must have lost the battle just now. As Molly spoke, Inti also appeared before her, watching them with a calm gaze. In fact, after seeing the environment here, Misty had already made up her mind. At this moment, she also knew that after Brock, it was her turn to step up. She took a step forward and said solemnly, "It's my turn this time. Natsui, Ash, you guys continue up and rescue Aunt Delia." Natsui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then you be careful. Brock must have been defeated by her. It seems she's very tough to deal with. But her real body should be with Aunt Delia right now. When we get there, the illusion should be dispelled. I understand." And with Brock's experience, Ash didn't say much this time. He followed behind Natsui and ran toward the stairs on the side again. This time, Molly still didn't stop them, just fixed her gaze on Misty. At this moment, the two women were staring at each other, their auras fully released, both full of fighting spirit. Chapter 365. No more words needed. After separating from Misty, Natsui and Ash went up the stairs, continuing their run towards the top of the Petal Tower. At this point, Natsui had already figured it out. On each floor, Molly wanted to battle someone. This was the typical leave one behind at each level trope, and the reason she was doing it was simply for her own amusement. Or, to put it another way, she was a little girl who had been lonely for too long and wanted someone to play with her. And her way of playing was to have a Pokemon battle. From this, it was also clear that under the influence of the unknown and the encouragement of Inti, Molly had become both willful and somewhat reckless. Thump, thump, thump. Thump the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing echoed on the staircase. Below them, Misty and Molly had already begun their battle. The sound of explosions was endless. Misty's Starmie was entangled with a Pokemon that Molly had materialized. And as Natsui and Ash passed through this level, the sea and sky quickly disappeared, and the scenery before them once again turned into that network of crystals. After running upwards through the network for a few more minutes, until they were panting and their legs felt a bit weak, they finally reached the top of the Petal Tower. At this point, both of them were exhausted, covered in sweat. It wasn't that their stamina was poor, but this place was just too high. Perhaps due to the distorted space, this journey had definitely exceeded the original height of the Crystal Tower. Roughly calculating from the bottom floor, they had been running up the stairs for at least a dozen minutes in total. But from the outside, the height of the Crystal Tower was less than 100 meters. It seemed that everything the crystals, the manor, NTI, and even Molly had become detached from reality and could not be measured by common sense. Coming up through a petal-shaped opening, the two finally arrived in a spacious room. This was clearly Molly's bedroom. Natsui looked around. Although the style of the place still looked as strange as before, it was clearly much cozier. And in the bedroom, there was a large, soft bed. Ash immediately saw Delia sitting on the bed. "Mom," he called out and quickly ran over. Since this was a mother-son reunion, Natsui didn't go over. After steadying his breath, he took a look at Delia's condition. Just as they had suspected, Delia was not harmed or restrained, and her mind had returned to normal. It seemed that after arriving here, she had already broken free from Inea's control. Beside her, Ash had only taken a few steps towards Delia when he noticed a little girl lying on her lap and quickly stopped. The girl had a face very similar to the one in the photo. It was undoubtedly Molly, but perhaps because her consciousness was downstairs battling Misty, she was currently sound asleep and had not noticed their arrival. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Delia's voice was very soft, as if afraid of waking Molly. "How did you get here?" "To rescue you, of course. You child still as reckless as ever. This is a matter for the police." It was clear that Delia still didn't know about the many thrilling adventures Ash had experienced since the start of his journey. In her heart, Ash was still a child who would never grow up, and she didn't want to see him risk his life to save her. Little did she know that whether it was Natsui or Ash, their travel experiences were quite extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary trainer. They had encountered situations far more dangerous than this. Why would they be afraid of NTI and the unknown? "I'm your son." "Mom, how could I just stand by and do nothing?" Ash walked up to Delia, then looked at the little girl in her lap and whispered, "Is she Molly? What about the unknown? Are they not here?" Delia gently pointed to the lower level with her finger. "If you're looking for the Pokemon that brought me here, it just left. Actually, that's called NTI, but it's not the real NTI, just an illusion created by the unknown." Knowing that Delia was not aware of the subsequent events, Ash told her everything about the unknown and NTI. Seeing the two of them still chatting leisurely, Natsui couldn't help but step forward. "All right, this is not the time to be idle. Let's get out of here quickly." But entering was easy, leaving was not so simple. Just as Delia was about to stand up, Molly suddenly opened her eyes. "None of you can take my mom away." Seeing Natsui and Ash, her childish voice was now full of anger. With that, she turned her head to look at Delia. "Mom, don't leave me." While Delia looked troubled. "Molly, I'm not your mom. I'm Ash's mom. Don't you remember? You came to Pallet Town with your parents a few years ago." "No, I don't want to hear it. You are my mom." Delia's words had clearly triggered Molly, and her emotions became extremely agitated, as if she were unwilling to accept this reality. And in her angry gaze, countless sharp crystals suddenly shot out from under their feet, spreading out rapidly from Molly as the center. "Danger!" Natsui quickly dodged, weaving left and right, just barely avoiding being turned into a pincushion by the crystals. And a dozen or so seconds later, when everything had calmed down and the crystals had stopped appearing, the entire room was almost completely filled with these sharp spikes. Natsui had less than a meter of space around him. Looking at Ash, he found that he had been separated from him into a different area. Just then, with a flash of a shadow, NTI appeared beside Molly, staring coldly at Ash. "Dad, they want to take Mom away." The dad Molly was referring to was this NTI, which shocked Ash. Ante exuded a majesticoha, as if it would attack at the slightest disagreement. "Leave the woman and get out of here now." Even with its unfriendly tone and ready-to-pounce posture, now that he was here, how could Ash possibly back down? Putting Delia behind him, Ash said loudly, "In your dreams." In fact, with things having developed to this point, there was no need for more words. It was time to fight. Molly and NEI naturally wanted to drive Ash away and keep Delia as her mother, while Ash was determined to rescue his mom, find the unknown, and stop this chaos. It could be said that whoever had the bigger fist and greater strength would have the final say. Knowing that they couldn't delay any longer, Natsui didn't plan to go to the other side to join Ash. Instead, he shouted to him across the crystals, "Ash, let's split up. They'll leave this to you. You're in charge of taking Aunt Delia back. They'll go find those unknown." "Okay, I got it." Chapter 366. The fear of the Team Rocket trio, since the unknown were not with Molly on the top floor of the Crystal Tower. Natsui had no choice but to go to other places to continue searching for them. He called out Jengar, had it use Shadow Ball to break through the crystals and open a path, and then left Molly's bedroom through the same entrance they had used before. And this time, to save energy, he simply jumped onto Jengar's back and had it carry him quickly downwards. After flying through the crystal network for a while, he met Misty and Brock halfway. At this moment, the two of them were panting, struggling to climb the stairs. Seeing Natsui flying down from above, they were surprised and quickly waved at him. "Natsui, over here, over here." Natsui patted Jengar's shoulder and had understood, carrying him to them. "How did you two end up together?" "Don't even mention it," Misty sighed. "Those Pokemon that Molly created are really strong. Each one is very powerful. Although we weren't completely helpless, we had a really tough time. But she suddenly disappeared just now, and we don't know where she went, so we had a chance to come and see what's going on." And seeing that Natsui was alone, Misty was curious and couldn't help but ask, "Natsui, where are you going?" "Where's Ash?" "I'm going to other places to find those unknown, so I split up with him. Right now, Ash is up there fighting NEI alone. You guys should hurry up and help him." Misty's eyes lit up. "Should I go with you to find the unknown? As for Ash, Brock can go and support him." "No need." Natsui smiled and patted her head. "Don't underestimate my strength. And compared to me, Ash needs more help." "All right, you guys hurry up and go." "All right." Misty lowered her head in disappointment. Although Natsui's intimate gesture made her very happy to be able to go on an adventure with him, even for a short while, had always been her greatest wish after parting with Misty and Brock, Jengar continued to fly downwards. He didn't know if it was because Molly was now focused on battling Ash and had neglected to maintain the illusionary space, but this time, on the way back, Natsui found that the two illusionary levels they had passed through had all disappeared. This could be considered good news, as it at least saved him a lot of time. After flying down for a while longer, he didn't find the unknown, but unexpectedly, he ran into the Team Rocket trio again. At this moment, the two humans and one Meowth were sweating profusely, struggling to climb to the top floor with their hands and feet for some unknown reason. Seeing Natsui, the three of them shivered and huddled together, looking weak and helpless. "Oh no, it's Natsui. We're doomed. What's he doing here too?" It was unknown if it was because Natsui's reputation in Team Rocket was too notorious, or if their past experiences had left too deep an impression on the trio, but at some point, whenever they encountered Natsui, not only did they have no intention of resisting, but every time they saw him, they looked terrified. "Hey!" Natsui first had Jengar stop in midair, then shouted at them, "James, Jesse, have you seen those unknown?" Seeing Natsui's gentle attitude, and that he hadn't immediately attacked, the trio was visibly relieved. "But unknown?" Jesse and James looked at each other, clearly hearing the name for the first time. And seeing their confusion, Natsui patiently described the unknown to them. They're the Pokemon that look like letters. They look very mysterious. Hearing him say this, the two finally understood. James pointed down. We saw many of those Pokemon in a room after we after we arrived here. But they were all gathered together, circling around and emitting a black light. We don't know what they were doing, but it looked very scary. Thanks, Natsui said, waving at them. He was about to leave, but then he suddenly remembered the scene of their balloon being shot down by NTI and couldn't help but smile. You guys diverted its attention for us before. Although it wasn't your intention, you did a good job. Keep it up in the future. With that, before the trio could react, Jengar had already carried him away, disappearing into the darkness. And after Natsui had gone, the Team Rocket trio was completely baffled, having no idea what he had meant. James looked at Jesse, his face full of confusion. Diverted its attention? What do we do just now? I don't know, Jesse shrugged, but she clearly didn't care. Don't worry about it. That man is too dangerous. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for us, we should be thankful. James couldn't help but hesitate. That being said, if Natsui's attitude towards him had been like ashes, full of hostility from the start, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But now, his gentle demeanor was actually more terrifying, making one wonder what he was really up to. But Jesse was right about one thing. Natsui was too dangerous. It was better to stay as far away from him as possible. Beside them, seeing the two still chatting leisurely, Meowth couldn't help but kick them an urge. All right, you two, stop talking. Whether it's Natsui or those unknown, this place gives me a very strange feeling. Let's just grab the treasure and get out of here quickly. Right. Meowth is right. At the mention of treasure, Jessie's eyes lit up, and she forgot everything else. Since that guy flew down from above, that means the treasure must be hidden at the top of the tower. After we get the treasure, let's get out of this creepy place quickly. After the Team Rocket trio continued to climb up and were completely out of sight, Jengar and Natsui, who had already left, suddenly flew out from a corner. Looking in the direction they had left, Jengar said in surprise, "Are these guys here looking for treasure? But there's no treasure here at all." "Who knows?" Natsui said, shaking his head helplessly. These three, who were blinded by greed, were really overthinking it. A place that looked so dangerous, how could there be any treasure? It was a complete waste of effort. It could only be said that perhaps their fates were intertwined. These guys are like a tail, sticking closely to Ash. No matter where he went, they could follow, and he couldn't shake them off. But those guys have also gone up. Will they cause trouble for Ash and the others? Should we go and help? Forget it. The unknown are more important, Natsui said, seeming completely unconcerned about the Team Rocket trio. Let's leave them for Ash to deal with. And with those three involved, it's not necessarily a bad thing. They might even play some unexpected role. Chapter 367. The second NTI, continuing to fly downwards. Natsui and Jengar soon found the room that James had mentioned at the very bottom of the crystal tower. As Jengar landed, Natsui jumped off its back and looked at the room. He saw that the door had been broken open with brute force, clearly the work of the Team Rocket trio when they escaped. But before he could get close, Jengar had already sensed something. "Be careful," it warned. "I can feel that the room is very strange. It feels like there's an extremely dangerous energy surging inside." Jengar's solemn expression naturally caught Natsui's attention. But even without Jengar's warning, he knew that as the source of the crystal energy, this place was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Nodding, Natsui quietly approached the doorway and peeked inside. From its layout, this should have originally been a spacious reception hall. But just like the other places here, the entire room was also eroded and encased in crystal, looking translucent, as if he were in a crystal world. In the corners, even a few purple crystal flowers had formed. In the middle of the room, dozens of unknown were gathered together, forming a circle and continuously rotating and flying in a regular pattern, as if they were performing some mysterious ritual. And in the center of the circle was a large mass of red energy, crackling and continuously emitting a strange light. But at this moment, the state of the energy mass was very unstable, constantly changing shape, as if it could explode at any moment. With just one look, Natsui knew that this must have been caused by Molly's emotional outburst just now. If it wasn't brought under control, when the energy reached its critical point, or if there were any other stimuli, it would definitely blow everything here to smithereens. This is not good to be on the safe side. Natsui released Gardevoir and Charizard. With these three Pokemon by his side, along with Gengar, he felt a bit more at ease and then cautiously walked into the reception hall with them. At his intrusion, the unknown showed no reaction, still rotating continuously. Or rather, because they had no faces, even if they were saying something or were angry, Natsui had no way of knowing. Standing in a relatively safe position, Natsui first carefully examined the unknown. The unknown looked like the 26 letters of the Latin alphabet, from A to Z, with some question marks and exclamation points mixed in. And each one of them had a single large eye. What now? As if afraid to disturb these creatures. Gengar whispered in Natsui's ear. In this situation, what method do you plan to use to stop them? Natsui pondered for a moment. Actually, the safest method is to wait for Ash to defeat NEI and for Molly to resolve her inner conflict and return to normal. Then these unknown will naturally disperse. But I don't like leaving my fate in the hands of others. And the situation up there is unclear. If some accident happens, it will be too late to salvage it. Hearing him say this, Gengar knew that Natsui wanted to solve this matter himself. But given the current situation, it also knew that the situation before them was indeed very tricky. This energy is too dangerous. If not handled properly, it will definitely cause an explosion directly. So, I suggest we first stop these unknown from accumulating energy and then find a way to release it. Natsui had no clue either. Hearing Gengar's suggestion, he also thought it was the only solution before him at the moment. All right, then let's stop these unknown first. With that, he turned his head to look at Gardevoir. Gardevoir nodded in understanding and directly used confusion on one of the unknown. Under the pull of his psychic power, this unknown was dragged out of the circle and slowly approached Natsui. Natsui could see it constantly resisting, as if trying to break free from the control with its own power. But Gardevoir, to succeed, had used its full strength this time. The power of a single unknown was simply no match, and it was quickly pulled out from among its companions. But before Natsui could be happy, he saw the other unknown begin to tremble simultaneously. Clearly, this move had provoked them. To avoid further provoking them, Natsui had no choice but to have Gardevoir release the unknown. Watching helplessly as it returned to the air, it failed sighing. Natsui turned to Gengar again. All right, now it's your turn. Try using hypnosis this time. Hearing Natsui's command, Gengar didn't hesitate and directly used hypnosis. Ripples appeared in its eyes. But when the light waves of hypnosis passed over the unknown, they had no effect on them at all. Perhaps it was because these creatures never slept, or because they were in the middle of this ritual, making them immune to hypnosis. In any case, this attempt had undoubtedly failed again. What should I do next? And just as he was at a loss, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. NEI had actually broken through the wall and appeared on the other side of the room. It looked at Natsui and the unknown with a scrutinizing gaze, a clear look of contemplation and confusion on its face. Why is NEI here again? Natsui couldn't help but be surprised. After all, at this time, NEI should be at the top of the tower, battling Ash. Could it be that Ash failed? Or did these unknown, after being attacked, conjure up another NTI to stop him? Whatever it was, this at least gave Natsui a new idea. Since NTI is an illusion created by the unknown, perhaps by defeating this NEI, I can indirectly weaken that energy. With this thought, he immediately gave a command to the few Pokemon beside him. Attack that illusion. As soon as his voice fell, Charizard and Gardevoir bypassed the unknown and directly attacked NTI. The two attacks flew towards NEI from the left and right. But what surprised Natsui was that, faced with a menacing two Pokemon, NEI didn't fight back, but turned and left through the wall it had broken. It ran away. Natsui raised his eyebrows in surprise. then glanced at the energy mass again and finally realized that perhaps Inti didn't want to fight here, afraid of causing an explosion. After all, if an explosion occurred, even the unknown that created it would be affected. But this is perfect. Natsui was also afraid that the battle would stimulate that energy. Since Nei had left, he might as well take his 3 Pokemon and chase after it through the broken hole. Chapter 368. 2 legendary Pokemon inside the Crystal Tower. Nei was now continuously climbing the stairs, and behind it, Natsui and his 3 Pokemon were in hot pursuit. From time to time, attacks formed by fire and psychic power flew towards Inti, but they were all easily dodged. Just like that, the 2 sides, one in front and one behind, always maintained a distance of over 10 meters. For a while, neither could Nei shake off Natsui, nor could Natsui catch up to it. And, through brief observation, it could be seen that Enni's movements were very agile and full of power. Its strides were large, and with each upward leap, it could easily cover a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Its mane flowed with the airflow, looking majestic. It was only at this moment that Natsui realized that it not only looked like a Tibetan Mastiff, but also had similarities to a lion. But as he chased, he vaguely felt that this Inti seemed slightly different from the one he had seen before. But because they looked identical, and he knew relatively little about them, he couldn't say what was strange about it in the heat of the moment. But while going up the stairs, he glanced down again. We're already some distance from the unknown. So why hasn't Nei stopped? And why hasn't it fought back after being attacked? Is it trying to lure him somewhere else? Or does it have another purpose? It's so strange. Although his heart was full of doubts, Natsui also knew that he couldn't let it continue to run like this. Charizard, stop it! At Natsui's command, Charizard suddenly accelerated, flew directly in front of Inti from the air, landed on the stairs, and blocked its path. This time, with an obstacle in front and pursuers behind, Inti had to stop. Gardevoir used Psychic. Gardevoir, who had just arrived, raised its arms to gather psychic power, but before it could attack, Inti turned its head and opened its mouth, shooting out a ball of fire first. The fire arrived in an instant. Gardevoir quickly sidestepped, and the next second, the fire almost grazed its head as it flew past. That was close. But after being pushed to this point, it seemed Inti had finally figured it out, couldn't hold back any longer, and was planning to fight back. And because time was tight, Natsui didn't care about honor and directly had his 3 Pokemon attack together. Under their siege, figures crossed, and moves flew wildly. But Inti, 1 against 3, still did not fall into a disadvantage. Fireballs and shadow balls whistled overhead. The explosions from the battle shattered the nearby crystals one after another. In just a short while, the place was already in a mess. It had to be said, this Nei was indeed very strong. He never thought that a Pokemon created by the unknown could be so powerful. No wonder Brock and Misty were no match for Molly. But Natsui's 3 Pokemon were also not weak. After fighting for a long time, and with the limited space, Nei still took a few hits. It roared in anger, directly broke through the crystal wall on the side, and actually escaped to the outside. Without hesitation, Natsui also took his Pokemon and chased after it. He looked up and saw that the sky was already getting dark. The sun was about to set. After being in the Crystal Tower for so long, at this moment, he breathed in the fresh air for the first time in a while. The cool air blew, and Natsui's spirits couldn't help but be lifted. At this moment, after leaving the interior of the Crystal Tower, Inti was running along its outer contour, heading for the top. And under the siege of the 3 Pokemon, it fought as it went. But because there were no more space constraints at this moment, it looked much more at ease than when it was battling inside the tower. However, with Charizard's flying advantage, Natsui's 3 Pokemon once again surrounded Nei, and this time, it had nowhere to retreat. Inti scanned the menacing Pokemon, opened its mouth, and let out a low growl at Natsui. Since he couldn't understand it, he couldn't help but turn to Gengar and ask, "What is it saying?" "Nothing special," Gengar shook its head. "It's just trying to intimidate you." Hearing this, Natsui was now basically certain. As expected, this NEI is not an illusion, but the real one. Although they were both NEI, there were still some slight differences between the real one and the fake one. No wonder he had felt something was different between the two just now. But Natsui remembered that in the movie, this real NEI didn't appear. It seemed some change must have occurred. He guessed that perhaps the strange phenomenon here and the illusionary NEI had attracted the attention of the real NEI, which was why it had come here to investigate. But this is perfect. I can catch it. Seeing that NTI was slowly falling into a disadvantage. Just as Natsui was about to order an attack, a thick stream of water suddenly shot past from the side, hitting Charizard. Natsui only saw a flash before his eyes, and Charizard had already been sent flying, crashing through a dozen or so crystal pillars. This time, Charizard was seriously injured. The water-type move looked very powerful, and with the type advantage, with just one hit, Charizard had almost lost its ability to battle. Natsui raised his eyebrows and turned to look in surprise, just in time to see a strange Pokémon standing there. And that familiar appearance. Isn't it Suicune? What's going on? Why has Suicune appeared too? Natsui couldn't help but be greatly surprised. It seems the crystallization has had a far-reaching impact, not just on humans, but even the guardian Pokémon of the Johto region have been alarmed. But that attack just now? Were you trying to save NTI? As expected of a fellow member of the legendary beasts, they even help each other out. This is getting more and more interesting. Natsui didn't know if there were any other legendary beasts in this world. If not, then this Suicune must be the one he had encountered when he and Looker were hunting Silver. But since two of the legendary beasts had been attracted in succession, then, if nothing unexpected happened, Raikou should also be nearby, just not showing itself yet. If he included Raikou, then all three of the legendary beasts of the Johto region would be gathered here. Looking at the two legendary Pokémon, Gengar turned to look at Natsui, its voice full of excitement. What now? As the Pokémon that loved pranks the most for Gengar, the more chaotic the scene, the more fun it was, and the happier it would be. Natsui shook his head. The plan has changed. We're switching to a capture battle. What about the unknown? Who has time to care about that now? Natsui chuckled. Let's leave the unknown matter to Ash and the others. With both NTI and Suicune appearing at the same time, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 369, Legendary Birds vs. Legendary Beasts. Thinking back, the first time Natsui faced such a legendary Pokémon, he had needed to use tactics of outnumbering it, fighting with all his might just to barely deal with one. But the situation now was completely different. He had the confidence to face them head-on. Since the beginning of his journey, he had been constantly improving the strength of his Pokémon and expanding his lineup. What for? Wasn't it to remain undefeated in competitions, to leave no regrets in his professional path, and to not be helpless when faced with a situation like the one before him now? At this moment, facing such a powerful enemy with no one else around, he didn't have to worry about anything and could directly play his trump card. With this thought, he didn't hesitate and reached into his waist pouch, taking out his 3 Ultra Balls. It's time for you to make your appearance. Come on, let the legendary beasts of the Johto region witness the power of the legendary birds of the Kanto region. The 3 Ultra Balls trembled slightly in his palm. The Pokémon inside seemed to be telling their trainer, through this method, that they had been waiting for a long time and could no longer hold back. Throwing the Ultra Balls into the sky, Natsui shouted loudly, "Come on out, Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres!" As the blue light faded, 3 large bird Pokémon suddenly appeared in midair. Then, they spread their wings and soared high into the sky. The 3 legendary birds let out a clear cry, circling high above, and the originally clear sky, as if due to their appearance, began to change. The wind was rising, and it was a dangerous wind. NTI and Suicune looked up at the 3 legendary birds, both with grave expressions on their faces. From these 3 Pokémon, they felt an aura similar to their own. However, they didn't want to fight with these dangerous Pokémon. After all, They had only come here to investigate the situation and didn't want to get involved in a meaningless battle. But now, even if they wanted to leave, it was already too late. Since he had sent out the 3 legendary birds, it meant that Natsui wouldn't let them leave so easily. Go! Defeat them! As Natsui gave the command, the 3 legendary birds charged straight towards Inti and Sukun, faced with the 3 ferocious birds. How could Inti and Suikun possibly fight them without any reason? The 2 legendary beasts fled to the left and right, trying to leave this place. But how could land creatures, no matter how fast, escape from the pursuit of those in the air? Soon, Inti and Suikun were entangled and forced to fight back. At this moment, Jengar, Gardevoir, and Charizard had returned to Natsui's side, leaving the battlefield to these legendary Pokémon. Natsui first recalled Charizard, letting it recover its stamina in its Pokeball, and then, under the protection of Gardevoir and Jengar, he retreated a dozen or so meters, maintaining a safe distance. In this battle, Natsui didn't plan to let his regular Pokémon participate. In fact, he had already thought it through. If Inti and Suikun still managed to escape under the siege of the 3 legendary birds, it would mean his skills were inferior. And these 2 Pokémon were truly not fated to be with him. He wouldn't send out other Pokémon to chase and block them. Although that would be a missed opportunity, fighting against evenly matched opponents was also a good chance to train the 3 legendary birds. At least it wouldn't be a complete loss. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened, he was very confident in capturing the Inti and Suikun before him. His thoughts returned to the present. It was clear that, just like Inti and Suikun, the 3 legendary birds also felt the powerful strength from these 2 legendary Pokémon. And the 2 legendary beasts also realized that this battle was unavoidable. Therefore, from the moment they clashed, they both went all out without holding back. The crackling sound of explosions echoed through the sky. The 5 legendary Pokémon fought in a tangled mess. The power and range of their moves were so great that the entire Crystal Tower and the nearby Crystal Forest had become their battlefield. This time, Natsui had no intention of commanding for the time being, just letting his Pokémon fight freely. It could be said that both sides were truly competing with their own raw strength. Lightning and fire intertwined, water flowed on the ground, and snowflakes floated in the air, but before they could land, they were melted by the heat wave. Compared to battles between other Pokémon, a battle between legendary Pokémon, like the legendary birds and legendary beasts, was clearly more dangerous. This was not just because the individual strength of legendary Pokémon was greater, but because each of them had certain characteristics. Like Moltres and Inti, even normally every flap of their wings, every breath they took, would make the nearby air dry and easily cause a fire. Articuno would make the surroundings cold and was prone to causing blizzards, while the places Suikun passed would become wet and muddy, filled with water vapor. Even Zapdos, just like its feathers, would cause a static reaction in creatures that got close to it. Boom! 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 The sounds of fighting and explosions from outside the tower soon caught the attention of Ash and the others inside. At this moment, they were still entangled with the illusionary Inti, but as they fought, they suddenly noticed what was happening outside the Crystal Tower and couldn't help but stop in surprise. What's going on? Where are those explosions coming from? Ash looked up at the ceiling in surprise, but the Crystal Tower was airtight and he couldn't see anything. Among the 3, Misty clearly knew Natsui the best. Seeing Ash and Brock's confusion, she said with certainty, "Do you even need to ask? It must be Natsui battling some Pokémon." "Natsui," Ash murmured. "What Pokémon is he fighting with 2 battles happening simultaneously?" Natsui, who was outside, didn't feel much. But the people inside, including the illusionary Inti and Molly, were all distracted to varying degrees. Returning to the outside of the tower, the battle had now become even more intense. The entire Crystal Tower, under the continuous attacks, was constantly trembling. The sky also quickly changed color, with dark clouds piling up. It seemed that as the airflow and moisture changed during the battle, a terrifying thunderstorm was brewing within them. Finally, with a deafening crack, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking one of the spires of the crystal tower and shattering it. Countless crystal fragments fell from the sky, and finally, they flushed out Reiku. To avoid the continuously falling fragments, Reiku had no choice but to jump out from its hiding corner and onto the battlefield. And looking at this Pokemon that resembled both a leopard and a tiger, a not unexpected expression appeared on Natsui's face. In the end, you couldn't stay hidden. Now, with Reiku's appearance, all three of the legendary beasts are finally gathered. Chapter 370, Fire, Water, Thunder, and Ice. Reiku's appearance was somewhat similar to the saber-toothed tigers of Earth's ancient times. It had golden fur, strong limbs, sharp fangs, and a light blue tail shaped like a lightning bolt. Besides these, its most impressive feature was the X-shaped whisker under its black steel-like head crest. In terms of temperament, compared to the majestic Nei and the calm Suicune, Reiku undoubtedly looked more ferocious. In fact, from its eyes and sharp claws, it wasn't hard to see that its temper was also more irascible and dangerous. And to lurk in the shadows, not showing itself rashly, and waiting for an opening to deliver a fatal blow, was also more in line with the habits of predators like tigers and leopards. It could be said that it was quite fitting for its design. Since it was the first time he had seen one in person, Natsui couldn't help but take out his Pokédex and point it at it. Pokédex, beep. Reiku, the Thunder Pokemon. An electric type. One of the legendary Pokemon of the Johto region, a member of the legendary beasts. It is said that Reiku is a ferocious Pokemon that descended with lightning. It has the speed of lightning within its body. Because it carries rain clouds on its back, it can release lightning at any time. It runs across the land while releasing the surging power in its body in the form of lightning strikes. The long howl it emits, like a thunderclap, will shake the air and the earth like thunder, striking the ground. From the Pokédex's introduction, Reiku certainly lived up to its legendary beast name. But then again, in such a high-intensity battle, it was really difficult for Reiku to hide itself. It was impossible for it to stay out of it. With the battle becoming more intense and the area of effect wider, being forced to show itself was only a matter of time. But what surprised Natsui was that as soon as it appeared, it immediately joined the fray, directly taking on Zapdos. Clearly, during its previous lurking and peeking, Reiku had already observed for a long time and had realized that these three Pokemon were after them. So, out of instinct or a sense of crisis, it had taken the initiative to join forces with Entei and Suicune to fight against the three legendary birds. And the reason it went for Zapdos, Natsui guessed, was probably because they were both electric-type Pokemon. After sensing the high-powered current in the other's body, it wanted to compete with Zapdos to see who was superior. But in any case, with Reiku's addition, the situation on the field instantly became 3 against 3. With the numbers no longer at a disadvantage, the legendary beasts had finally brought the battle back to a level playing field. The battle continued. The 6 legendary Pokemon were entangled in a fierce battle on the field. And due to the energy leaking from the battle, the weather here had become extremely strange. As a strong wind blew, amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, a heavy rain mixed with ice crystals suddenly poured down. They shuttled and jumped in the rain, and in the continuous explosions, large areas of crystal peeled off from the tower, which seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. The rain and snow were getting heavier, and the visibility was getting lower and lower, to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Gardevoir used its psychic power to create an air wall above Natsui's head, preventing the rain from falling on its trainer. Nevertheless, the cold air still made him tighten his clothes. But because it was too dark at this moment, not only could Natsui not see the situation on the field clearly, but even the battling Pokemon could only vaguely see the general shape of the others. And this added a lot of difficulty to the battle. Just then, with a loud crack, another bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, streaking across the sky and briefly illuminating the entire battlefield. With the help of this lightning, Natsui quickly surveyed the battlefield situation. The three legendary birds had been with him for a long time. Even if their personalities made them unwilling to submit to each other, they were, after all, under the same trainer and had been together for a long time. Therefore, in battle, they would still occasionally cooperate subconsciously and pull off a few good combos. In contrast, the three legendary beasts, although they were working together against the legendary birds, were generally fighting on their own, with no tacit understanding. Sometimes they even had to dodge the attacks of the other two beasts to avoid being hit by their moves. But although they still had a slight upper hand, Natsui was still very nervous. Originally, in a 3-on-2 situation, this battle could be said to be a sure win. But at this moment, he was really not sure about the final result. After all, Pokemon were intelligent creatures. If they realized the situation was not right and the three legendary beasts wanted to escape, even if the three legendary birds gave chase, they would probably only be able to stop one or two of them, and it was destined to be impossible to capture all of them. Sigh. I just hope these three guys are the stubborn type who would rather fight than flee. After the lightning passed, the weather suddenly changed. The rain stopped abruptly, and in its place, heavy snow began to fall, and flaming meteorites fell from the sky. Rumble. The sound of the battle traveled far, all the way to the Pokemon Center. At this moment, Professor Oak, his assistant John, Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and Lisa and Erica were standing on a high slope, all looking towards the Crystal Tower. From their position, they could vaguely see three bird-like Pokemon, occasionally flying in and out of the clouds, spraying fire, lightning, and frost onto the ground. And on the Crystal Tower, there were also three Pokemon fighting back against the sky. The female TV reporter was also watching the battlefield excitedly on the side. At the same time, the cameraman was also using his camera, trying to record this battle. Unfortunately, although they could vaguely make out what kind of Pokemon they were, because they were too far away, even if they zoomed in, they could only see some blurry shadows. Seeing that she couldn't make out anything, the female reporter had an idea and quickly walked up to Professor Oak, holding out her microphone to him. Professor Oak, may I ask why the three legendary birds of the Kanto region are fighting with the three legendary beasts of the Johto region? This question had been bothering her a lot. After all, for these 6 legendary Pokemon to gather and fight was something that had never happened before. As soon as this news was broadcast, it would definitely blow up the ratings. But unfortunately, the video quality was poor, and the specific situation there couldn't be seen clearly. Even if it were broadcast, it would just be a blurry picture. Sigh, if only I could get a little closer. Although she really wanted to, because of the precedent set by Natsui and the others, who had rashly entered the Crystal Tower, Officer Jenny had now strictly forbidden anyone from getting close to the Crystal Forest again. Well faced with the reporter's question, Professor Oak thought for a moment and could only give a relatively plausible explanation. Since NTI was created by Molly's illusion, I think the Unknown can certainly also read other people's memories and create other Pokemon out of thin air. And the 3 legendary birds should be what the Unknown created after reading Ash and the others' memories, to fight against Molly's 3 legendary beasts, Chapter 371. Mutation Professor Oak's answer clearly had many contradictions and was not very convincing. At the very least, after hearing it, one couldn't help but wonder why the Unknown, after creating NTI, would then create the other 2 legendary beasts. Was it because Ash and his friends were too strong, forcing the Unknown to create the other 2 to contend with them? But that wasn't right either. If they were no match for Ash's group, then why would they create the 3 legendary birds to, in turn, help Ash deal with Molly? Sigh, I really can't figure it out. But since they didn't have control of the battlefield situation, they could only assume that these legendary Pokemon were illusions created by the Unknown, and that they were fighting amongst themselves for some reason. After all, there was already the example of NTI, and logically speaking, The three legendary birds of the Kanto region couldn't possibly appear in the Johto region for no reason, let alone fight the three legendary beasts so senselessly. That must be it. There must be some change they don't know about. Rumble. As the thunder continued to roll, the battle in the distance showed no signs of ending. In fact, as the dark clouds continued to spread, they'd slowly begun to cover the entire Pokemon Center. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before even they were affected. At this time, it was already around 6 in the evening. Out of worry, Erika took out her phone and tried to contact Natsui. But perhaps due to the weather, the signal was temporarily interfered with, and she couldn't reach him even after several calls. What on earth is happening? She frowned, quite worried about the current situation of Natsui and the others. After all, with both the legendary beasts and the legendary birds out, who could remain unharmed in the aftershock of such a legendary Pokemon battle? After a moment's hesitation, knowing that waiting like this was not a solution, she, while everyone's attention was drawn to the battle, quietly slipped into the night. Since there was no longer a need to hold back Professor Oak, she had lost her reason to stay here. Instead of waiting anxiously, it was better to go directly to the Crystal Tower and meet up with Natsui. After she left, the long-overdue rescue team finally arrived at the Greenfield Pokemon Center. It was a team consisting of a helicopter and several excavators, forklifts, and trucks. Upon arrival, after a brief adjustment, they set off for the Crystal Tower from both the air and the ground simultaneously. With the roar of the engines, the excavators reached the outermost edge of the crystal and began to dig forward. However, the digging speed was very slow, and the crystal was very wide. Even at full power, they could only advance a meter at a time. And at this rate, it was estimated that even by tomorrow afternoon, they might not be able to reach the base of the Crystal Tower. In contrast, the helicopter was much faster. But in such extreme weather, with Pokemon battling in the air, the pilot tried to get closer several times, but just as he approached the edge of the clouds, the helicopter was forced back by the fierce snow and lightning and had to return to the Pokemon Center. It seemed they could only fly over for the rescue after the battle had stopped. The rescue seemed to have hit a snag. Just then, Professor Oak's gaze swept over, and he noticed that someone was missing, which he found a bit strange. Huh, where's Ms. Erika? Beside him, Lisa, with her arms crossed, leaned against a pillar and said flatly, "She left quietly just now. She's probably gone to that Crystal Tower to help Ash and the others." What? She went to the Crystal Tower? Hearing her say this, Officer Jenny's eyes widened. Perhaps due to her agitation, her voice also subconsciously rose a few pitches. "Since you saw her, why didn't you stop her? It's almost completely dark now, and the weather is so dangerous, with lightning that could fall at any moment. It's too reckless to go there at this time. What if something happens to her?" With that, she craned her neck and quickly looked around, wanting to find her, but it was so dark. How could she see any sign of Erika? Seeing her like this, Lisa just shrugged, unconcerned. "So what if it's dangerous? We're trainers. How can a little difficulty like this stop us? And isn't she that man's companion? At a time like this, shouldn't she be by his side?" Outside the Crystal Tower, Natsui was originally looking up at the battlefield nervously, but he suddenly felt the entire tower shake violently. Before he could react, he saw the top of the Crystal Tower suddenly explode. And as a large amount of the crystal wall fell away, the space inside the tower was revealed. That was the location of Molly's bedroom. And in the light of the bedroom, he could see Any-Eye battling a Charizard. With just one look, Natsui had already recognized that it was Ash's Charizard. And seeing it, Natsui also suddenly remembered that at the end of the movie, it was Ash's Charizard from the Cherisific Valley that had rushed to the rescue after seeing Ash in danger on TV, and had had the final showdown with Any-Eye. But just now, because he was too focused on Zapdos battle, he hadn't noticed when and from where Charizard had flown into the Crystal Tower. At this moment, the battle inside the tower was coming to an end. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched, but the bedroom itself seemed to be undergoing a mutation. At this moment, continuous crystal spikes were emerging, destroying everything inside. Even the collapse just now was caused by these spikes. The collapse of the crystal tower allowed Ash and the others to breathe fresh air and also to see the scene outside. In the snow-filled sky, 3 holy birds were dancing in the air. On the pitted crystal, 3 holy beasts were roaring at the sky. In the glow of the lightning, these legendary Pokemon looked exceptionally ferocious. While dodging the spikes, the group also stared dumbfounded at the battle below. Even if they had thought about what Pokemon Natsui was battling before, they would never have thought that there were 6 legendary Pokemon outside. What a spectacular scene this was. Brock's narrow eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Zapdos? Articuno? Moltres? Entei? Suicune? Raikou? What on earth is going on? Why are there so many legendary Pokemon outside? And compared to the still unaware Brock, Misty had already come to her senses. She quickly searched the ground and, sure enough, saw Natsui not far away. Needless to say, these must be Natsui's 3 legendary birds. Only he could capture so many legendary Pokemon. But where did these 3 legendary beasts come from? Why are they fighting with Natsui? Chapter 372. Triple Bird Strike. Natsui released his Charizard, letting it carry him to the vicinity of the Crystal Tower's top. Although it had taken a powerful 4 times super effective attack from Suicune earlier, after a short rest, Charizard's stamina had recovered a bit. At least at this moment, it looked to be in no major trouble. And for Natsui, although the 3 legendary birds had once again been revealed before people, Ash and Misty were very close to him. And before, on Shamudi Island in the Orange Islands, both had seen him use the 3 legendary birds to battle the 3 legendary birds. Therefore, regarding them, in front of these 2, there was naturally no need to hide anything anymore. And Brock was also a good friend. Most importantly, his character was trustworthy, so there was no need to be secretive in front of him. As for Delia, she was an elder, after all, and Natsui was also willing to believe that she was tight-lipped and would probably not reveal his secret. Finally, only Molly was left. But for a little girl whose mind was not yet mature, even if she told others that she had seen a trainer with 3 legendary birds, who would believe her? They would all think it was the fantasy of a naive little girl, or that Molly, with her limited experience, had mistaken some rare bird Pokemon for the 3 legendary birds. In fact, Natsui was very suspicious that, given Molly's age and knowledge, she probably didn't even know what the 3 legendary birds were. Such a person, naturally, there was no need to be on guard against her. When they reached a high altitude, Natsui didn't enter the tower, but had Charizard fly outside, looking at them through the wall. How are things on your end? What happened just now? At this moment, the edge of the tower where Ash and the others were had no more standing room. The room was filled with spreading crystals. As sharp spikes emerged one after another, they had to have their Pokemon break these continuous crystals to prevent themselves from being turned into pincushions. Crack! Another thunderclap streaked across the sky. The sound, reflected and transmitted by the countless crystals, was startling and at the same time, it felt as if it would shatter people's eardrums. Because the thunder was too loud and mixed with the sound of wind, rain, and snow, Misty could only cup her hands around her mouth like a megaphone to transmit her voice to Natsui's ear. We don't know either. It suddenly became like this in an instant. Regarding this matter, although Misty seemed a bit confused, Natsui understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. It must be that the unknown have a problem. But it was also because of this sudden change that the illusionary NEI was no longer fighting with Ash, but was protecting Molly, also dodging these crystals. Clearly, the unknown had already lost control of their power and were beginning to attack friend and foe alike. Pointing to the bottom of the tower, Natsui shouted to Ash, "There's an energy mass created by a swarm of unknown in the bottommost room. It must be that the energy has reached its peak and is starting to lose control. You guys hurry down and stop it." With that, he couldn't help but add another reminder. "You'd better be quick." Seeing Natsui's serious expression, Ash also realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded solemnly. I get it. Leave it to us. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Delia hurried towards the pedal staircase. Even Molly and the illusionary NTI knew they couldn't stay here long, and, one after the other, descended the high tower with them. But before going down, Ash looked back one last time with an envious expression at the 3 legendary birds soaring in the sky. Every time he saw these 3 holy birds, he felt that Natsui was truly amazing. Although he had been envious many times before, the Pokemon before him were, after all, the legendary 3 holy birds. An ordinary person might not even see one in their entire lifetime, but Natsui had collected them all. It was truly admirable. Natsui, of course, did not know Ash's feelings. After parting with the group, he patted Charizard and had it land, returning to the ground, looking up at the battle before him. Although the 3 legendary birds had a slight upper hand at the moment, the 3 legendary beasts were no simple characters and were not so easily defeated. He didn't know how much longer this battle would have to go on before a victor was decided. Perhaps with a little more time, the 3 legendary birds would find an opportunity to defeat the 3 legendary beasts. But time was tight now. An explosion could happen here at any moment, and they had to end this battle quickly. With this thought, he waved Gardevoir over, and with its help, Natsui used telepathy to directly give a command to the 3 legendary birds in their hearts. The situation has changed. We don't have time to delay. Use that move now. The move he was referring to was the combination move he had used against the 3 legendary birds on Shamudi Island. At that time, it was after using that move that he had inflicted heavy damage on them and won the great battle. And after subsequent practice, this move was now completely perfected and had been officially named by him as the Triple Bird Strike. Telepathy accurately captured the target, transmitting Natsui's command into the hearts of the 3 legendary birds. Hearing his command, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos paused, then let out a high-pitched cry, and all abandoned their respective opponents, flying to one spot. On the ground, the 3 legendary beasts, who had been fighting fiercely, were surprised to see their opponents suddenly disappear and all looked up at the sky. Above their heads, the 3 large bird Pokemon of different colors were circling and began to fly upwards in a spiral. Influenced by their power, even the clouds were drawn into the higher sky at an extremely fast speed. The sky became even darker. Due to their different types, the 3 legendary birds shone with red, blue, and yellow light, looking so bright in the dark night. Even Professor Oak and the others, who were far away at the Pokemon Center, could see them clearly, although they were very, very far from the battlefield. Everyone in front of the Pokemon Center, as the dark clouds spiraled upwards like a tornado, felt their hearts sink to the bottom. They all seemed to have a premonition that something big was about to happen. Professor the female reporter turned to look at Professor Oak and asked cautiously, "What are the 3 legendary birds trying to do?" "I don't know." Professor Oak shook his head. He held out his hand and could feel the strong wind blowing through the gaps in his fingers. But whatever it is, what happens next is likely to be a very terrifying scene at this moment at the center of the battlefield. The fur on the 3 legendary beasts was all standing on end, and they looked restless. Even if they didn't know what the 3 legendary birds were trying to do, they could all feel a deep sense of fear. They wanted to run, but their instincts were screaming a warning, as if the moment they took a step, what would greet them would be an unbeatable divine punishment. Chapter 373. The birds dance as one could see. As the 3 legendary birds continuously circled upwards, the clouds grew thicker and thicker. Lightning flickered in the clouds from time to time, but did not strike down randomly as before. Instead, it was contained within the clouds. Clearly, the 3 legendary birds were accumulating energy there, brewing something terrifying. Jengar turned its head to look at Natsui and urged, "We should get out of here too. It'll be dangerous if we stay any longer." As a witness to the birth of this move, Jengar knew what terrifying power was coming. And apart from a very few Pokemon, It also knew that no one could withstand the coming torrent of energy. Natsui nodded. The power and range of the triple bird strike were immense. He was not a Pokemon. If he were within the attack range, he would probably be directly turned to dust, with not even a speck remaining. To avoid being affected, he had to get as far away as possible. Recalling Gardevoir, Natsui mounted Charizard and, together with Gengar, flew into the distance. But before flying away, he looked back at the Crystal Tower one last time. I hope Ash and the others have already reached the bottom of the tower. If they're still dawdling up high, they'll definitely be caught in it, but then again, even if they were caught in it, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the physique of the super rookie from Pallet Town couldn't be measured by common sense. He could not only throw large trees and lift a Tyranitar, but also push a Wailord, and even come out unscathed after being electrocuted and burned. No matter what happened to him, except for a plot-related death, he would absolutely not die. In fact, after being around Ash for so long, Misty and Brock also seemed to have become extraordinary. It could be said that there was no need to worry about them at all. On the field, under the pressure of the tense atmosphere, the three legendary beasts became more and more restless. Out of instinct, they each launched their moves at the sky, trying in vain to stop the three legendary birds. Flames, lightning, and water shot out from the mouths of the three legendary beasts, flying straight into the sky. But after these powerful moves shot into the dark clouds, they were like stones sinking into the sea. They could only burrito a few layers of clouds before disappearing without a trace. Even the places that had just been burrito were quickly filled by other clouds. It seemed completely ineffective, barely causing a ripple. In fact, in terms of strength, the three legendary birds and the three legendary beasts were basically the same, not much stronger. If the three legendary birds could use such powerful energy, then the three legendary beasts, being of the same level, could naturally also counter it with equal power. But unfortunately, the three legendary beasts had no coordination with each other and couldn't work together to unleash such powerful energy. And most importantly, the three legendary birds were, after all, bird Pokemon. When they flew into the clouds, they could use the power of the weather to cause a climate change, thereby maximizing their energy. The rain gains momentum from the wind, and the wind gains power from the rain. This was the principle. Conversely, it was difficult for ground-based Pokemon to do this, and without being able to borrow the energy of the heavens and the earth, the power of their moves was naturally much weaker. Charizard sped past the Crystal Forest, carrying Natsui towards the Pokemon Center. At this moment, above Natsui's head, above the clouds, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno were wrapped in flowing clouds, as if they were performing a strange bird's dance. And with every flap of their wings, one could clearly see the energy from their bodies slowly drifting into the clouds. The lightning was getting smaller, but it was continuously gathering towards the three legendary birds. The wind, rain, and snow that had been generated by the battle just now also suddenly stopped, like the calm before a storm. And as they flew, as they moved away from the center of the battlefield, Natsui suddenly saw a figure on the ground, moving towards the Crystal Tower. Looking closely, it was Erica. What is she doing here? Is she looking for them? Puzzled, but without stopping, Natsui patted Charizard's neck, had it lower its altitude, and flew rapidly towards Erica. On the other side, sensing something approaching, Erica looked up and saw Natsui riding Charizard, rushing towards her. Erica was just about to call out Natsui's name, but before she could speak, Charizard had already swooped down beside her. "Get on quick!" With Natsui's voice, before Erica could react, she felt her hand being grabbed, and then her whole body was pulled up into the air. Erica was astonished. When she came to her senses, she found that she was already in Natsui's arms. On Charizard's back, Natsui had one arm around Erika's back, while the other was, by a stroke of luck, supporting her bottom. With the soft body in his arms, feeling the softness in his hand, Natsui couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. But it wasn't intentional. It couldn't be helped. because it had been too rushed just now. And the situation was urgent. There was simply no time to stop and wait for Erika to climb onto Charizard safely. That's why he had disregarded the distinction between men and women and had so abruptly pulled her into his arms. Being held by Natsui, Erika was extremely shy, but with her disposition, she wouldn't be angry about such a thing. She knew that Natsui must have had a reason for doing this, so she suppressed her shyness and, feigning composure, asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Natsui forced himself to focus. "Look behind you, quick." Hearing this, Erika was first taken aback, then looked behind Natsui. In the dark sky, a cloud was emitting a dangerous light, so bright and dazzling in the night. Even from a distance, she could feel the danger within it. Although she had known that Natsui and the others were battling the enemy in the Crystal Tower before, she had been rushing through the Crystal Forest, and her view had been blocked by the crystallized branches and rocks. She couldn't see what was happening like Professor Oak and the others, so she naturally didn't know about the strange phenomenon in the sky. Now, seeing it, she couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on? Natsui didn't hide anything and told her everything about the 3 legendary birds and his plan to use the triple bird strike. What? Hearing Natsui's words, Erika was greatly shocked. And it was only then that she knew that these 6 legendary Pokemon were all real. Natsui was really battling legendary Pokemon. And what was most unbelievable was that the 3 legendary birds were all his Pokemon. When did he catch them? With this thought, she couldn't help but recall that when she, Natsui, and the international police had raided the Team Rocket base, Natsui had seemed to be about to use some trump card against the executive archer. Could it be that he already had the 3 legendary birds back then? Originally, she had thought she had a certain understanding of the man before her. But now it seemed that there were still too many mysteries about him that had not been revealed. Chapter 374. Energy Torrent. Although the process of the bird's dance seemed to take a long time, in reality, it was only a few short minutes. When enough power had been accumulated in the clouds, the sky finally showed a different change. What kind of scene was it? After countless water, lightning, and fire particles were broken down and reassembled, they gathered together again, like a pillar of light, and began to pour down. The diameter of this pillar of light was at least several dozen meters. It was incredibly bright, like the sun in the dark night sky. In front of the Greenfield Pokemon Center, Professor Oak and the others watched the scene in the distance in shock. The female reporter rubbed her eyes and murmured, "What is that? A waterfall in the clouds?" "That's not a waterfall." Professor Oak gave a professional explanation. "That should be the visual effect formed by the scattering and mixing of energies like lightning, fire, and frost, and then refracting under the light. And because these energies are falling from a high altitude due to gravity, that's why it looks like a downward-flowing waterfall." It had to be said, as expected of the world's most famous Pokemon professor. After watching for just a short while, he had already analyzed the composition and principle of the triple bird strike. Scattering? Mixing? The female reporter didn't understand much about battles and quickly pressed, "Is this an attack method? I've never heard of it. It must be very difficult to achieve, right?" Professor Oak nodded. "Of course. You see, this is not a simple coordination of moves, but a qualitative change in energy. The process of fusion is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake will cause an explosion. It requires the user to carefully control their own power, so it has extremely strict requirements on the user's ability. It even involves a certain amount of science. I think apart from creatures like legendary Pokemon, no one else can do it." Hearing Professor Oak's explanation, the female reporter was secretly amazed. "I never thought the 3 legendary birds would know such an attack method." Hearing her say this, Professor Oak stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Ordinary wild Pokemon naturally wouldn't know it. But I think perhaps because they were created by the Unknown's illusion, that's what makes these 3 holy birds so special. But after saying that, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Is everything really as I said? If the 3 legendary birds don't understand this principle, would the Unknown? No matter how you looked at it, the scene before them was too strange. The three legendary birds were cooperating so tacitly and skillfully, as if they had practiced many times. This feeling, it's as if they're being guided by a trainer. But then, he was startled by his own guess. Besides the unown's illusion, who else could possibly have all three legendary birds at the same time? I'm really overthinking it. It must have been caused by the unknown. That's right. That's it. Beside him, the female reporter took a deep breath, composed herself, and asked again, with the three legendary birds using such a powerful move, if it hits, the crystal tower will surely be razed to the ground. Even the three legendary beasts probably couldn't withstand such an attack, right? Professor Oak hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this move before, so he didn't dare to say anything about its destructive power. But one thing was certain. A combined move brewed for a long time by the three legendary birds would definitely be extremely powerful. With this thought, he looked at the crystal tower with a worried expression. So I just hope, Ashdelia, and the others are safe under such energy at this moment. The speed at which the pillar of light was pouring down was getting faster and faster. As it continued to descend, the clouds, snowflakes, and raindrops it came into contact with were all evaporated. The three legendary beasts were no longer struggling in vain, but were moving their limbs, leaping and fleeing in all directions. But now, to want to leave, it was already too late. After just a few short breaths, the pillar of light had already fallen on the place where the three legendary beasts had been fighting. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the pillar of light came into contact with the crystallized ground, it didn't cause the violent explosion that was expected. Wherever the energy passed, the originally very hard crystals, as if corroded by a strong acid, were all crushed into powder and finally turned into gas, disappearing without a trace. And it wasn't over. In the eyes of Professor Oak and the others, when the pillar of light had destroyed all the crystals and touched the ground, the explosion finally came. Boom! A mushroom cloud suddenly formed and, with the battlefield as its center, spread out rapidly in all directions. In just an instant, it had enveloped the three legendary beasts, which had just run 100 meters away. And its aftershock did not stop. The powerful energy then swept up to the crystal tower. Because they were too far away, Professor Oak and the others didn't know if the three legendary beasts were safe. But they could clearly see that under the erosion of the explosion, the crystal tower was continuously disappearing. And after a few breaths, when the pillar of light dissipated, only a small section of the ruined wall of the crystal tower remained. At the same time, Charizard, which had flown far away, suddenly felt a powerful shockwave. Under its impact, it was as if it had been hit hard by something. For a moment, it couldn't maintain its balance and actually crashed to the ground. And this fall also threw Natsui and Eric off. In midair, Jengar was also affected by the shockwave. After it had steadied itself, it saw Natsui and Erica about to crash into a crystal rock and quickly used a strange wind to support them. Despite the buffer, the two were still hit by the subsequent shockwave and rolled on the ground. Natsui, being tough, seemed to be fine, and Erica, who had been protected in his arms, was also not seriously hurt by the fall. But after Natsui got up, he found that he had pinned Erica under him. Natsui quickly pulled back his hands, got up, and helped her up. Sorry, I landed on you. Fortunately, her upbringing was excellent. Knowing that it had been unavoidable just now, she didn't show any strange behavior, just shook her head, indicating that Natsui didn't need to worry, and then looked back behind her. The sky had become clear, like a washed mirror, cloudless. You could even see the stars in the sky. And under the starry sky, the crystal forest behind them had been ravaged by the shockwave, just now, all broken into countless fine fragments covering the ground. And the originally towering crystal tower, only the bottom part remained. The pedal structure on top had completely disappeared. The crystal tower was not the center of the energy, yet it suffered such heavy damage, almost completely wiped out. Is this the power of the three legendary birds? Rubbing her slightly sore arm, Erica couldn't help but marvel. So terrifying. Chapter 375. Ho-Oh, after raging for a short 1 or 2 minutes, the Pillar of Light's energy was exhausted, and it finally turned into colorful specks of light, completely dissipating from this world. At the center of the battlefield, in a reception hall at the bottom of the Crystal Tower. At this moment, the explosion had completely subsided, and the shaking of the earth had also stopped. Ash and the others, who had been lying on the ground, also lowered the arms that were protecting their heads and cautiously looked at the ceiling above them with the corner of their eyes. Before, it had been a towering structure with thick crystal walls. But now, it had all vanished with the Pillar of Light, not leaving even a speck of dust behind. Who could have imagined what a terrifying scene they had just experienced? Chased down by the Pillar of Light, they had raced against time, using both hands and feet, wishing they could just jump off the tower. They had been just a hair's breadth away from being affected by that unbeatable power. Looking back now, it was truly thrilling. And it was only at this moment that they understood why Natsui had told them to be quick when they parted ways. It was definitely not just because he wanted them to deal with the unknown problem immediately, but because he didn't want them to be swallowed up by this move. The cool moonlight shone on their bodies, calming their minds. The group looked at each other. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Looking behind them again and seeing the dozens of unknowns circling there, they couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Just now, at the most critical moment, they had finally arrived here, and it was the unknown who, in the nick of time, had unleashed their energy to block the Pillar of Light, protecting everyone. This wasn't out of kindness, but in the face of such powerful destructive force, the unknown had also felt the crisis and were just protecting themselves. And the energy mass in the center of the unknown that Natsui had mentioned had also been completely consumed in blocking the Pillar of Light's attack. This was good news. In another sense, it could be said that Natsui had indirectly solved the problem of the unknown's expanding energy. Ash stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at Molly. Because of the unknown's weakness, as the source of the illusionary Entity's power, it also caused the illusionary Entity to lose its strength, looking extremely weak. This was a rare opportunity. It was time to completely resolve this matter. With this thought, Ash and his mother, Delia, exchanged a look. Then, the mother and son walked towards Molly together to make the final break. Under the starry sky, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. Natsui looked up and saw Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos flying down from high above, landing beside him. Creating such an attack had also exhausted all their energy. At this moment, they all looked visibly very weak, as if they had been completely drained and were unable to fight anymore. The Triple Bird Strike was not only an ultimate move against the enemy, but also their own final resort. Once used, if they still couldn't win, it meant that their skills were indeed inferior, and there was no need to struggle any further. It could be said that after using this move, they would either turn the tables and defeat the opponent, changing the situation, or they would lose their strength and be captured at the mercy of others. Fortunately, it now seemed that at least the three legendary beasts could not withstand the damage of the Triple Bird Strike. He had won the final victory. Beside him, Erica looked at the three large bird Pokémon, her heart filled with amazement at their beauty and elegance. In the past, she had only seen videos and photos of the three legendary birds online or on TV. She never would have thought that one day she would be able to witness them up close like this. They're so beautiful. As soon as she said this, the three legendary birds' favor towards Erica greatly increased. They turned their heads to look at this woman, and all felt that she was much more pleasing to the eye than the silent psychic girl from before. They are indeed very beautiful and very powerful. Natsui smiled and nodded. It took a lot of effort to catch them back then. With that, he walked up to the three legendary birds and stroked their feathers. You've all worked hard in this battle. Go back into your Pokeballs and rest for a bit. Taking out the Ultra Balls, he recalled the three legendary birds. After doing this, he mounted Charizard again and extended a hand to Erica. All right, now let's go and see the results of the battle. Pulling Erica onto Charizard's back, Natsui had Charizard change direction and flew back towards the battlefield. Beneath them was a complete mess. Everywhere was covered in powdered crystal, the aftermath of the explosion shockwave. And in the center of the battlefield, a deep crater had been blasted out. At this moment, the three legendary beasts were lying near the deep crater, each panting heavily, all on the verge of fainting. As he landed, Natsui took 3 unused Ultra Balls from his pouch and threw one of them at the Suicune closest to him. Seeing the Ultra Ball fly closer and closer, Natsui was undoubtedly in a great mood. The 3 legendary beasts were weakened to this state, completely unable to resist, like lambs to the slaughter. This capture was a sure thing. However, just at this moment, a flash of fire suddenly streaked across the sky, passing in front of him at an extremely fast speed and shattering the Ultra Ball. Under the burning flames, the Ultra Ball was directly turned to ash. What? Natsui was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to look at the sky. Under the dark, starry sky, a large bird Pokemon was flapping its wings, looking down on him from above. Its unique appearance made Natsui recognize it at a glance. Oh! Natsui rubbed his eyes, confirming that the Pokemon before him was not a Fiero, but the real Ho-Oh. Beside him, Erica also covered her mouth in surprise, looking in shock at the legendary Pokemon before her, which was even rarer to see than the 3 legendary beasts. In terms of appearance, Ho-Oh's feathers were mostly gold and red, its tail feathers were yellow, the feathers on the dark side of its body were white, and the feathers at the tips of its wings were green. It had green stripes on its neck, a yellow beak, red eyes with black eye sockets, and a yellow feather crest on its head, looking shimmering, gorgeous, and noble. After confirming that it was indeed Ho-Oh, Natsui also quickly took out his Pokédex and pointed it at it. Pokédex, beep. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokemon. A fire-flying type. One of the legendary large bird Pokemon. Ho-Oh is a Pokemon recorded in myths. It is said that it lives at the foot of a rainbow and continuously flies through the sky with its 7-colored, magnificent wings. A rainbow forms where it flies. In legends, anyone who sees Ho-Oh will have eternal happiness. Natsui would never have thought that in this incident. The successive arrival of the 3 legendary beasts was already magical enough. He never expected that in the end, even Ho-Oh would appear. But what is it doing here? And why would it appear at this time? Chapter 376. Arise, my warriors under the night sky. Ho-Oh floated in the air, staring at Natsui for a long time, studying him with its gaze, feeling its hostility, and thinking about how it had just shattered his Ultra Ball. Natsui's vigilance was greatly raised. He had already guessed Ho-Oh's purpose for coming here. It's here to save the 3 legendary beasts. Natsui knew in his heart that to be able to accurately intervene at this moment to stop him from catching the 3 legendary beasts with such perfect timing, Ho-Oh must have been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He figured that after sensing the abnormality in Greenfield, it, like the 3 legendary beasts, had also come here early to investigate the situation. But this one was clearly better at hiding itself than the legendary beasts. Seeing them make a move, it had continued to lurk in the clouds, watching the situation unfold. Now, seeing that Natsui had defeated the 3 legendary beasts and was about to catch them, it had to show itself to stop him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Humph. Natsui took a deep breath and looked back at it without showing any weakness. Are you kidding me? I spent so much effort, used my ultimate trump card, just to defeat these 3 legendary Pokemon. How could I let Ho-Oh easily save them? If it wants to be the Oriole, it won't be that easy. In fact, before seeing Ho-Oh, Natsui had originally had a good impression of it. After all, being known as Ash's personal photographer, compared to other legendary Pokemon, it was undoubtedly more powerful. And because it was designed based on the Phoenix, it also added a lot of impression points. Most importantly, Ho-Oh rarely showed itself, which also added a bit of mystery to it. But now, daring to stop him, had directly put Natsui and it on opposite sides. There was no possibility of negotiation. Between him and it, Today would surely be a clash of titans, and neither had a reason to back down. But that being said, Natsui also felt a bit troubled by this situation. If he were at full strength, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Ho-Oh and could directly have the three legendary birds launch a siege. If that were to happen, if Ho-Oh didn't use its full strength and was slightly careless, it was very likely that it would be pulled down from its pedestal and become his Pokemon. But he had just used the triple bird strike, and the three legendary birds were no longer able to fight. And besides them, the only other Pokemon that could fight Ho-Oh in the air were Gengar and Charizard, as his regular mainstays, although these two were also very strong compared to those legendary Pokemon. They were still a bit lacking. The situation is really not good. It had to be said, facing such a powerful Pokemon, Natsui couldn't help but feel that his lineup strength was still insufficient. Oh, right, I also have Dragonair. Although its strength can't even compare to Gengar and Charizard, let alone Ho-Oh. At least it can fly in the air for a while and provide a temporary distraction. Looking at it this way, although the lineup on paper seemed a bit lacking, with the other Pokemon cooperating on the ground, it wasn't like he had no chance of fighting. In any case, even if he was no match, he still had to give it a try. Natsui couldn't just watch as Ho-Oh save the three legendary beasts. And defeating Ho-Oh was not the goal. The main thing was to hold its attention while catching the three legendary beasts as quickly as possible. With this thought, Natsui no longer hesitated and quickly took out 5 Pokeballs from his waist pouch, throwing them all out at once. As the blue lights flashed one by one, Gardevoir, Jolteon, Crystal Steelix, Scyther, and Dragonair appeared on the field. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Erika also realized what Ho-Oh wanted to do. She glanced at Natsui, and seeing that he had no intention of giving up on the 3 legendary beasts, she also took out 2 Pokeballs, releasing Leafeon and Tangela to help out on the side. At this moment, including Gengar and Charizard, Natsui's side had reached 9 Pokemon. Seeing that it was being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Ho-Oh looked around but still showed no fear. It let out a light cry, then flapped its wings, and a golden light suddenly shone down on the Entei closest to it. The next second, the originally near-fainted Entei, as if reborn from the ashes, was suddenly revitalized and stood up again. Holy crap! Natsui couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder Ho-Oh looked so calm. So this was its plan. Its resurrection, just like the triple bird strike, was not within the scope of an ordinary Pokemon's abilities. It was Ho-Oh's own ability, making it impossible to defend against. It seemed that the legend in Johto of Ho-Oh resurrecting 3 dead Pokemon and turning them into the 3 legendary beasts was not without basis. At the very least, it could verify that Ho-Oh did indeed have the ability to resurrect people or Pokemon. And now it seemed that besides being able to resurrect Pokemon, it could also restore their condition. This ability was simply invincible. Indeed, when facing these Pokemon that were more precious, rarer, and more powerful than the legendary birds and legendary beasts, one could not relax one's guard for a moment. As Entei stood up again, the situation turned. The balance of power changed and began to tilt in Ho-Oh's favor. But after its previous defeat, Entei knew that this human was not to be trifled with and had no intention of fighting again, but was preparing to find a chance to escape. Seeing its intention, Natsui made a decisive decision and immediately gave a command. Stop them. His and Erika's 9 Pokemon, with Gengar, Charizard, and Dragonair flying in the air to entangle Ho-Oh and prevent it from using its resurrection ability again, while the other Pokemon on the ground scattered to block any escape routes. At the same time, Natsui took out 2 more Ultra Balls and threw them again at Raikou and Suicune. Entei's condition had been restored, so there was no longer any possibility of catching it. Now, he could only set his sights on the other 2 legendary beasts. The 2 Ultra Balls flew in an arc through the air, accurately hitting Raikou and Suicune. But unfortunately, as the red light flashed, the 2 legendary beasts, after being sucked into the Ultra Balls for less than a second, were spat out again. The capture had failed. Natsui secretly thought it was a pity. And at this very moment, the Ho-Oh, in the air, using a heat wave of flames, first forced back Jengar and Dragonair. Then, seizing the opportunity, nimbly circled around Charizard and flew to rake his head. It flapped its wings, and the next second, the golden light shone down again. And Raikou, which had been lying on the ground, after being enveloped in the golden light, also miraculously recovered its condition and stood up again. Natsui was shocked. He took out another Ultra Ball, and before Ho-Oh could arrive, threw it at the only one still on the ground, Suicune. Clink! The red light flashed. This time, after Suicune was captured in the Ultra Ball, it first shook violently a few times, but this shaking became calmer and calmer. Clearly, the Pokémon inside had lost its strength to struggle. Finally, with a soft click, the Ultra Ball became completely still. Got it. Natsui was overjoyed and also greatly relieved. Although the capture of Entei and Raikou had failed, in any case, he had finally managed to catch Suicune at the last moment. Chapter 377. Ho-Oh retreats. Ho-Oh let out an angry cry. Clearly, it was furious that Suicune had been captured right in front of it. It flapped its wings, creating dozens of scorching fireballs that rained down on Natsui like a large net. However, they were only halfway there when they were intercepted by Gardevoir and Jengar, who had rushed over from the side. Boom! 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 The Psychic and Shadow Balls collided with the Fireballs, neutralizing each other in midair. The smoke from the explosion enveloped Natsui. He took a few steps forward, emerged from the smoke, and picked up the Ultra Ball containing Suicune from the ground. Then he stood up straight, tossed the Ultra Ball in his hand, and looked at Ho-Oh with a burning gaze. This gesture was the ultimate provocation. At this time, after Raikou had also been revived to full health, the two legendary beasts, with their powerful strength, easily escaped from a siege. They first nodded at Ho-Oh, then, without any delay, disappeared into the darkness with just a few leaps, leaving no trace behind. Under Ho-Oh's forceful intervention, the cooked duck had flown away, just as Natsui had said before. As long as these legendary Pokémon were determined to escape, no one could stop them. And for Natsui, who could have safely captured all three legendary beasts but had only ended up with Suicune, how could he not feel angry and regretful? Now, with Entei and Raikou having escaped, their capture was destined to be impossible. And without them as a distraction, only Ho-Oh remained on the field, allowing Natsui to focus all his attention on dealing with it. All right, now it's just you and me. It's time to settle this score. Sensing that a great battle was imminent, Natsui's and Eureka's Pokémon also gathered around, forming a pincer formation in the air and on the ground, surrounding Ho-Oh. But Ho-Oh seemed to not care about this at all, just staring intently at Natsui with its sharp eyes. Sparks seemed to fly between the man and the Pokémon. At the same time, a neutral voice suddenly sounded in Natsui's mind. Human, release that Pokémon. Do not break the balance of nature. Break the balance? Natsui smiled noncommittally. What nice way of putting it. What balance is it referring to? Does it mean the legendary beasts can resolve territorial disputes between Pokémon, or stop human wars? In his view, both humans and Pokémon were creatures parasitic on nature, no different from each other. As long as there was no malicious destruction or pollution, and nature was kept in a relatively good state, time and nature's own self-healing ability were the best way to maintain balance. And compared to humans, some Pokémon contained even more powerful energy. They were above the law, just like the three legendary birds of the Orange Archipelago, whose every move could cause a change in the weather. Many natural disasters were often caused by them. Why don't you go and balance them? Most importantly, how could he possibly spit out the meat that was already in his mouth? Without wasting any more words on it, Natsui directly waved his arm and ordered an attack. At his instruction, Jengar, Gardevoir, Charizard, Jolteon, and Eureka's Leafeon and Tangela all attacked Ho-Oh at the same time. As for Crystal Steelix and Scyther, they stood protectively in front of Natsui, always on guard against any counterattack Ho-Oh might launch. For a moment, Thundershock, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, and Razor Leaf moves of different colors all flew towards Ho-Oh. Faced with these powerful attacks, Ho-Oh was not flustered at all. Its whole body glowed with a seven-colored light, and with a fierce flap of its wings, a golden energy burst out, neutralizing all the moves. The powerful shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, making it difficult for several Pokémon to open their eyes. At the same time, it swept past them and towards Natsui. But before the shockwave could reach him, it was completely blocked by Crystal Steelix's thick and massive body. This exchange seemed to be evenly matched, but Ho-Oh had only been on the defensive, yet it had caused such an impact. From this, it could be seen that it was truly very strong. And through the brief battle, Natsui also believed that Ho-Oh's strength should be about the same as Mute-Wo's in its normal form. Although the power gap between him and it was not insurmountable, at least for now, there was still a not-so-small gap between his Pokémon and Ho-Oh, which they couldn't cross for the time being. However, Natsui's goal was not to defeat Ho-Oh with force, but to have his Pokémon hold its attention. The real way to deal with Ho-Oh was actually another final trump card. In the opening, while the Pokémon were entangling Ho-Oh, he opened his backpack, rummaged inside for a while, and actually took out his Master Ball from the very bottom. Ever since he had obtained this Master Ball from Sylph Company, Natsui had kept it at the very bottom of his backpack and had never had a chance to use it. Originally, he had no intention of using this Master Ball at all and wanted to treasure it forever. But since Ho-Oh dared to ruin his good fortune, it deserved to be on the receiving end of this Master Ball. Take responsibility for your actions. Natsui raised his right hand, about to throw the Master Ball. But just at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if the whole world were trembling. He lost his footing and fell directly onto Crystal Steelix. When he had steadied himself and looked around, he saw that the crystals under his feet were like shadows, receding towards the remains of the Crystal Tower at an extremely fast speed. Not just the crystals on the ground, but even the plants and rocks covered by them had all returned to their original state in an instant. The crystals disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Ash and the others must have dealt with the Unknown and Molly. And in this chaos, Ho-Oh flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Clearly, when Natsui had ordered the attack just now, it had realized that it could no longer free Suicune from this human through words. And to snatch it back by force, the Pokémon watching him like tigers were not so easy to deal with. On the ground, Natsui looked up. At this distance, unless Ho-Oh took the initiative to descend, even with the Master Ball, he probably couldn't catch it. Ho-Oh, what? Are you trying to escape? Ho-Oh gave Natsui a deep look, not disturbed by his taunt, and decisively flew higher into the sky. Natsui could only watch as Ho-Oh turned into a golden light, shot straight into the sky, and disappeared over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Darn it, he said, waving the Master Ball in his hand in frustration. Sigh. Ash couldn't have picked a worse time to solve the problem. His timing was just perfect, but at least I managed to catch a Suicune this time. It wasn't a total loss. Chapter 378. The incident is quelled. Congratulations on catching another legendary Pokémon. Erika recalled her two Pokémon and walked up to Natsui, looking at the Ultra Ball containing Suicune in his hand with some envy. Although she was a Grass-type trainer and would only catch Grass-type Pokémon, Suicune was, after all, a legendary Pokémon, a rare sight, let alone something to be caught. Now that it was quietly contained in this Ultra Ball, it was hard to remain calm. But then again, that was really close just now. Ho-Oh almost saved Suicune too. Yet Natsui sighed, not much joy on his face. That old skim of that guy was hiding too deep. Thanks to your help, he didn't succeed. Thank you so much. How did I help? Erika shook her head lightly. Those two, Leafeon and Tangela, were just joining in on the fun, just to boost your numbers. Although she said that, a faint smile still hung on Erika's face. In fact, she herself knew that her two Grass-type Pokémon, under the type disadvantage and Ho-Oh's great power, might not even be able to withstand a single blow. But even so, she still didn't choose to stand by and do nothing, but sent them out to help Natsui. After all, knowing is one thing, and choosing to act is another. Companions traveling together should help each other in times of difficulty, right? After saying thanks, Natsui looked away from Erika's face and back at the Ultra Ball in his hand. If he could choose, he would actually prefer the shiny Suicune from a movie. Compared to a normal Suicune, that shiny one's colors were more vibrant, and its image was undoubtedly more impressive. Unfortunately, a shiny Suicune was truly a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Oh, well, he wasn't pursuing a full collection of the 3 legendary beasts anyway. To be able to catch this Suicune was already a great harvest. After all, before coming to Greenfield, he had just planned to rest here for a night with Erika and then continue his journey in the morning. Who would have thought that he would catch a legendary Pokemon here? This was already an unexpected surprise. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance. He turned to look and saw Ash, Misty, Brock, and Delia running towards them. Natsui, Ms. Erika. Seeing Natsui turn to look at them, Misty waved at the two of them. When they got closer, before they could even catch their breath, Ash, with his eyes shining, said excitedly to Natsui, "Have you already defeated the 3 legendary beasts?" "Oh, right, never mind that." "Natsui, I think we just saw Ho-Oh. Did you see it?" Hearing the name Ho-Oh, Natsui's anger flared up. He rolled his eyes, with no intention of speaking. And seeing him like this, Ash and the others were very strange and didn't understand. After all, they had just been busy dealing with the unknown and Molly and hadn't seen Natsui's battle with Ho-Oh. Erika covered her mouth and giggled, telling them what had just happened. It was only then that they knew that Natsui had actually had a clash with Ho-Oh. What? Natsui caught Suicune, and he had a fight with Ho-Oh? The gazes of Ash, Misty, and Brock all focused on the hand holding the Ultra Ball, and they showed the same expression as Erika had just now. And in his heart, Ash couldn't help but be greatly shocked. In such a short time, Natsui has caught another legendary Pokemon? Doesn't this mean that the gap between me and him has been widened even further? It's just a Suicune, no big deal, Natsui said, waving his hand in a very humble bragging way. In fact, he wasn't wrong. After all, Go in the anime had also caught a Suicune. It could be said that among the 3 legendary beasts, Suicune had the least prestige. Seeing that Ash was about to say something more, Natsui directly interrupted him. "How are things on your end?" Getting to the main topic, Misty chattered on, recounting the events. It was only then that Natsui learned that after the Crystal Tower was destroyed, Ash, with his Talk no Jutsu, had finally persuaded Molly to voluntarily give up her obsession. When the obsession disappeared, the illusionary NTI no longer had a reason to exist and finally dissipated into the air. What about Molly and the unknown? Molly stayed at the manor. At this, Misty shook her head. As for the unknown, I don't know where they went. By the time we were done with NEI and came to our senses, they had all disappeared, vanished in a thin air. Natsui stroked his chin. They probably went back to where they originally came from. So, the matter is finally resolved and has come to an end. The group chatted for a while longer. Natsui took out his phone and glanced at the time. Without realizing it, it was already around 10 at night. After such a long battle, the group was tired and exhausted. Not to mention a few of the Pokemon, which were completely drained and in urgent need of recovery, and Delia also needed to be taken to a safe place. So, after a brief discussion, the group decided to first return to the Pokemon Center to rest. They hadn't gone far from the Pokemon Center when they suddenly heard the roar of a helicopter's propellers from the air. The sound came from far to near, as if it were rushing over. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it must be the rescue helicopter that had been circling outside, which, seeing that there was no more thunderstorm or Pokemon interference, could finally set off safely. But the group exchanged a look and all smiled knowingly. Whether it was the police or these people, they had arrived too late. Every time, they would only arrive belatedly after everything was over. In the restaurant of the Pokemon Center, the group was gathered around a long table. heartily eating a sumptuous dinner that Nurse Joy had specially prepared to reward them. And beside them was the restaurant's window. At this moment outside the window, they could just see Professor Oak being interviewed by that female reporter and a cameraman. Because there was a wall between them, the group didn't know what the female reporter was specifically interviewing him about. But on their way back, they had already agreed on what to say. So even Professor Oak didn't know what had really happened at the Crystal Tower. They had only told him that it was all caused by the unknown, and that in the end, it was Ho-Oh that had appeared and stopped the situation from spreading. Professor Oak also agreed with this view. After all, like the reporter, he had also witnessed Ho-Oh's appearance in the end. This could be considered a white lie. It could both protect Natsui's privacy and prevent the battle between legendary Pokemon from causing panic among the people of the Johto region. It was a win-win situation. As for whether the audience would believe it, that could only be said to be a matter of opinion. Chapter 379, 2 routes after dinner. Erica, Ash, Misty, and the others said good night to Natsui, yawned, and went back to their respective dorm rooms to rest. Natsui, accompanied by Jengar, left the restaurant and walked to the Pokemon Center's front desk. Just a moment ago, Nurse Joy had notified him over the broadcast that after more than 2 hours of treatment, the few Pokemon he had left in her care had basically recovered. It was now past 1 in the morning, and the Pokemon Center was dead quiet. Apart from his footsteps, there was not a single sound. By this time, even the trainers staying here had all gone to sleep, storing up energy for the next day's journey. Few people would be out and about. Passing through the brightly lit corridor, when Natsui arrived at the counter, Nurse Joy, who had been waiting for him, picked up a small tray from the side and handed it to him. "Mr. Natsui, here are your Pokemon. They've fully recovered." On the tray, 4 Ultra Balls and 1 regular Pokeball were neatly arranged. The 4 Ultra Balls, of course, contained the 3 legendary birds and Suicune, while the regular Pokeball contained his Charizard. Except for Charizard, the 4 legendary Pokemon had been in very poor condition, so after returning here, Natsui had immediately handed them over to Nurse Joy. "Nurse Joy, I'm so sorry to trouble you so late at night." "It's no problem," Nurse Joy said, shaking her head, with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. "The Pokemon Center often has trainers checking in at this hour. I'm already used to it, and besides, it's my duty." Although he knew that what Nurse Joy was saying might just be politeness, Natsui still admired their professionalism. Picking up the few Pokeballs, Natsui put them away in his waist pouch. Including the newly caught Suicune, the number of Pokemon he was carrying had once again returned to 12, a full roster. Legendary Pokemon alone took up 4 slots. All he could say was that even after the carrying limit had been adjusted, it still felt like it wasn't enough. "I'll have to make adjustments later when I have a chance to go back to Sakuraji Park." After saying thank you again, Natsui turned and left. And behind the counter, watching his receding figure, Nurse Joy's face was full of curiosity. A few hours ago, when she had taken these Pokeballs from Natsui, she hadn't thought much of it at first. But when she went to the treatment room to heal his Pokemon, she was suddenly startled by the 4 legendary Pokemon inside. These are legendary Pokemon. Although Greenfield was a tourist destination and many trainers came and went every day, to be honest, in all the time she had been here, she had never seen anyone who owned even 1 legendary Pokemon, let alone so many at once. In fact, not just in Johto, she believed that even in other regions, there was probably no trainer who could produce so many legendary Pokemon at once. How'd he do it? It's truly amazing. But she soon realized that the battle at the Crystal Tower just now was definitely not, as Professor Oak had said, an illusion created by the unknown fighting each other. It must have been this young trainer, using the 3 legendary birds to actually fight against the 3 legendary beasts. So, Professor Oak's guess was all wrong, but surprise was surprise. With her excellent professional ethics, she would not reveal a trainer's secret. Perhaps after the news was broadcast, many people would travel thousands of miles to come here in search of traces of the unknown and Ho-Oh. But they would never have thought that the main character of the incident was not some unknown, but this man. That's fine too. Let this incident become a legend of Greenfield forever. When he woke up the next morning, Natsui quickly washed up. When he walked out of the dorm, he found that Ash and the others had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time. On the table in front of them were many scattered empty plates, clearly having already had breakfast. And on the floor were their piled-up luggage, looking as if they were ready to set off at any moment. Morning, Natsui greeted them. Seeing him, Ash glanced up at the clock. Still early? It's almost 9 o'clock. You're so slow, Natsui. We've been waiting for you. Sorry, Natsui rubbed his eyes and slowly walked to the dining table and sat down. I went to bed very late last night, so I slept in a little this morning. At this point, he looked around and asked strangely, Where are Aunt Delia and Professor Oak? Ash shrugged. Professor Oak went to the manor with Mr. John early in the morning to investigate the secrets that the unknown might have left behind. As for my mom, she has already left here and returned to Pallet Town. Oh, right. Mentioning Delia, Ash remembered something else. Before she left, Mom also told me to learn more from you. What did he learn from me? Natsui laughed at himself. Delia had undoubtedly seen that he had so many legendary Pokemon and felt that he was no ordinary person. So she hoped that Ash could also get some of that luck. Sigh. As a mother, she really is so thoughtful. But she has no idea just how lucky her own son is when it comes to encountering legendary Pokemon. Just then, Erica pushed a portion of breakfast towards him. It was milk and sandwiches. Although it had gotten a bit cold, it was clear that it had been specially saved for him. After saying thanks, Natsui finished the breakfast in just a few bites. After he had finished eating, Ash and the others didn't delay any longer and all stood up to get their luggage. The group left the Pokemon Center together. Everyone knew that they had to part ways again and embark on their respective journeys. But for this parting, Misty, unusually, did not show much reluctance. It wasn't that her feelings for Natsui had faded, but according to Natsui's and Ash's travel routes, they would meet again in a dozen or so days. At that time, she would see Natsui again. With something to look forward to, the parting naturally became less important. Then take care. See you next time. Goodbye. Outside the Pokemon Center, Natsui and Erica said their farewells to Ash's group, and then they went their separate ways, one heading west and the other north. And this time, since they had already arrived in Johto and no longer needed to ride Charizard, Natsui and Erica chose to walk to the next gym city. They walked further and further away from the Pokemon Center, until a few minutes later, when he looked back, he could no longer see Ash and the others. The sun shone down, and without the crystals, the two of them finally saw that the mountains and fields here were covered with golden sunflowers, a shimmering expanse of gold, looking very beautiful. No wonder it was chosen as the most popular place for girls to visit. It really is beautiful. Chapter 380. Erika's capture battle after walking for a long time, until over an hour later, Natsui and Erica finally reached the border of Greenfield, leaving this tourist spot that, although their time here was short, had left a deep impression on them. They continued west, walking under the not-so-hot sun. They first crossed a wide river, then climbed over a small hill, and finally, before noon, they arrived at another dense grassland. Looking out, there was a clear lake in the center of the grassland, and thousands of wild Pokemon of different species were living here peacefully. Standing on a small hillock, the two stopped and watched for a while. In a low sky, swarms of Letabo were dancing over the flowers, and on the ground, hundreds of Mareep were gathered in small groups, leisurely eating the green grass. Even in the lake, dozens of Quagsire had popped their heads out of the water. The Pokemon lived in harmony, without any territorial disputes, treating this place as their common home. This is a truly rare sight. Natsui took out his phone and, with a click, permanently saved this harmonious scene. Closing the camera, he glanced at the map on his phone again. According to the route on the map at their current pace, after another day of walking, they would reach Violet City. And since he had already challenged the Violet Gym, after arriving there, he would only need to make a small adjustment before they could continue to other places. Finally caught up to the previous schedule, just then, Erica seemed to have discovered something and let out a soft "oh." Natsui followed her gaze and saw, On the other side of the lake, a group of nearly 100 Hoppip. Remembering her purpose for coming here, before she could speak, Natsui took the initiative to smile. What? Are you going to catch one? Natsui hadn't forgotten that Erika had come here to catch grass-type Pokemon from the Johto region. Although Hoppip were very common here and not at all rare, they did not live in Kanto. Hearing Natsui's question, Erika nodded. Since I've encountered them here, of course I can't miss out. With that, she was the first to walk towards the Hoppip. Natsui followed behind her into the grassland. And seeing the two humans, the nearby wild Pokemon all looked at them with curious eyes, but that was all. They showed no panic, nor did they flee. Clearly, although this was a wild gathering place, these Pokemon were already used to trainers appearing here from time to time. In terms of appearance, Hoppip had a small, round, pink body with two long, green sprouts growing from its head, like wings, looking very cute. Usually, besides living on the ground, they would also slowly float in midair. From a distance, they looked like nearly 100 red balloons. When they reached a suitable distance, Natsui took out his Pokédex and pointed it at one of them. Pokédex, beep. Hoppip, the cottonweed Pokemon, a grass flying type. Hoppip's body is very light and can float gently with the wind. Because it travels to various places by riding the wind, it can be seen almost everywhere except in cold places. It is said that if Hoppip appear in large numbers in the mountains and fields, it means that spring is coming soon. After putting away the Pokédex, Natsui turned to look at Erika. He saw that she hadn't immediately gone to catch a Hoppip, but was just standing there, quietly observing something. Natsui didn't disturb her, but took a step back, leaving the stage to Erika. This was her capture battle. There was no need for him to interfere. Beside him, Erika didn't choose a Pokemon that looked the strongest, as an ordinary trainer would. Instead, after observing for a long time, she finally set her sights on a very graceful-looking Hoppip. When that Hoppip was alone, she then quickly walked over. Natsui just watched from the side, watching Erika send out her Leafeon, battle, and defeat the Hoppip, and then successfully catch it. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Although they were of the same type, with the strength of a gym leader's Pokemon, dealing with these wild Pokemon was naturally no problem. It would have been strange if the capture had failed. When Erika returned to his side, Natsui clapped lightly. Congratulations. As expected of Ms. Erika, a piece of cake. After catching a Pokemon, Erika was clearly in a good mood. Hearing Natsui's teasing, she first rolled her eyes at him, then couldn't help but laugh. Finally, looking at the time, she said, "All right, it's noon. Let's have lunch here." Natsui naturally had no objections. The two left the center of the grassland, found a place with no Pokemon to disturb them, and put down their bags. Natsui then released his many Pokemon. Having camped out countless times, these guys were already very familiar with what to do next. Without needing Natsui's command, they each went about their tasks, some fetching water, some gathering firewood, all bustling about happily. And Erika, without a doubt, took on the role of head chef, preparing the various ingredients. Natsui helped her out, and the two worked together with great coordination. A dozen or so minutes later, a seemingly simple yet sumptuous lunch was spread out over most of the picnic blanket. Natsui took a look. Not only was it a feast for the senses, but even the plating was quite exquisite. It could only be said, as expected of a Yamato Nadeshiko-style young lady, her cooking skills were truly excellent. Just looking at it was enough to make one's mouth water, not to mention the appetizing aroma. And while cooking just now, Erika had also prepared food for the Pokemon. At this moment, the two of them and over a dozen Pokemon were gathered together, all enjoying the delicious meal. Erika's cooking was impeccable, not at all inferior to Brock's. The Pokemon were also very satisfied with such food. Unlike with Sabrina, traveling with Erika, at least Natsui didn't have to worry about his taste buds. And to strengthen their bond, Erika also released the Hoppip she had just caught. Seeing this, and since there was no one else around, Natsui also released his Suicune. But just to prevent Suicune from running away, he also released the 3 legendary birds. On this trip, Erika had only brought 2 Pokemon. Including this Hoppip, she barely had 3. Perhaps it was due to a natural affinity, but the hop-bip had a good impression of Erica. After tasting her food, it quickly accepted her and became one with her Leafeon and Tangela. Suicune, on the other hand, perhaps out of the pride of a legendary beast, although it had been caught, still had a great deal of resistance towards Natsui. It wanted to run away, but the three legendary birds were scattered around it, preening their feathers while also staring at it with a "you'd better behave, little brother" look. Seeing this, and remembering the fear of being dominated by the triple bird strike, it could only reluctantly settle down and passively integrate into this big family. Chapter 381. Meeting the weak siblings again after lunch, the two rested for a while. Once they had recovered some of their energy, they recalled their Pokemon and continued towards Violet City. The sun slowly set in the west, and the sunlight shining on the two of them also made their shadows on the ground grow longer and longer. Since they were still some distance from Violet City, Natsui had originally thought they would be camping out in the wild tonight. But fortunately, before it got completely dark, they arrived at a small town at the foot of a mountain and found an inn. Seeing the kind-faced landlady, not only did Natsui look relieved, but Erica also let out a sigh of relief. This was a great stroke of luck on their journey. After all, compared to a soft and comfortable bed, who would want to sleep in a cold tent? Most importantly, they could take a hot bath before bed to relieve the fatigue of the day. However, funnily enough, a small incident occurred while they were checking in. The landlady had seen too many guests. Seeing this man and woman, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, she subconsciously assumed they were a couple in love. So, based on her experience, she didn't even ask and just gave them one room. In her heart, she even felt that this couple was a perfect match. Natsui and Erica didn't notice this oversight at first. It was only when they were led to a large room and saw two futons laid out side by side on the tatami mat that they realized the landlady had misunderstood. After Erica gently explained with a slight blush on her face, the landlady finally realized that her experience had led her to make a mistake and, with an apologetic smile, changed them to two small rooms. Fortunately, neither of them took it to heart, especially after a hearty dinner. The matter was completely forgotten. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. As it happened to be a festival in the small town, the streets were extremely lively after nightfall. Small vendors lined the streets, their cries rising and falling. Tourists came and went in an endless stream. Since they had nothing to do and it was still some time before bed, the two discussed it for a moment and then blended into the crowd, also strolling for a while. Following the crowded flow of people, the two of them walked and stopped from one end to the other. While relaxing, they also bought some exquisite souvenirs. By the time they returned to the inn, looking at the few small bags in each other's hands, they both smiled at each other, then said their goodnights and returned to their respective rooms. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after a full rest, they felt full of energy and left the place with renewed spirits, continuing on their way to Violet City. This time, to deepen her bond with her Pokemon, Erica also released the hop-bip she had just caught, letting it accompany her on the journey. And after a night of soothing, the hop-bip had clearly become much closer to Erica and had truly accepted her as its trainer. This made Natsui a bit envious. After all, compared to hop-bip, his Suicune had clearly not yet submitted, and because of its special status, it was impossible to have it by his side as casually as hop-bip. Of course, this was also mainly related to the fact that Erica was a woman. A beautiful face is inherently more likely to make a Pokemon let down its guard. Plus, with her gentle personality and her constant contact with plants, she had a natural aura that made it easy for her to get close to grass-type Pokemon. But Natsui believed that with continuous interaction, Suicune would eventually, just like the three legendary birds, truly see him as its trainer from the bottom of its heart. The two of them followed the country road west. Along the way, they chatted about everything under the sun while enjoying the scenery. Erica was knowledgeable, well-read, and also very talkative. And unlike the quiet Sabrina, she would take the initiative to talk about topics that interested Natsui. Originally, traveling was a tedious thing, But with Erika's company, amidst their talk and laughter, Natsui actually felt that time passed very quickly. In fact, Natsui could feel that along the way. Not only had the bond between Erika and her hot bip deepened, but even his relationship with Erika had become less formal and more natural, and they had grown much closer. In the afternoon, the two finally arrived outside Violet City. And here, the natural scenery gradually disappeared, replaced by the tall buildings and bustling prosperity of the human world. But just as Natsui was about to enter the city, someone suddenly called out to him from the side. "Hey, you trainer over there. Please wait a moment." Hearing the voice, Natsui turned his head and saw a young man and woman. At that moment, they were sitting on a bench resting. For some reason, after seeing him, their eyes lit up. The man looked to be about 22 or 23, wearing black-framed glasses, while the woman was a bit younger than him, with a stylish, short curly haircut. "Can I help you with something?" The man pushed up his glasses, first glancing at his phone, then at Natsui, as if confirming something. "It really is you. You're that trainer named Natsui, right?" They know my name?" Raising his eyebrows, Natsui looked at the two in surprise. But he had no impression of them at all. "Do you know me?" For a moment, many possibilities flashed through his mind, but the most likely was that they were just spectators who had seen his matches. This question lingered in his mind until the man took the initiative to introduce himself. "Yes and no. I forgot to introduce myself. We're the Weak Siblings." The Weak Siblings? Hearing this name, Natsui immediately knew what was going on. He still remembered that on the ice path, he had defeated the second sister and third brother of the Weak Siblings. What were their names again? Oh, right. It seemed they were called Satsuki and Katsuki. Are these two also their siblings? Are they here for revenge? Just then, the girl also spoke up. And this is my older brother, Shu. As you can tell from our names, we're the fourth and fifth of the Weak Siblings." Natsui's expression remained unchanged, just smiling. "It's a pleasure to meet you. So what can I do for you?" The brother and sister exchanged a look, then walked up to Natsui. "I think my older sister has told you before," Shu said. "We all share information about the people who defeat us, so that the other siblings can conveniently seek revenge. And my sister has already told us about you. So this time, we are here to challenge you." "I see," Natsui nodded. "From the looks of it, it seems this battle is unavoidable." "That's right," I said. "In return, if you defeat us, we will also give you our medals." Speaking of medals, Natsui also remembered. After defeating Satsuki and Katsuki, he had gotten the Heartbeat Medal and the Disappointment Medal from them. Although they were useless, they were still in his backpack. Chapter 382. Looking like a couple, the four of them went to a gravel patch on the side of the road, stood on opposite sides, and prepared for battle. But before starting, Natsui couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you recognize me just now? Were you specifically waiting for me here? Or did you just happen to see me and recognize me immediately?" May's lips curled up slightly. "After you defeated my brother and sister, they sent us your photo. And to find you, we specifically looked up your information and found out that you were the latest champion of the Indigo Conference. It was a coincidence that we appeared here, but since we had seen a few of your matches, we recognized you as soon as you showed up. So that's how it is." Natsui nodded. "Since they specifically looked me up, it seems these two have done some research on me." Just then, Shu pushed up his glasses again and said calmly, "Besides that, we also heard our sister talk about you. She said you are very strong and that we absolutely must not underestimate you. And my sister also mentioned that you have a cold and beautiful long-haired woman with you, very easy to recognize." But at this point, he seemed to have just realized something, and his body suddenly stiffened. He then looked at Erika, saw her short hair, and then looked at the hotbit beside her. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming 2 or 3 times that he wasn't mistaken, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You got a new woman?" Natsui's face darkened, and even Erika couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. This was the second time she had been mistaken for being in a relationship with Natsui. She couldn't help but touch her own face. "Do we really look that much like a couple?" "Ahem." Natsui cleared his throat and introduced them. "This is Erika. She's my traveling companion. not my woman. Shu pushed up his glasses again, his gaze darting between Natsui and Erica, clearly trying to analyze the possibility of the word companion. Are you sure not a partner, but just a companion? In fact, it wasn't strange that he suspected their relationship. After all, he had just seen Natsui and Erica walking over from the distance, talking and laughing, with brilliant smiles on their faces. Anyone who saw that scene would probably think their relationship was extraordinary. Fortunately, Mai clearly couldn't stand her brother's dense personality and wasn't interested in other people's relationships. She couldn't help but clear her throat and bring the topic back. All right, let's get back to business. Let's decide on the rules for this match. Hearing Mai change the subject, Natsui also let out a sigh of relief. He was also afraid that Shu would say something else to make Erica unhappy. But before speaking, he first looked at the surroundings. Because they were on the outskirts of the city, the infrastructure was not very complete, and there was naturally no dedicated Pokemon battlefield. At this moment, under their feet was just ordinary ground, bare except for many scattered stones and weeds. Well, we can call this a sand and gravel field for now, but in fact, it doesn't matter whether there's a professional battlefield or not. After all, it's not a formal match, so there's no need to worry about these things. After a moment's thought, Natsui said, since there are two of you, we'll just have one battle with each of you. One round decides the winner. How about that? No problem, Mai continued to ask. Then what about the battle rules? Natsui said without thinking, of course, we'll send out our Pokemon at the same time. Minuded. In a wild battle. This was the most conventional battle format. Since there was no issue of going first or second, there was no type advantage, which made the match as fair as possible. After all, they had seen his matches and knew that this man really liked to win battles through type advantage. Just then, Erica took a few steps back, leaving the field to Natsui while also giving him a small fist pump. Good luck, giving her a smile in return. Natsui turned to look at Shu and Mai. After the brother and sister exchanged a look, Mai was the first to step forward. Natsui looked at her, recalling the Pokemon of Satsuki and Katsuki on the ice path, which had left a deep impression on him. At that time, Satsuki had sent out a Lombra, while Katsuki had sent out a Fortress. He wondered what Pokemon this fourth and fifth of the weak siblings would send out to deal with him. Shu, acting as the temporary referee, raised his right hand. Both sides, please send out your Pokemon simultaneously. Natsui and Mai simultaneously took out a Pokeball and then released the Pokemon inside. As the two blue lights faded, his Larvitar appeared in front of Natsui, and opposite it, a Pokemon that was all red, like a lava snail, appeared. Oh, it's a Slugma, and Natsui recognized its identity at a glance. It was the Fire-type Pokemon Slugma. In terms of appearance, Slugma was all red, with a body made of lava. It had a pair of yellow eyes, a pair of flame-shaped antennae on its head, and two droplet-like objects hanging down from the sides of its mouth. Since it was the first time he had seen a Slugma in person, Natsui couldn't help but take out his Pokédex and pointed at it. Pokédex, beep. Slugma, the lava Pokemon. A fire type. Slugma are generally found where the ground temperature is high, and they appear in large numbers in volcanic areas. They crawl around slowly in search of warm places. It is said that the scorching lava that replaces the blood in their bodies is constantly circulating, transporting necessary nutrients and oxygen to the body. They move without rest, because once their bodies cool down, their skin will harden and they will be unable to move, so they sleep near magma. Its body will cool down. Putting away the Pokédex, Natsui couldn't help but marvel what a strange Pokemon, but in terms of typing, the ground rock-type Larvitar had an absolute advantage over the fire-type Slugma. Both ground and rock-type moves would deal double damage to Slugma, while conversely, fire-type moves would only deal half damage to Larvitar. Seeing this matchup, Mai also had a pained expression on her face. To think that even though they had sent out their Pokemon at the same time, the result was still like this. Seeing her expression, Natsui smiled faintly and said without a care, "Do you need me to switch Pokemon? I don't mind at all." "No need." Hearing this, Mai felt she was being looked down upon and shook her head firmly. "Even if I'm at a type disadvantage, I will still defeat you. Chapter 383. The unlucky siblings. Violet City was, after all, a densely populated big city. At this time, many passers-by entering and exiting the city couldn't help but stop and watch curiously when they saw a battle taking place. Just like street basketball or dancing and singing on Earth, whether you knew how to do it or not, liked it or not, whenever you saw it, even when just passing by in a hurry, you would still glance at it intentionally or unintentionally. It was impossible to look straight ahead without taking a peek. Not to mention that in this world, Pokemon battles were undoubtedly people's favorite sport. So it was hard not to arouse their curiosity and attention. In just a short while, the crowd of onlookers grew to dozens of people. Soon, someone among them recognized the weak siblings. After all, the 7 of them had been in Johto for so many years. Although their skill levels were uneven, they had defeated many trainers and countless people had taken medals from them. They were quite famous. Everyone was discussing it, and they were also sizing up the opponent in front of the weak siblings, wondering who it would be today that could win another medal from them. However, this one look was all it took. Soon, someone who had seen the Indigo Conference matches recognized Natsui. This discovery first caused a gasp of surprise. And seeing his shock, the people beside him couldn't help but ask a few questions. Then, one told 2, and 2 told 10, and a wave of exclamations like the champion. And it's him, spread through the crowd. Hearing the voices, Erica turned her head and saw a commotion among the people. Some even took out their phones and started recording videos. Shaking her head, she refocused her attention on the match. Neither Natsui nor Mai had been fazed by this kind of attention before, so they were both indifferent to the people's actions, focusing on the match and not paying any attention to the commotion outside the field. At this time, on the battlefield, Mai also knew she was at a type disadvantage and wanted to turn the situation around by taking the offensive. Seeing Shu signal the start of the match, she didn't hesitate and gave her command first. Slugma, use Ember. Slugma's throat moved, and the next second, a few scorching flames spewed out from its mouth. Watching the embers fly closer and closer, Larvitar stood ready, waiting for Natsui's command. But after a long wait, it still hadn't heard its trainer's instruction and couldn't help but look back in confusion. But this one look was all it took. It saw that Natsui was staring ahead in a daze, completely indifferent to the embers, clearly distracted. Larvitar's cool little face instantly fell. Huh? What's going on? The embers grew larger and larger in Natsui's eyes, about to burn Larvitar. At this moment, looking at that ball of fire, Natsui, for a rare moment, seemed to be in trance. It wasn't his fault that he was distracted during the battle. After all, just a few days ago, he had just experienced the great battle between the legendary beasts and the legendary birds. He was used to the earth-shattering grand scenes. Now, seeing a small ember, the huge contrast made it difficult for him to adapt to such a small skirmish for a moment. When was the last time I saw an ember? It seems so long ago. I can't remember. Clearly the distraction was only for a moment. Fortunately, he adjusted his state in time, and before the embers got close, he finally came to his senses and gave an instruction. Larvitar, dodge, then use rock throw. Originally, Larvitar had been prepared to take the hit. Hearing Natsui's command, it quickly leaped to the side, but it was a bit too late, and most of its body was still burned by the flames. Fortunately, it had a half resistance to fire-type moves, so although it looked like it was engulfed in flames, it didn't actually take much damage. After this little interlude, Natsui gathered his spirits, and under his command, Larvitar soon engaged in battle with Slugma. As the two Pokemon went back and forth, it could be seen that Slugma did have some strength, but its speed was just too slow, and with the type disadvantage, it was difficult for it to make much of an impact. Under Larvitar's continuous attacks, seeing that Slugma was already running low on stamina, Natsui planned to finish it off in one go. Larvitar, use bite. Larvitar opened its large mouth and bit down on Slugma, but the next second, it suddenly released its jaw. Natsui looked closely and saw a wisp of white smoke coming from its mouth. It had clearly been burned. Oh, he instantly realized that this Slugma must have the Flame Body ability. Pokemon with the Flame Body ability have a chance to burn an attacker when they are hit by a contact move. But what a coincidence! Natsui couldn't help but laugh. His Larvitar's ability was Guts, and Pokemon with this ability have their attack power increased when they're under a non-fainting status condition. And the negative effects of a burn are greatly reduced. All he could say was that I was really unlucky. From the very start, from the Pokemon she sent out, both in terms of typing and the abilities of the two Pokemon, she was completely countered by Natsui. It was truly a case of fact being stranger than fiction. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. And under these conditions, the result was naturally a foregone conclusion. Larvitar easily dealt with Slugma. When Slugma fainted, with an unwilling expression, recalled it to its Pokeball and walked to Shu's side. To be dominated from beginning to end, she felt that she hadn't even used half of her strength before being so easily defeated. How could she be reconciled? Not only had she failed to avenge her older brother and sister, but she had also been defeated herself. This left a fire in her heart with nowhere to vent. Bottled up inside. Beside her, Shu didn't have time to comfort his sister and directly raised his right hand. In this round, Larvitar is the winner. Seeing this result, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This was different from what they had imagined. After all, because both contestants were very famous, they had wanted to see a more intense and competitive match, not such a one-sided battle. Patting May's shoulder, Shu stepped forward, came opposite Natsui, and Mai also took his place, temporarily becoming the referee. Pushing up his glasses, Shu said solemnly, "That last round, my sister was just unlucky. Her type was completely countered by you. But next, you won't be so lucky." Natsui shrugged and said nothing, just treating Shu's words as polite remarks. He first praised Larvitar, then recalled it, and quietly looked at Shu, waiting for him to take out a Pokeball. Shu didn't make him wait long. After a moment's thought, a confident smile appeared on his lips, and he took a Pokeball from his pocket. Seeing that both of them were ready, at May's signal, the second match began. But the moment Shu threw his Pokeball, to his surprise, Natsui didn't switch his Pokemon, but sent out Larvitar again. His eyes widened in disbelief, and then his face darkened. Watching his expression change several times in an instant, as if he were a face changer, Natsui looked completely baffled, until the two blue lights had faded and he saw Shu's Pokemon clearly. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turned out that Shu had sent out an Electabuzz. And by a stroke of bad luck, the electric-type Electabuzz, just like the Slugma before it, was still countered by the rock ground-type Larvitar. It seemed that Shu must have been trying to be clever just now. Knowing that Natsui was good at type matchups, he had thought that since Larvitar had just been in a battle, Natsui would definitely not let it continue to fight. But he never expected that his cleverness would backfire, and he would be punished by Natsui's unchanging strategy. Chapter 384, Pupitre at this moment. Shu's face was as dark as water. After all, he had just been boasting to Natsui, but he never expected that in the blink of an eye, his Pokemon's typing would once again be completely countered. The slap in the face came really fast. And what was worse was that, even compared to the Slugma from before, the electric-type Electabuzz, when facing the ground-type Larvitar because of its immunity to electric-type moves, would be in an even more disadvantageous position. Damn it, this is even worse than the last round. Shu sighed, knowing that at this point, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. He took off his glasses and wiped them gently with a cloth, using this to calm himself down. Forget it, there's no point in being anxious now. I should think about what strategy to use to win this match. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth, unable to figure out how. Even though they had agreed to send out their Pokemon at the same time, Natsui would be so dishonorable as to continue using Larvitar. Why didn't he switch Pokemon? Is this guy not afraid of me using a grass or water-type Pokemon to counter him? On the other side, contrary to Shu, Natsui's mood at this moment was very relaxed. In fact, when he had sent out Larvitar, he really hadn't thought that much. After all, Larvitar had performed without any problems just now. And because of the type advantage, even though it had been hit a few times, its stamina hadn't decreased much. Most importantly, having just defeated an opponent, Larvitar's morale was high, and it was still fully capable of fighting again. Why should he switch to another Pokemon? Now it seemed that he had a full type advantage in this second battle as well. And since he wouldn't expose any openings for his opponent to make a comeback, unless the shoe in front of him was replaced by Ash, he really didn't know how he could lose. That's right, he was that confident. When the match began, as expected, Electabuzz was immediately at a disadvantage. Because electric-type moves were ineffective, Electabuzz's offensive options were cut in half. And under Larvitar's fierce assault, Electabuzz had no effective countermeasures. Just using normal-type moves, it was impossible to defeat the unrestrained Larvitar. Starting with a Rock Slide, Larvitar dealt damage while also forcing Electabuzz to get a bit closer. Then it charged forward and used Bite, sinking its teeth into Electabuzz's arm. Electabuzz grunted in pain and subconsciously used Discharge, trying to make Larvitar let go. But when the current hit Larvitar's rock-like skin, there was no reaction at all. Fortunately, Shu quickly ordered it to roll on the ground a couple of times, which finally managed to shake Larvitar off. Outside the field, seeing such a battle, many of the passers-by shook their heads in disappointment. Although the match was not yet over, they had already foreseen the result of the second round. It was no different from the last one at all. From this, it could be seen that although the type advantage played a certain role, the skill gap between the two sides was still very obvious. They really didn't know why these weak siblings had gotten entangled with this man. But it had to be said, as expected of the Indigo Conference champion, Natsui was indeed very strong. At this time, the battle was still going on. Although Electabuzz used Quick Attack and the fighting type move Low Kick, also dealing some damage to Larvitar, in the end, Larvitar still finished it off with a Rock Throw, watching Electabuzz fall weakly to the ground. Mai looked at her brother and was about to raise her arm to announce the result of the match. But before she could speak, she saw a dazzling white light suddenly erupt from the Larvitar on the field. Anyone with a bit of common sense knew that this was a sign of a Pokemon evolving. Natsui raised his eyebrows. Since catching Larvitar, it had also experienced many battles, big and small. Counting the time, it was indeed about time for it to evolve. Before long, as the white light disappeared, Larvitar's figure vanished, and a Pokemon in a completely new form appeared before his eyes. It was a Pupitar. Pupitar's appearance was somewhat similar to the cocoons of Caterpie or Weedle after they evolve, but it was definitely not an insect, but a genuine rock ground-type Pokemon. Its entire body was covered in a hard, grayish-blue shell, with 4 sharp horns on each side and 3 small horns on its forehead. And its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at everything before it through 2 holes in the shell. Natsui was overjoyed. At the same time, he took out his Pokédex and pointed it at it. Pokédex, beep. Pupitar, the hard-shell Pokemon. A ground rock type. Pupitar is a very dangerous Pokemon that rampages around. Under its hard shell, a new body is gradually forming. Its hard shell has no problem even crashing into steel. Although it seems unable to move, it can already use compressed gas to fly around and rampage to relieve stress. Its power is great, and when it goes on a rampage, even mountains will collapse. Combining hardness and speed, its destructive power is outstanding, a very troublesome Pokemon. From the Pokédex's introduction, it could be seen that although it had not yet evolved into Tyranitar, Pupitar was already showing its fangs, revealing its crazy side, recalling Pupitar into its Pokeball. Just at that moment, the siblings Shu and Mai also walked over from the opposite side. We lost. Missy Gid. Although she said that, both she and Shu were very unwilling. In short, the loss was very frustrating. But despite that, a loss was a loss, and they didn't have the cheek to ask for a rematch. The two reached into their pockets, and when they took out their hands, each had a shiny medal in their palm. I said, "This is my joy medal. Please take it." Shu also said, "This is my carelessness medal. Take it." Natsui smiled and took the medals from the two of them. These two medals were no different from the heartbeat medal and the disappointment medal he had gotten from Satsuki and Katsuki before, except that the colors were slightly different. They were clearly bought in bulk. Putting away the medals, Natsui nodded at the two of them, said his thanks, and then, without any delay, turned and left with Erika. And watching his receding figure, Shu shouted loudly, "Don't get too happy too soon. There are still 3 of us weak siblings left. They will definitely avenge us." Was I happy? Natsui didn't stop, just touched his own face with a puzzled look. Come on. I didn't have any expression on my face just now. This guy named Shu is really good at making up stories. I just hope the remaining weak siblings aren't as strange as him. Chapter 385, Pokemon Ninja School entering Violet City. The two went to the Pokemon Center to rest for a bit. Before sunset, Natsui took Erika to the northern part of Violet City, crossed the lake, and came to the Sprout Tower once again. This was his second time here. Normally, he shouldn't have come back for another visit, but since it was Erika's first time in Johto and she had never been to the Sprout Tower, she naturally had to experience the scenery here. Standing at the entrance of the temple and looking at the familiar high tower, Natsui couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Only a few short days had passed, but things were already different. The person accompanying him was no longer Sabrina, but another woman. Under the setting sun, the golden sunlight shone down, giving the Sprout Tower a different kind of view. The sound of the temple bell echoed in his ears, drifting with the wind, traveling far, all the way to the urban area of Violet City. The two entered the temple and climbed to the top of the tower. At first, Natsui had planned to tell Erika about the origin of the Sprout Tower, but halfway through, he found that Erika actually knew more about it than he did. Seeing his surprised look, Erika covered her mouth and giggled, then took out that travel guide again. Just like Greenfield, the guide has very detailed information about this place. But I didn't expect that compared to the introduction in the guide, the scenery here is even more outstanding when you see it in person. Is this place really that good? Natsui raised his eyebrows in surprise. For him, neither the Sprout Tower nor this temple was very interesting, but Erika was watching with great relish. On second thought, perhaps this also had to do with Erika's background. As a young lady from a prestigious family, she had been exposed to ancient and quaint things since she was a child. She also loved nature, so it could be said that this place completely suited her taste. After strolling for a while, in the evening, the two had a free vegetarian meal at the temple and then returned to the Pokemon Center to rest. And before going to sleep, while browsing the web on his phone in bed, he accidentally saw a piece of news. The headline was Indigo Conference Champion Sets Sights on Silver League. Natsui's heart moved. He clicked on it, and the first thing he saw was a photo of his battle with the weak siblings outside Violet City today. The photo was very clear and taken up close, probably by one of the onlookers. From the photo, it was the moment his Larvitar defeated the Slugma. Looking at the content of the news, the author clearly had high expectations for him. The entire article was praising his outstanding strength, saying that if he participated in the Silver Conference, he would at the very least reach the top 4 and achieve a good result. A good result. Natsui put his phone aside and looked at the ceiling of the dorm room. The moonlight shone through the window onto his face, revealing his bright eyes. Ever since winning the conference, his standards had also risen, and he had become very confident. This time, participating in the Silver Conference, just as this news article said, he had only one goal, and only one: the championship. After breakfast, the two set off from Violet City. After walking west for less than half an hour, they slowly left the city and came to the edge of a forest. In front of them was a fork in the road, and at this moment, Natsui also had 2 different paths to choose from. The first was to follow the main road south to Azalea Town to challenge the Azalea Gym there. The other was to pass through the forest, continue west, and, after reaching the vicinity of the national park, turn north to challenge the Akrutique Gym in Akrutique City. But since both directions would eventually lead to Signwood City, forming a circular route, it didn't really matter which route they chose. It was just a matter of sequence, and the scenery they would see would be slightly different. But since they were traveling together, Natsui couldn't make the decision on his own and asked for Erika's opinion. Erika thought for a moment. Since it's the same either way, why don't we go to a critique city first? Seeing Natsui look at her, Erika smiled and explained, "A critique city is very famous. I've always wanted to go there and see it." A critique city, all right. Then let's challenge the critique gym first. Since Erika had already decided on the direction, Natsui nodded and walked into the forest with her. The sound of footsteps came from far to near. On the not-so-wide dirt path, the two walked side by side. From time to time, wild Pokemon would pop their heads out from behind the trees, looking at the two humans curiously. But when they were noticed, they would timidly pull their heads back. It could be seen that although this forest was not very dense, it covered a large area. They had been walking for a long time, but still hadn't left the forest. The sun rose higher and higher, but fortunately, the shade of the trees blocked it, so they didn't feel hot while traveling. At noon, during a break for a drink of water, Natsui leaned against a thick tree trunk and opened his map. His fingers slid across the phone screen, and after a moment, he suddenly let out a soft huh. Seeing his strange expression, Erika gave him a curious look. "What's wrong? There seems to be a school up ahead." "A school? Here?" Erika's eyes widened. Seeing Natsui nod, she asked curiously, "Why would there be a school in such a sparsely populated forest?" "Let me see him. It's a school called the Pokemon Ninja School. Should we go take a look?" "Sure," Natsui said, looking down at the map again. "It's on the way anyway. Let's go and check it out." After a short rest, the two continued on their way. After walking for a dozen or so minutes and rounding a large boulder, they saw, behind a wooden and stone wall, several towering, ancient-style buildings standing within. Following the path, the two walked to the main gate of the school. Seeing that the gate was not closed, they walked right in. At the entrance was an open field. They could see dozens of men and women in various colored ninja uniforms, practicing something with a group of Pokemon. Just as the two were looking around, an old but powerful voice sounded from behind them. "You two, what is your business here?" Natsui was startled. Hearing the voice, he quickly turned to look and saw an old man in his 60s or 70s, with a full head of silver hair, wearing a dark blue ninja uniform, looking at them quietly. "When did he get here?" So silently, without making any sound at all. "Sorry, we are travelers passing by. We saw a school here and wanted to come and take a look." "I see," the old man said, nodding with a cheerful smile. "Let me introduce myself. I am a ninja and also the headmaster of this place. Welcome to our school." Chapter 386. Seeing Aya again, welcome? So that means this ninja school can be visited freely? In Natsui's impression, ninjas were always associated with mystery, especially their villages, which would never be open to the public. But then again, the profession of a ninja was, after all, slowly fading from the stage of history. Their functions had mostly been replaced by the more capable Pokemon. If they didn't find a way to change, they would truly disappear completely. Since this was a school, it must be for innovation, so it couldn't be viewed with the old concepts. With this thought, he once again sized up the elderly ninja before him. Compared to an ordinary old man, this headmaster was full of spirit, his eyes bright, and his physique very sturdy. One couldn't see the fatigue that should come with this age at all. And, thinking about how he had just appeared behind him so silently, this was definitely a powerful and experienced ninja with high-level skills. "Can we take a look inside?" "Of course. Please follow me, you two." The headmaster, with his hands behind his back, led the way, introducing the ninja school to the two of them as he walked. "My ninja school has many students who are working hard day and night to learn Pokemon ninjutsu. Whether it's Ariados Spiderweb, Venonat's Stun Spore, Scyther's Double Team, or Pinecaw Spikes, these can all be considered a type of Pokemon ninjutsu. The students study here to make both themselves and their Pokemon stronger." "I see." Natsui followed the headmaster's gaze and saw, at that moment, many people in red ninja uniforms commanding Pokemon in battle on a battlefield. and another group of people in earthy yellow ninja uniforms were sitting on the ground, cultivating something. Further away, there was another group of people in green ninja uniforms, training their water-type Pokemon in a small pond. In fact, even without the headmaster saying it, he had already discovered, from watching the anime or playing the games, that these moves did indeed have a great similarity to the ninjutsu in his memory. But he never thought that in this world, besides being subdivided by Pokemon scholars into various types like bug, grass, normal, and ground, these moves would also be classified by these ninjas into the category of ninjutsu. Walking to the center of the training ground, the headmaster continued, "I think you've already noticed. These students with different colored clothes all have different learning directions. For example, the students in red ninja uniforms specialize in Pokemon battles. The students in yellow and green ninja uniforms focus on increasing the power of Pokemon moves. And inside the school building, there are also some students in blue ninja uniforms who are learning about grooming and weight loss." Grooming and weight loss. Natsui gave him a surprised look, not knowing what this had to do with ninjutsu. Could it be that, after learning it, one can disguise one's self? It was Erica, beside him, whose eyes couldn't help but light up after hearing about grooming and weight loss. She asked, "Excuse me, what exactly does the grooming entail?" It was clear that Erica was very interested in such a subject. In fact, it wasn't strange. After all, no matter how beautiful a woman was, it was hard to remain indifferent after hearing these two words. Even a popular female star with an annual income of over 100 million would always be concerned about whether her figure was out of shape and whether her face was still radiant. "Of course, it's through Pokemon," the headmaster said with a mysterious smile. "Take grooming, for example. We've found that the silk spat out by Spinarak has a very good beautifying effect. Using it as a face mask will make the skin smoother and more tender. Spider silk can be used for beauty." Erica was a bit surprised. This was the first time she had heard such a theory, and for a moment, she couldn't help but hesitate. If it were an ordinary herbal essence mask, she could accept putting it on her face. But the silk spat out by a Spinarak? Sorry, she really couldn't imagine what kind of beautifying effect it would have. Is there any scientific basis for this? Contrary to her, Natsui did not feel too surprised. After all, on Earth, many things could be used as medicinal materials, just like bezoar, which was called a traditional Chinese medicine, but was actually the dried gallstone of a bovine animal. There are many such examples. Since animals could, Pokemon naturally could too. It was not worth making a fuss about. Seeing Erika's doubt, the headmaster smiled. "Don't underestimate those spider silks. Their beautifying effect is outstanding. After using it, a beautiful person will become even more beautiful, and even those with less than ideal looks will see an improvement." Erica was clearly tempted, and seeing her like this, the headmaster suddenly put on a brilliant smile, and his kind demeanor changed to a very businesslike one. "How about it? Are you two interested? We provide 3 balanced meals a day, 24-hour hot water, and free Wi-Fi. We're having a promotion right now. For only 21,580, you can study for 14 days. Are you interested in giving it a try?" Hearing him say this, Natsui couldn't help but laugh secretly. So he's recruiting students. No wonder he let them in and spent so much time introducing so much. But Natsui had no intention of letting his Pokemon learn ninjutsu, let alone any interest in grooming. But just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air from his side. The next second, he felt a few flashes of silver light before his eyes, and with a few ding-ding-ding sounds, several shurikens were stuck in the ground. These shurikens were very close, right at the tip of his shoe. If they had been just a few centimeters further, they would have hit his shoe. At the same time, a woman in a red ninja uniform suddenly leaped down from a nearby, tall building and landed in front of Natsui. Natsui looked closely and saw that this woman had long, dark green hair and outstanding features. And the most important thing was her temperament, which was very bewitching. "Wait, this face." Natsui was first taken aback, then immediately recognized her. Wasn't this Aya, the younger sister of the Kanto Fuchsia gym leader? Koga, what's she doing here? But before Natsui could speak, Aya already had an angry look on her face and said through gritted teeth, I never thought I'd run into you here. Her attitude made Natsui a bit baffled. Then he suddenly remembered that after he had defeated her at the Fuchsia gym, she had privately sought him out, saying she wanted another battle, but he had brushed her off with a casual excuse. This woman, she hasn't been holding a grudge until now, has she? Natsui sighed inwardly, but his face remained smiling, trying his best to look more friendly. Ms. Aya, we meet again. Oomph. Aya crossed her arms and looked at Natsui coldly. Last time we parted, we agreed to have another battle another day. I waited for you at the gym for a long time, but I never thought that this wait would last until you had already left Kanto. Chapter 387. Aya's entanglement faced with Aya's questioning. Although Natsui could have used various excuses to deceive her and make her feel better, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to tell the truth. Sorry, I was too busy at the time, and I forgot. Darn it. You guy. Hearing this, Aya's blood boiled, especially seeing Natsui's calm expression, which showed no sincerity despite his apologetic tone. She was so angry that her eyebrows were about to stand on end. He forgot about me? Damn him. And to think she had waited for so long. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then crossed her arms and snorted. Do you remember what I said back then? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. I never thought you would come to me on your own today. So, now you have no reason to run away. It's time for us to have a showdown, right? Natsui shook his head helplessly. She really doesn't let things go, but although Aya was being very aggressive with her words, from the few shurikens stuck in the ground in front of his feet, he understood that although these sharp ninja tools looked dangerous, Aya had no intention of harming him. She was just trying to intimidate him. Otherwise, if he had really sensed killing intent, the Jengar hiding in a shadow would have definitely stepped in to block these shurikens. It looked close, but it was perfectly controlled. Aya's strength and skill were very precise, fully demonstrating that she was a highly skilled kunoichi. And having heard all this, the headmaster first looked at the aggressive Aya, then at the calm Natsui, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, What? You two know each other? Aya turned to look at the headmaster, her tone solemn. Teacher, I have some grievances with this man that need to be resolved. Please clear a battlefield for us. The headmaster was taken aback. Although he didn't know what kind of grudge or misunderstanding there was between the two, he still shook his head. This was a school, not a place to resolve their personal grievances. If word got out, people who didn't know better would think that their school was poorly managed, condoning students to seek revenge at will. But before the headmaster could speak, Aya seemed to have seen his concerns and added, You don't know, do you? This man is the champion of this year's Indigo Conference. This is a rare opportunity. I think a battle with such an opponent is very worthy for the students to observe and learn from. Oh, the Indigo Conference champion? The headmaster looked at Natsui in surprise, sizing up the young man before him. He never thought that the champion of the prestigious Indigo Conference would come to their ninja school. So young to have won a regional championship at such a young age. His future is destined to be limitless. If they can really observe such a person's battle up close, it will definitely be of great help to the students seeing the headmaster's hesitation. Natsui knew he was tempted and couldn't help but sigh. He understood that today's battle was unavoidable, and this matter had to be resolved. Otherwise, he would inevitably be pestered by Aya again. With this thought, he also nodded at the headmaster. Monsieur Idmaster, don't worry. This isn't a grudge, just an ordinary battle. Since Natsui had also said so, it dispelled the headmaster's concerns. He looked into the distance again and saw that the students were looking over with curious eyes. After a moment's thought, he finally agreed. All right, follow me. Seeing Natsui agree, a smile finally appeared on Aya's face. And it was only at this moment that she was in the mood to look beside Natsui. But when her gaze fell on Erica, she immediately exclaimed, MS, Erica, what are you doing here? As one of the gym leaders of the Kanto region, many people naturally knew Erica. Not to mention that Aya was Koga's sister, so she naturally knew the other gym leaders very well. Therefore, with just one look, she immediately recognized Erika. "It's a pleasure to meet you again, Miss Aya," Erika said, placing her hands on her lower abdomen and giving her a graceful bow. Seeing this, Aya also quickly returned the bow in a proper manner. As she straightened up, Erika smiled. "I'm currently teaming up with Mr. Natsui to catch grass-type Pokemon in Johto." Teaming up with him? Aya was puzzled, not knowing why these two had gotten together. But before she could ask any more questions, the group had already walked to a battlefield. Seeing the headmaster approach, the students who had been training here all sensibly made way. But they didn't go far, instead sizing up Natsui with great interest. Although they hadn't heard the conversation between them just now, from the tense atmosphere between Aya and this man, they clearly felt that something was not quite right. After all, as the most outstanding disciple of the ninja school, Aya was different from ordinary students. She was a key disciple personally trained by the headmaster. And because she herself was an outstanding ninja, she was in a completely different league from them, who had started halfway. Plus, Aya was very bewitching, and her strength was great. She had always been a star-level contestant in this school, and her every move received a lot of attention. Waving his hand, the headmaster had all the students stop their training and gather around. He cleared his throat and introduced Natsui to the crowd. "Everyone take a break. Let me introduce to you, the one standing beside me is Mr. Natsui, the champion of this year's Indigo Conference. Next, he and Aya will have a Pokemon battle here." Hearing that this man was actually the Indigo Conference champion, the students were greatly surprised, and especially hearing that he was going to battle Aya. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who would have thought that the champion would actually come here? And from the looks of it just now, Natsui must know Aya, and something unpleasant must have happened between them. Some of the more imaginative students, looking at Erika beside Natsui, and then at Aya, had even concocted a whole drama of being used and then abandoned. Could it be that this champion was two-timing and got found out? At this moment, Natsui and Aya walked to the battlefield and then stood on opposite sides. And after hearing the news, more students poured out of the school building and dormitories. They surrounded the battlefield so tightly that, looking around, the number of people had definitely exceeded 200. For their calm and tedious studies, this highlight battle undoubtedly added a touch of surprise. Natsui looked around. Seeing so many people, he knew in his heart that probably all the students of the entire ninja school had appeared here. Chapter 388. Battle against Mook, Gentle Breeze Blue, and the sun was just right. At this moment, on a battlefield in the ninja school, Natsui and Aya stood on opposite sides, looking at each other from a distance. Seeing that he was ready, Aya said flatly, "How do you want to fight? One round to decide the winner? Or a battle to the end, until the last Pokemon?" Although she was the one who had proposed this match, she didn't want people to think that she was using her position to bully him. Therefore, regarding the rules, she thought it was best for Natsui to propose them, so that it would seem fairer. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Natsui threw the question back at her. "I'm fine with anything. You can set the rules." TSK. He's so infuriating. Does he think he can beat me for sure? Seeing Natsui's composed look, Aya snorted inwardly. She had already made up her mind to defeat this man, and now, seeing him so nonchalant, she secretly swore to go all out to let this guy see the results of her hard training at this ninja school during this time. "I won't be defeated by you so easily again, like last time and the time before that. And this time, there won't be any meddlesome samurai or Jigglypuff to interfere with us." With this thought, she took a deep breath, suppressed her impatience, and then said, "Then let's have a 3-on-3 battle. Both sides will send out their Pokemon at the same time. Whoever's Pokemon is the last one standing will be the victor." "Sure." Natsui shrugged, having no objections. In fact, it wasn't that he was underestimating Aya, but to avoid defeat and to completely get rid of this woman's entanglement, he had already decided to use his main lineup. And with them on the field, Natsui didn't think he would lose. Due to their special status, this battle was naturally refereed by the headmaster. When both contestants had taken out their first pokeball, he directly swung down his arm. The first battle began, as the headmaster's final syllable ended. Natsui and Aya simultaneously threw their pokeballs. As two blue lights faded, one large and one medium-sized Pokemon appeared on the field at the same time. The Pokemon Aya sent out was a Mook. The moment it appeared, everyone near the battlefield was hit by a pungent stench. The smell was like a long-neglected sewer, making one want to gag. And Mook's opponent was a dragon-like Pokemon, flapping its wings in midair, its eyes full of battle intent. Needless to say, it was Natsui's Charizard. As a pure poison-type Pokemon, Natsui was not surprised that Aya had sent it out. After all, as the younger sister of the poison-type gym leader, Koga, Aya was also proficient in poison-type Pokemon. And the poison-type Pokemon of the Kanto and Johto regions were only of a few types, so Natsui could roughly guess who she would send out. Perhaps in her eagerness to defeat Natsui. As soon as the two Pokemon appeared, Aya directly ordered an attack. Mook, use Sludge Bomb. Mook pulled out a ball of unknown slime from its body and threw it at the Charizard in the air. But how could such an attack possibly hit a flying Pokemon? Charizard just had to rise slightly in altitude to easily dodge the ball of slime. The slime flew in an arc through the air, then exploded, the liquid splashing everywhere but not affecting Charizard at all. Looking at Aya, although her move had missed, she didn't seem to care much. It was just a probing attack. If Charizard had been defeated by a Sludge Bomb, that would have really surprised her. On the other side, before Charizard could steady itself, Natsui also shouted, "Our turn to counterattack. Charizard, use Flamethrower." Hearing Natsui's command, Charizard dived, flew above Mook, and opened its mouth wide. The next second, a ball of scorching fire spewed out from its mouth. The flamethrower flew towards Mook like a large net. Aya's eyes narrowed. She knew that with Mook's slow speed, it was impossible for it to dodge this flame. Therefore, she didn't hesitate and directly chose another method. Quick, use Acid Armor. Just as the flamethrower was about to envelop Mook, its body seemed to melt into a puddle of sludge, changing its shape. In the process, it suddenly became shorter and quickly flowed to the side. Originally, Charizard's flamethrower had been aimed at Mook's body. Now that Mook had suddenly changed its shape, although the range of the flame was very wide and still burned a part of its body, it was still a far cry from what Natsui had expected. At the very least, after the flames disappeared, Mook didn't seem to have taken much damage. Acid Armor, Natsui stroked his chin. To be honest, he rarely used this move himself, so he didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was a move that temporarily raised the user's defense, and was generally used by soft-bodied Pokemon. Now it seemed that because it already had a relatively outstanding defense after using this move, Mook had withstood the flamethrower without taking any effective damage. It seems Aya has really grown a lot. No wonder she's so confident. But she's not the only one who has grown. Charizard, use Fire Spin. Charizard gathered its energy again. And this time, because the move was different, if Mook couldn't dodge in time and still wanted to use the same trick of defending with Acid Armor, it would definitely be surrounded by continuous flames. Aya naturally also saw Natsui's intention. But although Mook was a good fighter on the ground, its lack of effective movement options also made it a sitting duck. She could only have Mook spew out a smog, trying to neutralize the fire spin. Mook opened its mouth, and a turbid, foul-smelling gas surged towards the fire spin. When the two moves collided, it was unknown what substance the gas contained, but the flames of the fire spin actually ignited the entire smog. Like a dust explosion, most of the field burst into flames for a moment, but was quickly extinguished. Seeing this result, Aya looked at Natsui provocatively and couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'm not the same person I was before. Glancing at Aya, Natsui was completely unconcerned. Although he hadn't expected the flames to ignite the gas and thus neutralize Charizard's attack, in a battle, one could never be careless. Just like now, while Aya was feeling smug, Charizard's next attack was already brewing. Charizard, use Air Slash. Hearing Natsui's command, Aya was suddenly startled. But in the blink of an eye, two crescent-shaped air blades, glowing with a moon-white light, shot across the field and slashed hard into Mook's body. Chapter 389. Heat Wave and Lightning Mook. Aya quickly looked at her Mook and saw that the air slash had cut two huge gashes in its body. As slime splattered everywhere, Mook's body seemed to have lost some of its tissue, a large chunk of it missing. This one blow had almost split it into three. But fortunately, as a slime monster, it had a certain healing ability. Although it had been cut, in just a short while, the missing parts were visibly surging and healing. But even so, Mook was still in great pain, and its already ugly face was now even more distorted. Kick it while it's down. Following this principle, without waiting for Aya or Mook to react, Natsui waved his hand and continued to give commands. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Charizard's chest swelled, and then it blew hard. A wave of scorching air, glowing with a faint orange-red hue, shot from its mouth, blowing straight at Mook and at the same time enveloping most of the field. The heat wave instantly hit Mook, causing massive damage. At the same time, perhaps because the temperature was too high, Mook's body became extremely dry, and a large amount of unknown liquid flowed out of it. Affected by this, its body gradually shrank, not only slowing down its movements, but even the wounds that had been slowly healing seemed to have stopped. Mook, are you okay? Seeing Mook so heavily injured, Aya cried out anxiously, her expression no longer as smug as before. But the only response she got was a series of pained cries from Mook. Roar! Under the scorching heat wave, Mook kept shaking its body, but because the liquid inside it had been evaporated, its skin became extremely cracked. Although it still wanted to struggle, with a wave of Natsui's hand, Charizard dived down again, and with a slash, directly knocked it out. Thud! Mook's heavy body fell to the ground. Seeing it down and out, the headmaster also announced the result of the match. The first match is won by Charizard. But although he announced the result, the headmaster's face remained as calm as ever. But in his heart, he felt it was incredible. After all, Aya was his most outstanding disciple. And as the younger sister of the gym leader Koga, her own strength was naturally not weak. He had originally thought that the two would have a back-and-forth battle that would take a long time to decide the winner. But he never expected Charizard to be so strong, defeating Mook so easily. Is this the level of a champion? On the other side, Aya rubbed her eyes as if she still couldn't believe them. It wasn't until a few seconds later that she had to accept the result. She then sighed, took out a Pokeball, and reluctantly recalled Mook. Just now, they were evenly matched, but she never thought she would be defeated in an instant. Darn it, looking up at Natsui, Aya said resentfully, I admit I was too careless just now, which gave you an opportunity. But this time, I absolutely will not be careless. As she spoke, she had already taken out a second Pokeball from her pocket and thrown it onto the field. As the blue light faded, a spider-like Pokemon appeared before Natsui. Natsui stroked his chin. Oh, after Mook, it's an Ariados in terms of appearance. Ariados had 6 limbs and a typical insect structure. But unlike an ordinary spider, it also had a single horn on its forehead. Coupled with the 4 colors on its body, yellow, black, red, and purple, one could tell at a glance that it must be very poisonous. Since it was the first time he had seen one in person, Natsui couldn't help but take out his Pokédex and pointed at it. Pokédex, beep. Ariados, the long-legged Pokemon, a bug poison type. According to research, Ariados never builds a nest in a fixed place, but wanders around in search of prey after the surroundings grow dark. The front of its legs have small hooks, allowing it to walk on ceilings or vertical walls. When it finds prey, it will wrap the enemy tightly with its thin and strong silk, sealing its movements, and then gnaw on it with its fangs, slowly sucking its bodily fluids. Also note, the silk of Ariados is also used to weave cloth in some regions and is well received for its durability. Putting away the Pokédex, Natsui looked at Ariados again. At this moment, Ariados, like a hunter hidden in its web, was staring coldly at Charizard with a pair of purple eyes that glinted with a cold light. Without much hesitation, although Charizard hadn't consumed much stamina in the battle just now, Natsui still recalled it and sent out his second Pokemon. Poof! When the light disappeared, Aya looked closely and saw that it was a Jolteon. In terms of type matchup, the Bug Poison type Ariados and the Electric type Jolteon had no advantage over each other. This made her let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew in her heart that Natsui was putting a lot of pressure on her. When the headmaster waved his hand again, signaling the start of the match, without waiting for their trainer's commands, the two Pokemon had already clashed. Poison Sting, Leech Life, Bug Bite, Pin Missile at Aya's command, Ariados continuously used various moves, but Jolteon's speed was just too fast, and its own speed was too slow, so almost all its attacks missed. It couldn't hit it. It couldn't catch it. In contrast, Jolteon could continuously cause trouble for Ariados. Darn it. Aya was getting annoyed by the harassment. Left with no choice, she could only have Ariados continuously shoot out its web, trying to restrain Jolteon. Fwhip! 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 As Ariados continuously opened its mouth, balls of white silk shot towards Jolteon one after another. This did have some effect. Although the webs failed to hit Jolteon after being scattered on the field, because they were very sticky, Jolteon had to be cautious. To avoid getting its limbs stuck, it had to be extra careful with every step it took, and its speed couldn't help but slow down. And this also gave Aya a chance to catch her breath. Good chance. Ariados, get close to it. Ariados moved its legs and quickly approached Jolteon. Seeing this scene, Natsui let out a silent, light laugh. It was clear that in this second battle, Aya was fully focused and not slacking at all, fighting with all her might to try and defeat him. But this was destined to be impossible. Seeing Ariados get closer and closer, Natsui shouted loudly, "Jolteon," in the match. Hearing Natsui's command, Jolteon no longer held back, as its body emitted a dazzling light. Countless thick electric currents shot rapidly towards Ariados. These currents were like a huge electric net, enveloping Ariados in an instant. And at the same time, Jolteon also leaped up and pounced on Ariados. Crackling electricity appeared between its teeth, and as its mouth opened wide, the next second, it had already bitten down on Ariados' body. Chapter 390, Tact and Diplomacy Crackle. Sparks of electricity flickered non-stop on the battlefield of the ninja school. The light was so dazzling that the surrounding students had to turn their heads away to avoid being hurt by the strong light. It wasn't until a dozen or so seconds later that the sound of the electric current slowly died down and the light also weakened. Finally, when the battlefield had quieted down, the students quickly looked at the field and saw Ariados lying on the ground, with black smoke rising from its body, having fainted. And Jolteon was standing beside it, panting slightly. Although they hadn't seen how Jolteon had defeated Ariados, the fact that it was down was an indisputable fact. The students whispered among themselves, surprised at Natsui's strength, and at the same time worried about Aya's situation. This was, after all, the most powerful ninja in the school besides the headmaster. To think that after 2 matches, she had been defeated so helplessly by the man before them. After glancing at its opponent, Jolteon moved its 4 limbs and walked to Natsui's side, rubbing its head against his trouser leg. Natsui bent down and stroked its head as a reward. Nice job, the battle just now. It could be said that Jolteon had completely crushed Ariados with its raw power. Under the double attack of the electric net and Thunder Fong, Ariados, while in pain, also triggered the paralysis effect and was temporarily unable to move. And it was in that instant that Jolteon seized the opportunity, used Discharge at close range, and completely finished it off. It had almost zapped Ariados into oblivion. Natsui could even smell a hint of roasted bug. On the other side, Aya took out a Pokeball and silently recalled Ariados. There was no emotion on her face. 2 of her Pokemon had been defeated in a row, which had made her realize something and clearly feel Natsui's strength. So, while I was training, this man has also grown a lot. This sense of a gap is even greater than when we last met. Taking a deep breath, she took out her last poke ball from her pocket. Whether she could turn the tide, all depended on this next battle. She knew that if she won, there was still a chance to make a comeback. But if she lost, it would mean that her skills were indeed inferior, and her confident desire for revenge just now was just big talk. Go, Venomoth! When Aya's third Pokemon appeared, Natsui immediately recognized it. It was the same Venomoth that Aya had used when he was on his way to the Indigo Conference. It seemed her ace was this Pokemon. However, Natsui clearly remembered that the one that most often accompanied Aya should be a Venonat. When he had challenged the Fuchsia Gym, Aya had used that Venonat to battle him. But he looked around but didn't see any sign of a Venonat. It was clearly not strong enough and had been left in its Pokeball by Aya. His thoughts returned to the field. Natsui took out a Pokeball and recalled Jolteon. After a moment's thought, he also sent out his third Pokemon. As the blue light faded, a snake-like Pokemon appeared before Venomoth. And seeing this Pokemon, the onlooking students let out a series of gasps. It's a Dragonair. So beautiful. It's so cute, isn't it? For ordinary trainers, this was a very rare Pokemon to see, even rarer than its final evolution, Dragonite. And its cute appearance instantly captivated the female students. Dragonair circled in the air a few times, then landed in front of Venomoth, staring at its opponent with a cautious gaze. Unlike Aya's grave expression, Natsui at this moment had a different thought in his mind. In terms of strength, Dragonair was not part of his main lineup, not even reaching the level of his second-tier lineup, like Venusaur and Blastoise. At best, along with Scyther and Pupitar, it was part of his third tier. There was a reason he had sent it out at this moment. The battle had already reached the third round, and he had 3 match points. Victory was within his grasp. As long as he maintained the same momentum, he could definitely win the match in one go. But was a clean victory really that important? After all, in the real world, it wasn't just about fighting and killing. One also had to consider tact and diplomacy. This wasn't a brutal elimination tournament. There was no need to be so ruthless, and Aya was, after all, a star-level contestant in this school, and also Koga's sister. It was inevitable that they would cross paths again in the future. If he were to defeat her with overwhelming power, it would undoubtedly be a blow to her reputation and would also make her lose face. In fact, given Aya's personality, Natsui was very suspicious that if he really did that, she would definitely continue to pester him until she defeated him. So, to avoid such a situation, this battle had to be handled with a certain degree of finesse. He couldn't let Aya lose too badly, but he also had to try his best to win the match. But for him to deliberately throw a round was also impossible. Therefore, after much consideration, Natsui sent out Dragonair as her opponent. In terms of typing, the pure Dragon-type Dragonair and the poison Bug-type Venomoth had no advantage over each other, which would make this battle fairer. And Dragonair had not yet evolved into Dragonite, so its strength was far from its peak, making it a good match for Venomoth. In this battle, it wouldn't matter if he lost as long as he fought with all his might. He would just consider it as gaining experience for Dragonair. Seeing that both sides were ready, the headmaster signaled for the match to begin again. And this time, perhaps because it was a desperate gamble, with her back against the wall, Aya's strategy was clearly more aggressive than in the previous 2 rounds. The battle entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. Psybeam, Sleep Powder, Poison Fong, Gust. Although Venomoth was a poison bug type, it could use grass, flying, and psychic type moves. And because it could fly with its wings, Venomoth's speed was much faster than Dragonair's, which caused a lot of trouble for it. As its opponent, Natsui could clearly feel Aya's high offensive drive. Left with no choice, he could only have Dragonair dodge as much as possible while looking for Venomoth's weakness to launch a counterattack. Fortunately, Dragonair was also a versatile fighter and could also use moves of other types. It used agility to dodge Psybeam, Twister to blow away Sleep Powder, Thunder Wave to try and paralyze the opponent, and Dragon Rage to try and fight back. For a moment, the two Pokemon were also engaged in a back-and-forth battle. And compared to the previous two matches, this evenly matched battle was undoubtedly more exciting and made the onlooking students cheer wildly. After all, this was the kind of battle they wanted to see, and it also met their expectations. Chapter 391. Is it never-ending? Whoosh! Two figures shot through the air. With a loud bang, Venomoth and Dragonair collided in the air, and the next second, their bodies crossed and separated again. After a long and intense battle, both Pokemon had sustained various injuries, and their conditions were both critical. In the trainers' boxes on either side, Natsui's and Aya's hearts were also in their throats. Now, victory or defeat hung in the balance. Both sides had a chance to win. The next move would depend on who could seize an opening and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop, perhaps to recover some stamina and give herself a bit more room for error. As Venomoth was turning in the air, Aya gave another instruction. Venomoth, use Leech Life. Hearing this command, Natsui's eyes narrowed. He realized that the moment of decision had come. Leech Life itself dealt considerable damage, and it also replenished the user's stamina. If hit by such a move, in Dragonair's current state, it would likely be taken out in one hit. Thinking quickly, he decisively gave his final command. Dragonair, use Aqua Tail. Venomoth flew towards Dragonair at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and aimed straight for Dragonair's neck. In contrast, Dragonair kept its eyes fixed on its opponent, gathering energy in its tail, ready for battle. The students held their breath. They too, as trainers, naturally understood that this was the critical moment that would decide the winner. Therefore, they didn't dare to breathe, afraid that any sound would affect the outcome of the battle. But who would win? Would Natsui continue his winning streak from the previous 2 rounds and defeat Aya in one go? Or would Aya win and drag the match into the next round? It was truly exciting. A few seconds later, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, the two Pokemon finally clashed again. In that instant, Dragonair twisted its body like a pretzel, dodging Venomoth's massive jaws. At the same time, its tail, wrapped in water, also whipped hard against Venomoth's body. And amidst the cheers, Natsui also walked onto the battlefield. He first recalled Dragonair into its Pokeball, then looked at Aya. Your Venomoth is very well trained. The battle just now was also truly wonderful. If Dragonair hadn't twisted its body at the end and made your Leech Life miss, you would have surely won. What is modesty? Look, this is it. If one didn't know about the previous battles, just hearing Natsui's words, one would have thought this was a crucial battle. But everyone present knew clearly that he still had 2 Pokemon in almost full health. Even if he had lost this round, it wouldn't have mattered. I don't need you to comfort me. Aya stood up and looked Natsui in the eye. You are the stronger one. I lost this battle fair and square. But perhaps she herself didn't realize that her tone had unknowingly softened. Noticing this change in her, Natsui smiled silently. In fact, it wasn't that he was deliberately flattering or comforting Aya. In truth, Aya's performance just now had been very good, and Venomoth had also performed excellently. But fortunately, Dragonair had held on under the pressure in the end and had won him a narrow victory. All he could say was that if Mook and Ariados had been a bit stronger just now, they would have indeed had a chance to cause him a lot of trouble, just like this Venomoth. Of course, even so, Aya still couldn't have beaten him. Oh well, it's over now. No matter what, I'm finally done with this. Now I won't be pestered by this woman anymore. However, just as he was thinking this, Aya, as if she had read his mind, suddenly laughed. Don't get too cocky. After I finish my studies here, I will go on a training journey. And the next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Huh? Hearing her words, Natsui was momentarily stunned. Is this never-ending? How is there next time? Give me a break in the afternoon. Natsui and Erica had lunch here and then left the ninja school. Many people, including the headmaster and Aya, came to see them off. Walking to the main gate of the school, Natsui and Erica waved goodbye to them, then continued west without looking back. Under the sparse trees, The two walked side by side on the forest path. After the battle, just now, Erica had taken a free grooming class. Under the care of the spider's silk, her face was now smooth and had an added touch of beauty. And compared to her, Natsui was silent, looking preoccupied. Erica was clearly in a good mood. Seeing Natsui like this, she couldn't help but find it amusing. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Natsui let out a long sigh. "I thought this would be the end of it. I never thought I would be challenged by that woman again in the future. It's really hard to deal with." Hearing him say this, Erica couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Being remembered by a beautiful woman, isn't that a good thing for you men? "Forget it." Natsui quickly shook his head. "If I defeat her 3 or 4 times, I'm afraid the next time we meet, her shurikens will be flying straight at my head. To be honest, I would rather we had never come to this place. If I could choose again, I would definitely go far around at chapter 392. The 5 Ekrutik sisters leaving the forest. After a short walk, the two came to another fork in the road. At this moment, there were 2 paths before Natsui. If they followed the current direction, continuing west along the road for a few kilometers, they would reach a protected area called the National Park. That was the paradise for bug-type Pokemon in the Johto region, home to many of them. It was said that at this time, every year, the officials would hold a bug-catching contest there. The participants would use the park balls provided by the park to catch bug-type Pokemon everywhere in the park. And after a battle and judging, the final winner would not only get to keep the Pokemon they had caught, but also receive a beautiful prize from the park. Because of the generous rewards and the chance to get a free Pokemon, the contest attracted many participants every year. And small vendors, seeing this business opportunity, would also choose to set up stalls at the park entrance at this time, selling small gifts and various foods to make a little extra money. It could be said that now was the busiest time for the park. Unfortunately, Natsui had no bug-type Pokemon he wanted to catch at the moment, so he had no plans to go there. And Erica, as a grass-type gym leader, also kept a respectful distance from bug-type Pokemon. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the two of them turned north and followed the other path towards Ekrutik City. Ekrutik City, a town steeped in history. As an ancient city in the northern part of the Johto region, Ekrutik City was located in the forest between Mt. Mortar and the large plain on the west coast of Johto. It was known as a city of history and culture, so it was not filled with tall buildings and modern facilities like other cities, but instead featured traditional Japanese architecture as its main characteristic. As the sun set in the west, Natsui and Erica walked on the slightly quiet streets. After arriving in this city, as far as the eye could see, whether it was the streets or the buildings, everything was ancient and quaint, full of a sense of history. Rows of wooden-tiled houses and various towering pagodas, stone bridges, and stone-paved roads became the main theme here. Even though it wasn't a festival or holiday, there were still many people on the street at this time, wearing kimonos and wooden clogs, strolling around leisurely. Seeing these people, Natsui couldn't help but glance at Erica again. In the canal on the side, the water was clear to the bottom, flowing quietly with a soft sound. At this moment, Erica was still wearing her form-fitting kimono, which was convenient for travel. It was very similar to the attire of the people here, as if she were a local. There was no sense of incongruity at all. Noticing his gaze, Erica turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel that you and this city are a good match." Erica smiled faintly, but said nothing. She also liked to hear very much. The slow pace made one feel very peaceful. As the two went deeper into the city center, Natsui and Erica took out their travel guides and read as they walked. The guide was very clear. The most famous places in the city were the Bell Tower and the Tin Tower, representing the places where Pokemon awaken and sleep, respectively. And these 2 towers were also the tallest buildings here. One was in the east of the city, and the other in the west, echoing each other, and had long since become a solemn part of the city. It was said that the 2 towers were built 700 years ago for the friendship between humans and Pokemon. When people stood on top of the towers, they could clearly appreciate the magnificent view of the entire city. And according to the folk tales of the Johto region, Ho-Oh and Lugia once lived on top of these two towers. But unfortunately, 150 years ago, a bolt of lightning struck the Tin Tower, causing a great fire. The fire burned for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Although it was finally extinguished by a heavy rain, most of the tower was destroyed, leaving only a few ruined walls on the ground. The rest of the story was obviously even more widely known. In the fire, 3 unknown Pokemon were burned to death, but were then resurrected by the Ho-Oh that descended from the sky. And this was the legend about the origin of Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. Since then, Ho-Oh and Lugia had left a Critique City, and the people here, for some unknown reason, had not rebuilt the Tin Tower. So the ruins had been preserved as they were, and had slowly come to be called the Burned Tower. Of course, the legend might have a certain degree of exaggeration and artistic license, and was not necessarily the truth. At the very least, Natsui remembered that there seemed to have been more than one Suicune in this world. But at the mention of Ho-Oh, his anger flared up. After all, that guy Ho-Oh had just recently stopped him from catching the 3 legendary beasts. Humph. Ho-Oh, you'd better not let me run into you here. I still have a score to settle with you. Beside him, seeing Natsui lost in thought, Erika asked, "Where are we going now? Are we going straight to challenge the gym?" Just like other big cities in the Pokemon world, Critique City also had an official gym. The gym leader was Morty, who specialized in Ghost-type Pokemon. After defeating him, trainers could get the Fog Badge from him. But at this time, glancing at the setting sun, Natsui shook his head. "It's not a good time to go to the gym now. And I'm a bit hungry too. In any case, let's find a place to stay first." Erika nodded. The two walked to the end of the road and happened to see an inn. While checking in, the innkeeper, hearing their out-of-town accents, couldn't help but say with a cheerful smile, "You 2 guests have come at just the right time." "Oh," Erika looked at him. "Why do you say that?" The innkeeper said mysteriously, "Tonight at the Critique Dance Theater, there's a stage performance by the 5 Critique sisters. If you're free, you definitely can't miss it." The 5 Critique sisters? Natsui stroked his chin. Because he had seen the anime, he naturally knew about these 5 girls. He remembered that these 5 were also called the EV sisters. It seemed to be 5 girls in kimonos, accompanied by their EV, dancing on stage. And Erika, who had never heard of this before, was naturally very puzzled. She asked, "A stage performance? Are they very famous?" "Huh, you guests don't know?" The innkeeper, seeing Erika's surprised look, scratched his cheek. "Ah, I forgot you're not from around here. How should I put it? The 5 Critique sisters are not just famous here, but also throughout the entire Johto region. They're the stars of our Critique City." At this point, the innkeeper, as if lovesick, had a look of longing on his face and continued, "Sigh, 5 cute and beautiful girls, all dressed up, dancing gracefully in the spotlight. It's truly a pleasing sight. Once you've seen it, you definitely won't be disappointed." Chapter 393. Critique Dance Theater at 7:26 p.m. on the bustling pedestrian street of Critique City. Natsui and Erika were slowly walking among the crowd. A hazy moon hung high in the sky, obscured by dark clouds, unable to illuminate the city. Fortunately, there were colorful lights of various colors and glowing stall signs of different sizes, dispelling the darkness on this street and bringing a brilliant light to the tourists. People came and went on the pedestrian street, and from time to time, people and Pokemon would stop in front of the various stalls. The sound of people talking, laughing, and the shouts of the stall owners rose and fell, but it didn't feel noisy. Instead, it created a great atmosphere. It could only be said that, as expected of one of the top cities in the Johto region, even on an ordinary night, it could gather so many people. There are even many street performances in collaboration with Pokemon on the side. It was truly very lively. Natsui looked down, slowly walking forward with the crowd. At this moment, he was holding a stick of cotton candy in one hand, taking a bite from time to time, while his other hand was operating his phone. Beside him, Erika was also holding many snacks she had bought from the stalls. After taking a bite of each, her brows relaxed slightly. As if to follow the local customs, she had also changed into a gorgeous kimono. Her face and outstanding temperament made the passing pedestrians turn their heads to look. But compared to her own cooking, the taste of these foods was not particularly special, but in such an atmosphere, eating them occasionally was still quite nice. A burst of playful laughter came from beside her. She paused and turned to look, only to see a group of small children with lollipops in their hands and masks on their faces running past her, laughing. Seeing that they had almost bumped into this beautiful big sister, the children all stopped and quickly apologized. "Don't run around in the street. Be careful." Erica, unconcerned, gently soothed them with a few words. Seeing that Natsui had already walked far ahead, she waved to the children and, with a few quick steps, caught up with him. Natsui hadn't noticed the little interlude. His fingers were tapping quickly, and at a certain moment, after raising his eyebrows, he looked at Erica and proudly showed her his phone. "I can't believe the tickets for the Critique stage are so hard to get. I've been trying to get them online for over half an hour, and my fingers are almost numb. I was just lucky to snag them when someone returned their ticket." Erica tucked her hair behind her ear and couldn't help but smile. "It can't be helped. We came late, after all. If we had booked a few days earlier, we would have definitely gotten a good seat." But on the other hand, it also shows that the 5 Critique sisters are really popular, doesn't it? "That's true." Natsui nodded. "If you think about it that way, to be able to get tickets before the show starts is really lucky." As they spoke, the two had already reached the end of the road and arrived in front of a magnificent and detailed wooden building. This 3-story Japanese-style building had 8 colorful flags in front of it, rustling gently in the breeze. A dozen or so lanterns also hung from the eaves, and under the light of the candles and the lights from inside the building, the entire structure looked magnificent. It read, "Stage play The Legend of the Burn Tower." So that's what they're performing. Natsui was a bit disappointed. After all, the two of them had already roughly understood the legend here from the travel guide, so such a story naturally held no novelty for them, which made him lose his interest. It was also his fault for being too anxious when he was getting the tickets and not noticing today's program. But since they were already here and the tickets had been bought, they couldn't just go back now, could they? Taking out the e-tickets and letting the staff check them, the two entered the Critique stage. Passing through the lobby, they took off their shoes and, along with the other audience members, followed a long wooden corridor, finally arriving at the performance hall. Today's performance was a full house. Besides the main audience seats in front of the stage, there were also 2 levels of side seats on each side. All in all, there were at least 700 or 800 seats. And since it was close to showtime, it was already packed with a dense crowd of people. The two followed the numbers on their e-tickets and came to the side seats on the 2nd floor, finding their own seats. But they were called seats, but in fact, it was just a cushion. Following the example of the others, Natsui also knelt on the cushion and waited quietly with Erica. Because it was a side seat on the 2nd floor, although the seat was a bit off to the side and couldn't provide the best view, the view was really good. The entire stage was presented before him without any obstruction. To be able to get such a position before the show started, he was already very satisfied. The cold air from the air conditioner blew over his head. Although the audience was packed, it didn't feel stuffy. Looking down at the main audience seats below, he saw that most of the people who came to watch this performance were young people and children. Many of them had brought their own Pokemon. Old people were rarely seen. The old people here must have already gotten tired of hearing this story after a few casual glances. Natsui suddenly let out a soft "huh." Hearing the sound, Erica couldn't help but look at him. "What's wrong?" Natsui didn't speak. When Erica followed his gaze, she saw a person dressed as a monk kneeling there. Beside him was a Bellsprout, which seemed to be his Pokemon. Is he a monk who came here from Violet City? To think that even a monk would come here to watch a stage performance. It's very rare. In fact, just like in the real-life Japan, the monks here could also eat meat, get married, and have children, and even own their own businesses. Therefore, although Erica was surprised to see him here, she didn't find it very strange. The time for the performance was getting closer and closer. The curtain on the stage had not yet been raised, but the sharp-eyed Natsui saw a small gap open at the side door of the stage. A girl was peeking out from there, as if secretly observing the audience's reaction. Is she a staff member here, or a stage actor? Natsui looked at her curiously, and perhaps sensing his gaze, the girl suddenly looked at him. As their eyes met, she, like a startled deer, quickly pulled back. Chapter 394. The performance, the waiting time, passed in a flash. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights on the ceiling went out at the same time, and the entire performance hall suddenly became pitch black. No one panicked because everyone understood that the performance had officially begun. With a light click, as the projector was turned on, the images of Lugia and Ho-Oh were projected onto the curtain. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the curtain was slowly raised. And as Lugia and Ho-Oh disappeared, the brightly lit and magnificent stage behind them was also revealed. The next second, a grand and stunning piece of music also sounded around the audience. Under the spotlight, as if a golden rain were falling, a young woman in a beautiful black kimono, dressed in full costume, stood in the center of the stage and slowly began to dance. Natsui rubbed his arms. Just now, the moment the music started, he had gotten goosebumps. This opening was very atmospheric, and the music was also very good. It was clear that it had been carefully designed. He turned to look at Erica and saw that she had also sat up straight. It seemed that this opening had also aroused her interest. Seeing Natsui look over, she nodded. This performance seems to be really worth looking forward to. Indeed, in this atmosphere, the woman covered her mouth with her sleeve and slowly began to speak. A long, long time ago, the people of Ekrutik built 2 high towers in this city, and these 2 towers were the Bell Tower. As the woman said this name, the pillar on her left suddenly lit up, and a magnificent 9-story tower was also projected onto the column. And the Tin Tower. As soon as her voice fell, the pillar on her right also lit up, also revealing a towering structure. One day, 2 legendary Pokemon came here from a distant place, the 7-colored god Ho-Oh and the sea god Lugia in the woman's narration. The lights and projection created a picture, slowly presenting this legend before the people's eyes. Ho-Oh descended on the Bell Tower, and Lugia descended on the Tin Tower. The people communicated with these 2 Pokemon, and finally, the 2 sides established a deep friendship. And this friendship lasted until 150 years ago, on that fateful night when the moonlight shone on the high tower. As she spoke, with a turn, a Pokeball had appeared in her hand at some point. As the Pokeball opened, an Umbreon appeared on the stage. The ring on Umbreon's forehead emitted a bright light, and in an instant, a moon seemed to appear under the ceiling. The lights dimmed, the moonlight shone down, and the atmosphere and music changed accordingly. Because the audience all knew what would happen next, their hearts were also moved. Everyone, including Natsui, was drawn into the story, and as the story progressed, the figure of the woman in the black kimono faded away, and another woman in a yellow kimono walked out from the side. The girl in the yellow kimono took the place of the one in the black kimono and continued. 150 years ago, Lugia's peaceful time was ruthlessly taken away. As she spoke, she also took out a Pokeball. As the light flashed, a Jolteon appeared on the stage. In coordination with the woman's words, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from its body and lit up the stage, as if it were the terrifying lightning from 150 years ago. The sound of roaring thunder, the howling storm, a storm enveloped the entire Ekrutik city. And what was most terrifying was that a sharp bolt of lightning at this moment struck the Tin Tower in the picture. After the Tin Tower was struck by lightning, it instantly ignited the entire high tower. And as the fire spread, most of Ekrutik city was also engulfed in a sea of fire. Then, the third woman, in a red kimono with a Flareon, was brought onto the stage by an elevator. She summoned her Flareon and lit a fire on the stage, as if it were the raging fire from the picture. The excellent voice acting and visual effects made people feel as if they were there, witnessing the disaster with their own eyes. With her performance, the three girls danced on the stage at the same time. Their movements were neat and uniform, pleasing to the eye. It was clear that they had rehearsed countless times. In the side seats, Natsui had already figured out that the colors of their clothes corresponded to their respective EV's Pokemon type. The woman in the black kimono just now corresponded to Umbreon, while the woman in the yellow kimono corresponded to Jolteon. As for the girl in the red kimono, needless to say, she naturally corresponded to Flareon. Needless to say, they must have specially designed it to match their own Pokemon's type. Just then, the fourth woman in a blue kimono, while narrating, walked out from the other side of the stage. She used her Vaporeon to spray a stream of water like a heavy rain, extinguishing the flames. Finally, when a girl in a pink kimono walked out, all 5 EV sisters had appeared. The 5 of them picked up fans, lined up in a row, and, as the fans danced lightly and their feet moved gently, they pushed the stage play to its climax. It wasn't until the girl in the pink kimono released her Espeon that the whole story came to an end. Espeon used its ability, and on the stage and in the story in the picture, the rain stopped and the sky cleared at the same time. The sun shone on this city that had been ravaged by the Great Fire, and everything seemed to have returned to its original state, except for the Tin Tower, which had already been burned down. And so that people would not forget what was lost at that time, and so that people would not repeat the same mistakes, the Tin Tower was preserved as it was. As the 5 dancers raised small bells, and as they gently shook them, when the bells stopped ringing, the 5 of them bowed together. With that, the performance had come to an end. Thunderous applause erupted from below the stage and did not subside for a long time. Natsui and Erica also stood up and clapped. Although they had already understood this story before, when it was presented in this way, it had to be said that it was indeed very good. No wonder it attracted even monks to come and watch. As the curtain slowly fell, Natsui glanced at the time and realized that an hour had passed without him noticing. He had thought it would only be 20 minutes or so. It was truly a worthwhile trip. After the show, Natsui and Erica followed the crowd out of the performance hall. And in the corridor, the 2 of them saw a poster for this stage play again. This time, the poster was different from the one they had seen outside the entrance. It was of the 5 beautifully dressed women, the 5 EV sisters. Just now, because they were a certain distance from the stage, they hadn't seen their faces clearly. Now, looking at them, each of the 5 sisters was very beautiful. Although each was a year or 2 apart in age, there were still some similarities in their features. The 2 of them had stopped to avoid the crowded audience. After waiting for a while, when the crowd had thinned out a bit, they were ready to leave. But just as they took a step, an EV suddenly ran up from behind. At the same time, a girl in a pink kimono also chased after it. She was heard shouting, "EV, don't run around. Wait for me." Chapter 395, Invitation, and the Akrutique Gym EV, startled by something, was running frantically, only looking forward. When it saw someone blocking its path, it was too late to slow down. Thump! The next second, it crashed directly into Natsui's shin. The impact wasn't very strong, but even so, Natsui staggered and couldn't help but take a step back. Fortunately, Erica, who was beside him, helped him steady himself. Looking at the EV, it had been knocked dizzy by the recoil and had fallen to the ground, its 4 limbs unsteady, with little stars circling its head. The girl hurried over from behind. Seeing that her EV had caused trouble, she quickly bowed to Natsui and said cautiously, "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Natsui looked at this girl. He recognized at a glance that this girl was one of the 5 EV sisters, and also the one who had appeared last in the finale with an Espeon. Wait, this face is somewhat familiar. Isn't this the girl who I made eye contact with just before the performance started? And seeing Natsui's face, the girl clearly also recognized him. This made her even more embarrassed. She quickly bent down and held her EV in her arms. Natsui shook his head. I'm fine. What's wrong with this EV? Gently stroking EV's head, the girl said helplessly, just now backstage, a Fiero went on a rampage and scared this little one, so it ran out in a panic. I see. It was a small matter and hadn't caused him any harm, so Natsui naturally didn't mind. Looking at her up close now, the girl was about 16 or 17 years old, very pretty, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a pink kimono. Her hair was tied up and styled beautifully with flower ornaments, ribbons, and hairpins. Natsui even saw a love ball on her head. Putting a poke ball on her head? What a strange accessory, seeing Natsui sizing her up like this. The girl's face turned slightly red. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sakura. I'm a fourth of the 5 EV sisters. My name is Natsui, a traveling trainer. Ms. Sakura, your performance just now was wonderful. It was really captivating. Really? Sakura's eyes lit up, a bit excited. Before the performance, I was so afraid I would mess it all up. The reason she had peeked at the audience before the performance was because she was afraid of messing it all up, or that the performance wouldn't meet her expectations. Now, seeing that she had been recognized, she was naturally very happy. However, the name Natsui, why did it feel so familiar? It seemed she had heard it somewhere, but before she could think about it, Erica, who was beside them, had already spoken up. Mess. Sakura, you should be more confident. Natsui is right. Your performance was indeed very wonderful. Even though we already knew the story beforehand, we were still captivated by your fascinating performance and dance. Being recognized, a happy smile appeared on Sakura's face. Just then, she suddenly remembered something, took out a card-like object from her pocket, and handed it to Natsui. All right, as an apology and a thank you, please take this. Taking the card, Natsui flipped it over and saw that it was an invitation. This is? Sakura smiled. This is our 5 sisters tea party. We hold it from time to time. If you have time, please be sure to come tomorrow. Natsui looked down. The tea party was to be held at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If he got up early to challenge the gym, he should be able to make it if things went smoothly. I understand. See you tomorrow then. After saying goodbye to Sakura, the two left the Acroutique dance theater. It was already midnight, the moon was high, and there were almost no pedestrians on the street. In this slow-paced city, without so much of life's pressures, the people here had long since gone to sleep. Natsui was so sleepy that he was yawning continuously. After returning to the inn, the two said their goodnights and went back to their respective rooms. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after breakfast, Natsui had originally wanted Erica to go to the tea party venue first and meet up with her after he had challenged the gym, but she refused. Since we're traveling together, how could I let you go to battle alone? Let's go to Sakura's place together after you've challenged the gym. Hearing Erica say this, Natsui was touched and did not refuse her kindness. Following the street, the two arrived at the Acroutique gym. The gym was in the northern part of Acroutique City, not too far from their inn. It was built on a huge stone platform and had a traditional wooden and green-tiled structure, looking like an ancient Japanese building. This was in keeping with the style of Acroutique City. After all, everything in this city followed the old customs and styles. Arriving at the front of the gym, Natsui pushed open the main door and found that the place was quite spacious, like a gymnasium. A man was kneeling on a soft cushion in the middle of the field, meditating with his eyes closed. Hearing someone enter, the man opened his eyes. Can I help you? Excuse me, is Mr. Morty in? I'm here to challenge the Acroutique gym. After looking at Natsui for a few moments, the man stood up and walked to him. I am a gym leader, Morty. Welcome to my challenge. It was only then that Natsui realized that Morty was really tall, about the same height as himself, and of a similar age. But he was dressed in a more casual, sporty style, even wearing a headband. His semi-long, orange-yellow hair made his temperament look a bit frivolous. After Natsui also introduced himself, Morty didn't waste any more words and got straight to the point. At his gesture, Natsui and he stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. The Acroutique gym's field was just a very ordinary, normal field. This was related to Morty's style. After all, he specialized in ghost-type Pokemon and had no special requirements for the field. Just then, a gym staff member walked to the side and acted as the referee. Good luck, Erica encouraged softly then walked to the spectator stands and quietly watched the match. She was very confident in Natsui's strength and didn't think he would lose here. And the referee, seeing that both contestants were ready, raised the two colored flags in his hand. Now let the gym battle begin. The number of Pokemon to be used is 3. When all the Pokemon of one side are unable to battle, the match will end. The challenger will go first, and only the challenger may switch Pokemon during the match. The gym leader cannot switch Pokemon at will. These were very common match rules, and the appearance of such rules often meant that the gym leader was too strong and had to be weakened in this way to match the strength of an ordinary trainer. Originally, Natsui could have, just as he had when battling the Violet and Blackthorn gyms, had Morty send out his ace Pokemon to battle him. But after thinking about it, he decided to focus on training his team instead, taking this opportunity to train his other Pokemon. Chapter 396. Increasing the difficulty according to the gym rules. Morty was the first to send out a Pokemon. Go! Ghastly! He threw a Pokeball, and as the blue light faded, a Ghastly appeared before Natsui. Looking at this Pokemon, as the initial form of Gengar, and having owned one before, Natsui was very familiar with Ghastly. He not only knew its moves, but also understood its attack patterns. He stroked his chin. It seems this will be a simple battle. But since the main purpose was training and the opponent was such an initial Pokemon, after some thought, Natsui also released his own Pokemon. As the blue light faded, a Pokemon resembling a cocoon appeared on the field. Oh, it's a Pupitar. Morty, with one hand on his hip, glanced at the Pupitar, his face a bit grave. He rarely watched news from other regions, so he naturally didn't recognize Natsui, nor did he know how strong this man was. But to be able to produce a Pokemon like Pupitar, which was relatively rare in the Johto region, he must at least have a certain level of strength or be quite lucky. But in any case, Ghastly was definitely at a disadvantage. In terms of typing, Pupitar's ground type had a certain advantage against Ghastly's poison type, which put it at an advantage from the very beginning of the battle. Sure enough, after the match began, the battle quickly tilted in Pupitar's favor. It could be seen that Pupitar performed excellently. Under Natsui's commands, it could always anticipate Ghastly's attacks. And in the exchange between the two Pokemon, after wearing down some of its stamina, Pupitar finally finished Ghastly off with a clean crunch. Morty shook his head and helplessly recalled Ghastly. How to put it? His Ghastly had been defeated too quickly and too easily in this battle, and for Natsui, to be able to win so easily was on one hand, because Ghastly was just an initial stage Pokemon and not very strong, while Pupitar's overall abilities were higher. On the other hand, it was because he was very familiar with Ghastly, so he could anticipate its various moves. But from this, it could also be seen that Morty was just going through the motions, only treating Natsui as an ordinary challenger. In the spectator stands, Erica clapped lightly. Just as she had said before, it was no surprise to her that Natsui could win. Back on the field, being defeated so easily, Morty couldn't help but get a little more serious. He was a gym leader, after all, and had his pride. After a moment's hesitation, he had originally wanted to send out his second Pokemon in the usual order, as he had with other challengers. But seeing Natsui's calm expression, as if he wasn't happy about the victory, a thought suddenly struck him, and he took out a Pokeball from the other side of his pocket. Go! My second Pokemon is this one. As the blue light faded, a Pokemon resembling a gray doll with a zipper for a mouth appeared before Natsui. Oh, a Banette? Natsui recognized the Pokemon at a glance. But this isn't a Pokemon from the Johto region, is it? And just from its aura, you can tell that this is definitely one of Morty's ace Pokemon. In an ordinary gym battle like this, he shouldn't have sent out, right? Could it be that he recognized me? Wants to go all out? With this thought, Natsui gave Morty a surprised look, only to see the man smiling back at him. From his smile, Natsui instantly understood his meaning. I see. He saw that I won too easily just now. So he's raising the difficulty. What's wrong? Morty smiled, feeling puzzled. If this Pokemon feels tricky or hard to deal with, I can switch to another one. Natsui also smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I think I can handle it. And didn't the referee say before the match started that the gym leader can't switch Pokemon? How can I let you make an exception? Most importantly, the battle hasn't started yet. Maybe the one who will find it tricky is not me, but you. Hearing this, Morty raised his eyebrows in surprise. An interesting man. To be able to say such bold words, he must have some skill, which also proves that my strategy of changing my lineup on the fly was the right one. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Just then, Natsui had already waved his hand and called back Pupitar, since his opponent had changed his strategy. He couldn't continue to battle with it, either. A pity. It seems the training session is over. As Pupitar returned to his side, he knelt down, first patting its head in praise, then recalling it to its pokeball. After doing this, he stood up and, as was his custom, took out his Pokédex and pointed it at the Banette. As they say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Before battling it, he had at least learned a little more about it. Pokédex, beep. Banette, the marionette Pokemon. A ghost type. Banette was originally a pitiful doll that was thrown away. Cursed energy seeped into its cotton, and a strong resentment turned the doll into a Pokemon. It lives in garbage dumps and can be found in dark alleys. It is said that it searches for the child who abandoned it and wanders around them, intending to seek revenge on the one who threw it away. If its need to be valued is met, it will return to its original doll form. An interesting setting, but a doll turning into a Pokemon. That must be fake, right? Putting away the Pokédex, Natsui couldn't help but ponder which Pokemon to use against it. The few from his third tier were definitely not going to cut it. It seemed he had to use his mainstays as well. With this thought, he already had an idea. After fumbling in his right waist pouch for a moment, he threw out his Pokeball. Go, Crystal Steelix. As the blue light faded, a Pokemon of immense weight and presence, shining with a translucent light, landed heavily on the battlefield. Boom! The huge sound of it landing made Morty's brow twitch. When he saw the Pokemon clearly, he was also captivated by its beauty. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the Pokemon before him in disbelief. Is this a shiny Steelix? No, that's not right. A shiny Steelix isn't this color. Could it be some kind of mutation? Natsui nodded. You're right. It is a mutation. I caught it by chance. I think it might be the only one of its kind in the world. I see, Morty said with emotion. So this is your strength? Just from its presence, I can tell it's different from the Pupitar just now. It makes me look forward to the battle even more. Presence? Hearing his words, Natsui's lips curled up slightly. If we're talking about presence, you haven't seen my supersized red Gyarados yet. When you see it, you'll understand what real presence is. Chapter 397. Battle against Banette. Crystal Steelix was over 9 meters long, with an enormous head, while Banette was just over 1 meter tall. The visual contrast between the two Pokemon, one supersized and the other very small, was quite striking on the field. However, Natsui wouldn't underestimate this ghost-type Pokemon just because of its size. A small body often contains immense power. From a type perspective, Crystal Steelix, being ground and rock type, had no advantage or disadvantage against the ghost-type Banette, which was good news for Morty. At least he didn't have to worry about a type disadvantage preventing his Pokemon from showing its true strength. As the battle began, both Pokemon moved simultaneously. Banette, use Shadow Ball. Crystal Steelix, get close to it. Under the trainer's commands, Banette formed a Shadow Ball and threw it at Crystal Steelix, while Crystal Steelix charged toward Banette with unstoppable momentum. The dark sphere flew closer, but Crystal Steelix didn't dodge or evade, simply charging straight through it. In fact, with its massive body on such a small field, it would be very difficult to dodge attacks unless it used Dig to go underground. But this was indoors, and the area outside the field was floored. If it used Dig and accidentally broke the foundation, it would surely damage the building structure. There was no need to demolish someone's gym just for a battle. Smack! The Shadow Ball hit Crystal Steelix as expected. Although it took damage, Crystal Steelix seemed unfazed thanks to its tough hide, maintaining its speed as it closed in on Banette. The next second, its gaping mouth opened wide as its massive head lunged to bite down on Bennett. That mouth was at least 2 meters high. While it wasn't filled with sharp teeth like a Gyarados, if it clamped down on Bennett, it could definitely swallow it whole. Facing the enormous maw right in front of it, Bennett's body vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind Crystal Steelix. Seeing Crystal Steelix's back completely exposed, it was about to use Shadow Ball again when it heard a whistling sound as a shadow, as fast as lightning, slashed past its eyes. Before it could react, it felt a tremendous force strike it. In an instant, it felt like it had been whipped by something, and its body was sent crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Bennett was slammed onto the field, its head spinning. When Bennett came to its senses, it saw Crystal Steelix slowly turning its head, staring at it with its blood-red eyes, its tail slowly retracting. Unlike Bennett's confusion, Morty, on the side, had witnessed the entire sequence. Just after Bennett had dodged, Crystal Steelix seemed to have predicted its position and, without hesitation, used Iron Tail, striking Bennett. It was so fast that he had no time to warn his Pokémon. It was as if it had anticipated its move in advance. Not bad, he said, looking at Natsui. Whether it was against Ghastly or now Bennett, you always seem to anticipate their moves. It seems you're very familiar with the attack patterns of Ghost-type Pokémon. The first exchange seemed to have resulted in damage for both sides, but Morty knew that Crystal Steelix clearly had the upper hand. Natsui shrugged without explaining. The attack patterns of Ghost-type Pokémon were fairly limited, and disappearing and reappearing was something his own Jengar had done countless times. He was very familiar with the tactic. On the other side, after Bennett regrouped, Morty issued another command. Use Nightshade. A terrifying black light emanated from Bennett's body, transforming into a phantom that quickly swept toward Crystal Steelix. Natsui's eyes narrowed, but he still had Crystal Steelix endure the attack head-on. The phantom reached Crystal Steelix in an instant and struck it. Crystal Steelix grunted and took a step back. This move dealt damage to the target, with the amount depending on the user's strength. Bennett was undoubtedly strong, so the damage dealt to Crystal Steelix was not insignificant. Shaking its head, Crystal Steelix stared intently at Bennett with its blood-red eyes. But surprisingly, after a successful hit, Morty made no further moves. Instead, he studied Natsui for a long time and asked, "Why don't you have your Pokémon use Dig to dodge my Nightshade? That's a signature move for many ground-type Pokémon, isn't it?" He seemed to have noticed that Natsui could have dodged, but took no action, letting Crystal Steelix take the hit. This was highly unusual. Hearing Morty's question, Natsui was momentarily stunned, then laughed. No wonder he was a gym leader. He had noticed something was off so quickly. Quite sharp, looking at the ground beneath Crystal Steelix, Natsui said helplessly, "Sorry, it's not that I don't want to use it. It's just that with Crystal Steelix's size, I'm worried it might destroy this gym. So that's why you're holding back?" Morty realized, then smiled. "Don't worry. I'm sure you noticed when you came in that this gym is built on high stone steps. That was done precisely for situations like this. Rest assured, the steps are filled with earth. You can battle without holding back. And even if the gym collapses, the Pokemon League will cover the repairs. So that's how it is." Hearing Morty's explanation, Natsui was genuinely relieved. The battle continued. This time, when Bennett repeated its tactic and used Nightshade again, Natsui waved his hand, and Crystal Steelix's head began to drill into the ground. In an instant, its massive body completely disappeared underground. The phantom passed over the hole, not even touching Crystal Steelix's shadow. Such a fast dig. Morty was stunned. He hadn't expected Crystal Steelix to dig so quickly. It defied common sense. He had battled ground-type Pokemon before, but in his memory, he had never seen any Pokemon burrow into the ground so swiftly. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Immediately after, the earth broke open, and Crystal Steelix shot out from under Bennett, sending it flying into the air with its head. "Watch out! Bennett, dodge it!" Bennett, in mid-air, was about to disappear, But before it could, Crystal Steelix opened its mouth and, in one gulp, swallowed it whole. Bennett. Morty's eyes widened. He could see Bennett struggling fiercely after being swallowed. But as Crystal Steelix's mouth clamped shut, the space inside was compressed, and the struggles gradually weakened until they ceased completely. Chapter 398. You speak so eloquently after waiting a long time and seeing no sign of Bennett escaping. Morty couldn't help but put a hand to his forehead. Stop, Open your mouth. I surrender. Once the referee raised his arm, Natsui snapped his fingers, signaling for Crystal Steelix to spit Bennett out. Following his command, Crystal Steelix opened its mouth and spat forcefully, as if spitting saliva. The next second, the batter Bennett was ejected onto the ground. It rolled several times before finally landing on its back, lying limp and unresponsive. It had clearly fainted. Fortunately, its body was soft like a doll's, seemingly without bones. So even after being crushed in Crystal Steelix's mouth for a while, it hadn't sustained any fatal injuries. It fainted simply because of the pain. Of course, being swallowed whole was a terrible experience. Hopefully, Bennett wouldn't be left with any lasting trauma. With a complicated expression, Morty recalled Bennett and took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Natsui. You're even stronger than I imagined. To have defeated my Bennett. It seems I can't hold back any longer. It's time to send out my strongest Pokemon. To be honest, before the battle, he had thought it would be a very ordinary gym battle. He never expected things to turn out this way, nor did he think he would have to use his ace Pokemon. But this man before him had won 2 rounds with ease. He was clearly no ordinary trainer. He had to win back a round. Taking a deep breath, Morty solemnly took out his 3rd Pokeball. Go my ace. Like a skilled pitcher, Morty threw the Pokeball into the center of the field. As the light faded, a strange Pokemon, over 2 meters tall, as if wearing an iron helmet and floating in the air, appeared before Crystal Steelix. Natsui recognized it at a glance. It's a Dusknoir. In terms of appearance, Dusknoir was mostly black, with a ghost-like tail instead of feet. It had a gray head resembling a medieval knight's helmet, but with only a single red eye. On its large, round belly, there seemed to be an eerie face. Like Bennett before it, Dusknoir was not a Pokemon native to the Johto region. Natsui took out his Pokédex and pointed it at Dusknoir. Pokédex. Dusknoir, the Gripper Pokemon. A ghost type. It is said that Dusknoir travels between this world and the next. No one knows if it has a will of its own. It uses the antenna on its head to receive radio waves from the spirit world. After receiving instructions, it brings people to the spirit world. It also appears beside those whose lives are about to end to guide their souls to the underworld, though it sometimes mistakenly takes the souls of those whose time has not yet come. Judging by the description, Dusknoir was certainly a high-caliber Pokemon. Guiding souls sounded just like a Grim Reaper. It was hard to say if this was an exaggeration by people or if it truly possessed such an ability. But regardless, as Morty's ace Pokemon, its strength was not to be underestimated. Recalling Crystal Steelix, Natsui was hesitating about which Pokemon to send out next when Gengar suddenly emerged from a shadow. Let me take this battle. You? Natsui glanced at it, surprised, wondering why it was volunteering. Gengar, while loving pranks and watching the action, was usually quite lazy and afraid of trouble. Unless Natsui asked it to, it rarely initiated a battle with anyone. Seeing Natsui's expression, Gengar laughed. Don't look at me like that. My hands are just getting itchy. Besides, it's been a while since I've had a proper gym battle. Since Gengar wanted to fight, Natsui had no reason to refuse. All right, but be careful. This is the gym leader's ace Pokemon. It must be very strong. Hearing this, Gengar let out a sinister cackle. Ace? Am I not your ace? And I feel like a champion's ace has a lot more clout than a gym leader's ace. Look at that. Now, that's the art of speaking. Natsui was quite pleased with Gengar's flattery and gave a thumbs up. You're right. So go for it. You're the best. Gengar grinned and floated towards the battlefield. On the other side, although Morty couldn't hear what Gengar and Natsui were saying, he could clearly see that this Gengar had spoken. suppressing his surprise. He watched Jengar with great interest, looking it up and down. Incredible. A talking Jengar? How did you manage that? It was clear that Morty was very interested in Jengar. In fact, in this world, aside from a few thick-skinned individuals, anyone who saw a Pokemon speak human language would be as astonished as Morty. What's so strange about it? Isn't it easy to do? Jengar said nonchalantly. Besides me, I've also met a Meowth and a Slowking that can speak human language. Hey, that's incredibly difficult, isn't it? Morty didn't believe it at all and pressed on. So, when did you learn to speak? Kid, why do you have so many questions? Are you going to fight or not? Jengar wrinkled its brow in annoyance, seeming to find the man too noisy. To stop him from asking more questions, it said, "Since you're so desperate to know, listen up. I learned to speak hundreds of years before you were even a fertilized egg." Morty, this Jengar really speaks eloquently, doesn't it? Ignoring it, Morty turned to Natsui. As you can see, I'm a Ghost-type trainer and am very fond of all kinds of Ghost-type Pokemon. Your Jengar is really interesting and unique. It's a bit forward of me, but if possible, would you be willing to trade it with me? Trade his Jengar? He must be dreaming. Natsui shook his head coolly. Sorry, this Jengar is an important partner of mine. I would never trade it. Seeing Natsui's firm attitude with no room for negotiation, Morty sighed in disappointment. What a shame. On the field, listening to Morty ramble on, Jengar urged, "Hey kid, are you going to fight or not? I didn't come here to listen to you talk about me." Raising an eyebrow and seeing Jengar's impatient look, Morty knew he had indeed delayed too long. He nodded and got serious. "You're right, we've talked long enough. Let's begin." Chapter 399. What kind of battle style is this? From a type perspective, both Jengar and Dusknoir possessed the Ghost type, which meant they could both inflict massive damage on each other. Some might find this surprising, thinking that battles between Pokemon of the same type should result in half damage. But in reality, battles between Ghost-type Pokemon are special. Like Dragon types, they're the only two types in the entire roster that can deal double damage to their own kind. Therefore, it seemed this would be a fair, yet intensely fierce battle. However, unlike the single-type Dusknoir, Jengar also possessed the Poison type. But Poison-type moves only deal half damage to Ghost-type Pokemon, rendering them largely ineffective. Besides, Jengar didn't really know any Poison-type moves, so this factor would have almost no impact on the battle. As a Ghost-type gym leader, Morty was naturally aware of all these details, and he believed that the man before him was as well. Come on, it's our third Pokemon each. Let's see whose is stronger. On the field, Dusknoir and Jengar stared each other down. Around them, the battlefield was slightly messy after the two previous battles. Dusknoir's single red eye flickered, revealing a hint of eeriness as its intangible aura locked onto Jengar. Its opponent, Jengar, however, was currently picking its ear with a finger, as if completely unconcerned about the fight. Seeing this, Morty first glanced at Jengar, then at Natsui behind it. His brow furrowed for a moment, then relaxed as a slight smile played on his lips. Not only is the Pokemon being so careless, but its trainer isn't urging it on either. Could it be that after winning 2 rounds, he's gotten overconfident? Does he think him some pushover he can easily handle? This level of complacency won't do. Dare to underestimate me, and he'll make you pay for your arrogance soon enough. When the referee announced the start of the match, under Morty's command, Dusknoir launched the first attack. As the Pokemon sent out last, this Dusknoir was naturally Morty's most trusted partner. Since the beginning of his journey, it had fought through countless challenges, helping him defeat numerous opponents on his way to becoming a gym leader. He believed that even if an Elite Four member stood before him, this Dusknoir would not be outmatched. Surely this man can't be stronger than the Elite Four, right? The first 2 rounds were just appetizers. Losing to you is nothing. Come on, now I'm serious. It's time to show you my true power. Morty was brimming with confidence, but once the battle began, the situation took a turn that was somewhat out of his expectations. Faced with Dusknoir's attacks, Jengar always managed to dodge and counterattack using very unconventional methods. For instance, just now, Duskmore used Shadow Sneak, stretching its shadow and moving within it, preparing to use this method to quickly appear behind Jengar and deliver a surprise attack. But how did Jengar suddenly turn into a light bulb? The light bulb was extremely bright, radiating light in all directions, not only dispelling the shadow, but also forcing Dusknoir out into the open. And that wasn't all. When Dusknoir used Curse in an attempt to attack Jengar, to Morty's disbelief, Jengar conjured a pair of headphones out of thin air, put them on its head, and completely blocked out the sound of the curse. Arg, what kind of fighting style is this? What was especially absurd was that when Dusknoir used Will-O-Wisp, trying to burn Jengar, Jengar turned into a fire extinguisher. As the fire extinguisher sprayed a large amount of white foam, the Will-O-Wisp was directly put out. Is that even a Pokemon move? You gotta be kidding me. This series of events left Morty somewhat dazed. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what was happening before him. Is this really a Pokemon battle? Not some kind of magic trick? While Morty was in shock, Jengar, seeing that Dusknoir seemed to have run out of tricks and had nothing new to offer, let out a sinister laugh. With a few moves, it easily defeated Dusknoir. Seeing Dusknoir fall to the field, Morty simply could not accept that his ace Pokemon had been defeated in such a manner. This. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his mind was blank, and the words seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single syllable. Outside the field, seeing Dusknoir motionless, the referee glanced at Morty before raising his right hand and announcing the result of the match. Dusknoir is unable to battle. The winner is Jengar. The challenger is the final victor of this gym battle. Ignoring its fallen opponent, Jengar, like a triumphant general, held its head high and returned to Natsui's side. When it got close, Natsui spread his hands in a rather helpless gesture. Hey, you said you wanted to fight, that you wanted a long overdue gym battle. I thought you were actually going to go move for move with it for a thrilling, all-out fight. I didn't expect you to do it this way. This battle reminded Natsui of his first meeting with Jengar at Maiden's Peak. It had used similar methods to defeat Ash's Pokemon. Are you surprised? Jengar laughed loudly. There are many ways to defeat an opponent. Don't limit yourself to just one style. Just tell me, did I win or not? Natsui, is this about winning or losing? Didn't you see you've made Morty question his own reality? Sighing helplessly, he was about to say something when he saw Morty approaching with a complicated expression on his face. Natsui had seen that expression on too many faces before. It was the look of someone who had been defeated by him, filled with too much unwillingness, helplessness, and regret. I lost, and it was a complete defeat. As for this match, well, how should I put it? It was truly an eye-opener. I've learned a lot. Natsui didn't know how to comfort him, and could only offer a dry laugh. To be honest, I didn't expect this outcome either. Morty took a shiny badge from his pocket and handed it to Natsui. This is my fog badge. Please take it. Natsui took it and looked down. The badge was indigo and shaped like a ghost. After thanking him, he placed the badge in his badge case. In the time he had been in Johto, including this one, he had now obtained 4 badges. His journey was halfway over. Once he obtained the other 4, he could challenge the Silver Conference. He was about to say a few more words of thanks to Morty when Erica came walking over quickly from the side. She first nodded politely to Morty, then pointed to the time on her watch and said to Natsui, "It's almost 10 o'clock. We should get going." Natsui glanced down and saw that, without realizing it, the time had already reached 9:57. He hadn't expected the battle to take so long. It seemed that arriving on time for Sakura's tea party was now impossible. Chapter 400. The tea party. After bidding farewell to Morty, Natsui and Erica wasted no more time and quickly walked out of the gym's main doors. Once on the stone steps, before even leaving the gym grounds, Natsui threw a Pokeball and summoned his Charizard, letting it carry him and Erica directly to the tea party venue. Watching them leave, Morty stood there for a long time. Only after Charizard finally disappeared over the horizon did he let out a helpless sigh. Sigh. Today's battle had truly been a huge shock to him. A Crystal Steelix, a talking Jengar, each one had broadened his horizons. But most importantly, the Pokemon he took such pride in had been so easily defeated. This man was clearly around the same age as him, yet he was so incredibly strong. All he could say was that there were truly people out there with extraordinary talent. Since becoming a gym leader, it had been a long time since he had felt so powerless. Charizard's body flew swiftly over a Krutique city, casting a small shadow on the ground below. Pedestrians in the city who noticed the shadow looked up at the sky and saw an orange Pokemon flash past. They shook their heads. In a slow-paced, ancient city like this, it was rare to see such a bustling trainer. They wondered what could be so urgent. The tea party Sakura had mentioned was being held in a courtyard in the western part of a Krutique city. At 10:17 a.m., Charizard slowly descended in front of the courtyard gate. Although they were over 10 minutes late, looking through the open gate, they could see that while there were quite a few people in the courtyard, most were just strolling around. No formal event seemed to be taking place. It looked like the tea party hadn't officially begun. Great, we made it. Erica got off Charizard and patted her ample chest. Neither Natsui nor Erica liked to be late. Seeing that the tea party hadn't started yet, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a smile and were about to step into the courtyard when a woman in a kimono emerged from behind the gate to greet them. Seeing Natsui and Erica, the woman bowed slightly. Welcome, both of you, to our humble home. The woman was a few years older than Natsui, very beautiful, and wore a light blue kimono. Her hair was styled exquisitely, giving her a graceful and elegant appearance. Natsui recognized her at a glance as one of the 5 sisters. However, apart from Sakura, whom he had met yesterday, he didn't know the names of the others, nor did he know which sister this woman was. He took out the invitation, about to hand it to her, when a clear, slightly joyful voice sounded from behind the woman. Mr. Natsui, Miss Erica, wonderful you're finally here. They looked up and saw Sakura, also in a kimono, running out from behind the woman. Miss Sakura, Erica bowed slightly in greeting. I apologize, we were delayed by some business, so we're a bit late. Sakura quickly waved her hands. It's all right, the tea party hasn't officially started anyway. As long as you're here, that's what matters. Meanwhile, the other woman had already figured out their relationship from the brief exchange and said with a gentle smile, I see. So you are friends of Sakura's. My apologies for the lack of courtesy. I am her second oldest sister, Tamao. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Tamao. Natsui and Erica also introduced themselves. Before they could say more, Sakura had already taken Erika's hand and led her into the courtyard. All right, let's not stand at the gate any longer. Please, both of you come in. Following behind Sakura and Erica, it was only after entering the courtyard that Natsui realized how large the place was. Not only was there a pond in the courtyard, but also had a small bridge, a pavilion, and a gallery. It was even filled with cherry blossom trees all around. From the scenery alone, the layout was clearly very tasteful and had obviously been meticulously planned. As Sakura led them towards the main house, she introduced the courtyard. This is our family's property. We hold a tea party like this here about once a week, and every time we do, it attracts many people. It's very lively. Along the way, Natsui looked around as they walked. Just as Sakura had said, he did see many men and women strolling together in the courtyard, smiles on all their faces. Seeing them, Natsui suddenly realized something. He first looked at their clothes, then down at his own. These people were all wearing kimonos. Even Erica, out of habit, was also wearing a kimono. Only he was dressed in casual attire. Compared to them, it seemed he was the only one in the entire courtyard who looked out of place. At least when he met the other guests, both men and women, they all frowned and looked at him with surprise when they saw his attire. Clearly, in their eyes, attending a tea party hosted by the famous Kimono sisters was a great honor, and one should naturally dress up for the occasion. How could someone like Natsui still be in everyday clothes? In truth, Natsui wasn't deliberately trying to be a nonconformist. For one, he didn't own a kimono, only regular clothes. Secondly, he had never attended a similar event before, so he had indeed overlooked these matters. Beside him, seemingly reading Natsui's thoughts, Sakura covered her mouth and giggled. It's all right, you don't have to wear one. It's just a formality, really. We're not that particular about it. It was obvious that although this was only their second meeting, Sakura's attitude towards them was surprisingly friendly. Natsui guessed that his encouragement at the dance theater yesterday had played a big part, making Sakura subconsciously feel closer to them. Arriving at the main house, Sakura first brewed a cup of tea for each of them. Placing the tea before them, Sakura said, "The tea party is about to begin. Before that, my sister Satsuki is holding a flower arranging class. I was wondering if you two would be interested." Flower arranging? Hearing that there was a flower arranging class, Erika's eyes lit up. In this area, she was an expert. Without hesitation, Erika spoke up. As it happens, I'm also a flower arrangement master in Kanto. If it's possible, I would love to exchange ideas with your sister. Oh, Miss Erika is a flower arrangement master as well? Hearing this, Sakura's interest was also piqued. That's wonderful. I'm sure my sister Satsuki will be very happy to hear that. Compared to Erika, Natsui seemed much less interested. Seeing his expression, Sakura smiled and said, "Besides flower arranging, there's also Pokemon battling on the other side of the courtyard. If you're interested, Mr. Natsui, you could go and have a match with the other trainers." Chapter 401. Passing the time, accompanied by Sakura, Erika went to another room to attend the flower arranging class, while Natsui, separated from them, crossed the connecting gallery, went around the back of the house, and arrived alone in the courtyard's backyard. Although the scenery of the front and backyards was quite similar, the atmosphere here was noticeably different. If the front yard was a place for men and women to admire flowers, watch the water, and chat softly, then the backyard was definitely much livelier. Just as Sakura had said, quite a few people were gathered here, surrounding a simple battleground, watching two trainers battle. These two trainers were a young man and woman, both plainly dressed in kimonos, with nothing particularly special about them. Looking at their Pokemon, the male trainer had sent out a Sentret, while the female trainer had sent out a Teddiursa. At that moment, with the trainers constantly shouting commands, the two Pokemon were clashing and battling it out. However, Scratch, Leer, Lick, Growl, Defense, Curl, Tackle. Whether it was the Sentret or the Teddiursa, Natsui saw the same basic moves over and over again. From his perspective, both the trainers and the Pokemon were at a beginner's level. The battle itself wasn't spectacular, just a simple exchange of moves, but the surrounding audience seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it. Even though there were no high-level moves, people just loved watching this kind of raw, physical brawl. After battling for a while, the female trainer's Teddiursa eventually came out on top, defeating the Sentret. The onlooking crowd applauded, giving their loudest cheers and applause to the victor. After Teddiursa returned to her side, the female trainer patted its head, then stood up straight, one hand on her hip, and looked around with a triumphant air. Who else wants to challenge me? It was clear that winning the match had filled her with a sense of pride. Before anyone else could act, Natsui had already squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the female trainer. "I will." Seeing Natsui's handsome face, the female trainer's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Well now, a handsome one, but I won't go easy on you." "That's great." Natsui chuckled and decided to be honest. "I hope you'll give it your all and put some pressure on me. But if you're only at the same level as just now, you won't be able to beat me, humph. What big talk." The female trainer seemed to feel she was being underestimated by this man. She pointed a finger forward and shouted, "Teddiursa, go. Teach that guy a lesson." Teddiursa ran into the middle of the field and let out a few baby-like roars at Natsui. Quite spirited. Smiling kindly at Teddiursa, Natsui then reached for his waist pouch, his fingers sliding over several Pokeballs before finally selecting one and throwing it onto the field. Releasing his Pokemon. "Come out, Scyther." As the blue light faded, Scyther, who hadn't battled in a while, appeared before Teddiursa. As soon as it appeared, it struck an imposing pose, ready for a big fight with its opponent. But when it saw that it was facing just a Teddiursa, it couldn't help but look back at its trainer in confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why is it such a weak Pokemon? I haven't battled in so long, and the first time I'm out, I have to fight such a weak little thing? Seeing its reaction, Natsui gently shook his head. Don't just stand there. Never underestimate any opponent. Use your full strength. Hearing this, Scyther turned its head and stared seriously at its opponent. Well, since its trainer said so, it had no choice but to go all out. As its gaze locked on, Teddiursa felt like prey being stalked by a predator, and they shivered subconsciously. Not noticing her Pokemon's unusual reaction, the female trainer had already given the command to attack. Teddiursa, use Fury Swipes. Teddiursa ran shakily toward Scyther, its not-so-large claws raised high, glinting sharply. But just as it was about to reach Scyther suddenly leaped forward, raised its arm, and in an instant they crossed paths. The crowd only heard a slice sound, and after a flash of cold light, Teddiursa stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Teddiursa, are you okay? The female trainer was dazed, having no idea what had just happened. On the field, Scyther slowly lowered its arm, its posture like that of a swordsman sheathing his blade. And just as its arm was fully lowered, Teddiursa's body, as if triggered by some delay, collapsed with a thud, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Glancing back at its opponent, Scyther shook its head in a very human-like way. Is that it? I barely used any force. How did you go down so easily? Weak, just too weak. Teddiursa! The female trainer cried out and rushed to her Pokemon's side, cradling it in her arms. She couldn't believe her Pokemon had been defeated so easily in a single blow. Is this man really that strong? But even so, it shouldn't have been a one-hit knockout, right? She thought for a long time and could only attribute the loss to the long battle with Sentret, which had drained too much of its stamina. Natsui sighed helplessly. To be honest, this battle hadn't felt difficult at all. The power gap between the two Pokemon was just too vast. This could be seen from the reactions of the audience. If it had been an evenly matched battle, the winner would have received applause and cheers like the female trainer did earlier. But because Scyther had won so easily, the audience just stared at each other, not knowing what had just happened. As a sudden silence fell, Natsui cleared his throat and looked at the crowd. Does anyone else want to battle me? With so many people present, there are naturally trainers who wanted to keep fighting. After all, they hadn't yet realized how powerful Natsui was. Like the female trainer, they attributed Scyther's victory to Teddiursa's stamina issue. The crowd became lively again. First, a male trainer stepped up and was cleanly defeated by Natsui. Immediately after, another female trainer came forward. In both battles, Natsui defeated his opponents with overwhelming force. After winning 5 in a row, he felt that this level of competition wasn't providing any real training. Shaking his head, he recalled Scyther and left amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, feeling rather uninterested. Chapter 402. Multi-talented returning to the main house. Natsui found Erica in the flower arranging room. They had just finished their class, and a group of women were walking past him, whispering softly. Since the narrow hallway couldn't accommodate so many people passing at once, Natsui could only stand aside to let them through. The sound of white socks padding on the wooden floorboards filled the air, and a mixture of different perfumes drifted into Natsui's nose. Well, the scent was certainly fragrant, just a little overpowering. As these women passed by him, each one of them glanced at Natsui with curiosity. While some were more reserved, many were bold and direct, their gazes unabashed as they inwardly marveled at the handsome man. It's just that his attire didn't quite fit in here. He looked less like a tea party guest and more like a tourist. After they disappeared down the end of the hallway, Natsui looked into the flower arranging room again. Only Erica, Sakura, and another woman in a kimono remained. This person bore a slight resemblance to Sakura and Tamao, so she must be the Satsuki that Sakura had mentioned. Seeing Natsui enter the room, Sakura quickly stood up to make introductions. Mr. Natsui, This is my sister Satsuki, and she's the eldest of us 5 sisters. Sister, this is the Natsui I was just telling you about, Miss Erika's traveling companion. So it was her, the eldest of the 5 kimono sisters. Natsui and Satsuki greeted each other, the formal exchange feeling very much like a first meeting at a blind date. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Natsui. A pleasure, Miss Satsuki. Looking closely, Satsuki was a couple of years older than Tamao, whom he had met at the entrance. She was also very beautiful, with a remarkably gentle demeanor. Natsui also noticed that whether it was Sakura, Tamao, or Satsuki before him, they all liked to use a pokeball as a hair ornament. Strange, is this some kind of family-specific taste? At that moment, in front of Satsuki, there was an exquisite vase holding a few bouquets of fresh flowers, looking vibrant and full of life. Natsui didn't understand the art of flower arranging, but he had an eye for beauty and could tell that these flowers were distinctly different from ordinary ones. They were more vivid and beautiful. Looking at Natsui, Erika asked softly, "What were you up to just now?" Natsui sat down beside her and casually gestured behind him with his thumb. "Went to the back for a few battles, just to pass the time." "Did you win? Is that even a question?" Natsui chuckled. "I fought 5 or 6 matches, won them all pretty easily." Hearing this, Sakura on the side asked with curiosity, "Oh, are you very good at battling, Mr. Natsui?" Before Natsui could answer, Satsuki looked at her sister with an amused expression. "Sakura, don't you know who Natsui is?" "Who he is?" Sakura was taken aback, then shook her head blankly. She had only met Natsui yesterday and hadn't had a deep conversation with him. How would she know who he was? Isn't he just an ordinary member of the audience? Seeing her like this, Satsuki knew she was still in the dark and explained, "This Mr. Natsui is the champion of the Indigo League." The Indigo League champion? Hearing this title, Sakura let out a gasp and looked at Natsui in disbelief. Then, realizing her outburst, she covered her mouth, slightly embarrassed. Now she finally remembered where she had heard the name Natsui before it was on TV, over and over again. Faced with Sakura's astonishment, Natsui could only smile and nod. He wasn't like those who crave vanity, announcing his identity to everyone he met, wishing the whole world knew he was a champion. And although he had won the championship, it wasn't really a big deal. After all, a new one was crowned every year, and considering all the regions in the world, who knows how many champions were produced annually? His goal was a Grand Slam. How could he be smug about a single regional title? He cleared his throat and very naturally changed the subject. "What you all doing?" Satsuki smiled gently. "Miss Erika and I were just exchanging experiences about flower arranging. Even though we are from different regions, I was surprised to find that both our techniques and skills in flower arranging are the same." Erika also nodded. Miss Satsuki is an excellent flower arrangement master. Her skills just now were very impressive. I've truly learned a lot from watching her. Not at all, not at all. Satsuki quickly waved her hands. I've also learned a lot from my conversation with you, Miss Erika, and I feel that you are remarkably gentle and generous, with a very similar disposition to my own. This kind of mutual flattery was going to be too much, not just for Natsui, but even Sakura couldn't help but chime in. All right, I know you're both excellent. Can you two please stop praising each other?" The group let out light laughter, and the atmosphere in the room was relaxed and harmonious. After chatting here for a while, Natsui and Erika finally bid farewell to Satsuki, and Sakura led them to continue their tour elsewhere. Leaving the main house and arriving by the pond, the melodious sound of a koto suddenly drifted from somewhere. Following the sound, they saw on a red carpet a girl in a pink kimono with a pokeball in her hair playing the instrument. This girl was a little younger than Sakura. She was completely absorbed in her performance and didn't notice their arrival. As if not to disturb the player, Sakura whispered, "This is Lily. She's my younger sister and the youngest of us 5. Lily? The name reminded Natsui of Misty's eldest sister, who shared the same name. They stood and listened for a while. Natsui didn't understand this kind of classical music, but Erika occasionally nodded in approval. Seeing Natsui look at her, she smiled and said, "This is Twilight on the Yamato Plain. It's a very classic piece, quite popular in the Kanto region as well." At this, she turned to Sakura. "You five sisters are truly multi-talented. Performing, flower arranging, playing instruments, each of you is so accomplished." Hearing Erika's praise, Sakura smiled shyly. "Well, this is how we make our living, after all. We spent a lot of time practicing every day." The piece wasn't over, but the group had already moved on, continuing their walk to another part of the courtyard. After circling the pond, they arrived at an open area enclosed by a series of folding screens. Sakura pointed to the area and introduced it to them. "All right, this is where the tea party will be held. Let's go in now while there aren't many people." Chapter 403, Tea Ceremony. Behind the folding screen was a 10-meter square tatami mat. The group took off their shoes, stepped onto the mat from the entrance, and immediately saw a coolly elegant woman in a black kimono, kneeling in a formal seated position. The woman was around Natsui's age and also wore a pokeball as a hair ornament. Even without an introduction, her unique attire made it clear that she must be one of the 5 kimono sisters. With this, Natsui had now met all 5 sisters. Seeing Natsui's group enter, the woman performed a deep, formal bow according to standard etiquette. Natsui had learned from a previous chat with Erika that this was a shinrei, a formal bow used by hosts and guests. It was the most solemn type of bow, requiring a 90-degree bend, generally reserved for tea ceremonies or other important occasions. "Welcome, both of you, to my tea room." Erika returned the gesture with the same formal bow. Only Natsui, unaccustomed to such etiquette, simply gave Tamao a firm nod. Sakura introduced them. "This is my sister Tamao. She is my 3rd oldest sister." Then, she introduced Natsui and Erika to Tamao. "Sister, this is Mr. Natsui, and this is Miss Erika. One is the Indigo League champion, and the other is a gym leader from the Kanto region." Ever since learning Natsui's identity as a champion, Sakura had also found out from him that Erika was a gym leader. This made her incredibly happy. Who would have thought that the 2 audience members she met at the dance theater were not ordinary people, and that they had even become her friends? After all, Pokemon were integrated into every aspect of this world, and Pokemon battling was the most popular competition. Consequently, the status of gym leaders and champions was extremely high. Making friends with such people was naturally a wonderful thing. Of course, this wasn't to say she was being snobbish or driven by vanity. In fact, given the 5 sisters' status in a critique city and the popularity of their performances, they had met many famous people since their debut, including Morty, the critique gym leader, who often came to see their shows. But those were her older sisters' connections, or people who came because of the Kimono sister's name. As the 4th sister, she was still young, only 17, and hadn't truly stepped out into the world. She usually just rehearsed and performed with her sisters. Therefore, Natsui and Erika were, in a real sense,